Chapter 100. The Unknown Energy. Mira and Tawa. Under the piercing gaze of the formidable Li Feng, the young spirit trembled and fell to the ground, cold sweat pouring from his brow. In a state of panic, he hastily agreed and scurried away in fright. As the wave of malevolent thoughts dissipated, all wickedness in the underworld returned to its origin, and the various bubbles burst, allowing the souls of the deceased on Earth to return to their resting places. Bang! The realm of the universe shattered, and Vegeta addressed Goku. Kakarot. I shall never fuse with you again. He then transformed into a mist and vanished. In this universe, Vegeta did not retain his corporeal form upon death. He simply disappeared. I truly thank you this time. Goku expressed his gratitude to Li Feng. You are remarkably strong. Why did I not encounter you at the Underworld Martial Arts Tournament? Are you a recently departed expert? Goku's words remained blissfully naive. No, I am Li Feng, hailing from another universe. Li Feng briefly recounted his origins, deliberately omitting the crucial detail of his system. Another universe? Is there an even stronger version of me? Goku scratched his head, but his excitement grew. Surely there are many powerful beings. Could you take me there? You have already passed on. I cannot take you with me, Li Feng sighed, exasperated to be. By the way, there are still Dragon Balls on Earth. Why don't you and Vegeta wish for resurrection? Well, Goku chuckled sheepishly. Having died twice, I feel like I am the one who brings disaster to Earth. Besides, it has been so long, I have grown accustomed to life in the afterlife. Very well, each has their own choices, and Li Feng expressed his respect. ZZZ. At that moment, new spatial rifts appeared where the wounds of the underworld had healed. It seems the time has come. Li Feng concluded that it was time for him to depart. All right, thank you. If there's an opportunity, do come back to play with me. Goku laughed. Sure, huh? As Li Feng was about to soar into the rift, it widened increasingly, ultimately forming a violet portal. Boom! From within the portal emanated two extraordinarily powerful auras. Ding! Unknown energy detected. Scanning. Ding! Unable to lock onto the source of the energy's universe. Ding! Unable to lock onto the source of the energy's universe. The system automatically began scanning the unknown energy, yet it astonishingly failed to identify its origin. Even such an advanced system could not trace the source of this energy. What could it possibly be? Li Feng was taken aback, and then his expression hardened as he braced himself. The hell? Li Feng, have your companions arrived? Such a formidable presence. Goku remarked, yet upon seeing Li Feng's serious demeanor, he felt perplexed. Wait, I came alone. I have no companions. These two auras do not bode well. Now, even Li Feng was at a loss regarding the situation. Buzz, from the portal emerged the silhouettes of a man and a woman. The man stood tall and robust, his azure skin adorned with a crimson coat, his hair a cascade of white and a scarlet. Eyes reflecting an icy detachment. An aura of terror and chill emanated from his being. The woman was slender and elegant, her red bodysuit hugging her waist and curves, her lips and nails painted a striking crimson, exuding an alluring yet perilous charm. What? Is that Mira and Tawa? Li Feng was taken aback. These were characters from the Dragon Ball Heroes game of his past life. How could they possibly be here? Oh, this universe should have emitted a formidable energy signature moments ago. How could it vanish so abruptly? Tawa's cherry-red lips parted, her enchanting voice resonating. Master, this universe is likely born from the evil energy wave. Aligning with the energy standards we are collecting, Mira responded coldly from beside her. It seems it has been disrupted by unknown outsiders, Tawa remarked, her enticing gaze fixed on Li Feng, her crimson lips slightly parted. Who are you? I have not encountered you in any other universe, she inquired. And who might you be? What brings you here? I have already eradicated the evil energy wave. Li Feng countered. Ho ho ho. What an amusing little fellow. Tawa chuckled lightly. I am Tawa, and this is Mira. We are here primarily to collect energy, she continued with a smile. For the sake of our esteemed master, we are engaged in a grand endeavor, young man. You seem quite powerful. Why not join us? Our master would be most welcoming of you. Tawa sought to entice Li Feng. Fully aware of her side's inadequacies, Tio confront that one. They were still insufficiently strong, unable to enlist the deceased Goku and others. She had no choice but to tempt Li Feng. I decline, Li Feng replied, arms crossed. That I am uncertain of your intentions, but I sense they are not benevolent. I shall spare you for now, before you commit any misdeeds. Li Feng was oblivious to their narrative. He had strayed far from the main storyline. What lay ahead for the two was uncertain. Perhaps they would seek redemption, but clarity eluded him. Ho ho ho. It appears the little one is unaware of our strength, Tawa giggled, covering her mouth. Very well. If you can defeat it, we shall depart. Mira. Yes, master. The imposing figure raised his right hand and cast down a purple crystal. Crack. The crystal shattered, unleashing a wave of malevolence and power. Buzz. A purple energy sphere rapidly coalesced, transforming into a humanoid form. What? Goku was astounded. Another evil energy wave materialized before him, identical to the one Li Feng had just vanquished. This was merely the second form. However, unlike the previous one, this evil energy wave bore scarlet eyes, its entire being already pulsating with dark energy, even in a non-explosive state. You can actually create artificial evil energy waves. Li Feng was taken aback the fact that Miratova and her associates could transform into a formidable boss at what was astonishing to end the game Dragon Ball. Xenoverse. Miratova's ability merely amplified the strength of villains. Will not be overly surprised. It is merely the energy of the malevolent wave you just dispersed. I have only released a portion of that power to merge with it, Miratova explained with a cheerful demeanor. In her perspective, the combat prowess of the enhanced malevolent wave far surpassed that of Goku and Li Feng at that moment. Li Feng utilized the system to assess the battle power of all present. Miratova, Tova, Son Goku, 110 million super malevolent wave, 20 billion. The battle power of Miratova and Tova remained unknown, yet the augmented super malevolent wave strength had multiplied several times compared to its original form. Hee, this has become far more intriguing, Li Feng exclaimed, feeling exhilarated once again. This was more like it. No wonder the system had issued a quest to defeat the super malevolent wave. Now it all made sense. Chapter 100. The Unknown Energy. Mira and Tova. Under the intense gaze of the formidable Li Feng, the small demon was so frightened that he collapsed onto the ground, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. In a flurry of panic, he agreed and hastily fled. As the waves of malevolent thoughts dissipated, all wickedness in the underworld returned to its origin, and the various bubbles burst, allowing the souls of the departed on Earth to find their way home. With a sharp crack, Beikong disintegrated, and Vegeta addressed Goku. Kakarot, I shall never fuse with you again. He then transformed into mist and departed. In this universe, Vegeta, upon his demise, did not retain his corporeal form but vanished entirely. Ah, truly thank you. Goku expressed his gratitude to Li Feng. You are remarkably powerful. Why did I not encounter you during the martial arts tournament in the underworld? Were you a master who had just perished? Goku's words were as carefree as ever. No, I am Li Feng, hailing from another universe. He succinctly recounted his origins, deliberately omitting the crucial detail of his system. Another universe? There are even stronger beings than I. Goku scratched his head, his excitement mounting. Surely there must be many formidable warriors. Can you take me there? You have already passed on. I cannot bring you along. Li Feng replied with exasperation. By the way, there are still Dragon Balls on Earth, right? Why don't you and Vegeta wish for resurrection? Goku smiled sheepishly. I've died twice now, and I feel as though I bring disaster to Earth. Besides, it's been so long. I've grown accustomed to life in the afterlife. Very well. Everyone has their own choices, Li Feng acknowledged with respect. ZZZ. At that moment, the wounds of the underworld began to reveal new spatial rifts. It seems it is time for me to depart, Li Feng mused. Oh, all right, thank you. If the opportunity arises, come and visit me again. Goku laughed. Just as Li Feng was about to fly into the rift, it widened, ultimately forming a purple portal. Boom. From within the portal emerged two extraordinarily formidable presences. Ding. Unknown energy detected. Scanning in progress. Ding. Unable to locate the cosmic origin of the energy. Ding. Unable to locate the cosmic origin of the energy. The system automatically began analyzing the unknown energy, yet it was unusually unable to trace its source. If even such an advanced system could not identify the energy's origin, what could this energy possibly be? Li Feng was taken aback, his expression hardening as he prepared for what was to come. Oh, Li Feng, are your companions arriving? Their energy is quite formidable, Goku remarked, but upon noticing Li Feng's serious demeanor, he felt puzzled. Wait, I came alone, I have no companions. These two energies do not bode well. Now, even Li Feng was uncertain about the situation. Buzz. From the portal emerged a man and a woman. The man was tall and robust, with blue skin clad in a red coat, white hair cascading down, and crimson eyes. His expression was cold and merciless, exuding a terrifying and chilling aura. The woman stood tall and slender, clad in a red bodysuit that accentuated her hourglass figure. Her lips and nails were painted of vivid crimson, exuding an irresistible allure, yet radiating an air of danger and strength. What? Is that Mira and Toa? Li Feng was taken aback. Weren't these characters from the Dragon Ball hero game of his past life? How could they possibly be here? Oh, just moments ago. This universe seemed to harbor a formidable energy, yet it has suddenly vanished. Toa parted her cherry-red lips, her voice enchanting. Master, this universe must have been birthed from the evil energy wave, aligning with the energy standards we seek to collect. Mira replied coldly from beside her. It appears to have been disrupted by unidentified outsiders. After speaking, Toa fixed her alluring gaze upon Li Feng, her red lips parting slightly. Who are you? I have not encountered you in any other universe. And who are you? What business do you have here? The evil energy wave has already been eradicated by me. Li Feng retorted. What an amusing little fellow, Toa chuckled lightly. I am Toa, and this is Mira. We are here primarily to harvest energy. She smiled. For the sake of our esteemed master, we are engaged in a grand undertaking. Young man, you seem quite powerful yourself. Why not join us? Our master would be most welcoming. Toa sought to entice Li Feng, fully aware that their own strength was insufficient to confront the formidable opponent. And since they could not recruit Goku and the others, she resorted to seducing Li Feng. I must decline, Li Feng replied, arms crossed. I am unclear about your intentions, but I sense they are far from benevolent. I shall spare you for now, as long as you refrain from committing any wrongdoing. Li Feng was oblivious to their narrative. Having veered completely off the main storyline, it remained uncertain whether they would redeem themselves later on. Ho ho ho. It seems the little one is still unaware of our might. Toa chuckled behind her hand. Very well, if you can defeat it, we shall depart. Mira. Yes, master. The tall man raised his right hand and cast down a purple crystal. Crack. The purple crystal shattered, unleashing an extraordinarily evil and potent force. The purple energy coalesced rapidly, transforming into a humanoid form. What? Goku was astonished. Before him stood yet another evil energy wave. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the one Li Feng had just vanquished, manifesting in its second form. However, unlike before, this evil energy wave's eyes glowed crimson, with dark energy swirling around it even without a transformation. You can create artificial evil energy waves. Li Feng was equally astonished. How could Mira and Toa's group conjure such beings at will? In the Dragon Ball Super Universe, Mira and Toa's abilities merely enhanced the strength of villains. Do not be overly surprised. This is merely the energy from the evil energy wave you just dispersed. I have simply released a portion of that energy to merge with it, Mira explained with a cheerful smile. In her perspective, the enhanced malevolent energy wave possessed combat capabilities that far surpassed those of both Goku and Li Feng at that moment. Li Feng utilized the system to assess the combat prowess of everyone present. Mira, Toa, Son Goku, 1 billion. Super malevolent energy wave, 200 billion. The battle strengths of Mira and Toa remained unknown. Yet the amplified super malevolent energy wave's power had increased several-fold compared to its original state. This was becoming quite intriguing. Li Feng felt a surge of excitement once more. This was indeed more fitting. No wonder the system had issued a task to defeat the super malevolent energy wave. It all made sense now. Chapter 101, Super Malevolent Energy Wave. A greeting from Zuan. This was becoming quite intriguing. Li Feng felt a surge of excitement once more. This was indeed more fitting. No wonder the system had issued a task to defeat the super malevolent energy wave. It all made sense now. Is it an enemy, Li Feng? Goku, standing nearby, was also eager to engage. It's hard to say, but the newly emerged super malevolent energy wave has set its sights on me. Then I shall confront them. Goku soared towards Toa and her companion. Hello, you two. May I spar with you? Even in death, Goku never forgets the thrill of competition. Very well, Mira. Enjoy a good match with this universe's Son Goku. Toa smiled lightly, issuing a command to her subordinate, Mira. Understood. The stoic Mira, with few words, flew directly towards Goku. Meanwhile, Toa maintained her focus on the battle involving Li Feng. The super malevolent energy wave let out a roar, unleashing an astonishing aura. Its purple flames no longer merely burning but erupting outward, generating black lightning through intense friction with the air. This resembled the transformation of a Saiyan into Super Saiyan 2. The errant energy quaked the atmosphere, effortlessly tearing apart the floating bubble-like spheres in the air. Ordinary lightning would scorch the ground, leaving charred traces in its wake. Li Feng's expression sharpened, and he too unleashed his full power in his typical state. Instantly, Li Feng elevated his energy to its utmost limit, reaching 50 billion. Despite the vast disparity in battle strength, he yearned to challenge himself. Gah! The malevolent energy wave emitted a strange cry, its tail striking the ground, instantly creating a massive crater before transforming into purple lightning and charging towards Li Feng. With heightened concentration, Li Feng swiftly perceived the malevolent energy wave's movement and countered with a punch. Boom! Another collision of fists. Puff! Yet this time, Li Feng was sent flying. He felt as though he had struck an invisible wall, causing his fist to tingle. Nevertheless, he adjusted his posture midair. However, the enhanced super malevolent energy wave offered no respite. Instead, it propelled itself off the ground once more, hurtling towards him like a cannonball. Li Feng's pupils constricted as he sensed a chilling gust approaching. His muscles tensed, ready to engage. Bang! 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 The malevolent energy wave cackled with glee, launching simultaneous attacks with its hands, legs, and tail, creating the illusion of 5 assailants attacking Li Feng at once, leaving him in a state of disarray. Goodness! It has become so much more formidable after transforming. The dashing figure gritted his teeth, enduring the onslaught of the demon, lamenting his plight. In his perception, His attacks against the malevolent wave seemed akin to mere scratches. Every strike against the creature felt as though it were colliding with an impenetrable wall, rendering his efforts futile, while the recoil left his hands and legs aching. In stark contrast, the demon's assaults were exceedingly sharp and devastating. With a swift horizontal sweep, the malevolent wave sent Li Feng crashing into the rubble behind him. The impact was so forceful that his robust physique pierced through several metallic ridges before embedding itself into the ground, creating spiderweb-like fissures from the terrifying force. Ha! The malevolent wave laughed maniacally, unleashing another surge of terrifying purple flames, seemingly flaunting its strength and invincibility amidst the erupting fire. Hiss! This creature was indeed formidable. Li Feng rose to his feet, clearing away the debris around him. His clothing lay tattered, and his body bore the scars of the recent onslaught. Even with a physique comparable to that of a frozen demon and an elevated constitution, he had sustained injuries from such a horrific attack. Yet, this was what made it exhilarating. He thrived on the challenge, perhaps having grown too accustomed to invincibility. Destroyer? Angel, is that so? Li Feng. Oh, come on. Boasting isn't a crime, is it? Each time he found himself at a disadvantage in battle, teetering on the brink of despair, he felt the cells within him ignite with excitement, his blood boiling and his fighting spirit ablaze. This was the essence of a Saiyan's combat. Come on, malevolent wave. Let me transcend once more. Huh. Li Feng erupted with renewed vigor, his white aura soaring skyward and sending the surrounding metallic debris flying. In an instant, he teleported directly in front of the malevolent wave. Bam! This time, his strike landed squarely on the demon's face. Splatter! His attack had finally made an impact, sending the malevolent wave's visage reeling to the side. Seizing the moment, Li Feng followed up with a left hook and a knee strike, each landing on its chin and chest. Though his hands and knees throbbed with pain and a numbing sensation from the recoil, he gradually adapted, finding rhythm in the escalating intensity of the conflict, where his exhilaration far outweighed the agony. He had turned the tide against the malevolent wave. However, the malevolent wave swiftly regained its composure, attempting to launch a surprise attack on Li Feng. Whoosh! Resorting to an old tactic, it extended its arms, aiming to ensnare Li Feng from a distance, intending to push him into the abyss of desolation like Vegeta. Yet, Li Feng, fueled by fervor and quick reflexes, evaded with minimal movement as soon as he spotted the elongated arms hurtling toward him, colliding right into its embrace. The malevolent wave, realizing it had failed to grasp him, retracted its arms, but this required time. Taking advantage of this opening, Li Feng continued his relentless strikes aimed at the demon's face. You want to hit me, huh? Quite strong, aren't you? What was that you called me? Regardless of whether this super malevolent wave understood him, Li Feng descended into a state of unrestrained fury. Crack, crack. The demon emitted a wretched scream as its body began to shatter piece by piece before vanishing. What just happened? Li Feng was still in a state of confusion, pondering the events that had just transpired. Logically, his recent attack should have merely subdued the entity, not caused its complete disappearance. Now he understood. It was due to the earlier greeting from Zon. According to the original narrative, both the bubbles of the underworld and the wave of malevolent thoughts were wary of Zon's assaults. To his astonishment, his casual salutation to that demon had elicited such a sensitive reaction. Li Feng concluded that it would be best to engage in a serious battle, adhering to the principles of civilized combat without involving the families of others. ZZZ. In the distance, a formidable purple energy mass began to coalesce once more, transforming again into the shape of the wave of malevolent thoughts. One could only wonder whether this demon possessed any emotions, despite its apparent loss of sanity. Its furious demeanor suggested that Li Feng was indeed its sworn enemy. TSK. How terrifying this energy is. Was it truly necessary to be so enraged over just a few words of greeting? Li Feng chuckled to himself. The wave of malevolent thoughts surged forward once more, propelled by purple lightning, aiming directly at Li Feng. Chapter 102. The Duel of Dimensions. The wave of malevolent thoughts charged towards Li Feng again, crackling with purple lightning. With a cold snort, Li Feng instantly teleported away. This time, he was not foolish enough to confront the monster head-on. Crackle. Meanwhile, the wave of malevolent thoughts employed a spatial traversal technique, transforming its entire form into cubes and vanishing. This man is rather intriguing, remarked Tova, who was spectating nearby, her lips curling into a smile. Mira, how fares your side? Sun Wukong has already fallen. What shall we do with him? Do not concern yourself with him. He is already deceased in this universe. It turns out that on the other side, Mira and Wukong's battle had reached its conclusion. Even though Wukong had transformed into Super Saiyan 3, his energy had not recuperated from the earlier fight with the wave of malevolent thoughts, resulting in his swift defeat. What if the man below triumphs over the wave of malevolent thoughts? Mira inquired. Then we shall adhere to our agreement, initially securing his trust, and when next we meet, we can attempt to recruit him. However, Can we truly rely on someone of such ambiguous origin to contend with that individual? That being's power is overwhelmingly formidable. We must gather strength to have any hope. Swish. Boom. On the battlefield, the very fabric of space trembled. Yet the figures of the two combatants remained unseen. Both were adept at traversing dimensions, making their movements through the spatial realm effortless. This super wave of malevolent thoughts seemed to retain some of the original wave's combat experience, understanding that getting too close to Li Feng would render its spatial magic ineffective. Thus it maintained a cautious distance. Li Feng recognized this dilemma. Every time he approached to attack, it would retreat, yet upon his withdrawal, it would immediately counterattack, resulting in a stalemate. Hey! The wave of malevolent thoughts grinned wickedly, then ceased to transform into cubes, opting instead to conjure spatial portals. Boom. In an instant, multiple spatial portals appeared around Li Feng. What? Li Feng was taken aback, astonished that the wave of malevolent thoughts could manifest several portals. Simultaneously, an equal number of portals emerged beside the wave. The malevolent energy surged as the figures swiftly gathered power in both hands, forming a violet energy orb. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A multitude of energy spheres erupted forth, cascading towards various portals. An alarming realization struck Li Feng, who immediately employed his teleportation ability to escape. Yet, to his astonishment, the portals exhibited a fixed spatial property, thwarting his escape. Boom, boom, boom. The violet energy orbs traversed through the space-time gateways, crashing onto Li Feng with a series of explosive sounds. Had it been a conventional prince's combat technique, he might have been able to deflect the energy blasts and counterattack. However, the circumstances had changed. The portals were positioned all around him, meaning the energy blasts came at him from all directions, leaving him utterly unprepared. A deluge of projectiles, akin to a shower of violet starlight, danced in the air, shimmering endlessly while exuding a deadly aura of destruction. As the bombardment intensified, the ground beneath Li Feng began to cave in, dust swirling, smoke billowing. Ha ha ha! The malevolent energy reveled in its creation, cackling madly, as the violet flames erupted once more, proclaiming its supremacy. Ah, so that is how your technique works. Yet, from within the smoke, a chilling voice emerged. The demon seemed bewildered, as if it expected no further reaction from its adversary. Spatial portal. Huh. Amidst the thick smoke, Li Feng bellowed, instantly opening a portal adjacent to the malevolent energy. During the previous onslaught, he had gleaned the method to activate the portals. The distance was approximately 10 meters. By reversing the unlocking process akin to securing a door, he could open it. Whoosh. Li Feng conjured an energy orb and hurled it towards the portal beside him. Bang. The energy orb indeed emerged from the portal next to the malevolent energy, striking it squarely in the face. Gah! The demon, seemingly humiliated, let out a furious roar and retaliated by launching an energy orb into the portal beside it. The portals were interconnected, meaning the demon's attack could return to Li Feng. However, Li Feng had grasped the essence of the technique. He opened another portal in front of him and positioned the corresponding portal behind the malevolent energy. Whoosh, whoosh. The demon's energy wave traversed through the first portal to Li Feng's side, only to re-enter the second portal and return to its origin. Bang! Another plume of smoke rose, indicating that the malevolent energy had been struck by its own attack. Huh. The malevolent energy began to scream, seething with rage, and unleashed an energy sphere directed at Li Feng. This time, undeterred, Li Feng conjured more spatial portals, meticulously placing their exits beside the malevolent energy. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks ricocheted back, striking the demon once more. Hee, now I, too, am a master of portals. Li Feng reveled in triumph. Now it's my turn. Huh. With a surge of white energy enveloping the battlefield, he gathered power in both hands and prepared to retaliate. Boom, boom, boom. He began to hurl energy spheres, the majority directed towards the portal, traversing through and emerging directly beside the malevolent wave. However, a small fraction bypassed the portal entirely, striking him directly. Listening to the resounding explosions, the thunderous roars, and the furious howls from his opponent, Li Feng found this to be the most delightful symphony. The malevolent wave, now in a state of utter disarray, finally experienced the joy that Li Feng had just moments ago felt. Energy projectiles soared through the air, crashing down upon him. Although his own energy wave was also sent forth through the spatial portal, inexplicably, it still managed to strike him, a truly unfortunate circumstance. Humph. This little fellow is rather intriguing. Tawa observed Li Feng's reversal with a light chuckle. Yet, such trivial antics would not be sufficient to conquer the enhanced malevolent wave. Huh. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, a demonic roar resounded from ahead. The malevolent wave's wrath had been reignited. Its already crimson eyes blazed even more intensely, its entire being radiating fury, as it sent all energy spheres flying and shattered the spatial portal, exuding a formidable aura. Humph. Are you finally taking this seriously? Li Feng too abandoned his jesting demeanor, preparing for a serious confrontation. He understood that merely relying on the multi-directional techniques of the prince was insufficient to prevail against the malevolent wave. Must he resort to the starburst technique once more? Boom. The malevolent wave stomped the ground, unleashing a terrifying force that caused the earth to cave in, creating an invisible shockwave that surged towards Li Feng. Come at me. I fear nothing. This time, Li Feng did not evade, standing his ground against the malevolent wave. The battle escalated once again. Chapter 103, Special 3 Realms? Unique Time-Space? The battle intensified. Boom, 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 boom. The earth-shattering sounds echoed through the air as Li Feng and the malevolent wave clashed with all their might. Although on the surface, the malevolent wave's combat prowess surpassed Li Feng's, the recent barrage of energy projectiles had allowed Li Feng to employ energy absorption techniques, converting most of the attacks into his own energy, thereby enhancing his combat strength to 60 billion. However, the fully unleashed malevolent wave was no pushover. With a combat strength of 200 billion, it dealt Li Feng numerous blows, leaving him battered and bruised. Fortunately, Li Feng possessed extraordinary physical resilience. Otherwise, a mere mortal would have been annihilated in a single strike given such a disparity in power. The two warriors' combat strengths were reminiscent of Gotenks battling Majin Buu in the original tale. Yet, the malevolent wave's intensity knew no temporal bounds. Whereas Li Feng continued to be thoroughly outmatched. Li Feng executed an ultra-long-distance, instantaneous movement, vanishing to a location beyond the malevolent wave's sight. The malevolent wave, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of its foe, erupted in rage, indiscriminately wreaking havoc in the arena. Purple energy spheres swirling chaotically through the air. That little rascal has fled? Taoa too was unable to sense Li Feng's presence. What shall we do now? Mira replied coldly as always. I have a premonition that this individual, much like Sun Wukong and his companions, is a battle-hungry fool. He wouldn't simply depart. Taoa smirked mischievously. Li Feng crouched behind a pile of rubble, suppressing his energy signature, yet gasping for breath in large, labored gulps. His body was already drenched in blood, marred by numerous wounds, his shirt torn, revealing his robust and athletic muscles, perfectly sculpted as if by a master artist. I shall test my new technique. Li Feng inhaled deeply, then clenched his right fist, gradually gathering energy. Through his encounters with the malevolent entity, Evil Thought Wave, he had amassed a wealth of combat experience, particularly in the utilization of spatial abilities, which allowed him to develop new techniques. Once he felt sufficiently prepared, Li Feng shouted, unleashing a surge of energy. Boom. A torrent of white energy surged skyward, sweeping across the battlefield. Evil Thought Wave instantly sensed Li Feng's position and transformed into a bolt of violet lightning. Racing towards him. Whoosh. The tremendous speed and its formidable spatial prowess created minute rifts in the fabric of space, exuding an ominous aura of power. Perish, Evil Thought Wave. Li Feng propelled himself forward, enveloped in white flames, his right hand shimmering with brilliance, creating ripples in the air. Annihilation Fist. The two roared in unison, delivering their strikes to one another. As their forms collided, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, both standing on the ground as though nothing had transpired. Crack, crack. Yet, from the position of Evil Thought Wave, a sound akin to shattering glass echoed forth, growing louder and more intense until it finally reached Li Feng. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that a hemispherical transparent space above them was fracturing, followed by a cataclysmic explosion. Boom. Only then did the sound of their clash reverberate. What? They actually struck within the inner space. Tova exclaimed in astonishment. The last blow of the two had intertwined with spatial energy, propelling them briefly into the inner realm. The space typically accessed through instantaneous movement. The inner space existed independently from the external world, rendering energy, sound, and power inaudible. However, as the space shattered, everything within was expelled into the outside world. Once more, it was Evil Thought Wave that emitted a sound. But this time it was not a roar, but a wail of agony. Just as glass shatters, Evil Thought Wave's form disintegrated into fragments, failing to reconstitute, dispersing into the air, leaving only a solitary purple crystal upon the ground. This was Li Feng's new technique, Annihilation Fist. Thanks to Evil Thought Wave's spatial traversal ability, he concentrated the energy of the locked and liberated space within his right hand, unleashing it at the moment of impact, striking Evil Thought Wave, naturally infused with purifying power, for otherwise, it could not obliterate the entity. Unlike pure destructive force, this spatial annihilation power shattered space itself. If unleashed upon a living being, even a deity of destruction could face annihilation. This truly exceeds my expectations, Tova remarked, her crimson lips curving upwards. Should I? Mira gestured as if to cut her throat. No, we shall adhere to our agreement. She flew to Li Feng's side. What is your name? Li Feng. Li Feng, while responding, collected the recently defeated purple crystal from the malevolent wave back into his own space. After all, it was his hard-won trophy. If we happen to meet again, would you consider joining our legion? Tova extended another olive branch. As long as you refrain from malevolent deeds, Li Feng replied vaguely. Hee hee. Farewell, Li Feng. I hope that when we meet next time, you can surprise us once more, Tova chuckled, covering her mouth with a smile. I shall. But I do hope you grow stronger. Otherwise, the battle will conclude rather quickly, Li Feng responded with a grin. Huh. You are indeed an intriguing individual. Li Feng. I shall remember you, Tova declared, and as a blue portal appeared behind her, she and Mira stepped through, vanishing from sight. Ding. Mission accomplished. Defeat the super malevolent wave. Mission reward. One-time fragment. Malevolent wave's space-time traversal ability. Do you accept? At that moment, the melodious voice of the mission completion echoed in his mind. I accept. Suddenly, his mind was flooded with knowledge regarding space, traversal capabilities, and advanced applications. Many concepts he had previously only partially grasped became crystal clear. Indeed, this space-time traversing ability was exceptional. By the way, System, why were you unable to detect the origins and combat power of those two? Li Feng inquired. The two do not belong to the conventional Dragon Ball universe. What do you mean? The Time Realm, Demon Realm, and Dragon God Realm are unique in their space-time, not belonging to any conventional universe. Then how can I detect their energy? You must venture to one of the Time Realm, Demon Realm, or Dragon God Realm to obtain temporal energy in order to collect and analyze it. What about the methods to access these special realms? Enter through a space-time rift or utilize a space-time scroll. What is a space-time scroll? You have yet to engage with the main storyline, and thus, clues remain unopened. Despite Li Feng's relentless inquiries, he received no further information from the system. Alas, the path is fraught with challenges. The journey to becoming the sovereign of the multiverse is still a long one. Chapter 104, Space-Time Traversal, Multiverse Map. Li Feng sighed, then sprawled on the ground in a starfish position, casually popping a senzu bean into his mouth. Munch, munch, buzz. The senzu bean lived up to its reputation as the ultimate healing treasure. All the broken bones within Li Feng's body clicked back into place, his various injuries vanished, and his stamina was completely restored, leaving him feeling as if he were immersed in a warm spring. He checked his current base combat power, 80 billion. Although the increase was modest, it was still an improvement. System, be reasonable. Who achieves an increase in combat power like yours? Li Feng retorted, Beast Gohan. Black Gold Frieza? And, System, continue to provoke me, and I shall self-destruct. Wait. Oh, esteemed System, you are truly the greatest. Well, it's time to head back. Li Feng mused, glancing at the time fragments within his spatial backpack. He contemplated the universes he had traversed thus far. Primary Universe 1807, the universe Li Feng had crossed into. Universe 1207, the universe in which future Trunks resides. Universe 2007, the Broly universe. Universe 1507, the universe where future Cell absorbs Trunks and Android 18. Universe 2207, the universe of the evil spirit wave. Currently, there are 4 time fragments acquired, obtained from the missions of defeating Frieza, Broly, Cell, and the evil spirit wave. The time fragments utilized correspond to future Trunks universe and the evil spirit wave universe, leaving 2 fragments unused. It appears that no other universe crossings will occur in the near future, so returning is the only option. Wait, how do I return now? Li Feng suddenly realized this crucial issue. Previously, he had stumbled into this world through a time rift and would have to leave the same way. There was never a proper departure. The time fragments only serve as one-way tickets. With no other recourse, Li Feng sought assistance from the system. The system suggested that the host could directly tear through space for spatial traversal. Can I really do that? Li Feng hesitated to believe that he could traverse time and space in physical form. Trust in your abilities. Your current power has surpassed the battle strength of the enigmatic Son Gohan from the original timeline, enabling you to briefly traverse space. What about the specific location of the universe? Trust me. Remarkably, the system refrained from any sarcastic remarks. Perfect, it's time to test my newly acquired spatial abilities. A smile crept across Li Feng's lips as he extended his right hand, harnessing his spatial power. Whoosh. Unlike the previous occasions when he had to unleash his energy to create a spatial rift, this time a black crack formed effortlessly in the air, spinning continuously and emanating an astonishing energy. If Tawa and Mira can traverse, why can't I? Here goes. Gritting his teeth, Li Feng charged directly into the time rift. Buzz. He plunged into the fissure. Boom, boom. Before him unfolded a kaleidoscopic starry sky, placing him at the heart of a beautiful universe. Yet an exceedingly terrifying roar echoed from not far away. Do not be deceived by the enchanting starry expanse. In reality, each vortex and meteor concealed an immense and terrifying energy, collectively equivalent to a small universe. A careless move could easily result in being torn apart by cosmic-level energy. Li Feng had been fortunate the last time he was drawn into a rift, quickly locating an exit and escaping successfully. This time, however, he was actively seeking his own universe, necessitating passage through those spheres of cosmic energy. Heart pounding, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2 beforehand, maximizing his physical strength and defensive capabilities. Though he possessed the ability to traverse space, he still felt woefully inadequate against the vast ocean of space. Like a lone boat easily overwhelmed. Unbeknownst to Feng, Tawa and her companions relied on the power of the Time Realm's treasures for their crossings, which provided protection during their journeys through time and space. Meanwhile, he foolishly attempted to navigate the expanse using only his physical form, truly a victim of the system's tricks. System, what's wrong? With me guiding you, you won't perish. A little hardship is nothing to worry about. Hiss. Feng navigated toward his destination according to the spatial coordinates provided by the system, deftly evading temporal rifts and various meteors. Yet, he was still caught in a spatial storm, and a fierce gust of wind scraped off a layer of his skin. Hiss. Gritting his teeth, Feng dared not cry out, fearing it would provoke even graver consequences. Instead, he swallowed a fairy bean that he had previously tucked in his mouth. Exhaling, he felt his strength rejuvenate and pressed onward. He treaded cautiously, his heart pounding, terrified of being torn apart by an unknown force. From his calculations, the power emanating from those rifts could severely injure even gods of destruction and angels, should they encounter it without wielding any divine power. Ding. Target Universe 1807 energy detected. Ding. Target Universe 1807 energy detected. Ding. Target Universe 1807 energy detected. At that moment, the system issued a prompt. This fortuitous news injected a surge of hope into Feng's heart. Splendid. At long last, he was on the brink of returning. Overjoyed, he remained vigilant and cautiously approached the vortex indicated by the system. With determined strides, he stepped into it. Swish. The suffocating environment and terrifying energy dissipated, revealing before him the vastness of the cosmos, serene in its appearance. Ding. Congratulations, host, on achieving the feat, physical traversal through space. Ding. Congratulations, host, on achieving the feat, physical traversal through space. Ding. Congratulations, host, on achieving the feat, physical traversal through space. It sounded peculiar, yet if the system was congratulating him, there must surely be some reward in store. Feng felt a surge of anticipation. Ding. Achievement reward, Multiverse Map 1. Do you accept? Yes. Feng eagerly accepted. Suddenly, a torrent of information flooded his mind. It took him considerable time to comprehend the immense value of this map. As is well known, anything produced by the system is of the highest quality. This multiverse map recorded the absolute coordinates of each parallel universe within this space, signifying that with this map, he would not lose his way on his next journey between universes. Furthermore, it included the specific coordinates of all planets within the unit universe. Feng was ecstatic. It was worth noting that he had previously mastered an advanced version of instantaneous movement. With coordinates, he could reach his destination directly. Some coordinates were unknown and could only be sensed through chi, but without chi, reaching them would be impossible. This meant that with the acquisition of the map, he could now perform instantaneous movement within the 1807 universe without any limitations. This represented a new assurance of his strength. Chapter 105, The Warmth of Home. Excellent. Now to return to Earth. Feng quickly located Earth's position on the map and instantly transported himself there. Earth, within the realm of spirit time. Lazili. Thank you for your hard work in caring for the children, Bulma said to Lazili, who was attending to Li Xing and Li Yu. Not at all, Bulma. I am also a mother to the children, Lazili replied gently, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Indeed, over the course of a year, Lazuli has transformed her previous short hairstyle into a cascade of lustrous golden locks. Li Feng's eldest son, Li Xing, has now reached the age of 4, while his recently born sister, Li Yu, is still an infant. However, both children are remarkably well-behaved, seldom crying or fussing, and are generally cheerful. Alas, one cannot help but wonder where that wretched individual has vanished to once more, having slipped away stealthily. Bulma resumes her complaints about Li Feng, perhaps acknowledging the immense pressure he endures for the sake of this family and the world, as he has sacrificed so much. You are truly considerate, Lazuli. It's no wonder he adores you so, Bulma teases. Oh no, Lazuli stammers, her cheeks flushed despite her newfound role as a mother. Suddenly, a sharp sound slices through the air outside the window. Who goes there? Lazuli's demeanor shifts from bashful to serious as she instinctively protects her children, transforming into a resolute mother. Yet, as she senses the intruder's presence, she relaxes and breaks into a smile. I'm back, Li Feng exclaims joyfully. Damn it. Why did you leave for so long again? Despite her complaints, her body betrays her as she leaps into Li Feng's embrace. My apologies, everyone, Li Feng responds, savoring the warmth emanating from Bulma. You've returned? Lazuli approaches with the children in tow. Upon seeing her with long hair, Li Feng is momentarily taken aback, and he simultaneously cradles both Bulma and the children. It is only in the comforting warmth of his family that Li Feng truly feels an overwhelming sense of happiness. After an extended moment of affection, Bulma urges, "All right, do share what adventures you encountered this time." Her keen interest in Li Feng's experiences is mirrored by Lazuli, who, through her interactions with Bulma, has gleaned much about Li Feng's past, leaving her astonished. Cradling his little princess, Li Feng affectionately ruffles his son's hair before recounting his tales. He narrates his experiences with such vividness that his audience feels as though they are living the adventure, eliciting gasps and cold sweats at the perils he faced. Only upon hearing how Li Feng triumphed over adversity do they breathe a sigh of relief. "Daddy, was that evil aura very strong?" Li Xing inquires. "Indeed, it was formidable, but your father ultimately triumphed after much struggle. Daddy, let us fight together. I've been practicing a lot with Gohan, and my fighting skills have improved significantly. I want to become a Super Saiyan." Li Xing's eyes sparkle with determination, as the warrior spirit of the Saiyan race begins to awaken within his small frame. Due to Li Feng's journey through the spatial realm, 2 months have passed on Earth during his absence. This realization makes him wipe the sweat from his brow. Had he not found the map, he might have been gone for over a year. It appears that caution is imperative for future endeavors. "Let us discuss this further later. I'm hungry," he declares, his stomach rumbling. "Ha ha." The laughter echoes, though the wives sigh in exasperation, while the children respond with joyful giggles. Once again, a delectable feast was laid out before them, and the father-son duo, Li Feng and his son, devoured it with the voracity of gorillas, leaving no morsel untouched. Fortunately, Bulma's family was affluent, or they would have struggled to withstand such indulgence. Chi-Chi sighed. "These years have not been easy for me." The subsequent moments were filled with the warmth of a family gathering at Li Feng's home, wherein everyone reveled in joyous camaraderie. As night fell and the children were finally lulled to sleep, Li Feng stealthily entered Lotzi Li's room. After much coaxing, he ventured to express a particular desire that left her blushing, ultimately leading her by the hand into Bulma's abode. "Today has been a fulfilling day," Li Feng proclaimed. Inside the room, an insomniac night unfolded amongst the three. The following morning, Li Feng stretched luxuriously, bestowed gentle good morning kisses upon his wives, and tenderly covered them with blankets before embarking on his morning exercises. Upon reaching the training area, he was taken aback to find a slight figure already engaged in rigorous practice. It was his son, Li Xing. Despite being only 4 years old, Li Xing was diligently honing his skills, exhibiting remarkable strength. From birth, he possessed a battle power of 5,000, and through persistent training, he had now escalated to a formidable 50,000. This astounding talent was a testament to Li Feng's formidable genes. "Son, how industrious you are. Quite impressive. Are you training with Gohan?" "Yes, Daddy, and Uncle Piccolo too," Li Xing replied, his excitement palpable as he dashed toward his father. "Piccolo? Seeking to be a father figure again?" Li Feng jested. Yet, one could not deny that Piccolo had adeptly fulfilled the role of both father to Gohan and grandfather to Xiaofeng. "That's splendid. But do remember to pay heed to your development. We must not rush," Li Feng cautioned, concerned about the perils of hastening growth. "You are not permitted to enter the gravity training chamber until you turn 10. "Why not?" Li Xing queried. "Have you ever met Vegeta? Uncle Vegeta?" "Yes. He is incredibly strong." "What of it? Growing up under extreme gravity conditions can hinder your growth, much like your Uncle Vegeta, who may struggle to find a partner in the future." "Oh, then I won't go." Li Xing shook his head, clearly understanding the concept of a girlfriend. At that moment, Vegeta unexpectedly sneezed. "Am I catching a cold?" The Saiyan prince pondered, perplexed. "Come, my son, let's discuss your studies," Li Feng urged, showing concern for his child's education. Previously, Bulma had mentioned that Li Xing inherited the best traits from his parents. Not only did he possess his father's formidable genes, but he also inherited his mother's intelligence. Despite being merely 4 years old, he was already a prodigy, having mastered elementary knowledge long ago. "All right, Daddy." At school, although the Dragon Ball universe primarily revolves around combat, individual growth is significantly influenced by experiences. Li Feng wished to prevent his son from becoming a mischievous child like the original Trunks, who later squandered his potential. While nurturing a child's interests is vital, neglecting combat training is not an option. With his inherent genes, Li Xing was bound to excel, rivaling Gohan and Trunks. "Well done, my child. Next time, I'll take you to the amusement park," Li Feng praised. "But now, it is time to assess your training progress." He sought to test Li Feng's current combat prowess. "Really? Father, are you finally willing to teach me how to become a Super Saiyan?" Li Xing exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 106, The Father-Son Duel. "Really? Father, are you finally willing to teach me how to become a Super Saiyan?" Li Xing inquired eagerly. "That is no simple feat," Li Feng solemnly explained. "Transforming into a Super Saiyan requires a tranquil state of mind to harness one's anger. The prerequisite is possessing a sufficient number of cells within your body, along with a strong physical foundation." He pondered why, in the original tale, Goten and Trunks could transform into Super Saiyans at such a tender age. It was only after the system elucidated that they were born after their fathers had transformed into Super Saiyans, thus inheriting a sufficient cellular capacity and robust physical traits, enabling them to transform with just a surge of anger. Though he knew Li Feng could nearly transform himself, he still wished for his son to build a solid foundation first. You are still young. Wait another 3 years, and you will be ready. For now, let us spar and see what your brother Gohan and Uncle Piccolo have taught you. Li Feng deftly diverted the conversation, requesting a match with his son. With a sigh, he reduced his combat power to approximately 40,000 for a fair duel. Watch this, Li Xing shouted, his small fists clenched, unleashing an astonishing white whirlwind. With a powerful stomp, he cracked the ground beneath him and shot towards Li Feng like an arrow. Li Feng crossed his arms, effortlessly evading his son's onslaught. Ha! 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 Li Xing, however, grew increasingly fierce, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Li Feng. This boy is impressive. His momentum is ferocious. Li Feng silently praised. Your attacks are too wide. You will exhaust your stamina quickly. He pointed out his son's flaw. Adjust your center of gravity. Yes. Be more agile. This was Li Feng's first experience teaching someone to fight, yet he exhibited remarkable patience. Huff. Ha. Huff. Ha. Before long, Li Xing was panting heavily. Drenched in sweat, Li Feng tossed him a combat power detector. Put on the device and observe my combat power while we spar. Beep beep beep. 40,000. What, father? You were only using 40,000 combat power against me? Li Xing exclaimed, astonished. I have 50,000 combat power, yet I still cannot hit you? He was shocked, having expected his 50,000 power to astonish his father, only to find himself the one in disbelief. If you don't believe it, you may try again. Li Feng gestured for his son to attack once more. Huh. The white whirlwind spun again, and Li Xing, undeterred, challenged his father once more. Li Feng smiled slightly and prepared to engage again. Swish, 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 swish. Li Xing continued to throw punches at his father's face, abdomen, and chest, yet none of them landed successfully. Initially, he suspected that his father had quietly enhanced his combat strength during their sparring to deceive him. However, the display of his father's combat power remained unchanged, which piqued his curiosity. Li Feng discerned his son's puzzlement. It's because I can predict your attack trajectory in advance. Predict in advance? Li Xing gasped for breath. Indeed, your punches follow a straightforward path, and your gaze remains fixed on the target you intend to strike, which reveals your attack route to your opponent. With ease, Li Feng grasped his left fist and gently pushed, causing Li Xing to lose his balance and stagger backward. Actually, Gohan and the others have taught you well. Your offensive is quite fierce, and your targeting is rather crafty. Yet, combat is not static. Sometimes, it requires adaptability. He seized the moment while Li Xing rested to share his insights. His son had inherited his strengths and possessed remarkable combat talent, and he hoped he would not squander it. I understand, Dad. Let me try again. Li Xing, enlightened, felt a renewed understanding of combat and eagerly pulled Li Feng for a second round. Bring it on. Li Feng relished the father-son duel. Swish, 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 swish. The sound of Li Xing's punches filled the air. Although they still failed to connect with Li Feng, the movements were less exaggerated, and his stamina expenditure had significantly decreased. Good. Just like that, Li Feng encouraged. Huh. With a sharp gaze, Li Xing, after missing with his right punch, formed a ki blast with his left hand. A sly smile creeping onto his lips as he planned a surprise attack. Boom. A yellow energy sphere shot forth with remarkable speed. Yet, Li Feng had encountered such situations before and effortlessly sidestepped the energy ball. Well done. Next time, focus on gathering your energy a bit quicker and you'll land a hit. Li Feng marveled inwardly at his son's extraordinary combat talent. Had he truly possessed only 40,000 combat power and lacked extensive battle experience, he would certainly have been defeated by him. Li Xing, inspired by his father's words, resolved that during his next assault, he would intermittently form ki blasts while throwing punches, making it less easy for Li Feng. Huh. Li Xing executed a right kick that Li Feng dodged, but the corner of his mouth curled upward once more, as a small energy sphere suddenly emerged beneath his extended right foot. Boom. This time, it struck Li Feng squarely in the chest, producing a resounding explosion. Impressive. That was a clever move. Li Feng expressed his astonishment at his son's unexpected maneuver, not anticipating that he had learned to generate energy blasts from his feet as well. Hee. I finally hit Dad. Li Xing, delighted by his successful attack, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Excellent, my son. This is the essence of combat, being unpredictable. Li Feng concluded the sparring session and reclined beside his son. Dad, you're amazing. Tell me more about your experiences, Li Xing urged. Haha, all right. Once upon a time, I was quite weak myself. The father and son lay comfortably on the ground, sharing their experiences with one another. Meanwhile, Lazuli and Bulma observed this scene from outside, exchanging silent smiles. Indeed, this embodies the essence of home, the warmth of family. Feeling this, Li Feng reignited his determination to grow stronger. He could no longer afford to remain idle. with the resurrection of the god of destruction looming in a few years. And knowing that despite his tendency to intimidate the weak, his strength was undeniably formidable, Li Feng resolved not to submit like the original Vegeta, but to become even more powerful. As for the god of destruction, he could wait. Once awakened, Li Feng would decisively overpower him. Currently, Li Feng's base combat power stood at 80 billion, slightly surpassing the mysterious Gohan from the original timeline. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan 2, his power would escalate to 800 trillion, yet still fell short of the original Vegeta's base form. The yearning for strength within Li Feng intensified. Chapter 107. Universe 1807. Time flew by, and another year had passed. During this year, Li Feng dedicated most of his time to nurturing his relationships with his family. Li Xing and Li Yu had grown a year older, becoming even more intelligent and adorable. However, as the fragments of time and space began to glow once more, Li Feng was compelled to enter a mental time chamber, where the flow of time differed from the outside world. Inside, 1 year equaled 1 day outside. After spending a year in the mental time chamber, he finally emerged. Through rigorous training, Li Feng's base combat power had now reached 200 billion. If he were to face the super evil Ki again, he could eliminate it effortlessly with just purification and a basic attack, without resorting to any special moves. What prompted Li Feng's urgency to enter the original mental time chamber for specialized training? It was the revelation that the fragments of time and space indicated Universe 1807. Setting aside the matter of Super Saiyan 4 for the moment, he questioned whether he could even surpass Goku's Super Saiyan 3 from his past. Not to mention the formidable Super 17 and Super I Ching Long that surpassed Super Saiyan 4. He had inquired with the system about any potential errors regarding the vast disparity in combat power, but it only provided the origin of the universe without further explanation. With no other option, and with 5 years until the emergence of Majin Buu, Li Feng could not afford to waste time. He steeled himself for the journey to the universe. Bidding farewell to his family, Li Feng embarked once more on his adventure through time. However, this time, he was well prepared. Having learned from his previous experience, he devoted over a year to thoroughly studying the time machine and the multiverse map, clearly marking the fissures leading home and calculating the time traversed through these temporal rifts. Ding! Would you like to enter Universe 1807? The system prompted as Li Feng clutched the time fragment. Yes. Beep. A blinding white light enveloped Li Feng, and then he vanished. The surroundings quickly materialized around him. As Li Feng landed, he found himself in a world shrouded in white, a realm of the mental time chamber of Universe 1807. Yet, within, it remained unchanged, containing only the original mental time chamber, devoid of any new structures. Ding. Detection of host arrival in the universe. 1807. Mission accomplished. Defeat Super 17. Mission reward. Time fragment 1. The evolutionary path of Super Saiyans. Do you accept? Yes. The system's rewards are becoming increasingly perplexing. What is this evolutionary path of Super Saiyans? Perhaps I should first assess the current situation. Li Feng had no time for contemplation and swiftly exited the door of the room of spirit and time. Whoosh. A remarkably swift figure erupted from the temple. Huh. Who is that? Dandy noticed someone emerging from the room of spirit and time. The earth is becoming increasingly chaotic. Bobo observed the tumultuous battlefield below with trepidation. Whoosh. Li Feng flew downward toward the temple at an astonishing speed. There was no need for heightened perception. Powerful energies were palpable everywhere, and the once thriving city was once again subjected to the ravages of war. Ha! This is Earth. Young ones, seize complete control of this place. Lycum laughed heartily as a swarm of soldiers clad in Frieza's battle attire poured forth like locusts. Humph! The damned Goku and Vegeta. Today marks your demise. An elderly man in orange garb with white hair shouted vehemently. Dr. Gero, our perfect creation is undoubtedly the strongest. Beside him, the blue-skinned Dr. Mu chuckled. 17. Locate them and eliminate him. Dr. Gero commanded a young man in a beige trench coat. Simple. Whoosh. The figure vanished in an instant, explosions echoing along the way. They found the first 17. It appears they have not yet fused, indicating that the battle has only just begun. Li Feng recalled the storyline and realized this was merely the inception of the Super 17 saga, stealthily gauging 17's combat power for trillion. What the heck? What manner of monster is this? Li Feng's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. A combat power of 40 trillion. And this is just an individual. How powerful would he become upon fusion? The thought was too daunting to comprehend. System, are you serious? I'm expected to take down Super 17 alone? It would be a miracle if I survive his onslaught. Li Feng inquired of the system. There is no stipulation requiring you to eliminate him independently, the system replied, exasperated. Oh, that seems to imply I can merely assist the protagonist this time? Li Feng began to feel more at ease. Before crossing over, I, Li Feng, shall confront formidable foes and transcend my limits amidst death. After crossing over, system, dear father, save me. Goku, I'm counting on you this time. I'll be right behind you cheering. System boom, boom, boom. Various resurrected villains unleashed energy blasts, shattering structures left and right. How infuriating. Where on earth are these people coming from? At that moment, a young man with purple hair expressed his fury. Trunks, let us join forces to stop them. A young man in a t-shirt responded. It's time. Goten. All right. The two charged toward the overwhelming army. Whoosh, whoosh. A whirlwind coalesced around them, instantly transforming them into silver projectiles that scattered the Dark Legion ahead. Although adult Goten and Trunks were not particularly keen on training, their strength was still far superior to that of ordinary minions. Humph, is this the enemy that my father once fought? Truly weak. Goten began to feel a sense of pride. After all, we are still quite strong. Trunks also started to boast. Humph, Goten and Trunks, are they? At that moment, an abrupt voice echoed from behind them. What? Bang, bang. Before they could react, a heavy blow struck them from behind, sending their figures crashing through the dilapidated building. A man clad in black with a red scarf sneered. It is another Android 17. Coughing, Trunks pushed aside the rubble that had buried him. Isn't that Android 17? I recall Annie 18 mentioning that he has a twin brother. Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. Didn't he become a zookeeper? Why is he wreaking havoc in the city? Goten also shook off the surrounding debris, bewildered. Kill. Unfortunately, the once benevolent Android 17 had been entirely corrupted by Dr. Gero and his ilk, transformed into a ruthless machine of slaughter. In a whirlwind, Android 17 teleported before them, delivering 2 punches that sent them flying. Ah, cough. Goten and Trunks didn't even have time to transform into Super Saiyans before being brutally pummeled in midair, crashing to the ground and creating 2 deep, human-shaped craters. Boom, boom. Their forms lay motionless, their fates uncertain. Chapter 108, Android 17. Goten, Trunks. At that moment, a figure surged forward, enveloped in a white whirlwind. It was Son Gohan from this world. Android 17, why? Didn't you say you would return to nature? Why are you here causing destruction? Humph, Son Gohan, Doctor. Gero was right. I and my counterpart are the ultimate beings. We are born solely for slaughter. Android 17 revealed a chilling smile. Bastard. Boom. Gohan removed his glasses, instantly entering battle mode, a golden aura erupting from him, a terrifying presence reverberating through the air as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Bang. The clash between Android 17 and Gohan unleashed a surge of energy, obliterating everything in their vicinity. Feng concealed his presence, observing the battle from the sidelines. He had previously used the system's combat detector to gauge the fighters' power levels. Goten, 20 billion in base form. Trunks, 25 billion in base form. Gohan, 35 billion in base form, 350 trillion, Super Saiyan 2. Android, 1740 trillion. It was uncertain whether Gohan could not transform into a mysterious form or if he simply hadn't fought in too long. Currently, Gohan was engaged in an intense battle with Android 17, solely in his Super Saiyan 2 state. Swish, 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 swish. Their figures flickered, moving at high speed through the air. Each intersection of their forms was accompanied by thunderous booms and shock waves. Boom. After several hundred exchanges, Gohan found himself slightly at a disadvantage. His speed lagged, and Android 17 seized the opportunity, swiftly grasping his ankle and dragging him through the building. Ah! Gohan cried out in anguish. The years without combat had dulled his reflexes. Boom. With a resounding crash, he was buried deep beneath the earth, several meters down. No. Father. A girl with a yellow headband and dressed in a red shirt flew over, her face etched with sorrow. Xiaofeng, I'm fine. Quickly, get away from here. Upon hearing his daughter's cries, Gohan, previously in a daze, suddenly surged with renewed vigor, erupting from the ground. Father. Seeing Gohan's battered body, Xiaofeng's tears streamed down her cheeks. Listen to me. Gohan spoke sternly to Xiaofeng. She wanted to approach, but had never witnessed her father so serious. So she reluctantly obeyed his command and quietly withdrew. Humph, all Saiyans must perish. A glint of red light flickered in Android 17's eyes as he conjured a purple energy wave, unleashing a relentless barrage. This is bad. Xiaofeng. As she flew backward, Gohan's heart sank at the sight of her being targeted by the dense array of energy spheres. He dashed forward, enveloping her in his arms. The energy blasts from Android 17 were terrifying. Even a slight hit could spell doom for Xiaofeng. Boom, boom, boom. The artillery mercilessly rained down upon Gohan. In an instant, a cacophony of explosions erupted. As the dust settled, Gohan remained resolutely shielding Xiaofeng, ensuring she sustained no harm, while he himself was left battered and bruised. His body a gruesome sight. Gohan's golden hair flickered, reverting to black. He could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan form and fell helplessly from the air. Humph, die. The cruel Android 17 launched a black energy sphere at the 2 descending figures. Boom. In an instant, a white energy blast intercepted 17's attack. A diminutive figure clad in a blue martial arts uniform appeared, gently cradling both of them and placing them in a safe spot. Oh, Son Goku, you actually escaped from hell? Android 17 sneered. Regardless of your reasons, Harming my family is absolutely unforgivable. Goku roared, his aura erupting forth as golden flames and energy soared skyward. He transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Boom. A terrifying presence enveloped the arena, the air quaked, and the earth lamented. This was Goku. His battle power surged to an astonishing 50 trillion. Zing. The rapid movement ignited the air, crackling with electricity. Boom. Like a cataclysmic force, his fist struck Android 17's face, producing a thunderous sound. Now it was Android 17 who was sent reeling backward. Boom. He crashed to the ground like a projectile, creating a deafening noise. Android 17's power level is actually rising. Feng checked with his battle device and discovered that Android 17's strength had increased. System, do you know what is happening? The modified Hell Android 17 and the earthly Android 17 have merged, capable of withstanding attacks several times greater than their own. Their bodies possess the remarkable ability to convert any inflicted harm into their own energy, as long as it does not exceed their energy threshold. Moreover, when one party absorbs energy, the other also becomes equally empowered, as the system elucidated. Ah, how astonishing, Feng mused, pondering how this could surpass even his own enhancements. However, it was perplexing. The absorption of energy by number 17 should only be effective against energy attacks, yet did physical strikes also yield results? As he contemplated this, he suddenly turned to observe another location radiating an immense aura. It was another number 17, enduring a beating. Swiftly, Feng activated his instantaneous movement. Tap, 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 tap. As expected, it was indeed the quintessential princely combat style. Vegeta was relentlessly bombarding the other number 17. Damn it, what technique did you just employ? A breathless, golden-haired man in a tank top shouted, realizing that his fierce onslaught had not only failed to incapacitate number 17, but had instead empowered him further. Ho ho ho, thank you for your energy, Vegeta. The number 17 clad in beige sneered. Indeed, Vegeta had just unleashed his old trick, the princely combat style. Expending his energy while bombarding number 17 with his ki blasts, inadvertently providing him with energy. You're going to pay for this. With a swift motion, a deadly yellow whirlwind appeared behind Vegeta. His pupils dilated in alarm as he attempted to block the attack. However, despite his mind's readiness, his body could not respond due to the exhaustion from his previous exertion. Bang! A bone-chilling impact resounded. Vegeta's spine shattered as he was forcefully slammed into the ground. Reverting from his Super Saiyan state, barely clinging to life. Die! Number 17 unleashed a fatal onslaught upon the fallen Vegeta. Boom! A purple energy sphere created a massive crater in the earth. Number 17 raised an eyebrow slightly, then cast his gaze toward the distant figure. In a moment of dire urgency, Feng intervened, teleporting to Vegeta's side and whisking him away. It seemed that the plan of survival until the end had been thwarted. A direct confrontation was inevitable. Chapter 109. Goku and Vegeta's fierce battle against number 17. Feng first employed a healing beam to mend Vegeta's wounds. It is well known that Saiyans are notoriously resilient, only succumbing to piercing heart wounds or complete annihilation. Zzz. The gentle white healing light enveloped Vegeta, aiding in his recovery. He felt an immediate release throughout his body, as the fractured bones in his back seamlessly reconnected, allowing him to rise to his feet once more. How curious. Why do I feel revitalized? Upon seeing Feng, panting as he channeled the healing light, Vegeta realized he was the one who had saved him. Damn it. This infernal healing light drained the majority of my energy. Feng was unaware that the energy required for healing was contingent upon the original energy of the injured party. Thank you for your healing. But you must leave this place quickly. It is exceedingly perilous here. Vegeta expressed his gratitude to Feng before confronting Android 17 once more. Oh, a rare healer among us. Android 17 sneered at Feng. Humph, you wretched android. Do not dare lay a finger on the innocent. Vegeta stood resolutely before Feng, fiercely protecting his benefactor. In Vegeta's life, aside from Goku and his son, no one had ever risked their life to save him, stirring profound emotion within him. Though now in the throes of middle age, tears welled in his eyes, as he realized for the first time that he had someone to protect beyond Bulma. Trunks. Feng. Please don't misconstrue this, Vegeta. Yet, before Feng could finish his thought, Vegeta charged at Android 17, initiating the second round of battle. Very well, I shall remain cautious and tend to others. Feng continued to navigate the battlefield, seeking the families of the other main characters. Boom. Bang. Both Goku and Vegeta unleashed their full power. This was no ordinary fight. It was a battle for their families, a struggle to protect others, and thus they fought with unparalleled fervor. Their battle strength inherently surpassed that of the two Android 17s, and now, armed with knowledge of 17's techniques, they refrained from energy attacks, opting instead for physical blows to subdue him. Thank goodness for the ample supply of senzu beans. Feng consumed a senzu bean to restore his stamina, then proceeded to heal Gohan, Goten, Xiaofeng, Trunks, and the others with his healing rays. Cough, cough, cough. The group began to awaken, their consciousness slowly returning. Was it you who saved me? Gohan inquired upon noticing Li Feng before him. Indeed, these are Senzu beans. Use them sparingly. Li Feng casually tossed several bags of Senzu beans their way. As they opened the bags, astonishment washed over them. Good heavens, how many are there? Xiao Feng gasped at the weighty contents. Who are you? How did you come by such an abundance of Senzu beans? Gohan expressed his gratitude and promptly posed his questions. I hail from another universe, here to assist you in overcoming this crisis. Li Feng briefly recounted his origins, omitting the most crucial details. I see. Thank you so much for your help, Li Feng. Gohan earnestly thanked him, acknowledging that without the Senzu beans, they might have perished. No worries. Xiao Feng, you should evacuate the innocent, Goten and Trunks, protect Xiao Feng and eliminate the other minions. Gohan, you and I will confront the stronger foes first. Li Feng gathered everyone and laid out his plan. Can you handle this? They are quite formidable. Xiao Feng expressed her doubts. Xiao Feng, listen to Mr. Li Feng. Gohan, the eldest, promptly reprimanded her. Both of you heed Mr. Li Feng's orders. This is a critical time. There is no room for jest. He then spoke sternly to Goten and Trunks. Gohan understood that although Li Feng concealed his aura, he possessed an immense power within, rendering him incapable of causing harm, especially given the life-saving debt they owed him. Thus, he strictly adhered to Li Feng's counsel. Mr. Li Feng, we shall take our leave. Gohan and Trunks addressed the two. Very well. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Each individual soared in different directions. By the way, Mr. Li Feng, do we exist in your world as well? Gohan inquired during their flight, sensing that Li Feng seemed to know them quite well. Just call me Li Feng, no need for formality. In my world, I am also good friends with you all. He then briefly recounted the events of his universe. However, their speed remained unyielding as they pierced through the Dark Legion, triggering a series of explosions. The duo possessed immense combat power, effortlessly dispatching formidable foes such as Bojack and Cooler with a single strike, sweeping the battlefield clean. Boom, boom, boom. Their white auras surged skyward, reminiscent of two nuclear bombs, as their energy erupted throughout the area. Li Feng, you are remarkably strong. From what you've said, your timeline has yet to reach the Majin Buu era, correct? Gohan continued to converse amidst the chaos. Yet, it was still insufficient. More formidable adversaries loomed ahead. The battlefield is nearly cleared. Let us advance to the main front. Agreed. The two accelerated towards the battlefield of Goku and Vegeta. Bang. Boom. The combat on both sides involving Goku and Vegeta was exceptionally fierce. Although their initial fury had temporarily elevated their combat prowess, allowing them to suppress their foes. As time wore on, the infinite energy of Android 17 began to take effect, gradually depleting the Saiyan stamina, causing them to fall into a disadvantageous position. Yeah. Vegeta and Goku unleashed their energy, golden and blue arcs intertwining, as terrifying power surged forth with each punch. Boom, boom. The two mighty fists struck Android 17 simultaneously. The black and yellow versions of Android 17 were sent flying from opposite directions, hurtling towards each other as they converged. The two battlefields transformed into one. Just as the two Android 17s were about to collide, a dark red energy enveloped them, intertwining around their forms and gradually slowing their descent. You are me, and I am you, we shall become one. You are me, and I am you, we shall become one. The eyes of the approaching Android 17s glowed crimson, uttering the same words in unison. Kakarot, what on earth is happening? Vegeta queried as he flew over to Goku. I'm unsure, but I have a foreboding feeling. Goku replied, clenching his fists, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Upon completing their incantation, the two Android 17s stood parallel, slowly intertwining and rotating, generating a colossal vortex. Boom. Ultimately, the two figures merged into one, unleashing a terrifying energy. The two Android 17s had fused into a Super Android 17. Chapter 110, Super Android 17. The two Android 17s had merged into a single entity. Boom. A world-ending aura descended upon the battlefield. The man, now merged, stood at an imposing height of 2.5 meters, robust and formidable, with dark hair swept back and a sinister yet cold smile adorning his face. A red scarf adorned his neck, while his bulging muscles were encased in blue leather armor. This was the result of the fusion of two number 17 entities, Super number 17. The figure before them emanated a chilling grin. Son Goku, Vegeta, behold. I am the epitome of perfection, the artificial being known as Super number 17. He laughed maniacally, his arrogance palpable. The onlookers held their breath. Despite his seemingly deranged and haughty demeanor, the power radiating from him sent shivers down their spines. TCH, what nonsense is this Super number 17? You shall perish. Vegeta snarled. His teeth clenched as he erupted in fury, transforming into golden lightning and charging towards Super number 17. Wait, Vegeta, Goku shouted, attempting to intervene, but it was too late. The prince had already launched himself into the fray. Super number 17 smirked, effortlessly catching Vegeta's fist with his left hand. What? The Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta was astounded to see his formidable strike dissipate into nothingness. Impossible, he exclaimed. With a swift motion, Vegeta retracted his right hand and unleashed a barrage of punches. Yet, irrespective of the angle or force he employed, his efforts were met with the same nonchalance. As Super number 17 casually absorbed each blow, leaving Vegeta's fists aching from the recoil. Humph, is that all you've got, Vegeta? Super number 17 scoffed, having merely been gauging the extent of his newfound power. As he had surmised, the current Vegeta was no match for him. With a triumphant roar, he tightened his grip, akin to a vice, seizing Vegeta's hands. Ah! Vegeta bellowed, as the clash of golden and blue lightning erupted, the power of Super Saiyan 2 surging forth. Yet he remained trapped. How can this be? He gasped, horrified that he had once been able to dominate number 17, only to now find himself powerless against an opponent transformed into a seemingly insurmountable force. However, Super number 17 did not relent in his assault. Utilizing his height advantage, he delivered a brutal kick to Vegeta's abdomen. Pooh! Vegeta felt his insides churn violently, as if his very organs had been displaced, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. In agony, he struggled to escape, but his hands remained ensnared, his bones protesting against the punishing grip. Pathetic! Super number 17 taunted, increasing the ferocity and frequency of his kicks. Bang! 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 Each strike rained down upon Vegeta's abdomen like a relentless pile driver, causing rivers of blood to flow. Stop! Just then, a powerful gust of wind surged from behind, accompanied by a commanding shout that made Super number 17 aware of the impending threat. Seizing Vegeta by the arms, he hurled him backward as if discarding refuse. Bang! Goku acted as a cushion, bearing the weight of Vegeta's heavy body as they both tumbled back, stirring up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, cough. Vegeta, what has happened to you? As Goku rose, a wave of concern washed over him. Uft, I'm fine, Kakarot. You must defeat that scoundrel. Vegeta, struggling to maintain consciousness, uttered his final words before succumbing to his grievous injuries, his hair reverting to its natural black. Goku gently laid Vegeta down, his bangs cascading over his eyes, obscuring his expression, yet his clenched fists betrayed the fury raging within him. In that moment, Trunks, Goten, and Pan arrived, witnessing the scene before them. Silently, they shouldered Vegeta and departed without uttering a word. They understood that while Goku often exuded cheerfulness, his wrath was a force to be reckoned with. Once only two figures remained on the battlefield, Goku lifted his gaze, his eyes ablaze with fury as he fixed his stare upon Super 17. The pain inflicted upon family, friends, and innocent souls by this despicable foe was utterly unforgivable. Huh! Goku roared, his voice echoing as the ground beneath him fractured like a spider's web under the surging power emanating from him. A golden aura exploded forth, a terrifying energy erupting like a volcanic blast. The air ignited with scorching energy, generating blue arcs of electricity through violent friction, flames erupting upwards, expanding outward with astonishing heat and intensity. Little Goku underwent a dramatic transformation. His eyebrows vanished, his cheekbones rose, and his demeanor turned cold and ruthless. His previously upright golden hair lengthened, cascading down to his thighs, muscles bulging as he unleashed his latent energy. Goku had ascended to Super Saiyan 3. His battle power soared to an astounding 20 million. In an instant, his figure vanished, reappearing before Super 17 as if by teleportation, delivering a powerful punch. A thunderous impact resonated as Super 17 staggered backward. Seizing the moment, Goku continued his relentless assault. Boom, 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 boom. Just like Vegeta, he unleashed a flurry of ordinary punches. With one final strike, Goku aimed for Super 17's abdomen. Although Super 17 bent over from the blows, he let out a chilling laugh. Goku's eyes widened in disbelief. He was acutely aware of the tremendous power he had just unleashed, having struck his opponent squarely. How could he still be laughing? Before Goku could process this, Super 17 retaliated, kicking him away. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Goku curled his legs in midair, flipping several times before regaining his stance at a distance. Humph, Son Goku, is this truly your strength? Super 17 brushed his hair back, leaving only a long tuft of bangs at the front. Wiping his mouth, he disdainfully declared, such feeble attacks are utterly ineffectual. Curse it. Goku gritted his teeth, teleporting once more to launch another strike at Super 17. However, the opponent had feigned weakness at the outset to gauge his own strength. This time, Super 17 did not recklessly endure Goku's punches but, akin to Vegeta, chose to block with both hands, facing the onslaught with composure. Goku unleashed the iconic Saiyan battle cry, his iron fists enveloped in golden flames and extraordinary power, striking towards Super 17, yet each blow was deftly deflected, proving futile. Chapter 111, Goku's Super Saiyan 4. Goku roared again, his fists blazing with golden flames and unmatched strength, but still, they were blocked one after another, yielding no results. Super 17, well acquainted with Goku's attacks, let out a cold snort and, in an instant, appeared behind him, delivering a crushing elbow strike to his back. Wham! Goku's back felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer, his movements freezing abruptly as he spat out a mouthful of bitter fluid. Bam! Seizing the advantage, Super 17 relentlessly swung his arms, launching a series of razor-sharp attacks, coiling around Goku like a venomous serpent, targeting his weak points, including his back and thighs. Ultimately, Super 17 delivered a powerful kick, sending Goku flying, before dismantling his left palm. Die! Boom! 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 A flurry of small, yellow energy blasts erupted from Super 17's left-hand cannon, raining down upon Goku like a fiery Gatling gun, mercilessly engulfing him in energy. Goku was instantly stunned, letting out a scream of agony. No, Grandpa! Little Feng, tears streaming down her face, watched her beloved grandfather being consumed by the barrage, yearning to rush forward. Stay calm. Little Feng, charging in would only lead to our demise, Goten urged, restraining her from this reckless act. Moreover, Dada's energy has not diminished. He still possesses another transformation. He will surely defeat Super 17. Goten reassured her. Indeed, Grandpa will ultimately prevail. Little Feng wiped her tears, clasping her hands in prayer. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the onslaught of Gatling fire finally ceased. Goku was engulfed by the ferocious firestorm, crashing to the ground, leaving various impact craters in its wake. A thick mist swirling with dust rising. Son Goku, is this how it ends? I shall ensure your family reunites with you in hell. Super 17 cackled maniacally. Fully aware that he was now invincible, no one could thwart him. Indeed, even the once prattling Dr. Mew and Dr. Gero had fallen before him effortlessly. As the smoke cleared, a figure still stood tall. You are a formidable opponent, but I assure you, I will not let you go. Goku glared at Super 17 with a fury that was genuine this time. With your current state? Super 17 scoffed at Goku's appearance, his clothes tattered, his body marred with wounds, and breath coming in gasps. Boom. With a furious roar, golden energy surged upward, Goku's aura exploding forth, his combat power swelling once more. What is this? Feng, who had been tending to the others, was instantly drawn to this powerful aura. Could this be Goku's most esteemed transformation? The state he had longed to witness with his own eyes. Feng widened his eyes, intently observing Goku's current form. Goku's roar resonated continuously, as if it were a manifestation of the fury that resided within him. Thunderous sounds echoed as the mountainsides crumbled, rocks shattered, and the ground trembled violently, creating deep chasms. A powerful cyclone swirled around Goku, giving rise to formidable hurricanes. His aura surged dramatically, his battle power skyrocketing. At last, with a fierce bellow akin to a ferocious tiger breaking free, Goku unleashed a cataclysmic explosion of golden and crimson energy. The overwhelming presence enveloped the arena, rendering onlookers breathless. As the smoke dissipated, Goku's form re-emerged, transformed significantly. He transitioned from a child's physique to that of an adult, his body cloaked in vibrant red fur, showcasing exaggerated pectoral and abdominal muscles, his stature becoming more imposing and robust. The once golden locks had vanished, reverting to disheveled black hair, cascading over his shoulders. His irises shimmering gold, framed by a striking red hue. Most remarkable was the red tail that swayed behind him, resembling a humanoid ape. At this moment, Goku's Super Saiyan 4 battle power soared to an astounding 1 trillion. This was the Super Saiyan 4 of Universe 1807. The enhancement post-transformation was 50 times that of Super Saiyan 3. Feng, astounded by his battle monitor's readings, realized that the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 was a pure embodiment of power, distinct from that of Super Saiyan God. A torrent of energy surged forth, causing those nearby to tremble in awe. It was overwhelmingly potent. I must learn this transformation. Feng clenched his fists, fervently shouting within his heart. In a flash, Goku moved at breakneck speed to confront Super 17, seemingly delivering a casual punch. Boom. Super 17 was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing through several buildings before embedding himself into a massive rock. Goku's velocity was so extraordinary that the wind generated by his swift movement carved a deep trench in the ground. In another instant, a crimson flash signaled Goku's reappearance before Super 17, unleashing a powerful kick that sent him soaring into the air. What followed was a rapid series of strikes. To the spectators, it appeared as though a black punching bag was soaring through the air, each flash of red accompanied by thunderous explosions, followed by a relentless barrage of attacks that reverberated through the atmosphere, sending waves of energy that instilled a chilling fear in all. Grandpa, how incredible! Xiao Feng exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Kakarot. Vegeta, no longer the impulsive youth he once was, internally acknowledged Goku's supremacy, despite his outward denial. At last, Goku brought his fists together and delivered a devastating blow that slammed his opponent into the ground. Boom. Like a cannonball striking earth, the unfortunate ground was once again shattered, forming a massive crater that echoed with anguish. Goku's eyes sharpened as he swiftly fashioned a Kamehameha, aiming it at Super 17. Wait, no, Li Feng gasped, realizing that Goku was unaware that Super 17 could also absorb energy. Boom, 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 boom. However, Li Feng's warning came too late. This time, it was Goku's energy sphere that transformed into a Gatling gun, with yellow flames wreaking havoc upon the earth, creating a significant depression in the ground. Unfortunately, amidst the deafening roar, Li Feng's voice failed to reach Goku, and the energy sphere struck Super 17 with great force, which absorbed it with glee. In a flash, Li Feng had to teleport beside Goku. Goku, consumed by rage, mistook Li Feng's sudden appearance for that of an enemy and promptly unleashed his energy sphere upon the unfamiliar figure. Boom. Li Feng took a direct hit from Goku's energy blast. Goodness, that truly hurt. Fortunately, he had prepared for such an eventuality, utilizing his energy absorption technique to mitigate most of the damage. However, a small portion of the energy overflowed, impacting him directly and sending him flying. Nonetheless, Li Feng's physique proved sufficiently robust. He was accustomed to taking hits and suffered no serious injuries. Chapter 112, Son Goku's Mishap. However, Li Feng's body was indeed strong enough to withstand the blow, and he was accustomed to enduring punishment without any significant consequences. Oh, it seems I have grown a bit stronger? Li Feng assessed his combat power, 20.01 billion. Remarkable, he had absorbed a full billion in energy. This was accomplished even with much of the energy remaining unabsorbed. Li Feng rejoiced. It was time to rapidly enhance his combat prowess. Ah, my apologies. Are you alright? Goku, upon realizing he had accidentally harmed someone, immediately ceased his attack, his demeanor returning to normal. Ahem, I am fine. Please do not continue targeting Super 17 with your energy blasts. Aim them at me instead. I can withstand them. At that moment, Vegeta and Gohan arrived. Father, this is Li Feng. He saved us earlier. He is our benefactor. Humph, Kakarot. Li Feng has already saved me twice. Were you struck senseless just now? In a rare display, Gohan and Vegeta united to admonish Goku, rallying in support of Li Feng. Ahem, I am fine, Goku. Observing the Super Saiyan 4 Goku humbly bowing his head in apology, Li Feng found the scene rather amusing. After this battle, you must teach me how to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Haha, no problem. But why did you stop me from continuing my attack just now? Super 17 retains the original traits of an android. It will absorb your energy attacks. Li Feng explained. Ah, I had forgotten. Goku exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. However, he is still no match for me. With a smile, Goku gazed toward the billowing smoke below. Li Feng scanned Super 17 after it had absorbed the energy, 810 million. An increase of 10 million from its initial state. Indeed, Super 17 can absorb energy. You must resolve this swiftly. Otherwise, he will only grow stronger. Rest assured. You all should leave this place. I will teach him a severe lesson. Goku retained his confident smile. Boom. Once again, a terrifying force erupted from below, dispersing the smoke. And the imposing figure of Super 17 re-emerged. He twisted his neck, emitting a series of creaking sounds, and smiled at the figure above him. Humph, Son Wukong. At your current state, it is impossible for you to defeat me. Enough with the idle chatter, Super 17. I have already discerned your weakness. What weakness? Super 17 retorted. You cannot move while absorbing energy, can you? What? Super 17 gasped in astonishment, realizing that his only vulnerability had been uncovered by Wukong. Veins bulged on his forehead in anger. So you knew from the very beginning that I could absorb energy, and you deliberately launched an energy attack for me to absorb? He felt a profound sense of humiliation. Indeed, Wukong replied, scratching his nose. What? So it was like that? Li Feng, standing nearby, was equally astonished. He had not expected that this universe's Wukong, seemingly brainless and arrogant, possessed such subtlety and a remarkably high combat intelligence. What of it? Super 17, enraged and humiliated, raised both arms to gather energy. Zzz. A black energy sphere began to form in Super 17's hands, a terrifying force being compressed. Yet the energy radiating from it was enough to instill fear. Not a chance. Wukong, aware of the energy wave's potency, charged towards Super 17 to obstruct him. Too late. Super 17 activated a green protective shield, completely blocking Wukong's advance. Boom, boom, boom. Wukong furiously struck the barrier, but it showed no signs of cracking. Whoosh. Super 17 slowly ascended, the energy sphere in his hands growing larger, an ominous dark aura enveloping the arena, akin to a world-ending dragon awakening. Preparing to unleash a fatal blow. This is bad. Wukong had not anticipated that Super 17 would resort to such a formidable move, reminiscent of the typical villain's world-destroying sphere. He too began to gather energy, compelled to respond with the Kamehameha wave. Devil Sphere. Boom. The red-black energy sphere surged towards the earth, imbued with a sense of annihilation. Tenfold Kamehameha. Wukong positioned his hands at his waist, gathering a vibrant red energy sphere. With a fierce shout, the bright crimson Kamehameha shot skyward, colliding directly with the devil's sphere. Boom. The tenfold Kamehameha, brimming with force, sent the devil's sphere hurtling back. Oh no. Li Feng suddenly realized that Wukong had fallen into a trap. Super 17 clearly did not intend to destroy the Earth, but sought to provoke Wukong into launching an energy attack for him to absorb. However, it was too late. As the devil's sphere shattered, the tenfold Kamehameha surged forward, striking Super 17 squarely in the chest, where he had opened his arms to absorb the energy. Not good. Wukong, having easily shattered Super 17's energy sphere, instantly recognized his miscalculation and halted his attack. Yet, the wave he had already unleashed could not be retracted, inadvertently delivering a grand gift to his opponent. Ha ha ha. A surge of crimson, fervent energy coursed through Super 17, prompting him to erupt in laughter. His injuries gradually faded, his aura rapidly escalating, and his muscles swelling. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your energy, Son Wukong. Super Android 17 erupted into raucous laughter, his power now eclipsing Goku's, reaching an astounding 1,050 trillion. Meanwhile, Goku, having exhausted considerable stamina, had dwindled to 800 trillion. In this moment, Goku was no match for Super Android 17. I'll send you straight to hell. With blinding speed akin to instantaneous movement, Super Android 17 appeared before Goku, landing a fierce elbow strike to his abdomen. Goku doubled over, his stomach churning violently, contorting his body into a shrimp-like shape. Seizing the moment, Super Android 17 unleashed a flurry of uppercuts that sent Goku soaring, relentlessly pummeling him midair. The air reverberated with bone-shaking impacts, culminating in a resounding crash as Goku crashed back to the ground. Yet this time, he did not rise again. His once mighty form reverted to that of a child, his Super Saiyan 4 state dissipating. Li Feng instantly teleported to Goku's side, initiating his healing process. After all, Saiyans had a penchant for recklessness, often leading to dire consequences. What wretched insect is this? Super Android 17 mused, raising an eyebrow, though he had never encountered this newcomer. The very presence of Li Feng seemed to rejuvenate the dying around him. He could not be allowed to remain. With that thought, he detached his left arm once more, preparing to unleash energy beams. Is this truly my fortune? Li Feng exclaimed with uncontainable joy, contemplating how he might deceive Super Android 17 into expending his energy. Only for the tables to turn. He immediately adopted a fade of noble sacrifice, shielding Goku with his body and proclaiming, "You may kill me, but I shall never allow my friend to perish." Chapter 113. Li Feng takes the stage. Super Saiyan 2 at full power. You may kill me, but I shall never allow my friend to perish. Li Feng's expression radiated righteousness, yet his heart yearned for Super Android 17 strikes to intensify. Unaware of your impending doom. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The yellow energy beams erupted forth once more, reminiscent of a fiery Gatling gun. Li Feng utilized a spatial shield to protect the fallen Goku. Otherwise, he might have met his end. However, he activated his energy absorption technique, ravenously consuming Super Android 17's energy spheres. 200, 5 billion, 200, 6 billion. Unlike Goku's energy waves after transforming into Super Saiyan 4, Super Android 17's projectiles were comparatively gentle, allowing for complete absorption, and his power surged dramatically. Although the initial strikes stung, they were soon replaced by a euphoric sensation. The tumultuous energy, transformed through the energy conversion technique, flowed like warm currents throughout his body, ultimately returning to his heart. His cells became more vibrant, rejoicing at the influx of new energy. His muscle density increased, harboring astonishing strength. Li Feng internally shouted, "Do not cease. Accelerate. Intensify." Yet his voice betrayed him, releasing a heart-wrenching scream. From a distance, his comrades gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Damn it, we must join in. Vegeta, unable to contain his impatience, erupted in fury. Wait, Uncle Vegeta. Did Li Feng not just say to wait for an opportunity? Moreover, his aura seemed to remain unchanged. However, Gohan intervened. Is this truly the case? Vegeta, concerned for his benefactor, realized at last that Li Feng was no ordinary individual. What kind of person could endure the relentless assaults from Super 17? Screaming for so long without any decline in their aura? How impressive! Brother Li Feng, shouted Xiao Fang with excitement. In her eyes, the dashing Li Feng not only saved their family, but also bravely fought against the terrifying enemy, leaving her deeply moved. System, Li Feng, be a person. Li Feng, alas. My charm is simply too great. After exchanging blows for a while, Super 17 sensed something amiss. Ceasing his attack and fixating his gaze on the hazy figure amidst the thick smoke. What is the matter with that young man? By all reasoning, my fierce onslaught should have eliminated him in an instant. Why does he merely scream without any reduction in his aura, and instead, it seems to be increasing? He could never fathom that Li Feng possessed energy absorption techniques that were superior to his own. Li Feng's absorption could occur simply upon being struck by energy, without the need for any specific posture. Where did it go? Li Feng realized the exhilarating sensation had ceased, leaving him yearning for more, suddenly feeling rather dull. He stretched his stiff body, producing creaking sounds, then assessed his current combat power, 22 billion. That's rather mediocre. Only a tenth of my power has increased. It seems I underestimated you. However, even so, you remain no match for me, Super 17 said narcissistically, brushing back his bangs with both hands. Then let us see. Li Feng felt it was time to reignite the Saiyan spirit for battle. Boom. Like a volcanic eruption, a white aura surged skyward, piercing the clouds, scattering them as Li Feng's energy escalated. What? His power is astonishingly strong. Vegeta was taken aback upon witnessing Li Feng's surge of energy, realizing it far exceeded his own typical limits. Did that mean he had no reason to worry about him from the outset? Was his earlier behavior akin to that of a jester? Yet, this power still fell short. Goten, sweating coldly, acknowledged Li Feng's strength with astonishment. But it paled in comparison to Goku's Super Saiyan 4. As Li Feng's aura reached its utmost limit, he let out another roar, unleashing every ounce of his strength. Rustle, 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 rustle. The furious winds howled, golden flames erupted outward, the searing energy scorched the surrounding air, generating blue arcs of electricity. The ground, once more, buckled under Li Feng's explosive energy, forming spiderweb-like cracks that radiated outward, while the earth trembled beneath him. At this moment, Li Feng's combat power had surpassed that of Goten's Super Saiyan 3. What? Li Feng can also transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta's eyes widened in shock, his jaw dropping in disbelief. He could never have imagined that this individual's strength would surpass his own. What an overwhelming aura. Goten too was astonished by Li Feng's presence. In his perspective, apart from his father, no Saiyan could be deemed a worthy opponent. Li Feng, brother, do your best, Xiao Feng exclaimed enthusiastically, witnessing Li Feng's newfound strength. Another Super Saiyan? Super 17 was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly assessed that this energy was far beneath his own. Sneering, such energy pales in comparison to that of Goku just moments ago. Li Feng continued to roar, fully aware that his current strength was still insufficient to rival Super 17, compelling him to unleash his full power. With one final, resounding roar, Li Feng's entire being erupted in a more dazzling golden light, resembling a miniature sun that nearly blinded the entire arena. What is happening? Trunks shielded his eyes, feeling as though he were momentarily engulfed by the sun, nearly melted by its searing heat. Li Feng's power was staggering. Perhaps he could indeed confront that fearsome android. Gohan squinted, sensing this overwhelming surge of energy. Crackle, crackle. Following the golden radiance, the yellow vortex continued to blaze outward fervently, but the previously expansive flames rapidly contracted, now merely enveloping his body's surface, concentrating the energy further. Indeed, this was Li Feng's Super Saiyan 2 full power. Through his prior training, he had perfectly mastered the optimal state of Super Saiyan 2. The energy explosion was now contained around his body, eliminating any waste of excess energy. At this moment, his Super 2 full power multiplier was 5 times that of a standard Super 2. His combat power now reached an astounding 110 trillion. Although he remained distant from Super 17's combat prowess, this was the most formidable state he could currently achieve, and he was eager to test his might. With a swift movement, Li Feng's foot struck the ground, leaving an imprint, and he transformed into a streak of golden lightning, darting straight towards Super 17. The latter immediately reacted, preparing to confront Li Feng's punch. Boom. Their fists collided, generating a thunderous explosion. Chapter 114, Toying with Super 17. Boom. The clash of fists unleashed a violent shockwave, reverberating through the air and shattering nearby boulders. Buzz. Li Feng felt an overwhelming force surge through his right arm, rendering it numb, and he was instantaneously sent flying backward. In a direct confrontation, he was no match for Super 17. Haha. Super 17 revealed a chilling smile. The grand display upon transforming amounted to little more than this. However, he did not relent, instead pursuing the flying figure with relentless speed. Li Feng's instinct for danger was exceedingly sharp. Every hair on his body stood on end as he sensed a lethal threat imminent. Dare to pursue? Crackle. He immediately activated his spatial traversal skill, opening a portal behind him and swiftly passing through, promptly closing the door behind him. Boom. Super 17, unable to halt his momentum, crashed through the original mountain, causing massive boulders to collapse and the earth to tremble. What had just transpired? What was that door? Super Android 17 soared once more into the sky, searching for Li Feng's energy signature. Within his database, there was no record of anyone utilizing spatial techniques to execute such an attack. A faint sound of wind whistled behind Super Android 17, Instinctively, he reacted by unleashing an energy sphere backward. However, the anticipated sound of impact did not resonate. Instead, the energy sphere vanished into thin air. What could this mean? Super Android 17 turned around, only to find an absence of any disturbances. Coward, show yourself, he bellowed, expressing his ire at Li Feng's stealthy tactics. Suddenly, multiple small spatial portals materialized around him. Humph, you think you can attack with this? Such naivety. Dismissing the portals with disdain, Super Android 17 swiftly gathered energy and unleashed a barrage of energy beams into the nearby portals. In his mind, the interconnectedness of the portals meant that Li Feng would undoubtedly face the brunt of his formidable assault. There was no chance of survival under his overwhelming firepower. Boom, 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 boom. Indeed, Super Android 17 witnessed distant peaks collapse and heard the explosive sounds of his energy blasts. Ha ha ha, you foolish creature. Have you been consumed by your own attack? Seeing his onslaught take effect, Super Android 17 laughed maniacally, intensifying the output of energy beams in his hands. The cacophony of artillery sent shivers down spines. The mountain where Li Feng stood was rapidly reduced to rubble, yet the energy continued to bombard with ferocious intensity, spitting flames like a Gatling gun. Strange. Why hasn't Li Feng closed the portals he created? Although he sensed the ferocity of Super Android 17's assault, Gohan, aware of Li Feng's capabilities, did not believe that such an attack could defeat him. Indeed, Super Android 17's strikes originated from the portals, not directly impacting Li Feng himself. Goten also expressed confusion. Li Feng must be scheming something. Vegito wore a puzzled expression. Although Li Feng had become significantly stronger, he was still no match for Super Android 17. Why endure such punishment? Once more, dust and smoke billowed. The laws of invulnerability in the Dragon Ball universe remained unbroken. In the crater, Li Feng stood resolute, his shirt shredded once again, yet he bore minimal injuries. Could it be? At that moment, Super Android 17 suddenly grasped a startling possibility, shock coursing through him. You scoundrel! You can absorb energy too? He shouted in horror. What? Such a thing exists? The onlookers in the distance were equally astonished. Isn't Li Feng a Saiyan? How could he possess such a technique? Coughing, as the thick smoke dispersed, Li Feng ascended slowly, a smile gracing his lips. Just now, he had siphoned a substantial amount of energy from Super Android 17. His battle power had now reached 200 trillion. Although he still fell short of Super Android 17's strength, the gap had noticeably narrowed. Humph, so it's merely about energy absorption, is it? Why should I lack the skills that you artificial beings possess? Li Feng challenged, arms crossed defiantly. Go to hell. Super Android 17, seething with rage, stomped the ground and darted towards Li Feng like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, Li Feng vanished, employing his instantaneous movement to open multiple spatial gateways. Attempting that trick again? Humph, let us see how you... Suddenly, Super Android 17 was met with a punch out of nowhere, striking him squarely in the face. Damn it, show yourself. With a roar, Super Android 17 unleashed his fury, the dark red energy effortlessly tearing the spatial portals to shreds. Another rush of air filled the space as he, wary of Li Feng's tactics, refrained from utilizing energy blasts this time, opting instead for a sweeping roundhouse kick. However, this was merely a feint, a simple yellow energy sphere intended to distract. Annihilation Fist. Li Feng had been gathering his strength, awaiting the moment of vulnerability. As Super Android 17 was drawn in by the ordinary energy sphere, Li Feng reactivated his spatial abilities, appearing behind him, his fist coalescing with the power of spatial rending. Li Feng delivered a devastating blow to Super Android 17's head, a critical strike. The Annihilation Fist, infused with the incredible aura of a Super Saiyan 3 and the force of spatial destruction, would obliterate any physical defense. Feeling the looming threat behind him, Super Android 17 instinctively shifted his body, with a sound reminiscent of butter being sliced. The Annihilation Fist tore through Super Android 17's left hand and the space surrounding it. Gah! He cried out in agony, reflexively delivering a powerful kick to Li Feng's chest. Cough! Li Feng's ribs fractured, his chest caved in, and he was sent flying. You bastard! How dare you mar my perfection? Super Android 17, consumed by rage and extreme narcissism, believed himself to be the ultimate being, intolerant of any humiliation. I will tear him apart. Fueled by fury, Super Android 17 surged towards Li Feng, intent on administering a brutal beating. Humph, you deserve this. Li Feng sneered, disappearing once more with his instantaneous movement. You coward, come out. Super Android 17 roared, his dark, apocalyptic energy enveloping the arena once again. Chapter 115, Breathe, breathe, breathe. You coward, show yourself. Super Android 17 bellowed, his overwhelming aura saturating the battlefield. Although he should have been faster than Li Feng, the latter's ability to traverse space and utilize instantaneous movement rendered him elusive. Super Android 17 found himself unable to land a hit, his energy blasts absorbed, driving him to the brink of madness. Impotent rage, is it? The so-called ultimate artificial being? Is this all you have? Li Feng's mocking voice echoed from every direction, deliberately inciting Super Android 17. In that case, let those around you perish first. Super Android 17 found himself at a loss against Li Feng, turning to fly towards Gohan and the others, who were observing from a distance. With a sudden burst of energy, he closed the gap of several hundred meters in an instant. This is bad. In a flurry, Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks transformed into Super Saiyans, preparing to confront the threat. To their astonishment, Super Android 17, realizing he could not overcome Li Feng, resorted to attacking them in a cowardly attempt to demoralize their spirits. Super Android 17 unleashed a punch aimed squarely at Xiao Feng's face. At that moment, a spatial portal opened beside Li Feng, swallowing his right fist whole. And then another portal appeared next to his face. Boom. This was akin to Super Android 17 striking himself with his own punch. Bang. Such was the ferocity of his own blow that he was sent hurtling towards the mountain peaks. The terrifying force shattered several mountains, ultimately embedding him within a colossal rock. Remarkable. Xiao Feng, trembling with fear, had thought she was doomed, yet was saved by Li Feng's technique, instantly enveloped in a sense of security. To think someone could deliver such a punishing blow to themselves, truly impressive. Li Feng mocked, trying to show off. A perfect android? Absorbing energy to gain an advantage? I am the true powerhouse. System 666. Li Feng, this is our achievement. Ah! Boom. As the falling debris roared into the sky, an enraged bellow followed. Damn Saiyans! You shall all perish. With a surge of fury, Super Android 17 unleashed his energy once more, the malevolent red and black aura erupting like a volcano into the heavens. Hell's Death Ball. ZZZZZ. Having lost one arm, Super Android 17 was compelled to gather a sphere of black energy with his right hand. The intertwining black and red flames ignited a violent energy reaction, expanding the Hell's Death Ball like a balloon, growing larger until it obscured the battlefield. You will perish along with the earth. Super Android 17 hurled the Hell's Death Ball towards Li Feng. Humph, do you dare to absorb this? I refuse to believe you can even absorb this attack. Should you choose to evade, the Earth will undoubtedly meet its end. The colossal dark sphere, imbued with an aura of annihilation, slowly descended upon Li Feng. Li Feng's expression hardened. He understood the dire stakes at hand. He could not use the Kamehameha wave against it, or it would be absorbed. He had no choice but to withstand the impending force. If he could endure this onslaught, his combat prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. If not, destruction awaited. With that thought, Li Feng resolved to fight with every ounce of his being. He too unleashed his energy, a golden aura ascending skyward. Yet in the face of the overshadowing energy wave, his figure appeared diminutive. Li Feng, brother! Xiao Feng cried out in despair, unwilling to witness the sacrifice of the brother who had saved her time and again. Let us join forces. Boom. Vegeta was the first to rush towards Li Feng. Whoosh, whoosh. Goten and Trunks also awakened to their resolve. Wait, everyone. Xiao Feng attempted to intervene, but her efforts were in vain. Finally, only Gohan remained. He placed a reassuring hand on his daughter's shoulder and said, Xiao Feng, give your grandfather a senzu bean. Then flee to safety. No, father, I want to fight too. Xiao Feng cried. Listen to me. Gohan unusually spoke with gravity. You are the only one who can save Grandpa. Only by restoring his strength can we hope to defeat that fiend. He gazed at his daughter, trusting her to make the right decision. I understand. The resilient Xiao Feng acquiesced, wiping away her tears as she swiftly flew to the spot where Goku lay. Gohan, fueled by rage, soared towards Li Feng. What are you doing here? Li Feng expressed his surprise, believing that only he had the chance to withstand this apocalyptic blast. You fool, Earth relies on us to protect it. Goten flashed a confident smile. Indeed, united we shall prevail. Trunks encouraged. Li Feng, thank you. But now we must also lend our strength. Gohan added. Humph, don't get too cocky. Vegeta, though still haughty, couldn't help but smile in agreement with their sentiments. Very well. I shall absorb as much of the energy sphere as possible. You all unleash your strongest attacks to counter it. With that, Li Feng boldly charged forward to confront the deadly sphere. The four of them shouted in unison, and four golden whirlwinds erupted into the sky, intertwining beautifully. Kamehameha wave, magic flash, ultimate flash, Kamehameha wave. The quartet maximized their energy, launching their ultimate moves at the colossal energy sphere. However, as the four terrifying beams of energy collided with the massive orb, it appeared to evaporate upon impact, failing to alter the sphere's relentless advance. Hold it. Li Feng braced himself with both hands against the death sphere. Boom. A golden aura erupted as Li Feng desperately activated his energy absorption technique, striving to draw power from the deadly blast. Yet, the full-force energy sphere from Super 17 was no trifling matter. Despite Li Feng's frantic efforts to consume its energy, the orb continued its inexorable progress. 201 trillion, 202 trillion, Fortunately, as he absorbed the immense energy, Li Feng's physical strength surged, and his combat power escalated rapidly. The capacity to contain energy grew, thus accelerating the absorption rate. It was a virtuous cycle. However, the colossal sphere began to press them down. Each individual firmly planted on the ground, carving deep trenches beneath them. They persevered, hoping Li Feng could shatter the sphere before it annihilated the earth. You have no chance. Super 17, witnessing their desperate struggle, pressed down with his right hand. Boom. The massive sphere accelerated downward, obliterating the terrain. 401 trillion. 402 trillion. Hurry. Li Feng's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, and the veins in his hands bulged under the immense pressure and energy, causing blood to spurt forth. His hands trembled, yet he persevered, waiting for the moment to launch his counterattack. 1,000 trillion. At last, Li Feng's combat power soared to 1,000 trillion, entirely surpassing Super 17. Die. Kamehameha. Li Feng roared, unleashing a beam of blue light from his hands. Instantly, a brilliant azure ray soared into the heavens, forcefully repelling Super 17's deadly attack. Ha! Come forth. Super 17 extended his right hand, eager to absorb this terrifying energy. Should he succeed, the tide of power would shift in his favor. What about you? Li Feng. This time, I shall tear you to shreds. Annihilation fist. Yet, despair echoed in his ears as a portal subtly opened beside him, and a fist of destruction crashed into his heart. No. Chapter 116. The Evolutionary Path of the Super Saiyan. Feeling his heart pierced, Super 17 let out a desperate scream. Bewilderment flooded him. How could Li Feng still muster the strength for an annihilation fist? Wasn't that fool busy countering his Hell's Death Ball with a Kamehameha? This was thanks to Li Feng's extensive combat experience and audacious strategies. He fully understood that Super 17 awaited his Kamehameha. On one hand, he had to block the Hell's Death Ball, otherwise, everyone would perish. On the other hand, he could not allow Super 17 to absorb their energy during the counterattack, for that would be a path to ruin. Thus, he resolved to strike just as his opponent prepared to absorb the energy. However, with both hands devoted to unleashing the Kamehameha, he found himself unable to free them. Then, he recalled how the young Goku had once fought Piccolo, using his feet to execute a Kamehameha, so he too could employ his feet for the Annihilation Fist, transforming it into the Annihilation Kick. Without hesitation, Li Feng opened the portal and executed an Annihilation Kick. Whoosh! A flash of light sliced through the void, imbued with the aura of destruction, soaring into the portal before emerging on the other side to mercilessly pierce Super 17's body. He had been outmaneuvered by Li Feng. As his heart was pierced, Super 17 could no longer maintain his energy-absorbing stance, and he was engulfed by both his own Hell's Death Ball and the tremendous energy of Li Feng's Kamehameha. Boom! Another explosion resonated like a nuclear detonation, culminating in a mushroom cloud rising into the sky. Super 17 was annihilated. Mission accomplished. Defeat Super 17. Mission reward. One-time fragment. The evolutionary path of the Super Saiyan. Do you accept? Yes. The post-battle reward was indeed the most tangible. Li Feng accepted without hesitation, and a wealth of information regarding the Super Saiyan flooded his mind. According to the knowledge residing in his mind, it became evident that the path of transformations after Super Saiyan 2 diverged significantly. The conventional route led to transformations such as Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan 4, while another branch encompassed the transformation into Super Saiyan God. Additionally, there existed the enigmatic transformation of Gohan, along with the evolving beast transformation, among others. On one side lay the brute force approach, directly breaking through into more potent states, exemplified by the Super Saiyan 4 level of transformation. On the other side resided the transcendental transformations, such as Super Saiyan Red, Super Saiyan Blue, and the effortlessly divine forms. Moreover, there were talent-based transformations, the mysterious state and beast state, among others. Initially, everyone was confined by their perceptions, who decreed that transformations must adhere to a singular form. In truth, the transformations of Super Saiyans can indeed be layered. Upon this realization, Li Feng experienced a profound epiphany. A new path of transformations awaited him. Indeed, his ultimate aspiration was to amalgamate talent, strength, and divine techniques to become the most formidable Super Saiyan. The transformation into Super Saiyan God required divine energy, which he currently could not attain. The talent-based transformations had yet to fully awaken. The journey on Namek was merely a fraction of what was needed. Hence, he would still need to seek assistance from the old Kai. Fortunately, the criteria for transforming into Super Saiyan 4 were considerably simpler, merely necessitating the tail to radiate energy under the illumination of the light from planet Zypher. Excellent. It was decided. He would embark on the path of Super Saiyan 4 transformations. Li Feng was filled with enthusiasm. Wonderful. We have finally vanquished our foe, exclaimed Xiao Feng with exuberance. How impressive. You are incredible, Li Feng. The others echoed in admiration. Let me tend to Goku first. After Goku was gently placed on the ground, Li Feng commenced channeling his healing energy. Thankfully, after absorbing energy this time, he had significantly enhanced his energy reserves. Otherwise, several attempts at healing would not have sufficed to rouse Goku from his slumber. Indeed, Goku remained unconscious and unable to ingest the senzu beans, prompting Li Feng to resort to the old method of using healing energy, only utilizing senzu beans when his own vitality waned. Huff, huh, huff, huh. As expected of Super Saiyan 4, the energy required by Goku was astonishing, several times that of Vegeta. Li Feng found himself drained of energy from his healing light multiple times, panting heavily from exhaustion. Ultimately, after consuming the fifth senzu bean, he managed to restore Goku to his normal state. Huh, where am I? Goku inquired, scratching his head in confusion. Dad, it was Li Feng who saved us all. He defeated Super 17. Gohan explained. Oh, that's remarkable. Thank you, Li Feng. Goku expressed his heartfelt gratitude towards Li Feng. The others also extended their thanks to the selfless Li Feng. By the way, Goku, may I ask you something? Please, go ahead. Would you be able to teach me how to transform into Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan 4? Li Feng scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Indeed, the reason he had not transformed into Super Saiyan 3 during the earlier battle was not due to a lack of energy, but rather because he simply did not know how. Although he had attained the transformation of Super Saiyan 2 at full power, amplifying it to 5 times that of a regular Super Saiyan 2, he was eager to explore whether the transformation into Super Saiyan 3 would also offer a full power variant. Is the transformation multiplier at full power also higher? Hehe. Just a small matter. Goku waved his hand, but then suddenly recalled something and asked in astonishment, did you just defeat Super 17 using only the Super Saiyan 2 transformation? Yes, though I employed a little trick, was the reply. Please, let us spar. No matter the universe, Goku is a martial arts enthusiast, yearning for battles with formidable opponents. Gurgle. At that moment, a sound emanated from Goku's stomach. But now I'm hungry. Ha. The group erupted in laughter at Goku's antics. Come to my house for a meal. Bulma will surely be delighted, Vegeta suggested with a grin. Alright. The group then soared towards West City. Indeed, after so many years, West City had not changed much. Li Feng mused. Huh, why are you back? It seemed there was quite a commotion just now, but now it has ceased. And who is this? Bulma fired off questions like a machine gun. After everyone explained, she grasped the general situation and was eager to welcome Li Feng, their new companion. As per tradition, Bulma's home was abundant with food, and a grand feast was held once again to celebrate their recent victory. This time, many voracious eaters were present, besides Li Feng. Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta, who were the usual 4, Goten, Trunks, and even Little Pan transformed into a gorilla, ravenously devouring food. Later, Li Feng shared his adventures through time and space, briefly recounting the events that had transpired in his universe, leaving everyone astonished. The next day, Goku and Li Feng flew to a desert. Chapter 117, Li Feng. Super Saiyan 3. The following day, Goku and Li Feng arrived in a desolate expanse. A strong wind stirred up the sand and dust. The transformation into Super Saiyan 3 requires unleashing full power in a single breath while maintaining that energy at its zenith. Goku explained to Li Feng, just like this. Huh, boom. An astonishing eruption of light and heat. A formidable aura soared into the heavens, with golden and blue lightning intertwining and flashing. Goku's hair lengthened, his eyebrows vanished, and his cheekbones rose high as he transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Indeed, it was powerful. Li Feng, standing against Goku, felt the terrifying aura directly, as scorching as molten lava, continuously burning him. Give it a try. Alright. Huh. Li Feng clenched his fists tightly, his feet firmly planted on the ground, beginning to gather energy. He diligently sought the path to transformation into a Super Saiyan in his mind, while recalling the techniques Goku had just demonstrated. Whoosh. Li Feng immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan. With renewed focus, the flames erupted, transitioning him into the Super Saiyan 2 state. Just a bit more. He sensed he was merely a step away from that threshold. In an instant, he unleashed all his energy. He seized this crucial moment. Li Feng also let out a fierce roar. Boom. The initial fiery eruption intensified even further. Bang. In an instant, the ground beneath them caved in dramatically, sending dust swirling into the air. A golden aura erupted completely, akin to the rise of a miniature sun. Li Feng radiated astonishing bolts of gold and blue lightning. His hair cascaded down to his thighs, his brows vanished, his cheekbones jutted high, and his muscles swelled once more. He had successfully transformed. This was the Super Saiyan 3. Indeed, only after unleashing his full power in one breath could he attain such formidable strength. He assessed his current battle power, 800 trillion. This was 4 times that of the typical Super Saiyan 2 state. It seemed that his full power in Super Saiyan 2 was still somewhat superior, he mused. Whether in the original Dragon Ball Z, or Dragon Ball Super. The Super Saiyan 3 transformation has often been deemed a flawed transformation due to a critical drawback, energy leakage. The solution to this dilemma lies in achieving higher transformations, Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan Blue, or, like Trunks, enhancing the power of Super Saiyan 2. But was there a superior method to harness the potential of Super Saiyan 3? Indeed, that was the full power of Super Saiyan 3. This revelation stemmed from his understanding of the evolutionary path of Super Saiyans. Each state possesses both a standard form and a full power form. Currently, his full power in Super Saiyan 1 had become 100-fold of his normal state, thanks to the immense primal energy within him, allowing him to sustain Super Saiyan 1 for an entire day. Meanwhile, the full power of Super Saiyan 2 was 5 times that of the ordinary Super Saiyan 2, equating to 500 times his normal state, which could be maintained for approximately 6 hours. However, the Super Saiyan 3 state was different. Its typical transformation was only 400 times the normal state, and its duration was limited to a mere 10 minutes. Yes, just 10 minutes. This limitation arose from the fact that it was based on individual maximum power output. The stronger one was, the shorter the duration of the transformation. Feng sensed that although his energy was potent, it was gradually diminishing. This was the fatal flaw of Super Saiyan 3, energy leakage. Goku, how long can you maintain this form once transformed into Super Saiyan 3? Perhaps half an hour, he mused, recognizing this as the inherent weakness of Super Saiyan 3. There should logically exist a transformation that conserves energy more efficiently. Taking a deep breath, Feng began to draw in the energy that had been radiating outward, gradually consolidating it within himself. Instantly, a miniature sun began to fade, leaving only a golden aura enveloping his form. What is this? Goku perceptively noted that, although Feng's aura appeared significantly diminished, it had become far more potent, stronger even than his Super Saiyan 4 transformation. He had succeeded. Feng felt an immense sense of satisfaction within. At that moment, he had effectively reabsorbed the excess energy that had been radiating outward and stabilized his Super Saiyan 3 transformation. This was the full power of Super Saiyan 3. After transformation, his strength was 25 times that of the original Super Saiyan 3, equating to 1,000 times his normal state. Presently, Feng's battle power soared to 2,000 trillion. How did you manage to achieve this? Goku inquired, astonished. It was simply a matter of restoring the wasted excess energy back into my body after transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Really? Wukong, filled with skepticism, pondered how such a method could be articulated so lightly. After all these years, aside from the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, he had never contemplated this approach. Come now. Wukong, transform into Super Saiyan 4 and face me. Feng chuckled. All right. Wukong responded without further ado, immediately shifting forms. A brilliant flash erupted forth. With a subtle flick of his tail, a vivid crimson light burst forth. The intertwining of gold and red scattered the clouds across the horizon. As the smoke cleared, Wukong emerged as a Super Saiyan 4, reverting to his adult physique, with a coat of red fur enveloping him entirely, exposing only his broad, muscular chest and defined abdomen. His hair transformed into long, black strands cascading onto his chest, with his pupils turning golden and adorned with crimson eyeshadow, exuding an aura of primal ferocity akin to a humanoid giant ape. With the transformation complete, Wukong donned a confident smile, assuming a combat stance. Come on, Feng. Let me witness your power as a Super Saiyan 3. All right. Feng similarly readied himself for battle. In the distance, onlookers were stirred by the potent energies emanating from the two combatants, hastening toward the battlefield. Is that the aura of Grandpa and brotherly Feng? It's so formidable. Xiao Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Such a terrifying presence, Gohan remarked, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he sensed the overwhelming strength of the two. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, his own desire to engage ignited, yet the disparity in their powers was insurmountable. Meanwhile, in West City, Bulma was diligently scanning for Dragon Balls with her radar. Boom. Bang. A resounding crash reverberated from afar. It was evident, it was yet another ruckus caused by those battle enthusiasts. She sighed inwardly, but continued her search for the Dragon Balls. After the chaotic upheaval in Hell, various villains had been resurrected, wreaking havoc across the city and claiming countless innocent lives. It was her responsibility to restore everything to its rightful order. Unbeknownst to her, the wish they would soon make would not summon the familiar Shenron, but rather a terrifying, malevolent dragon. If Feng were aware of this, he would undoubtedly intervene. But alas, it was too late. Chapter 118. Feng and Son Wukong. In the arid desert, two figures surged towards one another with great speed. Boom. Feng and Wukong clashed fists, the shockwaves from their punches rippling outward, creating a colossal crater in the ground. Swish, swish. The two exchanged blows, briefly testing each other's strength before swiftly separating, engaging in a series of rapid movements. Bang, bang. The air was filled with countless intertwining shadows, flickering incessantly, with each collision unleashing astonishing bursts of energy and deafening sounds. The mere aftermath of their clashes was capable of toppling mountains and shattering boulders. Tap, tap, tap. After a flurry of exchanges, both sides entered into close combat, accompanied by the classic Saiyan roars and assaults. Whoosh! With a powerful punch, Wukong struck towards Li Feng's abdomen. Yet Li Feng had anticipated the attack, effortlessly blocking it with both hands. The impact reverberated through his arms, leaving them numb. Is this the might of Super Saiyan 4? Indeed, it is formidable. However, he was no pushover. After enduring the blow, he deftly sidestepped and delivered a sweeping kick to Wukong's waist. Wukong, not daring to be careless, quickly raised his right hand to defend. Bam! Another ferocious strike landed, sending a jolt of terrifying power through his arm, causing it to tremble. The two fighters momentarily distanced themselves. Super Saiyan 4 is truly impressive, Wukong, Li Feng remarked, rubbing his recently blocked arm with a smile. Hee, you're not too shabby yourself. Wukong also massaged his shoulder, which had just absorbed the blow. Let's go again, Li Feng roared, unleashing a surge of energy as golden light enveloped his form, amplifying his aura. Now I shall get serious. Initially, he had treated this as a warm-up, but now he was intent on engaging fully. With a crackle, his figure vanished in an instant, reappearing before Wukong. Wukong's pupils constricted. He had adapted to Li Feng's speed at first, but now he struggled to keep pace. Crash! A fist, crackling with lightning, struck Wukong's abdomen with blinding speed, forcing him to expel a mouthful of bile. Seizing the moment, Li Feng leaped atop Wukong's head, delivering an elbow strike downwards. Bam! Wukong plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yet, a sense of impending doom gripped Li Feng. He felt a lethal danger approaching. Sure enough, Wukong had instantaneously teleported behind him, launching a punch towards his back. How could Li Feng, in a state of heightened concentration, fall victim to a sneak attack? Instant teleportation, is it? Who cannot perform that? Whoosh! Li Feng too vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Wukong. Wukong was astonished, not expecting Li Feng to wield teleportation as well. Thus, he too teleported behind Wukong, and Li Feng mirrored the action. Whoosh! 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 Two figures darted across the sky, exchanging rapid flashes, narrowly evading each other's strikes. Wukong had grown accustomed to this style of movement, and upon his next teleport, he found Li Feng's figure was no longer in front of him. Li Feng had utilized his advanced teleportation to first relocate to an unoccupied area to adjust his stance before returning to the battlefield, delivering a double-fisted blow that sent Wukong crashing to the ground once more. Boom! The desert was again marred with a massive crater in the shape of a person. Smoke billowing into the air. Cough, cough, cough. Wukong rose from the sand pit, bewildered. What technique is this? How can you teleport to an empty space? He realized that Li Feng's final teleport was distinct from his own. His teleportation required a nearby presence to activate. Mine is a higher-tier teleportation, allowing me to relocate freely without sensing energy. How cunning. Bring it on. Both Li Feng and Wukong were battle enthusiasts. The more damage they sustained, the more fiercely their fighting spirit ignited. Boom. Goku elevated his aura, with red and golden energy soaring into the heavens. The battle escalated once more. Whoosh! 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 Goku reappeared before Li Feng through instant transmission, repeatedly flickering to confuse his perception. Yet, Li Feng was a master of spatial movement, unmatched in his ability to teleport. He meticulously assessed the situation, and with a sharp gaze, delivered a powerful elbow strike backward. Boom! Goku was once again sent flying. Seizing the opportunity, Li Feng soared in his golden flash towards Goku's tumbling form, delivering another kick. Bang! Another earth-shattering sound echoed as Goku crashed to the ground, creating yet another deep crater. Tenfold. However, an astonishing aura suddenly emanated from within the crater. Rocks crumbled, and the earth trembled. Turtle. From the depths, a crimson light radiated. Wave. Li Feng braced himself, preparing to counter the attack. Energy. A brilliant azure radiance erupted in the air, harboring terrifying power. Technique. The underground red glow intensified. Wave. Both warriors roared in unison, unleashing their blue and red Kamehameha waves from above and below. Boom. The two beams collided, forming a colossal energy sphere in the sky. The very fabric of space cried out, fissures appearing everywhere. Yet again, it was a clash with the Sun family. Although on the surface, Li Feng seemed to possess the upper hand. In this exchange of energy, Goku's tenfold Kamehameha wave proved to be remarkably formidable, suppressing Li Feng's onslaught. Li Feng bellowed, ready to unleash his full power without restraint, erupting with his entire aura as the golden flames surged forth, the essence of Super Saiyan 3 swelling dramatically. On the other side, Goku persisted, augmenting his tenfold Kamehameha wave. Though he managed to gain the upper hand momentarily, Li Feng's explosive surge shifted the advantage back, and the situation grew dire. Thus, Goku intensified his output, his muscles tensed, veins bulging, as the red shockwave thickened, launching a counterattack. The red and blue shockwaves clashed in the heavens, blending into a violet energy sphere, pulsating with destructive potential. Yet, as the two forces unleashed their overwhelming might. The intervening space could no longer withstand it, shattering and triggering a terrifying explosion. Boom! A cataclysmic tremor resonated, dimming the very essence of the world. The horrifying energy explosion swept across the battlefield, propelling both warriors away. Damn! These two brutes. The residual shockwaves surged from the battlefield towards Vegeta and the onlookers. He immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan, conjuring a protective shield to safeguard everyone. Chapter 119. The Clue of the Dragon God Realm. He instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, forming a protective shield to safeguard the crowd. As the thick smoke cleared, a bottomless chasm appeared on the ground, still radiating a searing heat. Cough, cough, cough. Wukong rose from the sand, having already reverted from his Super Saiyan 4 transformation. The battle was over. Li Feng emerged from the haze, his upper garments torn, also returning to his normal state. The ultimate outcome of their clash was a stalemate. In truth, with the power of destruction and spatial manipulation, Li Feng could have easily triumphed over Wukong, but such a victory would lack excitement. The thrill of hand-to-hand combat and energy clashes was what truly ignited a Saiyans passion. Phew! Wukong heard this and sprawled out on the ground. He understood that, in this contest, he had ultimately lost. Despite transforming into Super 4, he was unable to surpass Super 3, ending in a draw, and he sensed that Li Feng had undoubtedly held back. Yet, he felt exhilarated. Li Feng, you are remarkably strong. I am no match for you. Li Feng flew over to Wukong, tossing him a bag of senzu beans. You are formidable as well. I still have a considerable distance to cover before achieving Super 4. As the others witnessed the conclusion of the battle, they flocked over, exchanging compliments and praise. Suddenly, a rumble echoed. At that moment, the previously bright sky was engulfed by ominous clouds, swiftly transforming into night. Huh, what is happening? Wukong inquired, perplexed. Humph, it's likely Bulma has used the Dragon Balls, Vegeta remarked, arms crossed. Dragon Balls? Oh no. Li Feng suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Weren't they about to summon the evil dragons? Whoosh. He instantly teleported away. Huh, why does Brother Li Feng seem so anxious? Goten noted with curiosity. We should follow. Brother Li Feng wouldn't act without reason. He surely has his motives, Gohan calmly analyzed. The group hastened to Li Feng's location. Come forth, dragon. Grant us our wishes. Bulma shouted into the sky, clutching the collected Dragon Balls, which shimmered with an orange glow. Unbeknownst to her, the surfaces of the 7 Dragon Balls had begun to crack. Crack! A sound resembling shattering echoed, and the Dragon Balls erupted with black smoke, revealing not the familiar dragon she expected, but a rotund blue dragon exhaling smoke. Whoosh! At that moment, Li Feng teleported in and, upon seeing that the dragon had already been summoned, felt a weight in his heart. Dragon, please restore the devastated earth to its former state. Though Bulma found the demeanor of this dragon somewhat perplexing, she still voiced her wish. I refuse. The black smoke dragon, puffing a large cloud of smoke, replied lazily. By now, the others had arrived, stunned at the dragon's transformation. Why can't you grant our wish? The innocent Xiao Feng asked. Huff. The black smoke dragon exhaled once more, speaking slowly. In the past, you have misused the Dragon Balls. We dragons have expended too much divine energy. The Dragon Realm does not permit the power of the Dragon Balls to be wielded again. Thus I have been sent to inform you. Huff. It released another plume of black smoke. This world is destined for destruction, you see. It surveyed the surroundings before focusing its gaze on Li Feng, its eyes widening as the previous languor vanished entirely. Why do you possess the aura of the divine dragon? Could it be? The black smoke dragon seemed to grasp something, its initial composure evaporating, replaced by a palpable anxiety. My lord, I was unaware that you were here, it declared, immediately shedding its colossal smoke and lowering its head in deference. However, this world operates under the directives of the higher-ups, and I am powerless to contravene that. The black smoke dragon was in a flurry. What is happening? Why is this black smoke dragon so flustered? Li Feng pondered, bewildered, before a thought struck him. Ahem, I see. Let us proceed according to protocol. I shall relay this to that esteemed individual afterward. He resolved to bluff the dragon. Who is your direct superior? It is Lord Dragon God Salama. Could it be you, my lord? Humph. Refrain from idle inquiries. Yes. I was wrong. The black smoke dragon, sensing Li Feng's displeasure, hastily apologized, fearing the wrath of this noble being. It believed Li Feng to be an inspector dispatched by that esteemed lord, and any misstep could lead to its utter obliteration. Then, my lord, as you can see, my divine energy is nearly depleted. The black smoke dragon broke into a cold sweat, realizing that failure to complete its task would be dire. Go. Li Feng waved his hand, and with a resounding crash, the black smoke dragon vanished, transforming back into 7 Dragon Balls that scattered across the sky. Lord Dragon God Salama? Who is that? It seems to be mentioned only in Dragon Ball Super. What connection does this have with the evil dragon? And what relevance does my divine dragon power hold? Why is the evil dragon so terrified of me? Li Feng's confusion deepened, prompting him to consult the system. only to receive a response urging him to advance the main storyline. Very well, as long as I grow stronger. It will be inevitable to traverse the Dragon God realm and uncover the truth. Li Feng felt a sense of relief. Thus, the next phase would involve confronting the evil dragons. Ding. Mission accomplished. Defeat the super 1-star dragon. Mission reward. 1 time-space fragment. 1 Dark Dragon Ball. Do you accept? Yes. Li Feng inquired. What is the Dark Dragon Ball? Collecting all 7 Dark Dragon Balls can summon the Dark Divine Dragon, granting 1 wish and opening the gates to the Dark Realm and the Dragon God Realm. Excellent. At last, I have a lead on that mysterious triad of realms. Li Feng exclaimed with sudden excitement. Boom. At that moment, the scattered Dragon Balls transformed into formidable evil dragons, their malevolent aura soaring skyward. The plot concerning the evil dragons had emerged. Li Feng, what was that about? Goku inquired, perplexed by the Black Smoke Dragon's earlier subservience to Li Feng. I am uncertain. But let us address the current predicament first, Li Feng replied, shifting the topic. As the dragon indicated, our rampant use of the Dragon Balls has generated a significant amount of negative energy, leading them to cease assisting us in fulfilling our wishes and instead seeking to obliterate the Earth. Our objective is to vanquish the evil dragons and protect our planet. Li Feng succinctly articulated the situation. Everyone proceeded to the location of the malevolent dragon, but caution was advised regarding the 1-star, 3-star, and 4-star dragons, as they were particularly formidable. Upon receiving any information about them, they were to immediately notify me, for their power was truly terrifying. He instilled a sense of vigilance among the group. Present were Li Feng, Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, Vegeta, Trunks, Sun Goten, Xiao Feng, and Bulma. However, Bulma's lack of combat prowess rendered her excluded from the fray, and Xiao Feng was designated to be protected by Gohan. Although 1 dragon remained unfound, they were sufficiently informed about all the dragons. After finalizing their plan, they each took to the skies in search of the evil dragon. Chapter 120, Sun Goten and the 2-star dragon. With their plan established, each individual soared into the sky in pursuit of the malevolent dragon. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 7 figures darted in different directions. At that moment, the Dragon Balls in the sky had transformed into 7 wicked dragons, plummeting to the earth with a tremendous impact. Found it. The first to encounter the evil dragon was Goten. A resounding roar pierced the heavens. As Goten approached, he discovered an unsightly malevolent dragon. Its stout body was adorned with hard black spikes protruding from its elbows, knees, and the green skin on its back, while a tainted 2-star Dragon Ball was embedded in its forehead. It was clear that this was the 2-star dragon. Are you the 2-star dragon? Goten landed and inquired earnestly. Humph. Indeed, I am the 2-star dragon, the mightiest among all the wicked dragons. The 2-star dragon proclaimed with arrogance. Under the orders of our superior, I and my brethren have come to Earth to annihilate you. Not if I have anything to say about it. Goten recalled Li Feng's repeated warnings to remain vigilant against the evil dragons and to never let their guard down. Huh, Goten shouted, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Golden lightning erupted, and an immense power summoned a fierce whirlwind. What? The rotund 2-star dragon began to sweat nervously. In truth, it was the weakest among the 7 dragons. Yet, in a bid to save face, it attempted to intimidate its opponent. To its astonishment, Goten unleashed his full might, leaving the dragon utterly stunned. Huh. Goten executed a rapid assault, appearing before the 2-star dragon in an instant, delivering a powerful punch to its abdomen. Gah! The 2-star dragon was taken by surprise, spewing a mouthful of bile. Thud, 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 thud. Goten unleashed a flurry of Saiyan strikes, roaring as he pummeled the 2-star dragon. However, the dragon's body was remarkably pliable and resilient. Even though the surface impact seemed formidable, many of Goten's attacks were mitigated. Boom. Goten sidestepped and delivered a kick that sent the 2-star dragon hurtling into the sea. Splash. Like a depth charge. The dragon's hefty form created enormous waves as it splashed into the water. How curious. The 2-star dragon doesn't seem that strong after all, Goten remarked in bewilderment. Then narcissistically added, it appears I am simply too powerful. Ha ha ha. In the original storyline, even Xiao Feng could easily bully the 2-star dragon. Boom. A massive column of water erupted as the 2-star dragon, panting heavily, ascended into the air. Humph, foolish humans. Although you are indeed formidable, prepare yourself for my transformation. Upon hearing this, Goten immediately adopted a serious demeanor, readying himself for an attack. Huh. Inhale. The 2-star dragon took a deep breath, and its physique expanded like a balloon, growing from a mere 2 meters to a staggering 10. What? Goten was taken aback. He had never encountered anyone who could grow stronger merely by inhaling. Huh. The 2-star dragon suddenly appeared before Goten, its massive tail striking him squarely across the face. Whack. The powerful blow caught Goten off guard, sending him crashing to the ground. The 2-star dragon puffed out its cheeks, mocking Goten with a derisive laugh. Haha, quite the transformation, isn't it? Just look how I've grown. It seems that little Brad is thoroughly intimidated. In truth, the increase in size did not significantly amplify the dragon's strength. Goten erupted with fury, charging at the two-star dragon with blinding speed. Thud! The dragon was struck again, expelling a mouthful of air as the previously inhaled breath burst forth in a cloud of dark smoke, causing its inflated form to rapidly deflate, ultimately crashing back to the ground in its original size. What? Such a tactic exists? Goten was utterly astonished. Is this truly considered combat? Ahem, I told you. All transformations are a facade. Now the real battle begins. The two-star dragon wiped its mouth, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor while feigning bravado. Goten resolved to end this skirmish swiftly. He unleashed his energy, charging towards the two-star dragon once more, enveloped in golden flames. Bang, 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 bang. Another barrage of blows contorted the dragon's abdomen in various ways. Enough. After enduring such a relentless assault, the two-star dragon bellowed, seizing Goten's right fist with its hefty hand. Goten was astonished. This pretentious dragon could actually withstand his strike? Tap, 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 tap. Yet, what followed left Goten even more bewildered. The once easily overpowered two-star dragon was now countering his punches. The tide had turned. Whoosh. The two-star dragon vanished, reappearing behind Goten, delivering a powerful kick that sent him soaring. Boom. Goten crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater in his wake. Cough, cough, what just happened? Goten propped himself up, only to find his body suddenly weak and feeble, his spirit dwindling, and his Super Saiyan form dissipating, reverting to his normal state. My technique has finally taken effect. At that moment, the two-star dragon roared with laughter. What? Before you meet your demise, allow me to reveal the truth as a parting gift. The dragon proclaimed arrogantly. I was born from the negative energy generated by Sun Wukong's use of the Dragon Balls to resurrect Karen and protect his kin. Your excessive usage of the Dragon Balls has led to environmental devastation. Therefore, my ability is that of pollution, creating toxic gas that drains the strength of all who come into contact with it. When did this happen? Of course, it is during my inhalation. Did you think I was playing with you while transforming my physique? Despite the fact that the two-star dragon possesses relatively feeble strength, it is cunning enough to understand that brute force cannot contend with Goten. Thus, it resorts to poisonous gas to diminish its opponent's combat capabilities, ultimately securing victory. You shall perish in that sea. The two-star dragon seized Goten by his right foot and hurled him into the ocean. Splash. It was now Goten's turn to act as a deep-sea bomb, creating a surge of waves. Gurgle, gurgle. Goten's stamina gradually waned, and the oxygen in his lungs rapidly diminished. At that moment, he realized he had been overly complacent. I, the two-star dragon, am the mightiest. No foe can stand against me. Having dispatched Goten, the two-star dragon laughed arrogantly. Bang! Just then, a massive water column erupted from the ocean. A silhouette hovered above the water's surface, an astonishing aura ominously coalescing, while energy radiated downwards, generating ripples that expanded outward. Kamehameha. A golden blaze shot skyward, a blue shockwave hurtling directly towards the two-star dragon. What? Sensing this lethal energy, the two-star dragon was taken aback. It never anticipated that its adversary had not perished and was launching a final, powerful strike. No. The two-star dragon was consumed by the Kamehameha, its body disintegrating, and the two-star Dragon Ball fell. Chapter 121, Trunks and the Six-Star Dragon. No. The two-star dragon was engulfed by the Kamehameha, its form vanishing, and the two-star Dragon Ball descended. Phew. Goten picked up the fallen Dragon Ball and exhaled deeply. That was truly perilous. The toxins from the two-star dragon had sapped his strength. Fortunately, he had Li Feng's magical beans, as they had each received a bag during their previous rescue. In critical moments, the beans proved invaluable for recovery. Swish. After overcoming his foe, Goten soared to other locations in search of additional evil dragons. Why are there so many people by the seaside? Trunks sensed the presence of an evil dragon ahead, but discovered numerous fishermen engaged in a frenzied effort to catch the fish falling from the sky. Excuse me, what are you doing? Why are fish raining down from the heavens? Trunks inquired of a villager. That is a blessing from the dragon goddess. The dragon goddess? Indeed. She has just arrived in our village, and she is kind and beautiful. This shower of flying fish is summoned by her magical prowess. Yes, thanks to her, our food supply for this month is secure. Long live the dragon goddess. Long live, long live. As the other villagers echoed, they gradually became fervent devotees of the dragon goddess. It seems there is something amiss with this dragon goddess. Could she possibly be one of the evil dragons? Trunks expressed his skepticism. You detestable Saiyans, you have finally arrived. At that moment, a beautiful figure appeared above the ocean's surface, clad in azure garments. Her flowing blue locks danced gracefully in the wind, exuding an ethereal allure. A long, serpentine tail accentuated her enchanting beauty. However, The six-starred orb embedded in her forehead, and the disdainful expression she wore unmistakably revealed her identity as a fearsome evil dragon. Are you the six-star dragon? What is your purpose? Trunks, momentarily captivated by the dragon's exquisite appearance, swallowed hard. What business is it of yours? You all deserve to perish. The six-star dragon erupted in fury, her rage manifesting in a tempestuous surge of energy that soared skyward, instilling terror among the villagers below. You must evacuate to safety at once. Trunks commanded as he hurried to disperse the crowd, his gaze hardening as he took to the skies to confront the threat. Crimson slash. The six-star dragon bellowed, her body spinning as surrounding air currents coalesced into a tornado. One portion of the vortex ascended into the heavens, while another plunged into the sea, the overwhelming force causing violent waves and a massive whirlpool to form. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The six-star dragon, fully charged, transformed into a whirlwind, unleashing blades of air. The razor-sharp gusts sliced through the fish that had just been lifted into the air, hurtling towards Trunks with unstoppable momentum. Trunks too unleashed his fury, deftly evading the dragon's onslaught. Yet, the sheer volume of air blades proved overwhelming, and despite his efforts, he was struck. His garments reduced to tatters. Damn it! Trunks grimaced, blocking with his hands, his teeth gritted. With such relentless attacks, he found it impossible to close in on his opponent. Thud! He landed on the ground, swiftly springing backward, the earth beneath him cracking like spider webs. Oh, trying to escape? The six-star dragon, at the heart of the tornado, smirked wickedly and waved her hand. A cerulean energy sphere materialized effortlessly, charged with searing power, and shot toward Trunks. In response, Trunks quickly gathered his own energy, launching a barrage of energy spheres to meet hers head-on. Bang, 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 bang. The colliding blue and yellow orbs unleashed a cataclysm of energy, rippling through the air and crashing against the ocean's surface, sending countless geysers skyward. The tumultuous waves churned violently, their combined forces triggering a tsunami, engulfing both the six-star dragon and Trunks in the deluge. Seizing the opportunity to obscure the six-star dragon's vision amidst the chaos, Trunks surged forward, fists clenched, charging directly at her. Alarmed, the six-star dragon swiftly rotated her body, conjuring another whirlwind to form a protective barrier, sending him careening away. It seems she fears my proximity, Trunks noted, seizing upon this revelation as he taunted. Humph, six-star dragon, what brought you into existence? Why is your power so feeble? So cowardly? The six-star dragon's expression shifted, her face flushing crimson as if recalling a deeply embarrassing memory. In truth, he was born from the negative energy generated when Oolong, in a moment of desperation, requested a pair of girls' underwear from the dragon for the purpose of thwarting the fiendish plans of Goku and Pilaf during their battle in the castle. Who could ever voice such a reason? Humph, you shall meet your demise. Yet, before your end, I shall reveal my true form. Swish, swish, swish. The six-star dragon spun rapidly, transforming from the once exquisite dragon princess into a repugnant, diminutive blue dragon, complete with horns upon its head and wings upon its back. The six-star orb embedded in its chin. Wow. Ugh. Trunks was momentarily blinded, nearly retching at the sight. You scoundrel, how dare you disrespect my true state? You shall perish. Enraged, the six-star dragon morphed once more into a whirlwind, unleashing a powerful vortex that surged towards Trunks. Once again with this tactic, I have deciphered it. Trunks bellowed. Boom. A golden flash erupted, and a formidable aura cleaved the towering waves in two, effectively dispelling the wind vortex. The terrifying energy surged forth, and Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan. Trunks too spun his body rapidly, summoning a whirlwind of his own. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The golden energy, accompanied by a tremendous airflow, caused the seawater to spiral, soon forming a massive whirlpool on the ocean floor, tumultuous waves crashing upward, a water cyclone rising to encircle Trunks. ZZZ, ZZZ, ZZZ. The rotation of Trunks' whirlwind countered that of the six-star dragon, neutralizing its potency. What? The six-star dragon was aghast, never imagining that its absolute barrier could be breached. Observing this, Trunks unleashed a more potent aura, instantly amplifying the might of his whirlwind, shattering the opponent's vortex. No. Witnessing the horrifying golden light approaching, the six-star dragon, in terror, abandoned any further bravado and retreated. Swish. Yet Trunks would not let this opportunity slip away easily. He surged forward, unleashing a powerful punch to the six-star dragon's forehead. Bang. The sound resembled shattering glass as the Dragon Ball fell from the six-star dragon's forehead, signaling its demise. Chapter 122, The Despicable Seven-Star Dragon. The sound of shattering glass echoed as the Dragon Ball tumbled from the six-star dragon's forehead. Its end. Yes. The six-star orb is mine, Trunks exclaimed with excitement. Fortunately, Trunks was quite clever, a trait honed from his childhood experiences alongside Goten. Once transformed into Gotenks, He had mastered various tricks, enabling him to respond to the enemy's diverse tactics, though his strength may not have been overwhelming. His ingenuity proved to be the most suitable countermeasure. The aura over there is formidable. I must head in that direction. Trunks sought the next malevolent dragon. Thunderous rumblings arose from the ground where Gohan and Xiao Feng were situated. What is happening? Why has there suddenly been an earthquake? Xiao Feng exclaimed in surprise. It's the disturbance caused by the evil dragon. I shall resolve it. With excitement, Xiao Feng soared towards the underground. Wait, Xiao Feng, it's dangerous. Gohan, filled with paternal concern, rushed over immediately. Xiao Feng swiftly unleashed several energy blasts toward the ground. Boom. The energy orbs pierced through the fissures, striking below and halting the vibrations. A colossal groundhog, towering over 10 meters, emerged from the earth. It was the seven-star dragon. Xiao Feng exclaimed with excitement, recalling her previous cosmic adventures with her grandfather in search of the Dragon Balls. Halt! Surrender the seven-star ball. The seven-star dragon, bleary-eyed, glanced at Xiao Feng before burrowing back underground to continue its excavation. Thud, thud, thud. Its immense body resembled a gigantic excavator, tunneling from the wilderness straight into the suburbs. Nearing the city, the commotion triggered a violent earthquake, uprooting trees in the distance and collapsing buildings nearby, amidst a cacophony of screams and chaos. Stop! Gohan intervened, thrusting his foot into the ground to halt the seven-star dragon's advance. Boom! The dragon's massive form was forcefully expelled from the earth. Humph! Do you mortals even care for the innocent? The seven-star dragon questioned Gohan and his companions. What do you mean? Gohan replied. I am the manifestation of negative energy born from the death inflicted by Vegeta during the World Martial Arts Tournament. The seven-star dragon revealed the source of its malevolent power. Those people are innocent, Gohan explained, acknowledging that during the Majin Buu saga, Vegeta had indeed sacrificed many lives in his quest to surpass Goku. This was a grave mistake on their part, yet the purification of the Dragon Balls was imperative. Perish! Bang! The dragon's colossal paw slammed into the ground, generating a fierce tremor as a violet beam erupted from the earth. Whoosh, whoosh. However, the emergence of the purple beam was sluggish, allowing even Xiao Feng to evade it effortlessly. She exchanged a knowing glance with Gohan, both sharing a silent understanding, and then they leapt onto the head of the seven-star dragon. Meanwhile, the dazed dragon continued to unleash energy beams downward, inadvertently striking its own feet. Boom. The purple energy erupted from beneath, striking itself. Gohan and Xiao Feng had already managed to escape just before the dragon's self-inflicted blow. With a resounding thud, the enormous groundhog was engulfed in black smoke before collapsing into a shimmering blue Dragon Ball. Hooray! The seven-star ball is ours. Xiao Feng shouted joyfully. The seven-star dragon is nothing to fear. It seems Brother Li Fan and Dad were overly anxious. She grasped the Dragon Ball with one hand. Buzz. Yet, matters were not so straightforward. The transformed seven-star ball emitted a radiant blue light, from which several enormous vines erupted, ensnaring Xiao Feng. No, Xiao Feng! Gohan cried in anguish, rushing forward. Whoosh! But he was a moment too late. Xiao Feng was engulfed by the vines, transforming back into a gigantic rodent. What? Gohan exclaimed in shock. Ha ha ha! This is my power. I can possess any living being and harness their energy. The seven-star dragon laughed triumphantly. Now your daughter resides within me. Should you dare to attack, your daughter shall meet the same fate. The seven-star dragon, brimming with arrogance, unleashed a tremendous assault upon Gohan with its colossal claws. How infuriating! Gohan, consumed by urgency, desperately evaded the dragon's onslaught. Kamehameha! The seven-star dragon placed its hands at its waist, condensing a massive beam of energy. You scoundrel! Gohan, heartbroken yet powerless, could only brace himself against the dragon's strike. Ha ha ha! Perish! Boom, 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 boom. The seven-star dragon, relentless, continued to conjure yellow energy spheres, ruthlessly hurling them towards Gohan. Each time Gohan contemplated retaliating, the image of his beloved daughter would flood his mind, rendering him incapable of striking. Daddy, don't worry about me. Quickly defeat it. Otherwise, innocent earthlings will suffer even greater harm. Due to the proximity, the voice of his daughter, Xiao Feng, resonated in Gohan's mind. Xiao Feng. As Gohan witnessed the city ravaged by shock waves and tremors, the sight of terrified, despairing citizens pierced his heart. Torn between the innocent lives and his cherished daughter, he found himself at a crossroads. Ultimately, he resolved with determination. Gohan let out a mighty roar, his golden aura soaring. The energy generated by his fury creating intense fluctuations, accompanied by arcs of blue electricity. Son Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2. In an instant, he appeared before the seven-star dragon, delivering a colossal punch to its form. Boom! The dragon's abdomen caved in significantly, spewing forth a bitter liquid. Thud! 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 Filled with rage, Gohan unleashed a relentless barrage upon the seven-star dragon, the forceful winds of his fists eliciting cries of anguish from the beast. Boom. Ultimately, Gohan's powerful strike drove the seven-star dragon into the ground, creating a vast crater. Ha! Ha! Gohan panted heavily. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Yet, at that moment, the fallen seven-star dragon emitted a chilling laugh. Is this all you can muster? It seems you still worry for your daughter. The dragon revealed the truth. Gohan remained unable to deliver a fatal blow, unable to eradicate the seven-star dragon, then perish. The dragon's colossal foot came crashing down upon Gohan. Preoccupied with thoughts of Xiao Fang's safety, Gohan paid no heed to the looming danger. Boom. The foot struck Gohan, pinning him to the ground, fracturing the earth beneath him like a spider's web. Gohan fell unconscious. Ha ha ha. Foolish human. The seven-star dragon, reveling in its victory, laughed heartily. Subsequently, with a flourish, it revealed half of Xiao Fang's body from its belly. Hee hee. Bid a proper farewell to your father. Daddy. Tears streamed down Xiao Fang's face as she struggled with all her might. But to no avail. Stare. In that instant, the downed Gohan sprang to his feet, seizing Xiao Fang's exposed arm and pulling with all his strength. What? The seven-star dragon was taken aback, as the power within him receded like a retreating tide, ultimately returning to its original state. Daddy. Woo woo woo. Xiao Fang wept bitterly while embracing Gohan. It's all right. It's all right. Gohan sighed in relief, comforting her. Observing the turn of events, the seven-star dragon realized he was outmatched and attempted to slip away unnoticed. Trying to escape, came a chilling voice. Looking up, he saw a warrior engulfed in golden flames. Gohan's icy words were laced with boundless fury. Anyone who dares to harm Xiao Fang shall not be forgiven. With a roar, Gohan erupted with energy and charged at the seven-star dragon, unleashing a relentless assault. Stripped of his possessing power, the seven-star dragon stood no chance against Gohan. Kamehameha. Ultimately, under the wrathful Kamehameha wave, the seven-star dragon was completely obliterated, and the seven Dragon Balls reverted to their true form. Chapter 123. Is the three-star dragon like this? Kamehameha. The azure energy wave mercilessly engulfed the detestable seven-star dragon, ensuring his complete disappearance and restoration of the genuine seven Dragon Balls. Wonderful. Xiao Fang wiped her tears. Overwhelmed with joy. It's splendid. Xiao Fang, you are safe. Gohan held his daughter tightly, fearful of any further danger. Let us find Daddy or Li Feng. The remaining evil dragons are beyond our capacity to handle. Alright, now that the 3 chapters have not appeared, our esteemed leader finally makes his reappearance. It seems everyone has acted swiftly. 3 dragons have already been dealt with. Li Feng sensed the lingering aura of the remaining evil dragon. He descended and surveyed his surroundings before speaking in a grave tone. Come forth, evil dragon. There is no need to hide. Tap, tap, tap. From the shadow of a towering building, a figure emerged. How did you know I was behind you? I should have concealed my aura. The figure revealed itself as a green dragon, distinct from the others, emanating a frigid presence. Its imposing physique and muscular build radiated terrifying strength. Your icy aura has long since betrayed you, 3-star dragon, Li Feng discerned, instantly recognizing this new adversary. He utilized the system's battle instrument to measure the 3-star dragon's power level, 800 million. I was born from the negative energy generated by your wish to completely erase people's memories of you, the 3-star dragon proclaimed with arrogance. No, wait. Who are you? Why do you carry the aura of that great one? Upon sensing Li Feng's energy, he realized it bore the essence of the dragon. I am also here to fulfill a mission, Li Feng replied ambiguously. Indeed, my system did issue a task, he thought, not speaking falsely. However, the mission of the 3-star dragon and his kin was evidently different. Their objective was to descend to the earth and exterminate its inhabitants. But isn't that a contradiction? No, you were not sent by that great one. You are not even from this world. How did you arrive here? The 3-star dragon, initially puzzled, suddenly grasped something, becoming astonished and ultimately terrified. Enough with the nonsense. You should return to your dragon realm. Li Feng, realizing he could no longer deceive his opponent, commenced the battle. How infuriating. With a swift movement, the 3-star dragon unleashed a chilling surge of energy that enveloped its form, transforming into a whirlwind of ice that charged violently towards Li Feng. With a disdainful snort, Li Feng instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2, unleashing his full power to confront the oncoming assault. The clash of golden and green tornadoes produced a tremendous shockwave, and within the blink of an eye, the green figure was sent hurtling backward. In a head-on collision, the 3-star dragon proved no match for Li Feng. Having read the original work, Li Feng knew that this dragon was the most ruthless and cunning among the 7 evil dragons, resorting to any means necessary for victory, including threatening Goku with Xiao Fang and employing various underhanded tactics. Now, facing his own downfall, what fate awaited him? With a thunderous roar, Li Feng's golden aura swelled once more as he swiftly appeared before the 3-star dragon, delivering a ferocious punch imbued with a terrifying energy. Bang! A bone-chilling sound echoed as the dragon's abdomen caved in significantly, contorting its form like a shrimp. Gasp. The three-star dragon, racked with internal turmoil, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Humph. Ha. 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 Li Feng, seizing the advantage, continued his relentless assault on the dragon's head, abdomen, and chest with a barrage of strikes. How is this possible? The three-star dragon, overwhelmed by the terrifying speed and force of Li Feng's onslaught, could not comprehend why this man was so formidable. Thud. Ultimately, Li Feng delivered a devastating double-fisted blow, slamming the three-star dragon into the ground. The catastrophic impact reverberated like a meteor striking the earth, sending shockwaves that toppled nearby buildings and fissured the ground into bottomless cracks. Cough. 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 The three-star dragon, battered and bloodied, lay in ruins. Suddenly, a sound of tearing air pierced the atmosphere, heralding the arrival of a golden war deity. Wait, I have information you seek. Please, spare my life. The three-star dragon pleaded in terror. What is the origin of the dragon god, Salama? What purpose does it serve? Li Feng began to inquire about the dragon god's intelligence. Do you not even know who dragon god Salama is? It seems you are eager to meet your demise. Li Feng replied with a cold smirk. He then slowly conjured a golden energy sphere in his right hand, which appeared to the three-star dragon as a lethal threat. Wait. My lord, I will speak. The three-star dragon exclaimed in urgency. Dragon god Salama is the creator of all our dragons, wielding nearly limitless energy. He has scattered multiple sets of Dragon Balls across different universes to collect people's wishes, thereby acquiring energy. Human desires are insatiable, thus. The excessive use of the dragon's power leads to energy imbalance, necessitating the annihilation of the corresponding universe to restore the dragon's energy to the realm of the dragon god. What? Upon hearing this revelation, Li Feng was utterly astonished. The original text mentions that information regarding the dragon god realm is nearly non-existent, which explains why individuals can utilize the energy of the Dragon Balls almost without restriction. The more energy is consumed, the greater the imbalance, ultimately leading to the potential annihilation of that universe. This threat surpasses even the erasure of universes by the Omni King, for there are multiple Omni Kings. Yet only a singular Dragon God realm exists. Consequently, the Dragon Balls transform into a slow-acting poison. While the evil dragons of the world can be vanquished according to the narrative, what of those from other universes? What about the threats within one's own universe? What if the adversaries descending are even more terrifying? Pondering this, Li Feng was drenched in cold sweat. Go perish, he exclaimed, glaring. When the three-star dragon noticed Li Feng lost in thought, it grinned widely and instantaneously unleashed a freezing beam from its left eye. Elated, it believed its freezing ray could completely encase a person in ice. However, despite his astonishment, Li Feng remained ever vigilant, alert to the three-star dragon's moves. He promptly opened a spatial portal, deftly intercepting the freezing ray, and then created another portal beside the three-star dragon. Zing! The freezing ray traversed the portal, striking the three-star dragon itself. What? It had anticipated witnessing a magnificent ice sculpture before it, but to its bewilderment, its left arm was now encased in ice. Your ambush was too slow. Perish, Li Feng coldly declared, then unleashed a powerful blast at the fallen three-star dragon. Boom! Following another explosion, the three-star ball reverted to its original form, rolling at Li Feng's feet. Chapter 124, Vegeta's Bravado. Boom. After yet another explosion, the three-star ball returned to its initial state, tumbling beside Li Feng. Evidently, the Dragon God realm was more complex than it appeared. Li Feng picked up the three-star ball, reflecting on the situation. First, I must deal with the other evil dragons. Two more malevolent dragon auras lingered nearby. Huh, is that Vegeta's energy? Why has it suddenly diminished so drastically? Li Feng scanned the auras of those around him and immediately discerned the situation. Could it be that Vegeta has encountered yet another misfortune? Feeling exasperated, Li Feng mused that, indeed, no matter the universe, Vegeta seems doomed to face the fate of being humbled. 10 minutes prior. Whoosh. Vegeta soared through the skies at breakneck speed, searching for the evil dragons. Damn that Kakarot, and Li Feng too. How can they be so powerful? Although he was grateful for Li Feng's rescue, he remained deeply dissatisfied with his own strength. These evil dragons can only be vanquished by me, the Prince of Saiyans. Swish. A white whirlwind erupted from Vegeta, propelling him to even greater speeds. As he approached the evil dragons, ominous clouds gathered on the horizon, brewing a terrifying energy. Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning struck Vegeta. Boom. He absorbed the lightning strike, yet emerged unscathed. Humph, merely a parlor trick. He scoffed, charging toward the electrical field below. Ha ha, ignorant humans, I, the five-star dragon, am the mightiest. Below, a red evil dragon cackled arrogantly. I was born from the negative energy generated when wishing for Goku's resurrection. You are no match for me. Upon finishing his words, the five-star dragon unleashed a torrent of his purple slime toward the heavens, resembling a grotesque shower of liquid akin to that of a slime. Though Vegeta deftly evaded the onslaught, he was overwhelmed by a sense of revulsion. What a disgusting substance. Vegeta furrowed his brow, unaccustomed to battling such repugnant foes. Heh, you'll find out soon enough. Electric slime, the 5-star dragon proclaimed, raising both hands high. Instantly, an innumerable quantity of purple slime filled the air. Despite Vegeta's evasive maneuvers, a considerable amount clung to various plants, voraciously absorbing energy from the atmosphere. As the 5-star dragon incessantly siphoned off this stray energy, its form swelled like an inflated balloon, growing from a little over 1 meter to an astonishing 30 meters in height. Ha ha ha, how do you like that? The 5-star dragon boasted to Vegeta. Another one of those size-increasing tricks, Vegeta scoffed, and with a surge of power, he launched a powerful punch aimed at the dragon's abdomen. Bang! A terrifying collision echoed. Yet the dragon's belly absorbed the impact like a sponge, nullifying the force of Vegeta's blow. What? Vegeta gasped in astonishment. Having expected to obliterate his foe with a single strike and swiftly conclude the battle, only to find his attack dissipate into nothingness. Haven't you eaten? The 5-star dragon grinned widely, his body suddenly erupting with purple lightning. Crackle! Crackle! With its enlarged form, the dragon's energy surged exponentially, amplifying its electric assaults. As a thick bolt of lightning struck Vegeta directly. Caught off guard by his own overconfidence. Vegeta had scarcely prepared to defend himself and was struck by the powerful bolt, leaving his chest charred and blackened. Ha ha ha! Die! Die! The 5-star dragon, reveling in the effectiveness of its attack, escalated its output, releasing more electric slime to absorb additional energy. Boom! Below, the power station resonated with the dragon's surplus energy, generating formidable electric power. Whoosh! 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 Meanwhile, the 5-star dragon's form continued to expand, growing from 30 to 50 meters, and then to an astonishing 100 meters. Damn it! I am the prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta. At this moment, Vegeta recalled the might of his lineage and unleashed a primal roar, golden energy erupting forth as he shattered the lightning bolts aimed at him. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2. What evil dragon? All shall perish at my hands. He bellowed. Fists clenched skyward. With a thunderous sound, the clouds darkened ominously. The previously menacing storm clouds, poised to unleash terrifying lightning, began to coalesce, breaking free from the 5-star dragon's control due to Vegeta's surge of power. Crackle! Crackle! The overwhelming energy of Super Saiyan 2 drew in the scattered energy around Vegeta, as the friction in the air fused his golden aura with the lightning, forming a new energy cyclone. Boom! This newfound energy surged forth, crashing into the 5-star dragon. What? The dragon could scarcely fathom that its own energy had been turned against it, leaving it charred and blackened. Ultimate Flash. Vegeta raised his hands in a grand gesture, gathering golden energy within his palms. Wait, I concede. No, the surrender of the 1-star dragon came too late. With a devastating ultimate flash that resembled the very light of death, Vegeta pierced through the belly of the 1-star dragon. Boom! The searing beam shot through, revealing the 1-star Dragon Ball nestled within. Plop! As the Dragon Ball fell, the 1-star dragon was utterly vanquished. Ha ha ha! I am the prince of all Saiyans, Vegeta. Witnessing the demise of his foe, years of resentment, frustration, and self-doubt evaporated, leaving him to laugh joyously towards the heavens. How long had it been? How long since he had so thoroughly obliterated an enemy? Perhaps it was years ago when he had decisively defeated the second form of Cell? After that, he faced the perfect Cell. Defeat. Battled Majin Buu. Defeat. Was possessed by Baby, and then overwhelmed by Super 17. He had endured defeat for far too long. Now was the moment to revel in his triumph. The once rebellious and invincible Vegeta had returned. Indeed, no evil dragon could stand against me. Just wait. Kakarot and Feng. I shall undoubtedly ascend to Super Saiyan 4. With renewed Saiyan spirit, Vegeta felt invigorated. Oh, not bad, Vegeta, came a voice from behind him, accompanied by a round of applause. Who goes there? Vegeta exclaimed, startled. When had the enemy appeared? He sensed nothing. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the 1-star dragon, born from the negative energy generated when your deity enhanced the power of the Dragon Balls, the 1-star dragon proclaimed with arrogance. And so what? Enough with the idle chatter. Prepare to receive my blow. Boom. Vegeta unleashed a furious strike, channeling the golden lightning towards the 1-star dragon. Thud. To his astonishment, the 1-star dragon effortlessly blocked his fierce assault with a mere finger. What? Vegeta gasped in shock. He had nearly exhausted all his strength, yet his attack had been thwarted so easily. Just how formidable was this opponent? Too weak. With a sigh, the 1-star dragon moved with astonishing speed, seizing Vegeta by the head and slamming him into the ground. Boom. The earth cracked like a spider's web, and Vegeta was forcefully driven into a deep crater. Chapter 125, Super Saiyan 3, Full Power Feng and the 1-star dragon. Boom. The ground once again fractured as Vegeta was brutally struck down, leaving him to revert from his Super Saiyan form, unconscious and motionless. Truly pathetic. Perish. The 1-star dragon raised his right hand slightly, conjuring a purple energy sphere that he hurled towards Vegeta. Whoosh. Boom. The energy sphere exploded mercilessly with a resounding blast. The one-star dragon's gaze shifted from the site of the explosion to the figure floating in midair. Though I know not the source of your divine power, it matters not. Once you are dead, the divine energy shall return to the dragon god realm, the one-star dragon sneered. Indeed, at the crucial moment, Li Feng arrived just in time to save Vegeta. With a swift teleportation, he placed Vegeta in a distant safe location before returning. So after your demise, will your powers also return to the dragon god realm? Li Feng resolved to first gather intelligence, for the one-star dragon was the most formidable of evil dragons, imbued with an overwhelming arrogance that would likely lead it to divulge the information it desired. Humph. Foolish beings. The one-star dragon scoffed. I am but a mere projection sent from above. My true form ranks just below that of the dragon god, immortal and indestructible. You humans, in your reckless exploitation of the Dragon Balls, have swiftly depleted the power of the dragon god, necessitating the release of cosmic energy to replenish it. Thus, your destruction of the universe is merely a means to restore the original energy? Naturally, it replied with disdain. While I concede that humans sometimes misuse the Dragon Balls, their intentions are mostly benign. They would not seek the annihilation of the entire universe. Li Feng answered nonchalantly, fully aware that some wishes made by the protagonist were indeed ludicrous, yet he still wished to hear the evil dragon's perspective. Perhaps a resolution could be reached amicably. Humph. Naive. At this juncture, your only recourse is to pay the price of destruction, retorted the one-star dragon, unimpressed. Alas, what a waste of breath. Li Feng sighed, his gaze sharpening. Then allow me to utterly obliterate you. With a fierce roar, Li Feng clenched his fists, his muscles tensing, veins bulging. In an instant, a blinding golden light erupted skyward, radiating heat and brilliance akin to the sun. The scorching energy searing the air and generating violent arcs of electricity as the golden flames clashed. A powerful aura ignited, reverberating through the air and delivering shockwaves that shook the very ground, causing mountains to crumble and rocks to shatter. Li Feng transformed directly into Super Saiyan 3. He took a deep breath, locking excess energy within his body. Gradually, the once explosive golden sun began to retract, its luminescence clinging tightly to his exterior. This was Li Feng's most potent state, Super Saiyan 3 at full power, boasting a staggering combat strength of 2,000 megatons, while the one-star dragon only reached 1,800 megatons. What? The previously composed one-star dragon, arms crossed, immediately changed its demeanor. This power seemed rather formidable. Humph, mere bluster. It dismissed, still convinced it was an illusion. With a powerful thrust of its legs, the dragon propelled itself toward Li Feng like a cannonball. A forceful, dominating punch surged toward Li Feng's face. Bang! It was effortlessly caught by Li Feng's left hand. What happened? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Have you not eaten? Li Feng sneered. Do not revel too soon. The one-star dragon hissed through clenched teeth. With a swift motion, it pivoted, executing a slicing kick aimed at Li Feng's waist. The rapid strike tore through the air, producing a terrifying sound of displacement. Thud. Yet Li Feng had anticipated this, raising his left hand in defense. An astonishing collision reverberated through the air, its energy radiating outward like a shockwave, the echoes of their clash resonating around them. Ha! 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 The one-star dragon, witnessing his attacks thwarted, unleashed a flurry of punches, accelerating his onslaught against Li Feng. Countless shadows of fists and feet flickered in the air, an array of dazzling assaults unleashed. Yet, Li Feng remained unfazed, calmly parrying each blow, viewing the one-star dragon as an excellent sparring partner, allowing him to thoroughly familiarize himself with the full power of Super Saiyan 3. How infuriating. I refuse to believe this. The one-star dragon seethed with indignation. Li Feng's composed demeanor was a profound affront to him. However, each of the one-star dragon's strikes either missed their mark or were effortlessly blocked. In a single second, he unleashed hundreds of attacks, yet none found their target. Are you finished? Li Feng grasped the one-star dragon's right fist once more, a mocking smile gracing his lips. You shall perish. The one-star dragon bellowed, erupting in fury as a violet aura surged skyward, liberating him from Li Feng's grasp as he charged once more. Boom. Yet, Li Feng initiated his counterattack. At the very moment the one-star dragon lunged, he delivered a knee strike to its chin. Uft. The one-star dragon collided as if its teeth had shattered, a sharp pain radiating through its jaw, causing it to emit a wretched cry. Yet, Li Feng would not squander such a splendid opportunity. He executed a somersault, seizing the two black horns atop the one-star dragon's head, and then slammed it downward. Boom. What goes around comes around. Just as the one-star dragon had previously struck Vegeta, it was now its turn to be crushed. A resounding crash echoed as a massive crater formed in the ground, the one-star dragon embedded within, fracturing the earth in a spiderweb pattern around it. Cough. The one-star dragon let out a mournful wail. What? Is that all? Seriously? You dare claim to be the mightiest evil dragon? Yet here you lie, defeated in less than a minute? Li Feng taunted with scorn. How infuriating. Huh. The one-star dragon erupted in rage, a violet blaze engulfing the arena, conjuring a terrifying energy storm. Super explosive wave. He merged the middle finger and index finger of his right hand and thrust them upward. In an instant, purple energy surged beneath Li Feng's feet. Boom. The violet energy beam erupted like a volcanic explosion, completely engulfing Li Feng's figure. Ha ha ha. Foolish human, still boasting? Prepare to be reduced to ashes. The one-star dragon cackled, confident that no one could withstand his super explosive wave. Is that so? As a warm-up. It's not too bad. Yet amidst the towering purple column, a chilling voice emerged. What? The one-star dragon was taken aback. How could anyone emerge unscathed from such an attack? Crack. Crack. Li Feng twisted his neck and smirked once more. You wretched fiend. The one-star dragon shifted from shock to fury. Swish. It transformed once more into a bolt of lightning, hurtling toward Li Feng. Yet, this time it was not merely a physical assault. Within its grasp, a purple energy wave coalesced ominously. Huh. Whoosh. 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 The one-star dragon, cunning as ever, feigned a simple punch, but in truth, it unfurled its fingers, unleashing beams of purple laser. This technique bore a striking resemblance to Frieza's finger beams. Yet its power had multiplied exponentially. Transformed into a fully powered Super Saiyan 3, Li Feng experienced remarkable enhancements across all facets of his being. His energy perception, dynamic vision, and reflexes had all reached astonishing heights. He had already discerned the one-star dragon's subtle maneuver. With a slight sidestep, he evaded the dragon's laser attack with minimal movement. To the one-star dragon, it appeared as though Li Feng had foreknowledge of its assault, dodging with an uncanny precision. Impossible. The one-star dragon was astounded. Could there truly exist such formidable strength in this world? Li Feng replied, apologies, but I am not of this world. System, no. You are not human. Li Feng. System. 3 seconds until self-detonation. 3, 2. Li Feng. No. System daddy. Everything you say is correct. Hee. Are we done playing? Suddenly, Li Feng's icy voice echoed in the one-star dragon's ear. How could this be? This time, the one-star dragon was not merely shocked. It was engulfed in terror. Just a moment prior, Li Feng had been evading its attacks, and now he stood beside it in an instant. Clearly, Li Feng had activated his instantaneous movement. Humph. With a cold snort, Li Feng delivered an uppercut that struck the one-star dragon's jaw. The tremendous force coursed from its chin to its head, sending it hurtling through the air, spewing forth violet blood. Swish. Yet, Li Feng did not relent. He instantaneously reappeared in the direction of its flight, driving an elbow into its abdomen. Pooh. The trauma from its head had scarcely subsided when the one-star dragon was met with another brutal blow to its midsection, causing it to convulse violently, its organs shaken. Li Feng seized the momentum, launching a kick aimed at the one-star dragon's face. Bang. The dragon's massive form was once again propelled through the air. Swish. 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 It was evident that Li Feng had no intention of halting his assault. He continued to employ multiple instantaneous movements in a relentless pursuit. The one-star dragon's body darted through the air like a ping-pong ball, propelled by Li Feng's strikes. To onlookers, it appeared as though the unfortunate one-star dragon collided with invisible walls, ricocheting in every direction. Bang. Ultimately, it could not escape the fate of being struck down once more. A sound that could shatter teeth resonated as the one-star dragon became embedded in the ground. At this juncture, it should be nearly over, Li Feng murmured. He understood that. Akin to the original narrative, when the one-star dragon found itself outmatched, it would summon other Dragon Balls to fuse, transforming into the Super One-Star Dragon. His mission was to ultimately vanquish the final form of the Super One-Star Dragon, hence he still required it to undergo this transformation. This shall conclude it. One-Star Dragon. Yet, Li Feng felt compelled to instill a degree of fear. Boom. He feigned rage, gathering energy to commence the formidable Kamehameha. Wait. The Super One-Star Dragon struggled to rise, panic-stricken, and interjected, do you have any final words? I can assist in purifying all the Dragon Balls. Oh. Li Feng pretended to be half convinced as he inquired. In truth, he had already discerned that the one-star dragon was merely stalling for time, engaging in a ruse. How to proceed? Please hold on. Allow me to collect all the Dragon Balls. Upon uttering this, the one-star dragon laboriously stood erect and bellowed, all Dragon Balls. Come to my side. Whoosh. 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 As soon as he concluded, Dragon Balls from all directions soared toward him. My Dragon Balls. Xiao Feng exclaimed as she noticed the Dragon Balls in her bag suddenly taking flight. What an overwhelming aura. Why are the Dragon Balls flying away on their own? Trunks also hastened to the one-star dragon's location, only to discover that his Dragon Balls had likewise vanished. What on earth is happening? Goten encountered the same bewildering phenomenon, following the Dragon Balls in confusion. Bang. At that moment, the 4-star dragon and Son Goku disengaged after exchanging blows. What's going on? The one-star dragon is summoning me? The four-star dragon furrowed his brow and addressed Goku. Our battle must pause for the time being. Whoosh. The golden four-star dragon swiftly made his way over. It appeared that the conflict on that front had also concluded. Goku, sensing the astonishing energy emanating from Feng, immediately soared toward him. Swish, 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 swish. Alongside Vegeta and the two remaining Dragon Balls on the ground, all Dragon Balls except for the 4-star and 1-star were now encircling the 1-star dragon. What is it, brother? Did you summon me because they have all perished? The 4-star dragon realized that the other evil dragons had vanished. Indeed, 4-star dragon, I now require your assistance. The 1-star dragon stood ominously behind the 4-star dragon. You intend to deal with these individuals, right? Together, we brothers shall prevail. 1-star dragon, what are you doing? The 4-star dragon naively assumed that the 1-star dragon was merely calling for reinforcements, unaware that he was about to be ambushed. A hand pierced through his back and emerged from his chest. Yes, 4-star dragon, I need your Dragon Balls. I appreciate your strength. Stab. The 1-star dragon withdrew his arm, leaving the 4-star dragon to collapse, blood gushing forth like a fountain. You. The 4-star dragon could never have imagined that he would not fall in battle, but rather be betrayed and slain by his own brother. Bang. The 4-star dragon vanished in an instant, the 4-star ball tumbling to the ground. What? You would slay your own comrade? Son Goku, arriving at the battlefield, was astounded, unable to fathom the 1-star dragon's cruelty. Humph, it is their honor, for this is the power of my evolution. At that moment, having acquired 6 Dragon Balls, the 1-star dragon fully unveiled his malevolent countenance, declaring fiercely, prepare to witness my true power. With a deep inhalation, the 1-star dragon absorbed all 6 Dragon Balls into his being. Buzz. As it absorbed all the Dragon Balls, the 1-star dragon erupted with an astonishing aura once again. Boom. A terrifying, malevolent black energy surged forth, instantly engulfing the entire sky. This formidable and colossal presence shot up into the heavens, spreading its sinister essence across the earth. The 1-star dragon underwent a remarkable transformation. Its previous injuries vanished completely, and its aura multiplied exponentially. The 1-star ball, along with the other Dragon Balls, shifted to rest upon its chest. Behold, the Super 1-star dragon is born. Chapter 127. The birth of the Super 1-star dragon. Ha 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 ha. With a surge of power, the 1-star dragon let out a maniacal laugh. This is me, the Super 1-star dragon. What? It can still fuse. Xiao Feng exclaimed in astonishment, overwhelmed by the sheer strength of this aura. Don't worry, have a senzu bean first. Li Feng's towering figure shielded her as he handed out bags of senzu beans to everyone. Smack. Naturally, he would not neglect himself. Gulp. After regaining his strength, Li Feng chuckled. Oh, is this your true power? Humph. Li Feng, do not get too complacent. This time, you are definitely no match for me. The 1-star dragon growled fiercely. Yet at this moment, it was Goku who was aflame with energy. Having consumed a senzu bean, his strength fully restored. He transformed once again into Super Saiyan 4. Swish, 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 swish. Golden and crimson auras soared skyward. You actually killed the 4-star dragon. Goku roared in fury. So what? That was merely the source of my power, the 1-star dragon scoffed. You despicable fiend. I will never forgive you. Whoosh. Goku was the first to strike the 1-star dragon. Earlier, he had engaged in a fierce battle with the 4-star dragon, developing a sense of admiration for this honorable opponent. However, he had been ambushed by the detestable 1-star dragon, and the kind-hearted Goku was determined to avenge the 4-star dragon. A furious punch, infused with golden flames and red lightning, was hurled towards the 1-star dragon's forehead. Bang! Yet this furious strike was effortlessly blocked by a single finger of the Super 1-star dragon. Nanny! Goku's eyes widened in shock. When had the evil dragon become so formidable? How weak! The Super 1-star dragon sighed, then swiftly countered with a headbutt aimed at Goku's forehead. Boom! This seemingly minor strike sent Goku flying, propelling his body like a cannonball through several crumbling buildings, crashing into the ruins beyond. What a terrifying blow! Gohan's forehead glistened with cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. Anyone could discern the sheer terror of Goku's strike, yet it was effortlessly thwarted by the Super 1-star dragon, who then retaliated with a mere flick, sending Goku sprawling. This is indeed a formidable challenge. Li Feng squinted, his expression grim as he focused on the 1-star dragon. At this moment, the combat prowess of the Super 1-star dragon soared to an astonishing 90,000 trillion. It was the strongest adversary he had ever encountered. With only 2,000 megajoules of power at his disposal, it was evident that he would not stand a chance against his formidable opponents, especially the Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Vegeta. What should he do now? Li Feng meticulously recalled the original storyline, realizing that at this juncture, Vegeta would transform into Super Saiyan 4 and subsequently merge with Goku to become Gogeta, ultimately executing a powerful maneuver that would lead to Goku defeating the 1-star dragon with a spirit bomb. This presents a splendid opportunity. If Vegeta can utilize the artificial Zenkai beam to become a Super Saiyan 4, then why can't I? He recognized this moment as a golden chance to transform into Super Saiyan 4 himself. But where was Vegeta now? Li Feng again embraced his stealthy nature and quietly withdrew from the battlefield. Goku, being the protagonist, is not so easily defeated, Li Feng mused. The system remarked. You truly are quite the survivor. Goku responded, I. Boom. A golden energy beam erupted as Goku ascended slowly into the air. Cursed be the one-star dragon, he thought, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Just as Li Feng had anticipated, despite the vast disparity in strength, the Super One-Star Dragon remained enraptured by its own invincibility, failing to deliver a swift end to Goku, thus allowing them a brief reprieve. Swish. Li Feng instantaneously teleported beside Bulma. Li Feng, what brings you here? Bulma questioned, startled. Vegeta, having just consumed a Senzu bean, was brimming with rage, ready to seek vengeance, but was taken aback by Li Feng's unexpected arrival. Vegeta, do you wish to become a Super Saiyan 4? Li Feng inquired with a smile. What? A Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta exclaimed in shock. Heaven knows how envious he felt upon witnessing Kakarot's transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Though he maintained an outward facade of nonchalance. How could one possibly transform into a Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta hurriedly asked. Unlike the original tale, this world's Vegeta had engaged in battle from the outset and was swiftly overwhelmed by the one-star dragon, his anger clouding his judgment, causing him to overlook the potential of his artificial Zenkai energy to resonate at a unique frequency, serving as the key to his transformation. Li Feng succinctly explained the method to Vegeta, and enlightenment dawned upon him. Bulma, surely we possess that device? He turned to inquire. Yes, it can be adjusted quite easily. Bulma replied, showcasing her brilliance as she promptly retrieved the capsule. Boom. In an instant, a machine that emitted artificial Zenkai energy appeared. Excellent. Bulma, quickly adjust the beam to Zenkai's frequency and direct it at me. Vegeta exclaimed with elation, soaring into the air. Understood, but why the rush? Bulma retorted. Yet she swiftly operated the machinery. Beep, beep, beep. After a flurry of adjustments, Bulma directed the artificial Zenkai energy towards Vegeta. Roar. With a tremendous cry, Vegeta's form swelled to an enormous size, transforming into a golden gorilla. A terrifying aura erupted forth. Has the transformation failed? Bulma questioned, perplexed. No, the transformation is not yet complete, Li Feng clarified. Huh. Vegeta unleashed another furious roar, and the once mighty golden gorilla underwent yet another transformation. His massive form shrank back to a normal size, his hair lengthened and fell messily over his shoulders, while his upper body sprouted a coat of crimson fur, revealing his chiseled chest and abs, along with a red tail coiled around his waist. Boom. A terrifying aura emanated from Vegeta. He had successfully ascended to Super Saiyan 4. Ha! Splendid. I shall seek retribution against the one-star dragon. With this newfound formidable energy, Vegeta felt an irresistible urge to unleash it. Wait, Vegeta, Li Feng interjected at that moment. Vegeta replied, perplexed. Your current strength is comparable to Goku's. Yet you were never a match for the Super One-Star Dragon. Only through fusion with him can you become Vegito and defeat the Super One-Star Dragon. Li Feng gradually stated the facts. Ugh. After being doused with cold water by Li Feng, Vegeta regained his composure from his inflated sense of power. Deep down, he understood that his Super Saiyan 4 form was far from sufficient to vanquish the one-star dragon. He was no longer the impetuous youth driven by rage. Very well, I shall comply. Vegeta acquiesced to Li Feng, prioritizing the greater good before heading to the battlefield. Chapter 128. Li Feng's Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta had consented to Li Feng's counsel and proceeded to the battlefield. Alright, Super Saiyan 4, here I come. Li Feng exclaimed eagerly, ready to prompt Bulma to initiate the Zephyr Ray. Bulma, please, launch the Zephyr Ray. He instructed her. Of course, Bulma replied, her fingers deftly dancing across the keyboard, calibrating the frequency of the beam. Ready. With that, Li Feng soared into the air, and a Zephyr Ray penetrated his body. Roar. As the energy coursed through him, he instantly felt a surge of overwhelming power boiling within, his form expanding by dozens of meters, and his once handsome visage contorting into a fierce grimace. Golden fur sprouting across his entire body. Savage, bloodthirsty, and furious emotions flooded Li Feng's heart in an instant. This was the aftermath of transforming into a gorilla, if uncontrolled. One could end up like Goku, merely a mindless beast. Fortunately, Li Feng's Saiyan blood was a gift from the system, a product of unparalleled quality. What a ferocious power. Is this the precursor to becoming a Super Saiyan 4, the Golden Gorilla? Li Feng managed to master his negative emotions and surveyed his surroundings. Bulma appeared diminutive, akin to a figurine, while his vision expanded, revealing a broader landscape. A surge of confidence filled him, as if he held dominion over the world. Roar. Li Feng could not suppress a triumphant roar, releasing his emotions. Oh no, has Li Feng lost his rationality? Bulma furrowed her brow. uncertain if he could maintain control like Vegeta, otherwise, it would spell disaster. Fear not, Bulma, I still possess my reason, Li Feng reassured her, observing her anxious demeanor. Subsequently, he began to harness this formidable power, transforming it into the energy of Super Saiyan 4. The secret of this metamorphosis lay in the tail. One must condense the power to the tip of the tail. As Li Feng swung his tail, he felt its energy intensifying, initially chaotic within him. But the surging energy swiftly found its destination, flowing rapidly towards the tail. Suddenly, Li Feng's massive form radiated a blinding brilliance, gradually diminishing in size until he reverted to his normal physique. His appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. His once short black hair lengthened, cascading messily across his chest, exuding a wild beauty. His pupils turned golden, adorned with a crimson hue. His physique grew even more robust and imposing, covered in a coat of red fur while showcasing his solid, well-defined chest and abs. His crimson tail flicked with vigor, brimming with immense power. This was Super Saiyan 4. Li Feng had successfully transformed. What terrifying power! He clenched his fists in astonishment. However, mindful of Bulma's presence, he refrained from unleashing his energy recklessly, instead exerting his utmost effort to suppress the surging force within him. This energy seemed to emanate from an inexhaustible power source, continuously replenishing itself. The ordinary Super Saiyan 4 was already 50 times stronger than Super Saiyan 3. Li Feng glanced at his combat power, 40 trillion. Remarkable. Thank you, Bulma. But it would be prudent for you to stay away from the battlefield to avoid any collateral damage. With that, he snapped his fingers. In an instant, Bulma vanished from sight, transported to a safe location. Huh, what is this? Bulma marveled, discovering she had been teleported far away, unable to see Vegeta and the others. What an incredible ability. I hope you all can defeat One-Star Dragon, she mused, clasping her hands in prayer. Li Feng had just tested his existing ability to teleport individuals over a specific range. He had previously been able to do so, but it consumed a considerable amount of energy. However, after transforming into Super Saiyan 4, the execution felt remarkably effortless, as both his key manipulation and the coordination of his energy flowed seamlessly. Excellent, One-Star Dragon, I am coming. With that, Li Feng vanished in a flash. 5 minutes earlier. Is another stinking monkey coming? One-Star Dragon sensed a powerful aura locking onto him from afar and scoffed. The newcomer was none other than Vegeta, who had just transformed into Super Saiyan 4. One-Star Dragon, prepare to meet your end. Vegeta launched his signature attack, the Prince's Technique. Bang, 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 bang. Golden energy blasts erupted like a Gatling gun, raining down upon the Super One-Star Dragon. A tiresome trick. The Super One-Star Dragon snorted dismissively, effortlessly dodging the projectiles. Yet the energy spheres ruthlessly struck the ground, creating deep craters and kicking up thick clouds of dust. As the dust settled, the terrifying figure of the Super One-Star Dragon stood unscathed, as impervious as a deity. The principle of no harm without smoke held true in every realm of Dragon Ball. However, it is abundantly clear that Vegeta's assault was not aimed at vanquishing the One-Star Dragon. Rather, he seized the opportunity to rescue Goku amidst the chaos. He lifted the fallen Goku, draping his arm over his shoulder, and they fled with remarkable speed. They are actually escaping? The One-Star Dragon sensed their energy signatures, only to discover they were quite distant. Do you believe you can elude my grasp? The One-Star Dragon sneered, unleashing a surge of power as it pursued Vegeta and Goku with relentless determination. Hey, Kakarot, wake up. Quickly consume the Senzu Bean. Aware of the terrifying aura closing in behind them, Vegeta urgently roused Goku. Vegeta? Goku's consciousness gradually returned, and upon realizing he was being carried at high velocity by Vegeta, he inquired in confusion. There's no time for questions. The One-Star Dragon is right behind us. Vegeta replied anxiously, while he too exerted himself to escape. His speed paled in comparison to that of the Super One-Star Dragon, and the distance between them grew ever smaller. All right. Goku did not hesitate and promptly consumed the Senzu Bean that Vegeta had brought. A powerful aura erupted as Goku restored his vitality. Whoosh. At that moment, the Super One-Star Dragon appeared before them. Escaping? Why have you stopped? It taunted. Damn it. Goku clenched his fists, ready to engage in battle once more. Wait, Kakarot. But Vegeta unexpectedly intervened. Li Feng informed me that to defeat the One-Star Dragon, we must either fuse or wait until he transforms into Super Saiyan 4 for a chance of victory. At present, the energy emanating from him remains unstable, indicating he has yet to successfully transform. Therefore, let us fuse. What? Vegeta, are you serious? Goku was taken aback by Vegeta's proposal for fusion. Hurry. There's no time. Otherwise, the entire Earth will be lost. Vegeta, with little room for pride, reiterated his urgency. All right, let us move quickly. Goku and Vegeta descended to the ground, assuming the fusion stance. Fusion. Chapter 129. Li Feng to the rescue. Fusion. Naive. But just then, The Super One-Star Dragon unleashed an energy sphere, interrupting their fusion attempt. Unlike in the original tale, this One-Star Dragon had initially been gravely weakened by Li Feng's onslaught before absorbing the other 6 Dragon Balls to transform into the Super One-Star Dragon, fully aware of the immense power that came with this transformation. Moreover, it could not afford to falter again. It had no idea what Li Feng was currently up to, and should anything go awry, its fate would be sealed. TSK. Vegeta had no choice but to evade, disrupting the fusion stance. Use the afterimage technique, Goku urged. Yes. Vegeta immediately grasped the concept, swiftly moving and leaving multiple afterimages in the air. Goku mirrored his actions, creating afterimages in various locations. Fusion, fusion, fusion. In the air, on the ground, beside the ruins, Goku and Vegeta continually executed their fusion dance, yet each attempt was thwarted by the Super One-Star Dragon. Damn it. Vegeta moved at high velocity, continuously employing the afterimage technique. Super Explosive Wave. The One-Star Dragon raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers, and suddenly unleashed a torrent of purple energy beams from the ground. Boom. The terrifying energy obliterated the rock layers. Run, Goku. Witnessing the dreadful energy akin to an erupting volcano surging towards him, promptly abandoned his fusion and erupted with energy to flee. Humph, trying to escape? Observing the two-part ways, the One-Star Dragon swiftly closed in on Vegeta. What? Vegeta's hair stood on end as he sensed the imminent, lethal danger, hastily attempting to defend himself. Bang. Unfortunately, he was a moment too late. The One-Star Dragon's heavy fist struck fiercely against Vegeta's exposed, solid abdomen. Gulp. In that instant, he realized just how vast the gap was between him and the Super One-Star Dragon. Merely enduring a single blow caused him to expel his stomach contents. Humph. Yet, the Super One-Star Dragon would not squander this opportunity, delivering an elbow strike to Vegeta's back. Bang. The agonizing sound of impact echoed once more. Vegeta could not escape his tragic fate, crashing to the ground once again. Useless wretch. Die. Buzz. A series of rapid strikes left Vegeta utterly defenseless. The One-Star Dragon conjured a black energy sphere, intent on eradicating Vegeta. Stop. Whoosh. Just then, Goku teleported in the nick of time, dispersing the energy sphere with a ki blast. Humph. Overestimating yourself. The One-Star Dragon shifted his focus from Vegeta to confront Goku. Tap, 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 tap. Goku unleashed a flurry of close-quarters attacks, accompanied by his iconic battle cry. However, the vigilant One-Star Dragon effortlessly blocked Goku's various punches and kicks. Bang. Goku managed to land a strike on the One-Star Dragon's face, but was met with astonishment, as it felt akin to hitting an invisible wall, causing a rebound that left him momentarily paralyzed. Humph. The One-Star Dragon smirked wickedly, intentionally allowing Goku to strike him to showcase his formidable defense. In that moment of shock, the One-Star Dragon seized Goku's shoulders with both hands and delivered a devastating knee strike to his chest. Cough. The ferocity of the impact felt as though he had been struck by a small asteroid, eliciting a mouthful of blood from Goku. Bang. The relentless opponent capitalized on his advantage, sending Goku soaring into the air with another kick, followed by a brutal barrage. Thud, 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 thud. Hundreds of punches rained down in mere seconds, leaving Super Saiyan 4 Goku utterly bewildered. Finally, under the weight of the One-Star Dragon's combined strike, Goku was hammered into the ground. Boom. Like a cannonball, Goku crashed into the earth, creating a web of cracks across the surface. Foolish wild monkey. You shall all perish. Witnessing the fallen Goku and Vegeta, the One-Star Dragon laughed maniacally before unleashing 2 waves directly at them. Bang. Boom. Once again, an obstruction arose, as an energy sphere was deflected by a ki blast, while another was sent flying by the sudden emergence of a figure. The One-Star Dragon found it peculiar that anyone could withstand its assault at this moment. This ends here, One-Star Dragon, spoke the striking young man before him. Indeed, it was Li Feng. After successfully transforming into Super Saiyan 4, he had rushed back to the scene, and within mere minutes, both Goku and Vegeta, also in their Super Saiyan 4 forms, had been defeated. Fortunately, he had arrived just in time. It seemed relying on the others was futile. It was up to him to take action. Oh, what is this? Not going to dodge this time, and in that form? Surely. You don't believe your current power can contend with mine? Don't make me laugh. Having transformed into Super One-Star Dragon, it displayed an astonishing arrogance, seemingly forgetting the humiliation it had suffered at Li Feng's hands previously. Then watch closely, Li Feng declared. With clenched fists, he let out a powerful shout. Boom. The tremendous energy within him erupted, as countless cells rejoiced and surged forth like a volcanic explosion. This was the true power of Super Saiyan 4. At this moment, Li Feng fully unleashed the might of his transformation. A brilliant golden aura blazed to life, scorching the surrounding air with its formidable heat. With a swift, slicing sound, Li Feng instantaneously appeared before the One-Star Dragon. Bang! He delivered another punch. The one-star dragon was taken aback by Li Feng's astonishing speed, so rapid that it was indistinguishable to its eyes. Blood erupted from its nose as it was sent flying backwards. Humph, Li Feng sneered, following up with another powerful blow to the one-star dragon's abdomen. Thud! The ferocious strike caused its midsection to cave in, contorting the one-star dragon into a shape reminiscent of a shrimp. With relentless fury, Li Feng, mirroring Goku's earlier ferocity, unleashed a torrent of punches, delivering hundreds of blows in a single second, creating a storm of fists directed at the one-star dragon. The very treatment the one-star dragon had dished out to Goku was now returned in kind, leaving it disoriented and reeling from the assault. Bang! After a swift teleportation, Li Feng reappeared where the one-star dragon had been sent flying. Then, with fists clenched, he slammed the one-star dragon into the ground, creating a third massive crater. Oh, weren't you just brimming with pride? Why do you now lie on the ground like a defeated dog? Li Feng crossed his arms, indulging in mockery. He understood that his previous attacks alone would not suffice to truly subdue the one-star dragon, as it had merely been caught off guard by his ambush. The Super One-Star Dragon had yet to unleash its full potential. Chapter 130, the Super Negative Energy Blast. Indeed, the Super One-Star Dragon had not yet tapped into its full strength. Boom. As expected, a purple light erupted from the heavens, and the one-star dragon began to rise slowly into the air. It had become less complacent. The Super One-Star Dragon, now enraged, no longer retained its previous confidence and composure. It realized that to achieve victory as effortlessly as it had against Goku and Vegeta, it would need to exert some real power. The violet aura erupted, and the presence of the one-star dragon swelled, surpassing Li Feng once more. In an instant, the one-star dragon vanished from sight, reappearing behind Li Feng. However, having anticipated this move and being adept in the art of spatial manipulation, Li Feng was not easily caught off guard. He executed a phantom punch, conjuring an illusion of himself. As the one-star dragon's fist struck the illusion, Li Feng's own fist surged towards the dragon's back. Bang! The mighty blow of the Super One-Star Dragon met only air, yet a powerful impact reverberated through its back. Fortified by its heightened energy, the one-star dragon remained unyielding, absorbing the force and retaliating with a venomous strike. Just as Li Feng's iron fist connected with the one-star dragon, the black spikes protruding from its back elongated, thrusting towards him with lethal intent. This maneuver was perilously dangerous. A moment's lapse could result in a fate akin to Vegeta's in the original tale, pierced through and rendered unconscious by a surge of electricity. Humph! Li Feng snorted disdainfully, conjuring a portal before him and simultaneously placing another at the one-star dragon's midsection. Whoosh! The sharp black spike traversed the portal effortlessly, piercing into the one-star dragon's own abdomen. Gosh! The unfortunate one-star dragon, in a twist of fate, was wounded by its own spike, spitting forth blood in shock. It could scarcely comprehend how its own attack had turned against it. The brief skirmish had concluded in an instant, and after a single exchange, Li Feng had gained the upper hand. Seizing the moment, he launched a side kick aimed at the one-star dragon's neck. Whoosh! Accompanied by a sound that sliced through the air, the ferocious kick, imbued with astonishing energy, struck the one-star dragon's throat. Bang! The horrific collision sent shockwaves through the air, rippling outward. Yet, it was Li Feng who was taken aback. Despite delivering a near full-force strike to the critical area of the neck, he found his foot aching from the impact, while the one-star dragon was only propelled a few meters away. In earlier encounters, such a fierce blow would have certainly fractured the dragon's neck. Damn! While the brutal strike had indeed injured the one-star dragon's neck, it was not fatal. The Super One-Star Dragon erupted with rage, sending Li Feng reeling. What a remarkable opponent. Its gaze sharpened, and it unleashed a barrage of razor-sharp energy blasts from its hands, slicing through the air with precision. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. These were the techniques of the six-star dragon. The Super One-Star Dragon, having absorbed all the Dragon Balls, could wield the full array of the evil dragon's powers. Yet, Li Feng opened multiple portals, drawing all the energy blades into them, only to have them rebound beside the one-star dragon. Damn! In that moment, the one-star dragon realized the nature of its own bone spikes. They were the consequence of encountering these spatial gateways. Bang! 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 The energy blasts ricocheted back upon itself, causing it considerable pain. Oof! One-star dragon, why do you seem so fond of inflicting harm upon yourself? Does it not hurt? Li Feng taunted once more, his form shifting ceaselessly. Do not even think of escaping. The one-star dragon roared, erupting with energy as it charged towards Li Feng. It understood that mere energy blasts would be futile, merely rebounding off the enigmatic spatial portals of its opponent, a loss for no gain. Instead, it relied on its formidable close-range strength. Having learned from Li Feng's previous ambush that their powers were not on equal footing. If you dare come, Li Feng sneered again, yet his speed remained unimpeded. Deep down, he recognized his significant advantage in velocity, augmented by his ability to traverse space and employ afterimages, making it impossible for the one-star dragon to even grasp at his shadow. Nonetheless, the enhanced strength and defense of the one-star dragon had notably increased, rendering a direct confrontation unwise. Thus, Feng opted for a strategy of evasion, seeking out the creature's vulnerabilities in the process. Swish, swish. The two became entwined in a relentless chase. Each time the one-star dragon lunged at Feng, he deftly sidestepped, countering with a portion of its own attacks. Though they lacked true pain, the humiliation was palpable. Whenever the dragon could not restrain itself from unleashing energy beams, they would invariably be caught by Feng's spatial portals, only to be returned from whence they came. Infuriated, the one-star dragon seethed, brimming with power yet unable to grasp Feng. Come on, one-star dragon, unleash your ultimate move. Otherwise, how shall I absorb your strength? Despite the perilous nature of his situation, Feng remained undeterred, ever aware of his own abilities. Such a formidable foe warranted a grand absorption, followed by a crushing victory. Otherwise, his efforts would be in vain. Enough, you wretched monkey. The super one-star dragon, losing its patience, ceased its pursuit of Feng and hovered in midair. Super negative energy bomb. With a resounding roar, the super one-star dragon erupted, black and purple flames shooting skyward like a volcanic eruption. The sinister and terrifying energy instantly darkened the heavens, yet even more alarming was the ominous power emanating from its chest. 7 dragon orbs embedded within its torso expelled purple energy spheres, rapidly inflating like balloons until they engulfed the entire sky. What is that? Feng, who was assisting Goku, gasped in horror at the massive energy bomb. This is bad. The Earth is doomed. Goten exclaimed in despair. Goku and Vegeta had just reverted to their normal states, weakened and struggling to ingest the sins of beings, when the destructive aura of the one-star dragon surged forth. Feng Gohan murmured, grappling with despair. Though he desperately wished for Feng's triumph, the circumstances seemed insurmountable. Has it finally arrived? The classic trope of the antagonist. Feng mused, gazing at the colossal and fearsome energy sphere on the horizon, a secret smile gracing his lips. Had the one-star dragon engaged in close combat earlier, over time, Feng might have faltered. There would inevitably be moments of error. However, forcing it to utilize its annihilation bomb changed the dynamic entirely, presenting an opportunity to absorb this immense power. Feng shouted, unleashing the full extent of his energy. Instantly, a beam of golden light shot from the ground towards the heavens, piercing through the encroaching darkness. Perish! The super one-star dragon hurled a negative energy blast towards Earth. Drink! Feng soared into action, exerting all his strength to counter the energy sphere. The thunderous roar echoed as the one-star dragon's energy orb proved overwhelmingly powerful, forcing Feng to stagger backward. Suck it in. Give me strength. Feng desperately activated his energy absorption technique, the veins in his arms bulging as he channeled tremendous energy into his body, voraciously consuming it like a whale. 1 billion, 10 billion, 100 billion, 1 trillion. In mere seconds, multitudes of energy surged into Feng, invigorating him immensely. His meridians expanded forcibly, cells absorbed voraciously, then released in a frenetic cycle. As he approached his limit, Feng roared, his pupils flashing with golden light. Chapter 131, Slaying the Super One-Star Dragon. Feng's full power at Ultra Level 4. As he neared his limit, Feng let out a deafening shout, his pupils shimmering with golden brilliance. Boom! The super negative energy blast detonated, enveloping the air in thick, black smoke, leaving a hemispherical crack in the ground from the sheer force of the explosion. The astonishing energy radiated across the battlefield, instilling terror in all who witnessed it. This energy, infuriating. Wu Tian gritted his teeth, loathing his own helplessness. Brotherly Feng, Xiaofeng cried out, tears streaming down her face. That detestable one-star dragon, even Feng. Trunks despaired. Wait, Feng is still alive. At that moment, Gohan suddenly looked up, fixated on the front. Whoosh. The colossal negative energy blast merely exploded in midair, causing the earth to tremble violently. However, in the aftermath of the explosion, a golden figure emerged from the center of the blast. What? The one-star dragon stared in disbelief, unable to contain its shock. The striking figure in the sky was none other than Feng. Thank you for your energy, one-star dragon. Thanks to you, I have grown even stronger. Feng chuckled, arms crossed. After his earlier intense absorption, Feng's combat power had surged to 5 quintillion. As a token of my gratitude, I shall use my full strength to annihilate you. Boom. Feng clenched his fists, continuing to amplify his aura. Impossible. The one-star dragon was genuinely alarmed. How could its most potent attack inadvertently empower its adversary? In a frenzy, it unleashed various energy beams. Yet, Feng, whose power continued to rise, ignored them entirely. As the golden outer flames effortlessly blocked the onslaught, the state of golden dominance unyielding. With a fierce roar, Feng's aura peaked. his golden flames radiating like the sun, emitting an overwhelming light and heat. Ultimately, the fiercely released golden flames constricted, enveloping Li Feng's form completely. This was the full power state of Super Saiyan 4, effectively sealing off excess energy from leaking outward. At this moment, Li Feng's combat strength reached an astonishing 10 quintillion. Hee. One-star dragon, your time is up, Li Feng thought to himself, stifling a laugh. Indeed, he was quite cunning. Whenever faced with an opponent of superior strength, he would opt to evade direct confrontation, instead waiting for the enemy to unleash their ultimate move in frustration. At that moment, he would rush in to absorb energy voraciously, only to strike back once his power surpassed that of his foe. This was the essence of battle. As long as he enjoyed himself, that was all that mattered. At this moment, One-Star Dragon was drenched in cold sweat, realizing that Li Feng's aura had far surpassed his own. Just moments ago, he had felt invincible. But before he could even finish that thought, Li Feng's fist had already embedded itself in the abdomen of the Super One-Star Dragon. Gasp! One-Star Dragon's eyes widened in shock as he sputtered in pain. You think you can withstand my blow? Bang! Li Feng taunted One-Star Dragon while delivering a flying kick aimed at its head. Thud! A sound so painful it resonated in the air erupted as the forceful kick knocked off one of the black horns atop its head. The Super One-Star Dragon had long since lost the arrogance it displayed upon transforming, now only embodying fear and agony. Thud! 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 It was now Li Feng who initiated a classic flurry of strikes. In a heartbeat, he unleashed hundreds of punches, appearing to those watching as if his hands merely trembled. Yet numerous imprints of his fists continuously emerged across One-Star Dragon's body, rendering his movements invisible. In a flash, Li Feng disappeared and reappeared behind One-Star Dragon, delivering a devastating blow that smashed it into the ground. This was his rapid-fire teleportation combo. After a series of strikes, only then did the impact take effect. Bang! The unfortunate ground buckled under the force once more. One-Star Dragon, taken by surprise, felt darkness enveloping its vision before being slammed down. And only then did the pain surge throughout its body. It was time to end this. Yet, the sinister voice of death echoed in its ears. 100-fold Kamehameha. Li Feng was now channeling the 100-fold Kamehameha. He raised his hands in unison, gathering a colossal blue energy sphere before his chest. Boom! The azure shockwave surged towards One-Star Dragon, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Bang! Following the blast, the 7 Dragon Balls once embedded in One-Star Dragon were sent flying, and the Super One-Star Dragon regressed to its original form. I will not be careless like Goku. Li Feng gathered his energy once more for a second 100-fold Kamehameha. Wave. Boom. This time, Li Feng's second Kamehameha struck fiercely against One-Star Dragon, completely disintegrating its form. Ding. Mission accomplished. Defeat the Super One-Star Dragon. Mission reward. 1-time fragment. 1 Dark Dragon Ball. Do you accept? At this moment, the long-awaited system activated, confirming the demise of the Super One-Star Dragon. Yes. Ding. Within Li Feng's storage space, a time fragment and a dark 1-star ball materialized. Huff. Li Feng exhaled deeply, returning to his normal state as the aftereffects of his prolonged energy burst hit him. Exhaustion and pain washed over him like a tidal wave. He certainly did not hesitate to indulge himself, directly consuming the mystical beings. Whoosh. At that moment, with the wicked dragon completely vanquished, the previously tainted, dark sky was rejuvenated with light, as sunlight once again graced the earth. How impressive, brother Li Feng. Little Feng was the first to rush towards Li Feng. As the others witnessed the conclusion of the battle, they too came forth to offer their congratulations. Indeed, your Super Saiyan 4 is truly formidable, far surpassing my father. Trunks sincerely commended. Trunks, you shall train in the training room for a week starting tomorrow, Vegeta. Now awake, remarked to Trunks. A hearty laughter erupted among the crowd. Well then, Goku, I leave this to you, Li Feng said, handing over the 7 restored Dragon Balls to Goku. Thank you so much, Li Feng. Goku responded, equally revitalized. Though I am uncertain of your origins, I am profoundly grateful for your salvation of our world. No need for thanks. I have gained much in return, Li Feng replied. Indeed. Upon arriving in the world of 1807, he not only mastered the transformations of Super Saiyan 3 and 4, but also acquired clues regarding the Dragon God realm. Now, he felt at least capable of contending with a god of destruction. Yet, I have a request that I hope you can honor. Why all the formality? I wish to battle Gogeta. Chapter 132, Li Feng vs. Gogeta. I wish to battle Gogeta? What? Both Vegeta and Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Are you certain? Yes. My purpose for coming to this world was to confront formidable foes and engage in combat with powerful adversaries. Moreover, my time is limited. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances. It matters not. I had intended to transform into Gogeta to face that 1-star dragon from the outset, Vegeta declared, a hint of pride in his voice. Oh, Vegeta actually agreed to this unprecedented challenge? Bulma teased from the sidelines. Silence, Bulma, Vegeta retorted, his face flushing. Very well, I too am eager to test Gogeta's strength. Since Vegeta has expressed his willingness, I shall join as well, Goku concurred. Let us fight with all our might. Agreed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three soared to an open expanse, with the others following suit to a safe vantage point to observe the impending spectacle. This was a battle for the ages. Fusion. Goku and Vegeta struck their poses, ultimately bringing their fingertips together. Ding. A hidden quest has been issued. Defeat Gogeta, Super Saiyan 4. Quest reward, system upgrade. Will you accept? At that moment, the system announced the hidden quest. Accepted. Li Feng readily agreed. Boom. An astonishing aura enveloped the arena as that man reappeared, with a blue belt fluttering in the wind, clad in a black and orange vest that revealed his chiseled six-pack and robust chest. He emanated a heart-stopping power. A confident smile gracing his lips. The formidable Gogeta has made his entrance. Come on, Li Feng. Unleash your full power and show me how you intend to defeat the one-star dragon. The self-proclaimed king began with an air of bravado, a testament to his own undeniable strength. Li Feng utilized a combat device to assess the current battle power of Vegeta, 9 trillion. Indeed formidable. After absorbing the negative energy blast from the one-star dragon, his own power level stood at a mere 25 trillion, revealing a staggering disparity of nearly 4 times. It was evident that he must transcend his limits this time, Li Feng pondered. With a mighty roar, he erupted with energy. Boom. A brilliant golden light radiated as a striking red figure made a grand entrance. Li Feng transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Hee. If you're going all out from the beginning, so will I? Vegeta wasted no time, aware of his limited fusion duration, and similarly ascended to Super Saiyan 4. The two golden auras blazed fiercely. A small stone, lifted by the wind, quietly fell to the ground, heralding the onset of battle. Whoosh, whoosh. The two red figures vanished in an instant, only to reappear simultaneously. Bang. Their fists collided, unleashing an astonishing force that radiated waves of terrifying energy. Swish, swish. They cautiously gauged each other's strength before resuming their high-speed movements. Countless red figures intertwining in the air, each intersection generating immense energy. What terrifying power! Is this the battle of Super Saiyan 4? Xiao Feng marveled. Thud, thud, thud. Each impact felt like a hammer striking the heart, inducing sheer trepidation. The might of Vegeta and Li Feng is truly fearsome. Gohan exclaimed, sweating profusely. His own battle power had long since retreated to the sidelines. Hiss. Vegeta is indeed outrageously strong. After several exchanges with the self-proclaimed king, Li Feng realized that his opponent truly possessed the prowess to back up his bravado, far surpassing that of his counterpart in his own universe. Each strike felt as though it were hitting an invisible wall, causing his fists to ache. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect was that Vegeta had yet to unleash his full strength. Although Vegeta maintained an invincible grin, internally he was astonished. Typically, no one could keep pace with him, yet Li Feng managed to do so. Despite the staggering power differential, Li Feng's speed and agility allowed him to keep up, proving to be remarkably nimble. Whoosh, whoosh. Ultimately, the two stood atop their respective peaks, locked in a tense standoff. Hee, Li Feng, not bad at all. Vegeta remarked with a continued chuckle. While acknowledging the opponent's swift movements, he noted that the power was still lacking. At times, Li Feng's attacks barely threatened his defenses. Come again. Zing. Li Feng propelled himself through the air, executing an instantaneous teleportation to appear behind Vegeta, aiming an elbow strike. However, it was as if Vegeta had eyes in the back of his head. He swiftly dodged by turning his head, and as Li Feng thrust his elbow, Vegeta seized his shoulders and executed a counterflip, sending him flying. Li Feng was abruptly sent flying, while Vegeta instantaneously teleported to intercept his trajectory. Had he been caught in a relentless barrage from the ruthless king, he would have undoubtedly faced a severe beating. However, his reflexes were remarkably swift. Just before Vegeta's fist struck his back, he executed an afterimage technique, creating a phantom of himself, and promptly reappeared behind Vegeta. Noticing his attack had missed, Vegeta swiftly retaliated with an elbow aimed backward. Bang! Li Feng deftly sidestepped, delivering a kick that sent Vegeta staggering. The two warriors once again engaged in instantaneous movement. Flashing through the air, both were elite combatants, their predictions of each other's moves exceedingly accurate, executing strikes with no hesitation. Dad, I can't see their movements anymore. What is the state of the battle? Xiao Feng exclaimed, scanning the surroundings, yet all she could hear were the sounds of impact. Utterly unable to catch a glimpse of the two figures. They are testing each other. Each attack is the result of multiple feints and counters, Gohan explained. Yet, as the battle wore on, it was Li Feng whose stamina began to wane first. Indeed, as Gohan had pointed out, the frequent use of advanced instantaneous movement to create distance consumed far more energy than Vegeta's efforts. If this continued, Li Feng would succumb before his opponent disassembled him. There was no choice. He had to resort to his spatial abilities. Recognizing that he could not match brute strength, Li Feng began to employ different skills. Whoosh. He positioned 2 spatial portals behind him, facing opposite directions. Vegeta had also arrived at Li Feng's back, launching a punch. Bang. The impact reverberated loudly. Yet it was Vegeta who staggered back, clutching his face. Ouch. What is this? The ruthless king was bewildered. How had his attack inadvertently struck him instead? The sensation had clearly registered as a hit on himself. Hee, that's my technique. Simple spatial portal teleportation, Li Feng disclosed without hesitation. Chapter 133, Super Saiyan 4 Limit Breakthrough. Spatial teleportation portal? Vegeta paused. Then realization dawned upon him. So that is how it is. Intriguing. The ruthless king maintained his confident grin. Continue. Whoosh. Li Feng vanished again with another instantaneous movement. This time, Vegeta was far more cautious, reluctant to attack recklessly. Buzz. A faint sound reached his ears. The portal had opened. He unleashed a wave of energy, but instead of striking Li Feng, it emerged from behind him. Multiple spatial portals. Li Feng's voice echoed from his rear. Sensing the rush of wind from behind, Vegeta instinctively thought to elbow strike back, but hesitated, fearing a rebound. Bang! Li Feng's fist solidly impacted the ruthless king's back, causing him to stumble forward. Yet, as Vegeta turned, he retaliated with a side kick aimed at Li Feng's chest. He realized that if he did not confront the attack head-on but rather from the side, it would be exceedingly difficult for his legs to pass through the spatial gate, consequently preventing the attack from rebounding onto himself. Thud. Indeed, Li Feng was unable to activate the spatial gate this time, and could only raise his right arm to endure the force of a kick. Thud. 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 Upon seeing his advantage, Vegeta launched a relentless assault, disregarding all caution and unleashing a flurry of devastating strikes upon Li Feng. There was no escaping the fact that Li Feng's attack speed paled in comparison to Vegeta's rapidity, and he had no choice but to shield his face with his arms, enduring the onslaught. Ultimately, he was struck in the abdomen by Vegeta's kick, sending him crashing into the debris below. Boom. Like a cannonball, he struck the ground, causing a violent tremor. Cough, cough, cough. Li Feng crawled from the rubble, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. This ruthless foe showed no mercy. That combination of blows left him utterly defenseless. What's wrong? Have you been thwarted? Vegeta chuckled triumphantly. Indeed, the disparity in their combat prowess was vast. Vegeta could easily disregard Li Feng's attacks, absorbing them to retaliate with ferocity. At this rate, Li Feng knew he would have to unleash his full power. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he fixed his gaze on Vegeta with renewed determination. Vegeta noticed the shift in Li Feng's aura, his smile fading as seriousness replaced it. Li Feng stomped the ground with renewed vigor, leaving deep impressions in the earth. Rustle, 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 rustle. He unleashed his rage, continuously augmenting his energy. A golden aura blazed fiercely, radiating brilliant light, culminating in an explosion that sent waves of light and heat outward like the sun. The outward flames converged upon Li Feng, the golden light adhering tightly to his form, his aura reaching its zenith and stabilizing. Super Saiyan 4, full power. Li Feng had finally unleashed his full strength. Oh, this state! Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. This is my Super Saiyan 4, full power. Looks quite formidable, doesn't it? Vegeta remarked with a grin. Swish. After transforming, Li Feng's speed and strength soared to unprecedented heights, and with a swift teleport, he appeared before Vegeta, his fist embedding itself in Vegeta's abdomen. Cough. Vegeta spat out a mouthful of bitterness, caught completely off guard this time. Boom, 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 boom. Now it was Li Feng's turn to retaliate, unleashing hundreds of punches in a single second, the force and impact striking Vegeta unprepared. Thud. Ultimately, with a powerful punch, Li Feng slammed Vegeta into the ground. The poor earthling bore yet another deep scar upon his body. Now this is entertaining. Aside from being covered in dust and debris, Vegeta remained unscathed. I shall join in. Now it was Vegeta's turn to unleash his fury. He elevated his energy to match Li Feng's level. The battle escalated once more. This time, it was not merely a ruse involving spatial gates, but a genuine clash of physical prowess. Whoosh, whoosh. The two combatants, invigorated, resumed their fierce engagement. Bam! This time, their fists collided, both strength and speed remarkably matched. Thud, 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 thud. They engaged in an intense melee, exchanging blows hundreds of times within a mere second, executing a myriad of parries, defenses, and counterattacks with exhilarating fervor. The energy radiating from them continued to escalate. Blood surged with fervor. The spirit of battle blazed brightly. Despite Li Feng having reached full power in Super Saiyan 4, his combat prowess surged ever higher amidst the fray, pushing him to transcend his own limits. Bam! Another earth-shattering impact. Both warriors gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, yet elation was etched upon their faces, a testament to their insatiable thirst for combat. How astounding! Grandfather Gogeta and brother Li Feng are truly formidable. Xiao Feng, witnessing such a fierce confrontation from a distance, could not help but marvel. This was even more intense than the recent battle with the one-star dragon. Just how terrifying is their strength? Trunks was utterly astonished. It was nearly time. His current state was approaching its conclusion, and the fusion time for the opponent was also nearing its end, Li Feng contemplated. Then, exchanging a knowing glance with Gogeta, they instinctively assumed the stance for the Kamehameha wave. 100-fold Kamehameha wave. The two struck the same pose, gathering an overwhelming 100-fold Kamehameha wave. Boom. Two torrents of blue energy clashed head-on, forming an intricate sphere of energy. Once again, it was the wave confrontation. Li Feng intensified the output of his Kamehameha wave, the azure shockwave surging towards Gogeta's side. Meanwhile, Gogeta, equally fueled with energy, his veins bulging, amplified his output, forcefully pushing it back towards Li Feng. The output was fueled solely by their roars. At this moment, Li Feng was solely focused on surpassing his own limits. At this juncture, Li Feng's energy absorption technique activated autonomously, voraciously consuming the energy from both sides, ultimately reclaiming it within himself. Boom. The explosion of both 100-fold Kamehameha waves triggered a cataclysmic tremor, reducing the entire wreckage below to rubble. Rustle, 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 rustle. As the dust settled, a magenta aura erupted skyward. Li Feng underwent a profound transformation. His energy shifted from a mundane red to a vibrant magenta, his hair adopting the same hue. Terrifying energy radiated outward. This was the breakthrough of Super Saiyan 4. Li Feng had astonishingly transcended his limits while absorbing the energy from the wave. Chapter 134, Farewell. Son Goku. Li Feng had indeed surpassed his limits during the wave confrontation. Was this a breakthrough? He could hardly believe his newfound strength. A relentless torrent of formidable energy surged outward from within him. Every cell in his body ignited, releasing a terrifying power. The sensation was exhilarating. He felt as though he could annihilate the one-star dragon with a mere finger. Even the god of destruction would find him a worthy adversary. One can effortlessly traverse the tumultuous currents of time and space. Indeed, a remarkable feat. An unparalleled strength. An absolute prowess. Far surpassing full power. The raw might of primal essence. This is the metamorphosis of power. This is the transcendence of Super Saiyan 4. Li Feng gauged his combat prowess using the battle device. 100 trillion. Exhilarating. Congratulations. Vegito sighed deeply, yet due to the constraints of time, he soon disintegrated. On Li Feng's side, his transcendence also faced limitations, as energy was rapidly depleting, and he swiftly reverted to his normal state. One might consider this an experiential card for the Super Saiyan 4 transcendence, Li Feng mused. Ding. Mission accomplished. Defeat Vegito, Super Saiyan 4. Mission reward, system upgrade. Do you accept? Yes. In an instant, the system ceased all notifications, leaving only a clock in the upper left corner of his vision, displaying 48 and counting down. What peculiar operation was this? Self-upgrade? Such a phenomenon was beyond Li Feng's contemplation. After all, it was not a negative development for him. In a truer sense, he hadn't truly defeated Vegito. It was more of a stalemate or perhaps a loss, for Vegito had deliberately held back, choosing to toy with his attacks. Had he exerted his full strength from the onset, he could have easily subdued Li Feng, leaving no room for subsequent exchanges. Nevertheless, he felt grateful to them. Remarkable. Li Feng, is that a new transformation? A fatigued Goku inquired after disintegration, unable to suppress his excitement. It should be. I inadvertently absorbed energy from both sides to transform. Although immensely powerful, the consumption is quite substantial, Li Feng replied with a smile. I shall attain such a transformation in the future, Vegeta declared, his pride unabated. Laughter erupted among the group. Incredible. Grandfather. Vegeta grandfather. And brother Li Feng. At that moment, Xiao Feng dashed towards Goku. Thank you all for fighting alongside me. Li Feng bowed deeply to Goku and Vegeta, understanding that their participation had not only fulfilled his desire for battle, but had also led to his further transformation. You are too modest, Li Feng. We must express our gratitude for your assistance in our world, Goku humbly remarked. Indeed, such trivial matters are nothing. Vegeta acknowledged in his own manner. Suddenly, the 7 Dragon Balls seemed to sense something, radiating an orange glow as they soared into the heavens. Yet this time, the sky did not darken, and the Eternal Dragon emerged. We did not summon the Eternal Dragon, did we? What is happening? Xiao Feng exclaimed. Recalling that the Dragon Balls were kept under her watch, Goku exchanged glances with the Eternal Dragon, as if comprehending something profound. My apologies, Eternal Dragon. I regret the trouble we have caused you, Goku addressed the magnificent being. Due to your reckless misuse of the Dragon Balls, this calamity has ensued. Henceforth, the 7 Dragon Balls shall completely vanish from your world and shall never return. The dragon revealed a startling truth. What? Why? Did we not already vanquish the evil dragon? Goten asked in astonishment. Goten, Gohan sternly interrupted his brother, directing his gaze towards their father. I understand now, Dragon. Please grant us one final wish, he implored. Please resurrect all the Earthlings who perished in the battles against Super 17 and the evil dragon. A hum resonated as the dragon's crimson eyes flashed, instantly bringing back to life those who had fallen in the two conflicts. However, unlike before, the dragon did not vanish after fulfilling the wish. Instead, it leaned closer to Goku. Let us go, Son Goku, the dragon proclaimed. Goku responded with a nod, then turned to embrace Chi-Chi, Goten, and Gohan, before taking his place upon the dragon's head. Goku, Dad, Father, Grandpa. The group was misty-eyed with emotion. Kakarot, could it be? Vegeta, standing nearby, was equally taken aback. Farewell, everyone. Goku bid his goodbyes, and as the dragon took flight, it noticed Feng. You are. I understand now. The dragon respectfully acknowledged Feng before soaring away with Goku. Is the dragon yet another enigma? Feng pondered, momentarily stunned. After all, he possessed a dragon from another world himself. Why the surprise? Nevertheless, he soon reflected on the fact that even his presence could not alter the inevitability of Goku's disappearance from Universe 1807. Meanwhile, Bulma felt a rush of emotions watching Goku's departing figure. Memories flooded back to her childhood encounters with Goku, their adventures together, seeking Dragon Balls, and facing formidable foes. All the countless experiences brought tears to her eyes. Vegeta too reminisced about his initial arrival on Earth and his first confrontation with Goku, followed by the harrowing battles on Namek and against foes like Cell and Majin Buu. The weight of nostalgia made him feel as if he had lost something profound. Similarly, Chi-Chi and Pan smiled through their tears, recalling their cherished moments with Goku. Gohan, Goten, and others shared the same sentiment. No one attempted to halt Goku's departure. Instead, they silently offered their blessings. Dragon, may we visit one place first? Where? The Kame House. Whoosh. Goku landed outside the Kame House. Oh, Goku, what brings you here? And the dragon? Master Roshi and Krillin, who were inside, were astonished. Goku settled beside the beach. Elder Krillin tossed stones into the water, creating splashes, and sighed. Seeing you still looks just as you did in childhood brings back memories. Training together, battling, playing games, facing powerful enemies. Yet here you are, still so young. While I have aged, everything has changed far too much. Let us fight once more. Goku proposed. Are you serious? Krillin inquired. Indeed. The two readied themselves for battle. In the reflection of the turtle hermit's sunglasses, the silhouettes of two combatants merged with the images of two young boys from decades past. Bang! Goku, who ought to have been effortlessly overpowering Krillin, is instead knocked down by a single punch from him. Goku bursts into laughter. You remain unchanged, just as you were before. Moments later, Goku vanishes into thin air, leaving only faint footprints on the shore, which are washed away by the encroaching waves. Meanwhile, the turtle hermit gazes skyward, seemingly grasping a profound truth. Goku, please convey my gratitude to Shenron for his Dragon Balls. In the realm of the underworld, Goku appears in the afterlife, encountering Piccolo. As they shake hands, Piccolo seems to understand something profound. All this time, you've cared for me far more than I could ever repay, and Gohan too, under the guidance of a remarkable master. Thank you, Piccolo. Goku replies with a smile. I will never forget you. Farewell. As Piccolo turns to look back, Goku's figure has once again vanished. At this moment, Goku lies comfortably on the back of Shenron, surrounded by the 7 Dragon Balls. As they merge into his being, he and Shenron simultaneously disappear. Meanwhile, Feng is overwhelmed with emotion, witnessing the conclusion firsthand, tears welling in his eyes. This is Dragon Ball, a cherished memory from my childhood. The theme song of Dragon Ball resonates in his ears, gradually captivating him, enchanted by that dazzling smile, breaking through the endless darkness together. Chapter 135, The Old Supreme Kai, Unleashing Potential. After Goku and Shinran's departure, everyone returns to their daily lives. However, Feng is acutely aware that he has a significant task yet to complete in the Universe 1807, the unlocking of the old Supreme Kai's potential. He previously inquired with the system, which revealed that this fractured world lacks gods of destruction and angels or higher beings, assuring him that this universe is safe, free from the fear of revealing his power. With a swift motion, he aligns himself with the multiverse star map in his mind and instantly teleports to the realm of the Supreme Kai. Ah, who are you? How did you arrive here? A man with long white hair sits on the ground in a fluster, pointing at Feng with a look of trepidation. Feng recognizes him as the former East Supreme Kai who fused with Kibito using Patera earrings to become Kibito Kai. Greetings, I am Feng. I trust you and the old Supreme Kai have witnessed our battle through the crystal ball. Feng smiles. Feng, oh, you are the one who dealt with Android 17 and the evil dragons. Kibito Kai recalls, excitement evident in his voice. Indeed, I have come to seek the old Supreme Kai's assistance. We are immensely grateful for your actions in saving this universe. Please, follow me. Gogeta Kai leads Li Feng to meet the old Supreme Kai. By a tranquil riverside, the old Supreme Kai leisurely fishes. Greetings, esteemed elder. This is Li Feng, the one we previously observed. Gogeta Kai respectfully announces. Oh, Li Feng. The old Supreme Kai sets down his fishing rod and leisurely turns to look back. Hello, old Supreme Kai. I have come to request your help in unlocking my potential. Li Feng put forth his request. Developing potential? The old Kai looked at Gogeta with a perplexed expression. No, Ancestor, I didn't inform him of this matter. Gogeta exclaimed in a fluster. Indeed, Ancestor. I learned of it from my own universe. Your universe? You. At that moment, the old Kai scrutinized Li Feng closely. Truly, you lack the essence of our universe, and you even possess the power of the Dragon God. After sensing Li Feng's aura, the old Kai was taken aback. Yes, you truly are perceptive. He offered a subtle compliment. So, it seems that in your universe, both I and that foolish being over there also exist? Yes, however, the East Kai and Gogeta in my universe have yet to fuse. It appears to be true. You are aware of fusion. The old Kai nodded. What? Another world? What is happening? Gogeta continued to express his astonishment. The old Kai slowly rose and approached Gogeta, delivering a light punch to his head. How old are you? Still so restless? He admonished his junior. Quickly prepare some refreshments to welcome our guest, especially since he is the hero who saved our universe. Yes, Ancestor. Gogeta immediately conjured a set of tea utensils and a carpet with divine power, then began brewing tea. Please, Li Feng, let's discuss matters pertaining to your universe. Very well. Li Feng graciously accepted and savored the tea brewed by the Kai. Ah, delightful. This tea is remarkably fragrant. After taking a sip, he realized that the Kai's tea enhanced his mental acuity. Indeed, our Kai's realm has cultivated its tea trees for several millennia, the old Kai proudly stated. So, this is how it is in my universe. Li Feng began to narrate the events of his universe. He understood that to venture into the Dragon God realm, it was imperative to engage with deities, and his sources of information were exceedingly limited. The old Kai of his universe had yet to appear, as the timeline had not progressed to that point. Moreover, with the oversight of the God of Destruction and angels, clandestine development posed significant challenges. Therefore, acquiring intelligence, resources, and power in this universe was essential. So, it seems that your existence has merely added to your universe, while other events remain largely unchanged. The old Kai slowly inquired after Li Feng recounted their victory over Cell. Thus far, yes, but in reality, we have entities that surpass the Kai. What? Entities even more exalted than the Ancestor? Impossible. Gogeta was once again astounded, as it seemed his astonishment today surpassed all previous encounters with Goku and the others. Bang! The old Kai delivered another light smack to Gogeta's head. In our universe, the God of Destruction and the Kai exist in a symbiotic relationship. One is responsible for creation, while the other for destruction. The demise of one leads to the extinction of the other. Above the God of Destruction, there are angels who serve as overseers and observers of the universe. Beyond the angels lies the Grand Minister, who oversees the various angels of the 12 universes. And at the pinnacle of authority is the Omni King. Li Feng elaborated on everything he knew about the divine beings, particularly the angelic supreme god, Zeno. Upon hearing this, the old Kai was greatly astonished and murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Gogeta, filled with astonishment, dared not speak, his cold sweat trickling as he gazed at his ancestor. The other deities you mentioned do not exist in my recollection, the old Kai stated slowly. However, the multiverse must indeed be real, at the very least. The power of the divine dragon within you does not belong to our universe. Are you familiar with the Dragon God? Li Feng inquired eagerly. The Dragon God? You mean that fellow, Salamander? Please, enlighten me with the particulars about him. Li Feng exclaimed, finally receiving the information he had longed for. He is a formidable being, who long ago had conflicts with our original Supreme Kai. The specifics elude me, but ultimately, it seems he was exiled to the Dark Realm, where he created the Dragon Balls, intending to harness the greedy wishes of mankind to acquire energy. The emergence of this evil dragon is a manifestation of his energy collection, transforming the wishes of people into negative energy, aiming to annihilate the entire universe to reclaim power. Ah, I see, Li Feng thought, finding this aligned with his previous understanding, albeit with the added intelligence about the Dark Realm. Now, Ancestor, can you assist me in unlocking my potential? I must confront the Dragon God upon my return, and my current strength is woefully insufficient. Li Feng earnestly requested. The old Kai hesitated for a moment. After all, Li Feng is a hero who has saved our universe. Gogeta cautiously interjected to persuade. Very well, I hope you will treat this power with the utmost care. With that, the old Kai began to cast a spell upon Li Feng. Wait, your potential is significantly greater than Gohan's. It appears nearly limitless. The old Kai exclaimed in disbelief. This time, I must be serious. Unlike the previous occasions when he aided Gohan, the old Kai was now exerting himself to the utmost. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. This power? It's here. Li Feng shouted internally. In an instant, A surging aura enveloped the area. A terrifying presence spiraling skyward like a tornado. He felt as though a prior limitation had been shattered, akin to unblocking his meridians, his entire being relaxed and invigorated. Every pore exuding an indescribable exhilaration. Li Feng's potential was unleashed. Chapter 136. The Mysterious State of Fusion. Wait. Rein in your energy. At that moment, the old Kai, having been blown away, shouted at the top of his lungs. Apologies. Li Feng immediately ceased his release of energy, compressing the tumultuous power back within. Phew. The two deities who had been sent flying finally breathed a sigh of relief. Merely your energy release has caused the entire Supreme Kai realm to tremble. Your power is far too great. I fear the entire realm cannot withstand your full might. The old Kai said, his heart racing. Thank you immensely, old Kai. Li Feng replied, brimming with excitement. Subsequently, he slyly retrieved a magazine from his storage space and discreetly slipped it into the old Kai's hands. Hee. This is a gift for you. I appreciate all your efforts. What is this? Oh my, this pose is quite daring. The old Supreme Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement. What is that? At this moment, the god Jebet also leaned in with curiosity. Go away. This is none of your business. The old Supreme Kai reprimanded him again and immediately tucked the book into his bosom. Ahem, I shall graciously accept your gift. Rest assured, I will not disclose your matters to anyone else, the old Supreme Kai stated with gravity. Thank you both. Li Feng expressed his gratitude before vanishing in an instant. Li Feng is truly a mysterious and formidable individual. Just how terrifying must the enemy be that even someone as powerful as him must confront? Jebet pondered. And what was it that you gave to the old ancestor in the end? Bang. Another fist struck Jebet on the head. Such ignorance. Matters of adults should not concern children. Meanwhile, Li Feng's destination was the Divine Palace. Swish. Oh, who are you? The grown-up dandy exclaimed in surprise upon seeing a mysterious figure before him. I am Li Feng, the one who previously assisted in vanquishing the one-star dragon. Li Feng replied with a smile. After a flurry of thanks, he learned that Li Feng had come to borrow the room of spirit and time, to which he readily agreed. Click. Li Feng closed the door to the outside world, gazing at the pure white expanse within, feeling a sense of nostalgia. The room of time in my universe feels more comfortable. However, he had not come here for leisure. He intended to adapt to the power unleashed by his potential during the system's upgrade. The spirit-time world could withstand the full force of his eruption, even if the space were to shatter. Li Feng bellowed, his energy swelling as he soared into the sky. According to the path of evolution of the Super Saiyan in his mind, the form corresponding to his potential development should resemble Gohan's enigmatic transformation. Unlike transforming into a Super Saiyan, this mysterious form did not require extreme anger or prolonged buildup. He could unleash his energy directly and achieve it instantaneously, flowing seamlessly without any discomfort. Boom. A fierce white aura shot skyward, causing the entire spirit-time world to tremble. The ground sinking beneath him as the wind howled in fury. Is this my mysterious form? It is incredibly powerful and very stable. Li Feng marveled as he sensed his current energy, which equated to his full power Super Saiyan 3 state. Most importantly, he had a vague feeling that he could perhaps stack it with the ordinary Super Saiyan form. This was a transformation path unique to him. Li Feng exclaimed in exhilaration. Indeed, I have discovered that the ultimate path of the Super Saiyan is a fusion of several states. The first is talent, which pertains to the development of one's potential. And I have now acquired that. The second is the transformation into an ordinary Super Saiyan, which I have now reached the level of Super Saiyan 4. The third is the Divine Aura, which corresponds to the transformation into Super Saiyan God. I have yet to achieve that. Furthermore, the previously assumed Ultra Instinct is not a specific transformation state, but rather an angelic technique, meaning it is a skill that can be cultivated. The true transformation of the ultimate Super Saiyan arises from the fusion of the first three forms. I shall attempt this fusion. Li Feng clenched his fists, plunging into a mysterious state, layered upon his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Within him, two distinct energies surged. One was a burgeoning white aura, representing the power of the mysterious state, while the other was a golden aura, embodying the primal strength of the Super Saiyan. However, these two energies clashed violently within him, each vying for dominance, unable to merge, resulting in a chaotic state. At times, Li Feng would momentarily shift into Super Saiyan 3, then revert to the mysterious form, and then back to his normal state. He grimaced in frustration, astonished by the ferocity of these two powers. One was a gift of innate talent, and the other was the strength of his bloodline. How infuriating. I am the master here, fused together. Li Feng gritted his teeth, tensing his muscles, and concentrated his spirit within, striving to suppress the tumultuous energies. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, it seemed that Li Feng's primal spirit had managed to restrain the two forces, compelling them to reluctantly begin merging. The white and golden energies transitioned from a state of violent opposition to a gradual intertwining, ultimately culminating in a harmonious fusion. Buzz. The golden and white streams of energy completely merged into one, instantaneously unleashing an unparalleled surge of power. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The overwhelming aura engulfed the surroundings. A dual-layered flame of golden exterior and white interior enveloping Li Feng entirely. The mysterious white power had now fully integrated with the bloodline strength. The transformation multiplier of the Super Saiyan had significantly escalated. Ding. System upgrade complete. At this moment, the successful system upgrade notification chimed in. What is my combat power in this state? Li Feng inquired. Li Feng, combat power, 5 trillion. What? 5 trillion? Li Feng was taken aback, hastily calming his aura and reverting to his normal state. And now? Li Feng, combat power, 5 trillion. He stood in disbelief, unable to comprehend the reality of what he had heard. Ha ha ha. But soon, elation overwhelmed him, and he laughed heartily towards the sky. After unlocking his potential, he had already elevated his baseline combat power to 5 trillion. The ordinary transformation multiplier of the Super Saiyan had been enhanced to 100 times his normal state. And now, following the fusion with the mysterious state, it astonishingly soared to 1,000 times his normal state. This was merely Super Saiyan 1. The transformation multiplier had reached the full power of the previous Super Saiyan 3. The current transformation was equivalent to 10 times what it had been before. Furthermore, the multipliers for subsequent transformations would only continue to rise. Would I truly grow even stronger? Li Feng trembled with excitement, hardly believing in this newfound power. Chapter 137. Accomplished and returning home. Li Feng trembled with exhilaration. He continued to amplify his aura, familiarizing himself with the powers of other transformations. Boom. Blue arcs of electricity swirled around him as Li Feng transformed directly into Super Saiyan 2 at full power. At this moment, his combat power stood at 25 trillion. Indeed, in this newfound transformation, all transformation multipliers have escalated to tenfold their original values. Ultimately, it culminates in the new Ultra Super Saiyan form. Shrouded in a dazzling display of golden and crimson auras, the terrifying energy effortlessly rends the fabric of space, creating numerous black spatial rifts. This is the full extent of my power. Li Feng himself is astounded. After absorbing Gogeta's 100-fold Kamehameha, his Ultra Super Saiyan form had already reached an astonishing 100 trillion. Now, with the fusion of potential, the base strength has doubled, and all transformation multipliers have surged to tenfold. His ultimate capability now stands at an impressive 2,000 trillion. Furthermore, unlike before, where the full energy release would lead to leakage, this form can maintain its essence for at least an hour. Crack, crack. As Li Feng clenches his fist slightly, the mere act inadvertently fractures the space around him. This energy is overwhelmingly potent. A moment's inattention could result in cataclysmic devastation. No, I must adapt to this energy thoroughly. Li Feng regains his composure, recognizing that true power can only be harnessed when under his control. This space is no longer suitable for combat. He must venture into the rifts to acclimatize. Whoosh. With this resolve, Li Feng steps boldly into the spatial rift. Buzz. Indeed, it is a realm of chaos and spatial turbulence. However, unlike previous encounters, Li Feng is now prepared. At least the star map is ready, ensuring he does not lose his way. Moreover, his resilience has significantly increased. What once felt like a life-threatening tempest now merely resembles a gentle breeze. This place is ideal for cultivation, regardless of the destruction it might cause. Whoosh. Li Feng dashes towards a meteorite, extending his pinky finger. Bang. The time-space meteorite is effortlessly crushed to dust. He continues his training. Li Feng embarks on his cultivation journey amidst the tempestuous currents of time and space. If the destroyers, or even the angels, were to discover that someone is training within the rifts, it would shatter their perceptions. Even they have not dared to engage in battle in such a terrifying environment. Bang. Boom. Estimating the passage of time, approximately a month has passed, and Li Feng has fully adapted to his surging energy. Following the star map, he prepares to return to his universe. Whoosh. Li Feng easily rends the rift of Universe 1807, reappearing directly on Earth. I wonder how they are faring now? Li Feng deeply misses his family. Though the duration of his journey through 1807 may seem brief, he has endured numerous battles, from Super 17 to the evil dragons, from Gogeta to the days of his own training, and so forth. He has reaped abundant rewards. Whoosh. Li Feng swiftly flies home. That energy belongs to father. The perceptive Li Xing instantly senses his father's aura and exclaims with excitement. I'm back. Li Feng lands right before his home. Is that you, Li Feng? Is it truly you? Bulma rushes out the door, fearing she might be mistaken, and upon seeing the figure she has longed for, she leaps into Li Feng's embrace. Indeed, Bulma, you have worked hard. Li Feng gently reassured as he caressed Bulma's long hair. Lazili, mother, father has returned. Li Xing exclaimed, pulling Lazili's hand to greet him. You have also endured much, Lazili. Though Lazili was not as effusive as Bulma, The smile gracing her lips and the tears glistening in her eyes conveyed their shared concern. It was only in the embrace of his wives and children that Li Feng truly felt the warmth of home. After their tender moments, Li Xing, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Father, where have you been this time?" "Ah, that is a long tale. Is there anything to eat?" As Li Feng prepared to recount his adventures, his stomach betrayed him with an unceremonious growl. Laughter erupted from the family, filling the air with joy. Once again, they gathered for a sumptuous dinner. Li Feng began to share his experiences, the harrowing perils he faced evoking gasps of concern from both Bulma and Lazuli. Though the resolution of those dangers brought a collective sigh of relief. "Wow, Father, how impressive. I want to become a Super Saiyan 4 too," Li Xing exclaimed with excitement. "Your priority now should be diligent study. Securing good grades is essential. You may begin your training when you are a bit older, as it is a challenging endeavor." "Hee. Father, I ranked first in my school this time." Li Xing beamed, proudly presenting his report card to his father. "Very impressive, my son. And what of my daughter? How is she faring?" "Xiao Yu is quite obedient, though occasionally a bit mischievous, flying about." "Flying? Indeed, she seems to have an innate talent." Li Feng marveled at his children's remarkable abilities. His newfound strength was dedicated to safeguarding his family, and witnessing their happiness filled him with immense satisfaction. "By the way, Father, a few days ago, Uncle Goku and Uncle Vegeta came looking for you, wishing to spar." Li Xing recalled. "Oh, is that so? I shall seek them out tomorrow." Li Feng felt a surge of joy. His current prowess was akin to possessing an extraordinary advantage. If not for his perfect control, he could almost defeat them in an instant. Unless they transformed into Vegito, of course. Even Vegito would pose a challenge, and Vegeta? Uncertain, but likely not his match. The enhancement of the Patera earrings in this realm remained a mystery. Nevertheless, he resolved to teach them a lesson, particularly Vegeta, who often acted with unwarranted bravado. However, tonight was reserved for Bulma and Lazuli. It had been far too long since he had enjoyed a concert performed by them. "Well, it is getting late. Xiaoxing, you should take your sister to rest." "But, Father, I still wish to talk with you. We shall converse tomorrow. It is not good for children to stay up too late, and tonight I must also attend to your mothers." "Very well." Understanding the importance of their parents' bond, Li Xing complied and took his sister to rest. Bulma and Lazuli exchanged glances, a playful huff escaping their lips, yet they acquiesced. Li Feng smiled as he arranged the spatial lock, ensuring that no one could pry into or enter the enclosed space. As night fell, enchanting melodies filled his home. Chapter 138, 3 years later. The following day, Li Feng visited Baozi Mountain to greet Wukong and the others before heading to the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Coincidentally, Vegeta was also there, and they engaged in combat once more. However, this time, it was a one-sided affair, with Li Feng dominating the battle effortlessly. Despite their combat powers having reached the level of Majin Buu 3 years post-original story. Nevertheless, Li Feng generously shared the secrets of attaining strength through Super Saiyan 4, inspiring the Saiyans to embark on a new journey of enhancement. In the ensuing time, Li Feng devoted himself to his family while continuing to develop the hyperbolic time chamber. After more than 3 years of expansion, half of the space had been cultivated, sufficient to accommodate all of humanity. He collaborated with Bulma to explore various ecological environments, reshaping the landscape to create a more hospitable habitat for human life. The fruits of the spirit tree, previously acquired, thrived under the nurturing of the sacred water, no longer depleting the planet's nutrients. Having harvested the initial batch of fruits, Li Feng utilized Bulma's technological expertise to optimize and refine them, producing a strengthening elixir suitable for ordinary individuals. Even those with a meager combat power of 5 would transform into beings of immense strength post-injection. Once assured of its safety, he administered the elixir to his family. Notably, Bulma and Lazuli, already possessing combat powers in the billions, found little effect from the enhancement. However, through diligent training, Bulma had ascended to become one of Earth's elite warriors. Subsequently, Li Feng generously distributed the elixir to the main cast. While it proved ineffective for Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, and Piccolo, it remained beneficial for others. In the days that followed, Li Feng immersed himself in technological advancements. Significant progress was made in spatial technology. Now, even during intense battles on Earth, the planet's core would remain intact, as critical areas beneath the crust were secured within a separate space using the spatial lock. Li Feng estimated that only a fully powered angel could obliterate the Earth entirely, for his current divine power and combat prowess had surpassed that of the destroyers. He awaited the unfolding of the narrative with quiet anticipation. 3 years later, the time had finally arrived for the Majin Buu saga. The collective combat powers had risen dramatically to astonishing levels. Li Feng, 10 trillion, normal state. Son Goku, 5 billion, normal state. Son Gohan, 5 billion, normal state. Vegeta, 4 billion, normal state. Piccolo, 2 billion. Lazuli, 5 billion. Li Xing, 200 million. Son Goten, 100 million. Krillin, 30 million. Tien Shinhan, 20 million. Yamcha, 10 million. Kaiatsu, 7 million. Master Roshi, 6 million. Kiki, 3, 500, 000. Bulma, 3, 000. Liu, 2, 000. The combat power of Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, and others has surged to dozens of times stronger than their counterparts from the original storyline, equivalent to the prowess exhibited in Dragon Ball Super. Meanwhile, Li Xing's strength mirrors that of Goku during the original series. The other fighters have also shown remarkable increases in their capabilities. Dad, Goten and I are going to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. One day, Li Xing declared to his father. All right, I'll accompany you today. Li Feng replied with a smile. Finally, the moment had arrived. The plot had been stagnant for far too long. I want to fight too. At that moment, Li Yu chimed in with a sweet, childish voice, appearing quite adorable in her little adult demeanor. Not yet, little Yu. You have to grow a bit more first. Razily gently cradled the child. Well, even though little Yu can't compete, she can still watch, Bulma added as she approached. It's rare for you to have time today. Li Feng teased. Indeed, it is time to meet old friends, he continued. Let us go? The Li family boarded their jet and headed to the venue. Hey, everyone's here. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by the presence of Goku's family, Vegeta's family, Krillin, Tien, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, and others, all exchanging warm greetings. This time, in contrast to the original tale, Goku did not perish during the Cell Games, and with regular practice alongside Li Feng and the others, neither Vegeta, Goku, nor Li Feng participated in the tournament. However, Gohan secretly entered the competition due to his relationship with Videl, and Piccolo also chose to compete. Having seen the Supreme Kai at the venue previously, Li Xing and Goten entered the junior division. The junior division commenced first. Unsurprisingly, after a series of swift and decisive battles, the final showdown was between Li Xing and Goten. Come on, Goten, I'll take you down again. Haha. You're no match for me this time, Li Xing. The two children, both under 10, took their stances. Hiya. The two small figures charged toward each other. Swish. Swish. They began to move at astonishing speeds, leaving countless afterimages above the arena. What? Is this a fight between two children? How is that possible? They're so strong. They surpass even the adult division. The audience was astounded by the spectacle of their duel. In the background, Satan, the previous champion, remarked. Under the guise of mentoring the junior champion, but inwardly he was apprehensive upon witnessing their battle. Satan had also been present during the Cell Saga, albeit in a different capacity, and as he observed the terrifying display of power, his worldview shattered. They could become golden and radiant, utterly formidable, seemingly capable of shattering the earth with ease. He knew it was no illusion, yet he had to maintain his facade in front of the crowd. Boom, boom. The two in the junior division continued their fierce combat. The winds howled as fists and feet collided, producing a cacophony of sound. The energy waves generated shattered the arena. Look, they're in the air. Can they fly? Incredible. I eagerly anticipate the battles of the adult group. The current youth division is remarkably strong. The skirmishes are becoming increasingly intense, causing the spectators to rise in excitement. Goten has also made significant progress. Will he transform into a Super Saiyan? Li Feng inquired of Goku from the viewing area. Haha, not quite, but he still cannot compare to Li Xing. This child is immensely stronger than we were in our youth. Indeed, the second generation benefits from their predecessor's Super Saiyan genes, allowing them to transform without much effort. Yet this also hinders their growth in the long run. Boom. Wow, that young fighter has triumphed. Oh, it seems a victor has emerged. The champion of the youth group is Li Xing. Hooray. Li Xing strikes a peace sign in midair. Splendid. Brother. Li Yu cheers for her sibling. The Li family congratulates him, while Goku can only smile wryly, acknowledging that Goten still falls short against Li Xing. Chapter 139. Majin Buu. Well done, my son. Li Feng praised Li Xing. Yet, when battling Mr. Satan, be sure to hold back a bit. Huh. Why? He is quite weak. Oh, very well. In the resting area, Li Feng converses with his sons. After all, Satan still holds the title of the strongest, and his reputation is significant. It would not be ideal if he were inadvertently defeated. As expected, the ensuing plot mirrors the original story, merely substituting Trunks' role with Li Xing. In the adult division, Piccolo similarly encounters the Supreme Kai and, frightened, withdraws from the competition. Gohan, true to the original narrative, charges forth in a fit of rage for his beloved. However, Gohan's strength far exceeds his former self this time, rendering Jebet unable to restrain him, instead capturing Babiti's two minions and dragging them to Babiti's lair. Chaos erupts in the arena, with warriors flocking to the commotion. Naturally, Li Feng joins, though he forbids his family from following. Obediently, Li Xing and Li Yu adhere to their father's wishes, refraining from resistance and returning home with their mothers. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai and Jebet, having failed to impress, begin to divulge the origins of Majin Buu to Li Feng and the others. Ding. Mission issued. Exterminate Majin Buu evil. Mission reward. Majin Buu's dark magic. Will you accept? Yes. Indeed, this is a pivotal plot point. The mission to confront Majin Buu has been promptly issued. Thus, Li Feng shall follow the storyline, wondering if Vegeta will succumb to darkness once more. Goku, you cannot fathom the terror of Majin Buu. He possesses the ability to annihilate all life on a planet in an instant and has regenerative powers. The Supreme Kai incessantly prattles on, and the attendees have grown weary of his monologue. Now, only 4 remain: Son Goku, Son Gohan, Vegeta, and Li Feng, each a formidable expert in their own right. Even Vegeta, the weakest among them, could contend with the original Buu during his Super Saiyan 2 form, although completely vanquishing him might prove challenging. Tap, 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 tap. The group arrives at Babidi spaceship. Oh, you have come? Are you here to contribute energy to my master? No. What? Bam. Li Feng did not waste words with the minions, unleashing a powerful energy blast that pierced the spaceship. Boom. The vessel was instantly marred by a gaping hole. What? Inside, Babidi and Daburo were jolted from their reverie. What are you doing? Do you not realize this is the critical moment for Majin Buu's resurrection? The diminutive and grotesque Babidi chastised his subordinates. But, Lord Babidi, those individuals are too formidable. We cannot hold them back. The minion trembled, drenched in cold sweat, feeling the overwhelming power from both sides. Die, useless trash. Babidi cursed, then began to chant a spell. No, Lord Babidi. Before he could finish, the minion exploded. Oh, is this the effect of magic control? Li Feng and his companions observed Babidi's methods. However, such a control technique was only effective against those weaker than him. In the original tale, Babidi could not even control Vegeta, let alone Majin Buu. If I mastered this spell, would I not be able to manipulate even powerful antagonists? Li Feng recalled his encounters with Mira and Tawa during the evil energy wave era. Babidi, surrender. Your schemes are destined to fail. The Supreme Kai of Time angrily admonished from behind. Humph, Supreme Kai, it's you again. And you foolish lot, perish. Babidi resumed his incantation. Boom. At that moment, an energy sphere struck Babidi's body directly. What? Daburo was caught off guard. Babidi was obliterated into fragments. The control over Daburo gradually faded, leaving him in immense agony. Clap, clap. Unable to restrain himself, it was Li Feng who took action. Enough of this prattle. Let us resolve it swiftly and not waste time. Li Feng feigned impatience, gathering energy for a powerful wave. He would simply shatter that egg. Wait. Boom. Another explosion ensued as Li Feng directed an energy cannon into the giant egg that contained Majin Buu. However, this time, Li Feng intentionally allowed Majin Buu to be resurrected, ensuring the energy he infused was just right. Phew. Purple smoke billowed from the giant egg, gradually coalescing into a humanoid form. Emerging was the rotund Majin Buu, purple skin, half-naked upper body clad in a vest, and white trousers below. Yet, this incarnation of Buu was not the purely benevolent Mr. Buu of later tales, but rather the malevolent version with evil incarnations. Buu. Beep. The newly reborn Majin Buu exulted, steam venting from the multiple holes atop his head. What? Majin Buu has actually returned? The Supreme Kai gasped in astonishment. How is this possible? Did we not just annihilate him? Li Feng smirked. Indeed. I am the one causing the chaos. Humph. I thought this would be a tedious farce. It seems I can finally stretch my muscles, Vegeta remarked. His enthusiasm peaked at the sight of Majin Buu's emergence. Wait, Vegeta, this time it's my turn. Goku also yearned for battle. Daddy, I want to fight too. Gohan chimed in, eager to join the fray. It is a rare occasion to encounter a formidable opponent. All 3 participants yearned for an exhilarating battle rather than being subjected to Li Feng's dominance. The instigator, of course, refrains from intervening, choosing instead to await the most opportune moment to make a grand display of prowess. Hold on, Mr. Sun Wukong, Mr. Li Feng, Mr. Vegeta, Mr. Sun Gohan. With a great enemy upon us, we must unite to confront him, urged King Kai, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Fear not, they are all exceedingly strong. You may simply relax and observe, replied Li Feng, maintaining an air of calmness with his arms crossed. Why not? You could all join forces and swiftly eradicate Majin Buu. Because we are Saiyans, and our pride forbids it. Not even if a god of destruction were to appear would I permit him to interfere in this battle. What did you say? King Kai gasped, astonished as he gazed at Li Feng. How do you know that name? That is of no concern to you. Merely enjoy the spectacle. Impudent mortal. Silence. Scolded Jebet, witnessing Li Feng's audacity. What did you say? Li Feng narrowed his eyes, exuding a formidable aura that pressed down upon Jebet. What? Jebet felt as though he were under the gaze of an ancient beast, the overwhelming pressure causing his feet to tremble. Adjust your attitude. Li Feng spoke coldly. Chapter 140. Is Vegeta no match for Majin Buu? Jebet, seemingly ensnared by the presence of a primordial predator, quaked under the weight of Li Feng's aura. Recognize your own strength. Li Feng reiterated icily. I apologize, Mr. Li Feng, for Jebet's inadequacy. Please retract your power, King Kai interjected, sensing Li Feng's rising ire. Open your eyes and witness the true strength of the Saiyans, Li Feng insisted. still with arms crossed. Jebet and King Kai exchanged glances, relief washing over them, before redirecting their attention to Bu. Yosh, at last it is my turn, boasted Vegeta, brimming with enthusiasm as he soared into the fray. Alas, it appears that luck favors Vegeta this time, Goku remarked, scratching his head. I am equally curious about how much Vegeta's strength has increased, Gohan chimed in with a smile. In this universe, Gohan, influenced by Feng from a young age, harbored an insatiable desire for combat while excelling in his studies, keeping pace with the elite fighters. Are you the so-called Majin Buu? Vegeta raised an eyebrow, perceiving his opponent's lack of intelligence. Galabu, boo. Majin Buu bellowed, steam erupting from the various orifices on his head and arms, his power intensifying in tandem. Humph. Not the brightest, yet undeniably strong. Come, let us see. Vegeta swiftly launched an attack. Boom. His fist connected directly with Majin Buu's abdomen. Crash. The forceful impact sent Bu flying. Huh. Duh. Vegeta once again launched a series of rapid strikes, swiftly appearing before the airborne Bu and commencing his relentless assault. How impressive. Vegeta is actually managing to suppress that Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai, observing from the sidelines, was left in utter astonishment. It appeared that Feng's words were not unfounded. Yet, it was not as simple as it seemed. Goku remarked, that Majin Buu's body is quite peculiar. It seems that ordinary attacks have little effect on him. Boom. Fat Bu was slammed into the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Curious, Vegeta realized through his barrage of attacks that it felt as though he was striking a mass of gelatin. While his blows had some effect, the majority of their force was dissipated. Bu. Fat Bu grew furious, steam billowing from his head. I am angry. Huh. Swish. 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 A purple aura erupted explosively, and Majin Buu's powers surged dramatically. Huh. A flurry of purple afterimages darted past, and Buu's form instantly appeared before Vegeta, launching an onslaught with his yellow fists. Boom. 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 Now, it was Bu who held the upper hand, the air filled with the sounds of intense clashes. Darn it, this fat one's attacks are unexpectedly heavy. Vegeta, caught off guard, was momentarily stunned and was sent crashing to the ground. Thud. A sizable crater formed beneath him. Roar. 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 Majin Bu swung his arms in the air, thumping his chest like a great gorilla, reveling in his apparent victory. Boom. A white aura erupted, and Vegeta's figure reappeared. Goodness, this fat one's strikes are quite formidable. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his fighting spirit rekindled. Meanwhile, Feng checked Majin Buu's combat power with his scouter, 100 billion. Huh. In the second round, Vegeta charged forward once more. He unleashed his energy and directly engaged Bu in a fist fight. This time, Bu, having grown accustomed to the battle, responded with a punch of his own. Boom. Their fists collided, generating an overwhelmingly powerful shockwave. What terrifying force. The shockwave reverberated through the ground, leaving the Supreme Kai once again in shock. Huh. Tap. 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 The two began to engage in a fierce exchange of blows. One must admit, Buu's ability to learn is extraordinary, from initially being pummeled into a distorted shape. He advanced to defense, then counterattacks, and ultimately began to suppress Vegeta. That Majin Buu is adapting to Vegeta's attack patterns. Goku, with his wealth of combat experience, quickly discerned the crux of the problem. This is troublesome. Gohan also sensed that this foe was exceptionally formidable. Damn it. At this moment, Vegeta had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan, while Majin Buu's energy continued to grow. Boom. In less than 3 seconds, Vegeta was once again sent flying. Whoosh. As he hurtled through the air, he curled his legs and spun, landing atop a mountain peak. Die. Vegeta spread his arms wide, a white aura erupting as energy rapidly coalesced in his hands. Huh. 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 With a rapidity akin to a machine gun, his hands unleashed a relentless barrage upon the formidable Majin Buu. This was yet another classic tactic of the prince. Rat-tat-tat. The yellow energy blasts mercilessly struck Buu's corpulent form, sending plumes of dust into the air. Such terrifying energy. Is this the might of the Saiyans? Though the Supreme Kai remained at a considerable distance, he was still shaken by the powerful shockwaves, his astonishment lingering unabated. Despite the ferocity of the assault, Goku regarded the figure amidst the smoke with a grave expression. After a minute of continuous assault, Vegeta began to tire, panting heavily. As the dust settled, the figure of Majin Buu emerged. His once plump and rounded body was now marred with dents, rendered nearly unrecognizable from the onslaught. Humph, is that all? Vegeta scoffed, believing the opponent to be formidable, yet, under his relentless attack, Bu was reduced to this state? It seemed he had been severely beaten by that monster, Feng. I am still quite strong. Kakarot and Gohan are no match for me. With that thought, Vegeta erupted into boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha. Majin Buu, is this your limit? However, just as he spoke, Vegeta witnessed Buu's body undergo an astonishing transformation, as the rotund creature inhaled deeply, restoring himself to his former state. What on earth is happening? Vegeta had never encountered such an opponent, one who could not be vanquished. Now, it was Buu's turn to unleash his fury, a purple aura erupting alongside steam. With a swift motion, he lunged towards Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Boom, 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 boom. Seizing the opportunity while Vegeta was still recovering, Buu unleashed a flurry of devastating blows, culminating in a final strike that sent him crashing to the ground. Boom. Vegeta created yet another deep impression in the earth. As the dust cleared, Vegeta slowly rose to his feet. You wretched fat creature. I am the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta. With a terrifying aura enveloping him, golden flames surged skyward. At last, Vegeta could endure no more. He transformed into a Super Saiyan. In an instant, he teleported behind Majin Buu, delivering a powerful kick to his back. Buu's body shuddered as if it were gelatin, but he was still propelled away. Another flash of golden light streaked across the battlefield, and Vegeta reappeared behind Buu, striking him squarely on the forehead. Boom. The incredibly pliable and elastic Buu absorbed the blow, his features contorted in a grotesque manner. Enraged, Vegeta seized the opportunity. Just before Buu could recover, he grasped the antenna sprouting from Buu's head and yanked it towards him. With one hand clutching the antenna, his other hand and legs launched a relentless assault upon Buu's entire body. Thud, 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 thud. This astonishing display of energy thoroughly battered the once formidable Majin Buu into a state of utter disarray. Perish. Vegeta relaxed his left hand, sending Majin Buu hurtling backward. And then he gathered energy with both hands. Ultimate flash. The golden aura surged once more, a domineering energy rapidly coalescing into a golden sphere. Whoosh. A brilliant golden beam shot forth, striking Majin Buu with tremendous force. Boom. The thick laser collided ferociously with its target, unleashing a sound akin to a nuclear explosion. As a mushroom cloud erupted from the ground, the terrifying shockwave of energy reverberated through the air, relentlessly impacting the earth and producing violent tremors. Such a fearsome power. The Supreme Kai was once again astonished by Vegeta's assault, his body trembling from the sheer magnitude of the force. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, he exclaimed, "This time, Majin Buu will surely be eradicated." "No, it's not that simple," Mr. Feng interjected, dousing the enthusiasm. "Do you mean to say that Majin Buu's current state remains unstable? He has absorbed many individuals before, hasn't he?" "What? How do you know this?" The Supreme Kai's count of astonishments for the day had far exceeded his usual tally. Gurgle, gurgle. Meanwhile, in the crater, the original Majin Buu had been reduced to a mass of purple sludge, writhing in the air. What to do? To annihilate this Buu directly? That would be somewhat wasteful for the inherently benevolent Majin Buu of the original narrative. However, if no action was taken, this Buu would undoubtedly activate his protective mechanism, absorbing others, necessitating a perilous venture into Buu's grotesque form to rescue them. The mere thought of entering that repulsive mass sent shivers down Li Feng's spine. Perhaps it would be prudent to observe how events unfold further. What is happening? This monster remains unscathed? Vegeta sensed Buu's energy. It had not weakened, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Zzz, zzz. The mass writhed, reshaping itself into a humanoid form. Buu. With a thunderous sound, Majin Buu reemerged, visibly enraged. The once docile visage of the pudgy Buu contorted into a fierce grimace, his eyes wide open. "I am furious," Majin Buu bellowed in wrath. Boom. Purple flames surged skyward, the violet light blindingly radiant. What? Vegeta was taken aback by this newfound power. After the blinding light dissipated, another Buu appeared. One was the original Fat Buu, but the other was not the slender Buu from the previous splits. It was the final form, Kid Buu. What? Why are there two Buus? Gohan was equally astonished. Both Buus exuded genuine energy, and Kid Buu's aura was even stronger than that of Fat Buu. This is impossible. The Supreme Kai trembled in fear. Majin Buu had reverted to his most primal form. What does this mean? Goku inquired, puzzled. Majin Buu originally existed in that diminutive form. Due to his extreme malevolence, he killed several Supreme Kais, ultimately leading the Grand Supreme Kai to sacrifice himself, allowing Buu to absorb him and transform into the Fat Buu form. Fat Buu, influenced by the consciousness of the Grand Kai, behaves like a child. Yet the original Buu is a creature born for the sole purpose of slaughter. Li Feng further assesses the current battle power using the combat device. Fat Buu, 30 billion. Little Buu, 70 billion. Vegeta, 70 billion. Initially 280 billion, now steadily declining. It appears that the majority of the energy has been absorbed by Little Buu, Li Feng muses. Vegeta, having just unleashed his ultimate flash, feels his energy waning, barely reaching a quarter of his full power. Buu, Fat Buu, upon seeing his malevolent counterpart emerge, lets out a thunderous roar. Buu, Little Buu, spotting his nemesis, releases steam from his head once again. Boom. Both Buus radiate astonishing energy, their purple auras clashing violently. Ha! Ya! Bang! Fat Bu and Little Bu engage in a fierce confrontation, each intent on annihilating the other. What is happening? Why have they suddenly begun to fight? Goku watches in astonishment. Both boosts seek to absorb each other's energy to grow stronger, the initial Bu having split into the pure-hearted Fat Bu and the embodiment of malevolence. Little Bu, as Li Feng explains, how do you seem to know everything? The Grand Kai gazes at Li Feng in disbelief. There are many things even the gods do not know, Li Feng replies with a mysterious smile. Let them fight. It will soon be my time to intervene. Boom, boom, boom. The two Bus continue their intense battle, both immortal and possessing extraordinary regenerative abilities. However, since most of their energy and aura have been siphoned off to Little Bu, he holds the upper hand. Ultimately, Little Bu delivers a flurry of punches, reducing Fat Bu to a pitiful state, and then launches a purple destructive sphere. Boom. The unfortunate Fat Bu collapses to the ground, drained of energy. How dare you ignore me? Vegeta, witnessing Little Bu's audacity, charges forward in anger. Yet, he fails to consider that his stamina has been significantly depleted from the recent Prince's technique and ultimate flash, rendering him no match for Little Bu. In a flash, Little Bu teleports behind Vegeta and, seizing the moment, brings his fists crashing down upon Vegeta's back. Puff! Vegeta finds himself in yet another dire predicament, slammed into the ground and reverting from his Super Saiyan form. Chapter 142. Eliminate Little Bu. Vegeta again faces tragedy, struck fiercely to the ground, losing his Super Saiyan transformation. What? Vegeta? The Grand Kai gasps in shock, unable to fathom Vegeta's swift downfall. Hee. Roar, roar, roar. Little Bu cackles, pounding his chest like a gorilla to assert his dominance. He then points a finger at Fat Bu's position, unleashing a purple beam. Transform into chocolate. Zing. Fat Bu's massive form abruptly morphs into a block of chocolate. Hee. As Little Bu sensed the immense and formidable energy of another manifestation, he could not help but salivate. Just as he was about to bring the chocolate to his lips, a swift and striking figure appeared before him, delivering a punch that sent Little Bu flying. Little Bu, in a state of bewilderment, had yet to comprehend the situation when darkness enveloped his vision, and his body was propelled backward uncontrollably. This technique is quite impressive. I shall learn it. With his prior possession of white magic and extraordinary learning abilities, Li Feng swiftly grasped the magic that Little Bu had just employed. Consequently, he reasoned that he could also reverse its effect. Li Feng applied what he had learned to cast magic upon the recently transformed Fat Bu. Transform back. He executed a restorative spell, reverting the chocolate to its original form of Fat Bu. A furious roar echoed from the horizon, as a purple figure rushed towards him. Little Bu, filled with rage, charged at Li Feng, engulfed in violet flames. Heaven knows how furious he was. Not only had he lost the duck he had caught, but he had also been struck by someone. Humph. Li Feng scoffed lightly, raising his left hand with ease. Bang. Little Bu's fist lodged directly into Li Feng's palm, his attack dissipating as if it had fallen into an abyss. Gah? Little Bu's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Li Feng was indeed that powerful. Initially, Jebet had thought that Li Feng was merely a blabbermouth, intending to frighten him, but he was astounded to witness how effortlessly Li Feng had neutralized Little Bu's assault. This dashing man was formidable. But soon after, Little Bu expressed his fury anew, as a purple aura erupted in tandem with steam from his body, amplifying his power yet again. Swish, 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 swish. Like a Super Saiyan unleashing their energy, a purple whirlwind surrounded Little Bu, his aura escalating rapidly, exhibiting tremendous might. Thud, 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 thud. Little Bu launched a frenzied barrage of attacks against Li Feng. However, to Li Feng, the onslaught felt merely like a tickle, causing no harm whatsoever. What? The attacks of that Majin Bu had no effect on Li Feng at all. The Kais were increasingly astonished, realizing that such a terrifying individual existed. Gah! Little Bu was equally taken aback. His opponent merely stood with arms crossed, enveloped in a thin layer of protective energy that should have been easily shredded by his strength. Yet, no matter how fiercely he attacked, he could not even shake Li Feng's composure. Realizing that his ordinary assaults bore no fruit, Little Bu began to gather energy, spreading his arms wide. Thud, 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 thud. In a frenzy of surprise and anger, Little Bu unleashed energy blasts, initiating the classic princely tactic. This time, it was a purple meteor shower, mercilessly flashing and bombarding Li Feng, creating thunderous echoes. The terrifying energy reverberated through the air, its residual force shaking the ground violently. Huff, 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 huff. After approximately a minute of frenzied assault, Little Bu paused, yet his crimson eyes remained fixated on the movement within the thick smoke. However, upon witnessing the indomitable figure emerge as the smoke dissipated, Little Bu panicked, cold sweat streaming down his brow. Such an occurrence has never been encountered before. Little Bu gritted his teeth, turning his head sharply, directing the antennae at the back of his head towards Li Feng, unleashing a transformation beam. Zing! A violet ray shot towards Li Feng. Humph. Li Feng let out a cold snort, countering with a similar beam to negate it. Little Bu never anticipated that his opponent would also employ the transformation beam. This time it proved ineffective. Therefore, he raised both hands high, preparing to unleash his ultimate move. Super Destruction Sphere. Buzz. The purplish-red energy orb swelled rapidly with Little Bu's gathered energy, infused with destructive power. Impossible. This force could utterly obliterate the entire planet. The Supreme Kai felt a sense of despair at this malevolent and astonishing energy. Li Feng had truly gone too far this time. Instead of directing the attack at Li Feng, Little Bu hurled it towards the ground. Li Feng's gaze sharpened. What a crafty move. Resorting to madness when he couldn't overcome me. Whoosh. In an instant, he teleported beneath the energy sphere and kicked it away effortlessly, as if playing soccer. Whoosh. The massive energy orb soared into the sky, propelled by an even more ferocious force. With a colossal bang, the energy sphere detonated high above, unleashing terrifying energy that surged across the entire sky. Since you have forsaken the rules of engagement, I shall no longer indulge you. Li Feng narrowed his eyes. A tremendous aura emanating from him. Rumble. A white aura erupted skyward, akin to a volcanic explosion, as Li Feng's power surged forth. Mountains crumbled, rocks shattered, and the distant waves churned violently. His fierce presence shook the heavens and the earth. As his energy reached its pinnacle, Li Feng teleported in front of Little Bu and delivered a powerful punch to its head. Bang! The terrifying force distorted Little Bu's head violently, sending its body hurtling backward like a cannonball. Li Feng pursued once more, this time unleashing a series of aerial strikes. A fleeting shadow passed by, revealing a purple figure marked with numerous fist imprints. Be utterly destroyed. Li Feng understood that ordinary attacks were ineffective against Little Bu. This time, he had to resort to destructive power. Generally, he preferred not to utilize this, as it was excessively ruthless. However, facing Little Bu, an almost immortal being, it was the only means to completely annihilate him. Destruction. The cold words escaped Li Feng's lips, followed by the emergence of a purple-black sphere of destructive energy in his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The terrifying sphere of destruction struck Little Bu's body directly, gradually devouring it like a meat grinder. No. Little Bu screamed in despair, and no matter what methods he employed, he could not escape the consequences of obliteration. Zzz. Ultimately, Little Bu's entire being was consumed by the energy of destruction, leaving not a single fragment behind. Ding. Mission accomplished. Elimination of Majin Bu evil. Mission reward. Black magic of Majin Bu. Do you accept? Chapter 143. Reunion with Mira and Tawa. Ding. Mission accomplished. Elimination of Majin Bu evil. Task reward. The dark magic of Majin Bu. Do you accept? Once again, a soothing voice resonated, and Li Feng accepted the task reward. A vast expanse of magical knowledge surged into Li Feng's mind, enabling him to instantly master the art of dark magic. This dark magic is indeed formidable. He could not help but marvel. In addition to the transformation spells wielded by Bu, he also learned various spells from Babidi, encompassing a wide array of abilities such as control, displacement, summoning, and enchantment. Mr. Li Feng, have you vanquished Majin Bu? The Supreme Kai inquired with a mix of tension and reverence as Li Feng descended from the sky. Yes, the malevolent portion has been eradicated. The remaining fat Bu is benevolent and can be guided properly henceforth, he replied. At that moment, Goku and Gohan approached. Impressive, Li Feng. What was that final move? It appeared quite terrifying. I've never seen you employ it before, Goku exclaimed, his curiosity piqued. That was a technique of the God of Destruction, which I stumbled upon during my travels. Its power is immense. Most individuals would be effortlessly consumed by this energy. Given that the opponent is nearly immortal, I had no choice but to utilize this technique to resolve the matter, Li Feng elucidated. God of Destruction? Who is that? Goku scratched his head in confusion. Well, perhaps the Supreme Kai would be more knowledgeable, Li Feng suggested, turning his gaze towards the Supreme Kai. Gulp. The Supreme Kai appeared to recall some dreadful entity and spoke slowly. The God of Destruction and I exist concurrently. I am responsible for the creation of life and planets, whereas the God of Destruction oversees annihilation and destruction. He paused, then, with a look of disbelief, addressed Li Feng and the others. Lord Beerus, the God of Destruction, possesses extraordinary power. Do not provoke him, or else not just Earth, but the entire galaxy could face obliteration. He spoke with a sense of lingering dread. Oh, the God of Destruction is that powerful? I can't help but want to challenge him. Goku, ever the battle enthusiast, expressed his eagerness. Indeed, he is formidable, but he will be the primary adversary of Earth in the future, Li Feng remarked. However, you are not yet his match. Diligent training is essential. Uncle Li Feng, do you have confidence in defeating the God of Destruction? Gohan asked. If it were in the past, I would surely fall short, but now it is a different story. Li Feng replied with a smile. In truth, the moment he first transcended the boundaries of the mysterious state and Super Saiyan 4, he entered an extraordinary condition. In an instant, his aura surged, crossing through space, allowing him to perceive the essence of the entire universe, albeit fleetingly. In that moment, he distinctly felt his combat power surpass that of Beerus at the time, brushing against the edge of angelic-level strength. However, under the perception of the Angel Whis, that aura vanished instantaneously, and Li Feng exited that wondrous state. The Supreme Kai was astonished, unable to close his mouth in disbelief that a human could possess power rivaling that of the god of destruction. Zing, zing. Just then, a sound echoed from the spatial rift created by the destructive force. Emerging from the rift in space, tendrils of dark crimson energy surged forth, wreaking havoc upon the earth. Despite their insubstantial presence, what is happening? The Supreme Kai regarded the sky with a perplexed expression. This energy feels oddly familiar. Li Feng narrowed his eyes, attuning himself to the aura emanating from the rift. Beep. Alert. Unknown energy detected in Universe 1807. Beep. Alert. Unknown energy detected in Universe 1807. Beep. Alert. Unknown energy detected in Universe 1807. At that moment, the system blared its alarms. It seems yet another unwelcome visitor has crossed over, Li Feng remarked with a cold smirk. Buzz. The rift widened, transforming into a doorway through which two figures emerged. The first, a tall and robust man with blue skin, donned a red coat and sported a mane of white hair. His scarlet eyes exuded a chilling and ruthless demeanor, radiating an overwhelming and frigid aura. The second, a slender woman clad in a red bodysuit that accentuated her hourglass figure, bore lips and nails painted in a vivid crimson, exuding a lethal allure, yet equally emanating a potent and dangerous presence. It's Mira and Tower again. Why has the energy in this universe vanished? And you, Li Feng? It appears I have unwittingly revealed my presence, Tower said. You were that person from before. This revelation left Mira astounded. Who are you? How is it that you can traverse different universes? It's not convenient to converse here. Let us retreat to my domain. Snap. With a snap of his fingers, Li Feng invoked his spatial abilities alongside dark magic, enveloping everyone present and transporting them into the spirit-time world. What? Where's this place? What have you just done? Compared to their previous encounter, Taoa was once again taken aback by Li Feng's extraordinary capabilities. This is the spirit-time world, where we can converse freely. Li Feng maintained his invincible smile. It appears playing the part of a formidable king is rather enjoyable. How infuriating. Twice you have thwarted my plans. Mira, deal with him. Taoa commanded. Yes, master. Mira, her expression unyielding, soared towards Li Feng. Li Feng remained composed, arms crossed. Wait. Li Feng, it's my turn to engage now. Upon witnessing the impending battle, Goku charged forward. No worries, feel free to have your fun. Li Feng generously stepped aside. Following the system upgrade, he could now ascertain the combat power of the Dark Realm beings. Mira, 2 million. Taoa, 1 million. In truth, they were not as formidable as he once thought. During their initial encounter, he could have easily overpowered them. Yet he had chosen to engage in a thrilling contest against the malevolent energy waves. After exchanging a glance with Taoa and receiving an affirmative nod, Mira prepared to confront Goku. Whoosh, whoosh. Goku and Mira teleported, finding an appropriate locale for their battle. I have many questions for you, though I doubt you will respond. Li Feng kept his arms crossed. Then let us adhere to the Saiyan custom. Let us fight first and converse later. Humph. Little one, do not grow too arrogant. Taoa scoffed. Whoosh, whoosh, bang, 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 bang. In the sky, the four individuals split into two battlegrounds, the sounds of intense clashes resonating through the air. Who are they? Why does Uncle Li Feng recognize them? Gohan was utterly perplexed. Could they possibly be? The Supreme Kai, upon hearing the names Mira and Taoa, was once again taken aback. Chapter 144, Son Goku and Mira. Who could they be? The Supreme Kai, astonished, pondered. Who are these two? Gohan inquired, filled with confusion. If my memory serves me correctly, Taoa is the sister of the former Demon Realm King Dabura. Dabura? Isn't that the one lying over there? Indeed. Long ago, Dabura was the sovereign of the Demon Realm, but for reasons unknown, he fell under Babiti's control and departed from the Demon Realm. His young sister, in her quest to find her brother, delved into various forms of magic and ultimately left the Demon Realm as well. The Supreme Kai expressed his astonishment at encountering her here. Meanwhile, Li Feng, engaged in battle above, fortuitously overheard the Supreme Kai's explanation. The evolved Li Feng possessed exceptional hearing, akin to Piccolo's keen sense. Bang! After deflecting Taoa's attack, he questioned her. Your brother is alive in this world. So what? That is merely a fragment of him. Taoa exclaimed, seemingly incensed by his words. You know nothing. Do you have any idea how terrifying that man is? She appeared to recall some dreadful memories. Only through his power can my brother be fully resurrected. Taoa roared, subsequently unleashing a violet energy beam towards Li Feng. Bang! The terrifying energy struck Li Feng, yet he remained unscathed. At that moment, Li Feng furrowed his brow, realizing that this world's Tawa diverged significantly from the narrative he had previously known. In the original Dragon Ball Heroes, Tawa was merely a pawn of the demon realm's Kai, Mechikabura, primarily a villain causing chaos across time and space. He had not anticipated her tragic circumstances. Could he perhaps save her in this world? Contemplating this, Li Feng ceased his offensive. Originally noble and graceful, Tawa tore off her mask, transforming her long-suppressed sorrow, resentment, and anguish into a raging inferno as she launched a fierce assault on Li Feng. A relentless barrage of purple meteors rained down upon him, creating a cacophony of terrifying explosions and energy detonations. Yet within, Li Feng felt a deep sense of compassion for the unfortunate girl. Let her strike. Perhaps a release of her pent-up emotions is what she needs. On the other side of the battlefield, bang! Another resounding crash echoed as a figure plummeted to the ground, leaving a web-like fracture across the surface. Cough, cough, cough. You truly are formidable. I have yet to encounter an adversary as strong as you. Aside from Li Feng, Goku remarked, grimacing as he crawled out of the pit. I suppose I shall unleash my true power now. Goku clenched his fists tightly, unleashing his energy. Boom. A golden aura erupted skyward as Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan. Come. With fervent determination, Wukong commenced the next round of combat. In stark contrast, Mira maintained an expressionless demeanor, instinctively responding to the presence of an adversary. Wukong's current combat prowess stood at an astounding 350 billion. A level comparable to that of Gotenks during the original saga, yet he remained no match for Mira. Thud, 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 thud. Mira, an unrelenting combat machine, fought without any awareness of pain, delivering a powerful punch to Wukong's abdomen. Gasp. Wukong expelled a bitter breath, his body bending under the impact. Bang. Mira unleashed a fierce kick, sending Wukong hurtling away. Subsequently, he raised his right hand, conjuring a sphere of purple energy, which he hurled at Wukong. Boom, 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 boom. Now it was Mira's turn to employ the prince's technique, as the purple meteor shower mercilessly engulfed Wukong. Mr. Wukong. The Kaioshin gasped in astonishment. Just moments ago, the battle had seemed balanced, yet now Wukong found himself in dire straits. Gohan, quickly save your father. Or else fear not, esteemed Kaioshin. Father has yet to unleash his full power, Gohan replied, brimming with confidence in his father. Li Feng remarked, Gohan, you are indeed a devoted son. Are you avenging your childhood in another world? The terrifying impacts transformed the smooth surface of the hyperbolic time chamber into a landscape of craters. As the smoke cleared, Wukong remained with his arms crossed defensively over his chest, his shirt ripped asunder. Saiyans are truly relentless even when on the brink of defeat. You are indeed formidable. Thus, I too shall exert my full strength. With a flourish, golden energy erupted once more, a powerful aura sweeping across the arena and conjuring a tempest. The flames, distorted by intense energy friction, erupted violently, while blue arcs of electricity crackled in the vicinity. Wukong's once golden hair stood upright, save for a single lock that fell forward. Super Saiyan 2. Li Feng quipped, you claim to be using your full power, yet you still resort to Super Saiyan 2? In an instant, Wukong teleported behind Dabura, delivering a decisive blow. Thud. Mira was caught off guard by Wukong's newfound speed, his body involuntarily propelled forward. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Wukong repeatedly utilized instant transmission, appearing just before Mira was sent flying, striking him once more. Bang. Ultimately, he drove Mira to the ground. The previously calm Mira let out a furious roar. The purple aura erupted like a volcano, a terrifying presence expanding once again. Whoosh. Mira, now channeling his full power, surged toward Wukong like a bolt of lightning, crashing his head into Wukong's abdomen. Gasp. Wukong once again expelled bitter breath, propelled backward, crashing through the surrounding structures, ultimately embedding himself in a wall. ZZZZ. With an impassive expression, Mira raised both hands, as purple energy rapidly coalesced, forming a massive purple annihilation sphere. Boom. The terrifying destruction sphere ruthlessly streaked across the sky, the intense friction generating a searing heat that consumed the air, mercilessly engulfing Goku. Mr. Goku, King Kai shouted anxiously. Gohan, hurry and save your father. Gohan, with a grave expression and clenched fists, hesitated within himself. No, Gohan, you must not intervene. At that moment, Goku's voice resonated from below the destruction sphere. Goku let out a furious roar, unleashing his energy. Boom. The energy sphere was shattered, its power surpassing that of a nuclear explosion, enveloping the area in a violet glow. ZZZ. Yet, as the violet light faded, a blue lightning bolt surrounded a solitary figure. A cold, piercing-eyed man stood tall like a war god. The golden aura erupted fully. The golden warrior reappeared. Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Whoosh. This time, Goku spoke little, executing a swift instant transmission. However, Mira, believing he would appear behind him again, quickly retaliated with an elbow strike, intending to take the initiative. To his surprise, Goku materialized directly in front of Mira, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Pooh! Mira could not withstand the blow and spat out a mouthful of bile. Goku then swiftly ascended above Mira, bringing his fists down with tremendous force. Bang! The terrifying might of Super Saiyan 3 smashed Mira into the ground. Kamehameha. Goku wasted no time, launching a series of attacks culminating in the Kamehameha wave. Boom. Chapter 145. The Time Patrol appears. Boom. The Azure Shockwave ruthlessly ended the confrontation, leaving Mira sprawled on the ground, unconscious. What? On the other side, Tawa was utterly shocked, unable to fathom that Mira had been bested by this universe's Goku. Unbeknownst to her, the fighters in this world had significantly enhanced their abilities with Li Feng's assistance, far surpassing their counterparts from her own time. Shall we continue? Li Feng observed Tawa with calm composure. Tawa, gritting her teeth in frustration, retorted, "You win. What do you wish to know?" She realized that the power of the mysterious man before her was the most terrifying, as none of her previous attacks had affected him in the slightest. "Who are you? Why did you invite me to join your team last time?" Tawa seemed to have heard something dreadful, shuddering slightly before taking a deep breath to regain her composure. "Mechikabura is my superior. He is the king of the demon realm, possessing absolute power and dominion there." The king of the demon realm? Upon hearing this, she noticed King Kai on the ground, astonished, and disdainfully remarked, "Unlike that feeble King Kai over there, the power of the demon realm's king even surpasses that of the destroyers." What? Everyone was taken aback. It was the first time Li Feng had acquired such intelligence. The ever-dominant Mechikabura had seen his magical powers diminish over time, leading to a decline in strength and inciting the ambitions of other powerful beings toward absolute authority, which could potentially instigate turmoil within the demon realm. In his quest to restore his youth, he sought the power of the Dark Dragon Balls. I, a prodigy from the demon realm, was his chosen instrument. He desired that I traverse various timelines to alter the past and acquire the Dark Dragon Balls. Initially, I resisted, but he resorted to threatening my brother, Dabura. My brother, Dabura, the former king of the demon realm and his subordinate, became a pawn in his sinister game. Under duress, he drained my brother's energy and dispersed it across multiple parallel universes. At this juncture, tears streamed down Tawa's face as she continued. My brother has lost the energy of the demon realm and has succumbed to a state akin to death. In the demon realm, beings that perish cannot be resurrected by ordinary Dragon Balls. Only the Dark Dragon Balls hold that power. Thus, I am compelled to heed the vile commands of that demon, collecting vast energies across time and space, and the Dark Dragon Balls, so that once he fully regains his youth, my brother may be revived. She explained that the other versions of Dabura in the parallel universes were merely manifestations of his original power. With a flourish of her staff, she directed it toward the fallen Dabura. A hum resonated as a blue light emanated from the staff, causing Dabura's body to vanish in an instant. Li Feng, a master of dark magic, discerned that Tawa had just transported this universe's Dabura away. Even as a mere fragment, it represented her longing for her brother. Tawa, in despair, remarked, "Your realm is exceedingly fortified. My magic cannot breach it unless someone from the outside intervenes. Moreover, the inhabitants of your universe possess powers that far surpass those from other realms, compounded by your own formidable strength. I fear this may be my final opportunity to return. Grant me a swift end." With that, Tawa surrendered, closing her eyes as tears cascaded down her delicate cheeks. Li Feng, Mr. Li Feng, Uncle Li Feng. Meanwhile, Goku, having reverted to his normal state, felt a whirlwind of emotions upon learning of Tawa's plight, directing his gaze toward Li Feng. They understood that the power to decide her fate lay in the hands of that man. Should Li Feng resolve to end Tawa's life, none could intervene. However, Li Feng merely waved his hand dismissively. A rift in space materialized. What does this mean? Tawa sensed an external presence and opened her eyes in astonishment. "You may leave. Why do you not slay me? You have not committed any heinous acts in my world, and it is not your fault. Why should I kill you?" Tawa was taken aback by Li Feng's unexpected humility, feeling a profound mix of surprise, gratitude, and joy. "I will assist you, but the time is not yet ripe." With that, he squinted his eyes. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared. 3 figures emerged from the fissure. "Tawa, you shall not escape this time." Where's this place? Who are those individuals?" Voices echoed as the 3 figures revealed themselves to be alternate universe versions of Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks. Their appearance was striking, and Sun Wukong appeared as an adult. When Li Feng recognized their guise and understood their origins as the Time Patrol, he recalled that in the original Dragon Ball Heroes narrative, a group of protagonists from another universe transformed into the Time Patrol to combat temporal crimes and rectify history. However, unlike all the parallel universes he had previously encountered, they donned a distinctive set of trench coats. "What?" exclaimed Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan from the primary universe, clearly astonished. "Let us go, Tawa. We are bound to meet again, Li Feng remarked, disregarding the others as he strode away, leaving behind a striking silhouette for Tawa. As Tawa gazed at the unwavering figure before her, a profound sense of security welled up within her. Throughout her life, whether in the demon realm or the outside world, no one had ever stood before her in protection. At that moment, Tawa's heart was a tumult of emotions. Thank you. She wiped away her tears and, with a wave of her staff, took Mira away, stepping into the spatial rift that Li Feng had opened. Damn it! Trunks hurried to intervene, only to be obstructed by an impressively handsome figure. Buzz. Tawa stepped through the rift and successfully departed. Curse it! Who are you? Are you an accomplice of Tawa? How dare you wreak havoc in this universe? Trunks, witnessing Li Feng allowing Tawa to escape, mistakenly assumed him to be an enemy allied with her and furiously struck out at Li Feng. Wait, Trunks. Time Patrol Vegeta sensed impending danger. The aura emanating from this man was exceedingly potent, and he was about to caution Trunks against acting impulsively. Bang! However, Li Feng merely used a single finger to deflect Trunks' assault. What? The three members of the Time Patrol were taken aback. Although Trunks had not transformed into a Super Saiyan, this single block revealed that Li Feng's strength was undoubtedly superior to Trunks. Who are you? Why is there another me and Vegeta? The bewildered Sun Wukong from the primary universe inquired. Chapter 146, Fierce Battle. Sun Wukong, who are you? Why is there another me and Vegeta? The bewildered Sun Wukong from the primary universe asked. We are Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks from other universes, Time Patrol Wukong replied. Other universes? We just came to apprehend Tawa, but he was allowed to escape, Time Patrol Wukong stated earnestly, casting a serious glance at Li Feng. Moreover, he is not a character from the original timeline. We suspect him of being a time criminal. Time Patrol Vegeta also assumed a combat stance nearby. What are you talking about? Li Feng has lived with us for a long time. The Sun Wukong of this universe, unable to comprehend the notion of other universes, immediately refuted the claim upon hearing that Li Feng was a criminal. Indeed, Uncle Li Feng has been with us since my childhood. He has saved everyone many times. Gohan chimed in to clarify. Do not be deceived by him. He is undoubtedly in cahoots with that Tawa. They are both wicked time criminals, corrupting the past. Trunks, still unconvinced and furious over Tawa's escape, retorted. So what if he is? I am eager to witness the prowess of your Time Patrol team. Li Feng declared while crossing his arms. How amusing it is, branding me a time-space criminal. What of it? Can you truly extinguish my existence? In an instant, Li Feng teleported before Trunks and delivered a swift kick that sent him plummeting downwards. Go down, Gohan. This individual is now your responsibility. What? Trunks was taken aback, utterly astonished by Li Feng's speed, as darkness enveloped him and he found himself thrust into the earth. Boom. A massive crater appeared on the ground in his wake. Damn it, Trunks. Time Patrol Vegeta could no longer restrain himself and charged at Li Feng. Wait, Vegeta. Time Patrol Goku urgently intervened. But the two had already commenced their battle. This seems rather entertaining. You are another version of me, aren't you? Come, let us engage in combat. The Goku of this universe gleefully beckoned to his counterpart. Very well. Time Patrol Goku sighed, yet deep within, he harbored a fervent desire for battle, and the two prepared to clash. Gohan, allow me to explain. That individual is certainly not what you believe him to be. Trunks rose, witnessing Gohan flying toward him, and hastily attempted to dissuade him. I know not who you are, but since Uncle Li Feng has entrusted you to me, I must defeat you. Gohan assumed his fighting stance. Damn it, what has transpired in this universe? Why has even Gohan transformed in such a way? Trunks reluctantly braced himself for battle. At this moment, the six combatants divided into three distinct battlegrounds, facing off against one another. Tap. A small pebble gently landed on the ground, heralding the commencement of the conflict. Swish, 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 swish. The six figures vanished simultaneously, erupting into a fierce clash in the air. Jebbit, am I dreaming? The astonishment I have experienced today eclipses all my previous encounters combined. Nay, Lord Kaioshin, I too find myself encountering such phenomena for the first time. The onlookers, only Kaioshin and Jebbit, were utterly astounded by the sheer power on display. Ah, tap, 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 tap. Vegeta furiously assaulted Li Feng, emitting the classic Saiyan battle cry. Yet, Li Feng remained unfazed, arms crossed, effortlessly evading every attack. What? Vegeta gasped in disbelief, astonished that someone could so easily evade his strikes. The moment the Time Patrol trio appeared, Li Feng promptly utilized his scouter to assess their combat capabilities. Time Patrol Goku, 100 billion, normal state. Time Patrol Vegeta, 80 billion, normal state. Time Patrol Trunks, 30 billion, normal state. Indeed, they hailed from a parallel universe, slightly surpassing the strength of those from this one. Boom, 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 boom. Aside from Li Feng's group, the other two were engaged in a fierce confrontation. Incredible. How have you trained to achieve such power? The Goku of this universe inquired of his counterpart. He felt as though he were striking steel, the reverberation from his punches causing him pain. I have merely trained for a longer duration than you. Time Patrol Goku humbly replied. Whoosh. After a brief confrontation, the two parted ways once more. Given the circumstances, I must approach this with utmost seriousness. Huh. The Goku of this universe let out a mighty roar, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Boom. A golden aura erupted into the heavens. Rustle, 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 rustle. He gazed excitedly at his counterpart. Huh. Upon witnessing this, the Time Patrol Goku also transformed into a Super Saiyan. In an instant, two torrents of golden flames surged forth, their presence engulfing the arena. Huh. The two golden figures swiftly closed the distance, their fists colliding. Boom. The clash of energies generated a tremendous shockwave, reverberating throughout the arena, causing the ground to cave in. What terrifying power! Is this the might of a Saiyan? The Kaioshin was left reeling from the force, unable to stand. Bang! Yet, within less than a second, one golden figure was sent flying. It was the Goku from the main universe. Despite both being Super Saiyans, the disparity in their base powers was far too great. Phew! The Goku from the main universe spat out a mouthful of bitterness, his heart overwhelmed with shock. Oh no, I exerted too much force. Meanwhile, the Time Patrol Goku was even more astonished. The strength of his other self was undeniably superior to his own at the same period. How did he train to achieve such power? Both Gokus shared the same perplexity. Whoosh! The Goku of this universe adjusted his stance midair, then instantaneously appeared behind the Time Patrol Goku. Thud! A powerful strike landed squarely on the back of the Time Patrol Goku, causing him to stumble forward. Immediately, he retaliated with his own instant transmission. Whoosh! 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 The two engaged in a familiar dance of instant movement. The Goku from the main universe was well acquainted with his attack patterns. Even though his opponent was stronger, he managed to adapt and mount a few minor counterattacks. Yet, ultimately, the Time Patrol Goku seized the opportunity, delivering a crushing blow that slammed his counterpart to the ground. It was over. The Time Patrol Goku sighed. Although the other self was formidable, the gap in strength was insurmountable. Cough, cough, cough. The Goku of this universe struggled to rise, his body aching and battered. I truly cannot compete with my other self. He felt a sense of helplessness, but then his gaze sharpened. In that case, let me unveil my true power. The Goku of this universe bellowed, clenching his fists tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging. Boom. An even more terrifying aura surged skyward. The golden flame erupted like a volcanic explosion, releasing immense energy, with fierce arcs of electricity crackling from the intense friction. Goku's eyebrows vanished, his cheekbones rose sharply, and golden hair, as long as his thighs, sprouted from his head. He transformed directly into a Super Saiyan 3. But that was not the end. With a deep breath, he absorbed the energy radiating from his body, tightly enveloping it at the surface. Super Saiyan 3 at full power. The Goku of the main universe had mastered it as well. Chapter 147. Vegeta was once again outmatched. In the primary universe, Goku has also mastered the full power transformation of Super Saiyan 3. Golden flames envelop him entirely, effectively sealing any energy leakage. What? This form? Time Patrol Goku is taken aback as he observes the subtle differences in the Super Saiyan 3 form of his counterpart. Kamehameha. Without uttering a word, Super Saiyan 3 Goku positions his hands on his hips and begins to gather energy. In that case, I shall join in. A smirk graces Time Patrol Goku's face as he assumes the stance for the Kamehameha. Kamehameha wave. Boom. The two azure shockwaves collide with a deafening roar. What? Such terrifying power. The residual force causes intense tremors across the land, making the Supreme Kai shudder. Super Saiyan 3 Goku exerts all his might, unleashing his maximum Kamehameha wave, pushing the energy toward the opposing side. Indeed, it's formidable. Super Saiyan 1 Goku on the other side also feels the immense pressure. It's not over yet. Time Patrol Goku surges with energy once more. Boom. Following the intertwining blue shockwaves, a golden aura erupts skyward, with the surging energy fiercely rubbing against itself, generating arcs of blue lightning. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Time Patrol Goku transforms into Super Saiyan 2. In an instant, the tide of battle shifts dramatically. Time Patrol Goku's Kamehameha wave now overpowers the one from the other side, advancing with unstoppable momentum. What? The pupils of Super Saiyan 3 Goku constrict in disbelief, unable to fathom the sudden surge in his opponent's energy. He can no longer withstand it, and is engulfed by the blue shockwave. Boom. The Kamehameha wave mercilessly devours Super Saiyan 3 Goku, resulting in a tremendous explosion. What? Gohan, who is engaged in battle with Trunks, cannot believe that his father has been defeated and hastily retreats from the battlefield toward the billowing smoke. Uncle Goku, regardless of which universe, is incredibly strong. What on earth has transpired in this universe? Trunks murmurs. Cough, cough, cough. As the smoke dissipates, Goku remains standing, arms crossed in defense. Though his upper garments are completely torn, and his body bears numerous wounds. You are truly formidable. After expressing his admiration, Goku from this universe reverts to his normal state, collapsing in exhaustion. Father. Gohan rushes to his father's side, sensing his energy and realizing that he has merely fainted from overexertion, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He then turns to the other Goku, his expression complex. You were rather harsh on your other self, weren't you? Hee, my other self is quite strong as well. Time Patrol Goku scratches his head sheepishly. Yet, the battle on the other side is far from over. He then gazes seriously toward the final battleground. Yes, there is still one battle yet to conclude. All eyes turn to Feng and Vegeta. Bang! Another resounding crash echoes as a figure is ruthlessly slammed into the ground. Damn it! Now transformed into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta struggles to rise from the pit. Indeed, Vegeta has achieved the Super Saiyan transformation, yet he remains thoroughly outmatched by Feng, just as he was before. Damn it! Huh! Vegeta was once again infuriated by the smile on Feng's face, unleashing a mighty roar. Boom! Golden and blue lightning intertwined as Vegeta's hair became increasingly sparse. His aura intensifying. He transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Thud, 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 thud. He spread his arms wide, rapidly gathering energy, and then unleashed a golden energy sphere. It was the classic tactic of the prince. Countless yellow energy blasts erupted like a fiery Gatling gun, raining down upon Feng. Humph, Vegeta thought. Let us see you show off for a moment while I absorb some of your energy. Feng's smile deepened. He remained silent, effortlessly absorbing the incoming energy blasts with a covert energy absorption technique. After a few minutes of bombardment, the ground on Feng's side had caved in significantly. Amidst the fierce release of energy, dust swirled and smoke enveloped the area. What was the outcome? Was Mr. Feng unharmed? The Supreme Kai was filled with trepidation, pondering whether such terrifying energy could even obliterate Majin Buu. Who was this individual to possess such overwhelming power? Meanwhile, Goku and Trunks from the Time Patrol anxiously focused on the thick mist, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 assault had been formidable. They dared not endure it in their normal state. Was the opponent also a Saiyan? Could he withstand Vegeta's attack without transforming? Just how formidable was his strength? Huff. Huh. Huff. Huh. Vegeta gasped for breath, acknowledging that although he exerted his full strength, the onslaught should have sufficed against a typical adversary. What? In the next moment, Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he uttered a few incredulous words from his throat. As the smoke dissipated, Feng remained composed, arms crossed, a smirk adorning his lips. How could this be? My father's attack had no effect whatsoever. Trunks, in shock, shouted in disbelief at the sheer strength of his opponent. Beside him, Goku felt the sweat trickle down his forehead, clenching his fists, his gaze sternly fixed on Feng. He sensed that this enigmatic figure was perhaps even stronger than himself. Wonderful. Uncle Feng is indeed formidable, Gohan exclaimed in delight. On their side, although his father had faltered, Gohan had not managed to achieve a decisive victory against the purple-haired youth. Nevertheless, he had discerned that the opponent had deliberately allowed him to hold his ground. Otherwise, a conclusion would have been reached within a minute. Feng's overwhelming presence had at least turned the tide in their favor. The Supreme Kai was left speechless, astonished at the unexpected display of power. Initially, he believed Feng was merely putting on an act, but it turned out he possessed genuine strength. Was the fool, in fact, myself? From now on, I must never provoke Feng. He commanded Jebet, who stood nearby. Yes, my lord, understood Jebet, his eyes wide and swallowing hard. Reflecting on his earlier insolence towards Feng, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. If Feng could withstand such a powerful attack, effortlessly ending his life would be trivial. Would the Supreme Kai truly come to his aid? Feng twisted his neck and addressed Vegeta. As far as massages go, the pressure is quite decent, but it could certainly be more forceful. How dare he look down upon me? Vegeta's shock morphed into fury. He charged at Feng once more. Bang. This time, Feng appeared before him unexpectedly, his fist already embedded in Vegeta's abdomen. Gulp. Vegeta spat out a mouthful of bile, his body curling up like a shrimp. Thud. Feng mercilessly drove an elbow into Vegeta's back. Poor Vegeta faced tragedy yet again, crashing to the ground. Chapter 148, Feng's Showboating. Vegeta, having vomited again, struggled to rise, his form still hunched. Thud. Feng showed no mercy, landing another blow to Vegeta's back. Once more, Vegeta found himself defeated, sprawled on the ground. Dad. Trunks, witnessing his father's misfortune, transformed into a Super Saiyan in a fit of rage, preparing to intervene. Wait, Trunks. At that moment, Time Patroller Goku placed a hand on his shoulder, shaking his head. Mr. Goku. Trunks, filled with conflicting emotions, relinquished his attack, but glared at Feng with palpable anger. Both warriors understood that Vegeta possessed an intense sense of pride in battle. Even in defeat, he would refuse assistance. Gulp. Vegeta struggled to rise again, expelling more bile. He was astonished to find that even with his battle power as a Super Saiyan 2 reaching 8 million, he was still being suppressed? This was utterly impossible. Li Feng began to elevate his energy, his feet crashing down, fracturing the ground in a web-like pattern as white flames erupted, a formidable aura shaking the heavens. What? That bastard's energy is still rising. Vegeta exclaimed in terror. If you don't unleash your full power now, you will have no chance. Li Feng continued his bravado. How infuriating. Vegeta, humiliated, let out a mighty roar. Boom. The golden aura expanded, intensifying and engulfing the area. Vegeta clenched his fists, his muscles tensing, hair elongating, brow flattening, and cheekbones rising. Swish, swish, swish. A beam of golden light enveloped him as he transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Yet, the transformation was not the end. Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta continued to unleash his overwhelming energy. He gathered his hands forward, yellow energy coalescing into a sphere, blue lightning intertwining at its core, the mere hint of which could sear the air. Ultimate Flash. The astonishing energy surged towards Vegeta's hands, merging with destructive power. Feel my strike. As the energy sphere reached its limit, Vegeta unleashed a golden shockwave straight towards Li Feng. No, Mr. Li Feng. The Supreme Kai gasped in horror. If that energy struck, it would surely lead to devastation. Li Feng let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a surge of white energy once more. Yet he still failed to transform into a Super Saiyan. Presently, Vegeta, now in his Super Saiyan 3 form, surpassed his previous limits, rendering the impending Ultimate Flash a genuine threat. However, it was manageable, just sufficient for him to absorb another wave of energy. Boom. Li Feng caught this terrifying flash with both hands, the overwhelming force compelling him to retreat, his feet carving 2 deep grooves into the ground. 100 million, 200 million, 300 million. Li Feng frantically absorbed the energy from Vegeta's ultimate flash, his long dormant cells once again rejoicing at the infusion of such formidable power. Indeed, that sensation had returned. Suck, 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 suck. Li Feng's body once more resembled a vortex, siphoning the energy of the ultimate flash. As his energy surged, the subsequent potency of the ultimate flash diminished, a delicate balance restored, ultimately stabilizing once more. No longer did Li Feng retreat. Instead, he firmly braced himself against the impact of the ultimate flash. What? Vegeta was once again astonished, unable to fathom that such a monster existed. One who could withstand his ultimate move with sheer physicality. When the moment felt right, Li Feng let out a mighty shout, lifting the remaining shockwave upwards. Boom. The residual impact exploded, blossoming into a cascade of golden fireworks. After unleashing his ultimate attack, Vegeta gasped for breath. Who are you truly? Why is there no trace of you in other universes? Wanna know? Defeat me first. Li Feng maintained his invincible grin. You still have Goku over there, who can transform into a Super Saiyan 4, right? Nanny? What? How do you know? The Time Patrol trio gasped in astonishment. What? There's a transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Gohan was equally taken aback. After years of training, he and his father could barely achieve full power in their Super Saiyan 3 forms, yet even so, his father's Super Saiyan 3 paled in comparison to another's Super Saiyan 2, and now, they were capable of a Super Saiyan 4 transformation. What kind of transformation is that? How powerful can it be? After his shock, Gohan felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. I can only say that what I know far exceeds your understanding. Li Feng continued. You all should attack me with all your might. Otherwise, you won't even be able to leave this universe. What? Trunks, stunned, activated his time-space device in an attempt to escape, but it proved ineffective. How is this possible? Even the divine artifact bestowed upon me by the King of Time cannot breach this space. Naturally, ever since Li Feng mastered dark magic, he had completely fortified his mental time realm, merging it with his previous spatial abilities, thereby gaining full control over this temporal and spatial domain. One could say he was the sovereign of this mental time realm. Even a god of destruction could not escape. Raw strength cannot breach this space. It must be opened from the outside. Damn it. Are you also a Saiyan? Why are you doing this? Trunks was perplexed. Li Feng did not appear to be the villain he initially believed him to be. So why had they come to blows? Words would bear no fruit. He needed to transform quickly, or he might genuinely kill them. Li Feng's smile vanished in an instant, his gaze sharpening, and a terrifying aura of death enveloped the scene. What? This murderous intent. The opponent is serious. Time Patrol Goku keenly sensed it, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai of the main universe and Gohan were utterly taken aback by Li Feng's current demeanor. How frightening. Was this truly the Li Feng they knew? Such a dense aura of malice made them tremble in fear. Time Patrol Goku and Trunks flew before Vegeta, exchanging a knowing glance before beginning to gather energy for their transformations. They were acutely aware that this person was unpredictable. If they did not exert their full power this time, they could very well meet their demise. 3 furious roars echoed throughout the arena. The astonishing energy immediately flooding the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. 3 golden flames shot skyward, the overwhelming energy causing the ground to crater beneath them. Zilla. The first to complete his transformation was Trunks. He ascended to Super Saiyan 3, blue lightning flickering around him. The other 2 were undergoing even more advanced transformations. Chapter 149. Li Feng instantly defeats 3. After a dazzling display of golden light, 2 crimson figures emerged. The first was cloaked in magenta fur, exposing exaggerated pectorals and abdominal muscles, his physique becoming more robust and powerful. His disheveled black hair fell over his shoulders, and his pupils turned golden, framed by red eyeshadow. The second figure was enveloped in a scarlet hue, similarly showcasing formidable pectorals and abs, while his elongated hair cascaded down over his chest and back. Time Patrol Goku and Vegeta simultaneously transformed into Super Saiyan 4. The 2 crimson figures exuded an energy reminiscent of ancient demon gods, their overwhelming presence instilling fear in all who beheld them. Is this Super Saiyan 4? This form is astonishing. Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief. This transformation surpassed his expectations, and the terrifying aura emanating from them was undeniable. Is this truly the transformation of a Saiyan? How terrifying. The Supreme Kai continued to play the role of the astonished onlooker. Clap, clap, clap. Meanwhile, Li Feng was applauding. Well done. Your Super Saiyan 4 is even stronger than what I have encountered before, Li Feng remarked with a smile. System, now you are indeed a true villain. Li Feng, indeed. That is correct. Are you planning to fight us in this state? Time Patrol Goku said coldly. Currently, the battle powers of the transformed trio were as follows. Time Patrol Goku, 2 trillion, Super Saiyan 4. Time Patrol Vegeta, 6 trillion, Super Saiyan 4. Time Patrol Trunks, 120 billion, Super Saiyan 3. At this moment, after absorbing Vegeta's ultimate flash, Li Feng's regular state had already reached 200 million. It had doubled from the beginning. What a delightful surprise. Li Feng secretly reveled in his triumph. In light of this, I shall adopt a more earnest demeanor. Huh. Li Feng's gaze sharpened, his hands clenched into fists, and his feet pressed firmly against the ground as he began to gather energy. A rumble echoed. The earth instantly caved in, and a web of cracks emerged, causing the ground to tremble once more, while the very fabric of space began to quiver. A crackling sound erupted, reminiscent of shattering glass, as fissures appeared in the air, only to vanish almost immediately. Rustle, 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 rustle. A golden aura burst forth, an overwhelming presence sweeping across the battlefield, momentarily suppressing the 3 opposing energies. Li Feng had transformed into a state of full power at 100 times his normal capacity, yet still not fully merged with the mysterious form. 2,000 megajoules. What? How could this power be so formidable? The most astonished of all was the Supreme Kai, who realized that Li Feng's singular energy was enough to push back the opposition. Is this truly the strength of Uncle Li Feng? Indeed, it is impressive. Gohan felt a profound admiration for Li Feng. His resolve to grow stronger solidified. Upon returning, he vowed to train diligently alongside his father. How could such strength be possible? Trunks was utterly astounded, realizing that his opponent could indeed transform into a Super Saiyan, and his battle prowess far exceeded his own. How infuriating. This guy has surpassed my Super Saiyan 4 with just a standard transformation? Vegeta gritted his teeth. Trunks, you are tasked with covering us from the rear. Vegeta, let us advance. Goku, too, was taken aback by Li Feng's might. Merely in his Super Saiyan form, Li Feng was nearly on par with Goku's Super Saiyan 4. Should he master an even higher transformation, he would undoubtedly overwhelm us, prompting him to strike first. Yes, Mr. Goku. Huh. Trunks snapped back to attention at Goku's command, swiftly channeling energy with both hands to unleash a rapid energy wave. Huh. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta utilized the cover of energy blasts to launch a joint assault on Li Feng. Humph. Li Feng scoffed, charging forward without a hint of fear. Tap, 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 tap. The clash between Li Feng, Goku, and Vegeta erupted in the sky, accompanied by the classic Saiyan battle cries. In a mere second, hundreds of punches were exchanged, the air crackling with their presence, punctuated by terrifying shockwaves. Incredible. I can barely discern their movements now. The Supreme Kai appeared utterly bewildered. Gohan remained fixated on the fierce struggle unfolding before him. Trunks' energy blasts seemed futile. Li Feng primarily focused on countering Goku's attacks. How infuriating. Vegeta felt as if his fists were striking a dense star, suffering painful ricochets. He had never encountered such overwhelming pressure even during his sparring matches with Kakarot. Goku, too, found himself increasingly alarmed. His strength and speed matched his opponent's, yet facing 2 adversaries, his side could barely maintain equilibrium. Li Feng had brushed against the threshold of angelic power after merging with the mysterious force, developing various countermeasures against these rudimentary assaults, honing his martial skills. especially in the mastery of strength and aura. Once characterized by a crude and frenzied assault that unwittingly leaked excessive, unnecessary breath and energy. The attacks have now transformed into a display of precision and agility. Even when facing foes twice as formidable, one can maintain an undefeated stance, let alone against opponents of comparable strength. After several rapid maneuvers in the air, Vegeta, having expended too much stamina initially, began to falter, his movements and coordination slightly delayed. With a sharp gleam in his eyes, Feng seized the opportunity, grasping Vegeta's overly forceful, unwithdrawn fist with his left hand and yanking it toward himself. Taken aback by this sudden tactic, Vegeta stumbled, losing his balance. Feng then executed a technique of yielding to strength, propelling Vegeta into the path of Goku's attack. What? Goku's punch could not be halted in time, striking Vegeta squarely in the back. Vegeta, caught off guard by Kakarot's ambush, winced in pain, the force causing him to spit out bile. Feng, sensing the momentum, delivered a swift kick to Vegeta's abdomen as he toppled onto Goku. Then swiftly turned to land a right punch against Goku's chest. Bang! Bang! The dual strikes sent both combatants hurtling through the air. In another instant, Feng teleported behind Vegeta, landing an uppercut that forced him out of Goku's coordination range. With another swift maneuver, he appeared above Goku, delivering a hammering blow that sent Goku crashing to the ground. Boom! A heavy figure slammed into the earth, creating yet another human-shaped crater. Dad! Mr. Goku! Trunks, witnessing the sudden turn of events, rushed forward in alarm. Zila! But at that moment, a piercing sound sliced through the air behind him. Slap! Feng lightly tapped Trunks' forehead with a swift strike. With a resounding thud, Trunks' vision faded to black as he collapsed unconscious to the ground. Feng had dispatched 3 opponents in an instant. Chapter 150, Time-Traveling Vegeta. Had it truly ended so swiftly? The Kaioshin rubbed his eyes, observing 3 figures soaring away in different directions. Thud! Feng landed gracefully, arms crossed. Is this where it concludes? He sighed, then smiled again. Then you shall never escape this place. Why? Why would Mr. Feng utter such words? He is clearly a benevolent individual. The Kaioshin gazed at Feng's now sinister demeanor, filled with confusion and trepidation. I am uncertain, yet Uncle Feng must be doing this intentionally, aiming to compel his adversaries to reveal their true power in combat. Why? Because we are Saiyans. Gohan stated resolutely. The battle is far from over. Vegeta and the essence of another universe's father have not diminished significantly. Saiyans are indeed a terrifying race. The Kaioshin could not comprehend. Thud! Thud! 2 crimson figures emerged from the pit, covered in grime and bearing numerous wounds. I concede that you are formidable, but we cannot remain here indefinitely. Time-traveling Goku stated calmly. He erupted with fury once more, golden flames igniting anew. A roar. Boom. Vegeta, equally defiant, once again amplified his energy. 2 fierce whirlwinds surged skyward, a deluge of primal and feral power enveloping the surroundings. Whoosh. Whoosh. Goku vanished in an instant, while Vegeta charged headlong towards Feng, radiating an intense aura. Now, this is intriguing, Feng remarked with a smile, yet his actions remained unimpeded as he elbowed backwards without looking. Goku reappeared, his fist colliding fiercely with Feng's elbow, producing a cacophony of impact. In contrast, he effortlessly deflected Vegeta's blows with a mere touch of his left hand, neutralizing the onslaught with ease. Cursed be it! Vegeta scoffed, continuing his relentless assault. Behind him, Goku mirrored the fervor, their energies escalating incessantly. Bang! Crack! After countless clashes and exchanges, Feng emerged superior once again, sending both Goku and Vegeta hurtling away. Tap! 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 Vegeta, realizing he was at a disadvantage in close combat, swiftly retreated to a distance, gathering energy in his hands to unleash the Prince-S technique, the tenfold Kamehameha. Meanwhile, Goku was not idle either, positioning his hands at his waist to conjure a crimson tenfold Kamehameha. Wave. A vibrant red beam surged fiercely toward Feng, imbued with a sense of annihilation. In the midst of the barrage, Feng felt a surge of delight. Was this not an offering of energy? Nonetheless, he feigned resistance, using his left hand to block and pretending to struggle against the Kamehameha, all while voraciously absorbing the energy. Ultimate Flash, transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta unleashed a brilliant golden energy beam from his chest, resembling a laser. Whoosh! Another beam shot towards Feng, but he easily intercepted it with his right hand. Goku and Vegeta, veins bulging and muscles swelling, reached their zenith, unleashing their energy at full power. Splendid. Feng felt his cells yearning for this energy, absorbing it like a sponge, while his aura intensified alongside the influx of power. Boom. Ultimately, a nuclear-like explosion resonated. The searing energy carved 2 charred trenches into the ground, shattering the earth and creating numerous fissures. Smoke billowed, dust swirling. Have we succeeded? Vegeta gasped, utterly exhausted. I cannot say. I sense nothing of his presence, Goku replied, equally drenched in sweat. This power is formidable, yet still woefully insufficient. Through the thick smoke, Li Feng's voice echoed ominously. What? Vegeta exclaimed in horror. The one struck by there, and Kakarot's Super Saiyan 4 attack remains unharmed. Truly a terrifying monster. Goku was equally astounded. As the smoke cleared, Li Feng's striking figure emerged and scathed. Do you not possess your final trump card? Use it quickly, or you shall never escape this place. Li Feng spoke with a casual tone, yet the aura of menace and hostility radiating from him compelled the two opponents to take him seriously. What should we do, Vegeta? Are we going to resort to that? Damn it. There's no choice. Trunks is still in his grasp. If we perish, there will be no Dragon Balls to revive us. Here, take this, Vegeta. Goku exclaimed as he retrieved 2 earrings from his waist pouch, adorning one on his right ear and tossing the other to Vegeta. Damn it. Vegeta, in his usual proud manner, begrudgingly affixed the earring to his left ear. You will regret this. With a resounding bang, the two donned their earrings, their forms rapidly converging until they collided. In a flash of golden light, a figure emerged. Ding. Hidden mission triggered. Defeat Vegito, Super Saiyan 4. Mission rewards. 1 Dark Dragon Ball, 1 Time Scroll. Do you accept? Yes. Li Feng responded without hesitation, his gaze fixed intently on the figure before him. A surge of emotions, excitement, joy, anxiety, flooded his heart. At last, the moment had arrived. The formidable warrior he had long awaited. Vegito, the super fighter born of the earring fusion. As the light dissipated, an invincible figure materialized, with upright chestnut hair and 2 strands cascading down. Clad in a red robe over a black bodysuit that revealed muscles as solid as steel. I am neither Kakarot nor Vegeta. I am Vegito. Vegito declared with a smirk. The fusion of the two was merely a norm, yet the aura he exuded was astonishing. At this moment, Vegito's base combat power was an astounding 900 trillion. Come on. Li Feng, show me just how strong you are. Vegito taunted. Very well, I shall not hold back. Li Feng proclaimed, launching the first strike. Bang. The 2 fists collided, unleashing a fierce clash once more. However, it was evident that this energy shock was on an entirely different level, shaking the very fabric of space with its terrifying force. Energy rippled outward in waves, creating minute fissures in the space around them. What a terrifying impact. The Kaioshin was overwhelmed by this power. Incredible. The opponent has fused. Gohan exclaimed, astonished by the overwhelming strength. Li Feng and Vegito. The ultimate showdown had commenced. Chapter 151. The Clash of the Formidable Warrior. The ultimate confrontation began. Boom. Following their fist collision, the two immediately distanced themselves. Indeed, you are powerful. Li Feng marveled. Vegito truly lived up to his reputation as a formidable warrior. Even the punch he just delivered sent tingles through Li Feng's body. The power of the fused Vegito was 5,000 times that of their individual strengths. System, do not question why it's not a multiplication of their battle powers. This is simply the setting. Li Feng, you're impressive. It seems this fusion enhances power significantly more than the dance fusion. Are you planning to fight me in this state? Li Feng inquired, puzzled. I fear that if I take it a bit more seriously, the battle would end immediately, Vegito replied, a grin gracing his lips. In light of this, I shall now demonstrate a fraction of my prowess. With that declaration, Vegeta unleashed a thunderous roar. A terrifying and ferocious aura erupted from him. As golden flames soared into the heavens, the fierce energy surged forth like a volcanic eruption, with flames dancing in the wind, boldly showcasing his immense power. At this moment, Vegeta's aura completely eclipsed that of Li Feng. Excellent. It seems I must take this more seriously. Li Feng clenched his fists, commencing his transformation into the enigmatic Super Saiyan. With a surge, the white energy within him began to radiate, gradually merging with the golden energy. The previously singular energy underwent a monumental transformation. The mysterious white energy and the golden Super Saiyan energy fused entirely, resulting in a qualitative change. A wave of energy, a blend of gold and white, erupted forth. The aura surrounding Li Feng experienced a cataclysmic shift. His cells continuously released energy while unlocking the potential within. The mysterious Super Saiyan form was born. What? Such a phenomenon exists. Gohan was taken aback. On the surface, Li Feng appeared to be an ordinary Super Saiyan at the first stage, yet he was stronger than a typical Super Saiyan 3. The transformation multiplier of the new Super Saiyan was a staggering 1,000 times the norm. This transformation. Vegeta furrowed his brow, sensing something unexpected from his opponent. Although the aura still lacked the intensity of his own, it posed a significant threat. Crackle, crackle. Li Feng rotated his neck and smiled. Come, test my new transformation. With that, he transformed into a flash and charged at Vegeta. Whoosh. In an instant, Li Feng appeared before Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Boom. Vegeta raised his left hand to block Li Feng's strike, resulting in a violent surge of energy. This attack? Vegeta noticed something amiss. Previously, Their clashes had been a contest of raw power. However, this time, he sensed that Li Feng's initial strike was feeble, yet it built in intensity, becoming increasingly formidable with each subsequent blow. What on earth is happening? Li Feng's mysterious Super Saiyan form was not merely an enhancement of strength and speed. More critically, it unlocked the potential of his body. The previous Elder and Old Kai's ability to unleash potential merely opened and expanded the potential conduit. After his own development, coupled with Cell's learning capabilities, Li Feng had refined it further. Now, his attacks were not merely brute force encounters. They integrated the traditional martial arts of his past life, such as Tai Chi and Bagua, striving to achieve maximum output with the least amount of force. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta launched a fierce barrage of attacks. Yet they seemed to vanish into the void, as Li Feng's defenses were impenetrable. His occasional counterattacks were relentless and powerful, leaving Vegeta with no opportunity to retaliate. Goodness, such a combat style exists. Vegeta was astonished. He had never encountered an opponent like this before. But this was not the end. One force can break 100 techniques. Boom. As the words hung in the air, the Tyrant King intensified his energy, launching a ferocious assault on Li Feng akin to a wild beast. Indeed, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. No matter how refined one's technique, it proved futile. It was reminiscent of the battle between Master Roshi and Jiren in Dragon Ball Super, where, despite Master Roshi's exceptional martial arts prowess and his inadvertent use of a fractured technique, he could not contend with Jiren. Similarly, Li Feng's mysterious Super Saiyan form, possessing merely 2 trillion units of power, paled in comparison to Vegeta's 63 trillion. Consequently, Li Feng found himself increasingly on the defensive. With a resounding crash, Vegeta forcefully shattered Li Feng's defenses, sending him hurtling away. In a flash, the Tyrant King seized the opportunity, teleporting to the spot where Li Feng was sent flying, raining down hundreds of punches in mere seconds. The relentless barrage of blows struck Li Feng, rekindling the sensation of being overwhelmed after a long absence. With a thunderous impact, it was Li Feng's turn to be slammed into the ground, creating a massive human-shaped crater. Lie down for good, Vegeta proclaimed, extending his arms as golden energy beams erupted from his fingers, initiating a sweeping assault. The golden meteor shower mercilessly ravaged the terrain, fracturing the earth once more. Yet, amidst the chaos, Li Feng's roar echoed defiantly. A surge of golden light erupted, intertwining with blue arcs, as the explosive energy obliterated the incoming energy blasts. With a sizzling sound, Li Feng transformed into his mysterious Super Saiyan form at full power. In an instant, his speed rivaled teleportation itself, and a golden figure flashed by, with Li Feng's fist embedding itself in Vegeta's abdomen. The shock rendered Vegeta momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Seizing the moment, Li Feng unleashed a relentless flurry of strikes, returning the punishment he had just received. The series of sharp and unyielding attacks proved overwhelming, ultimately sending the Tyrant King flying with a powerful kick. At this juncture, Vegeta's strength could no longer match Li Feng's. In desperation, Vegeta had no choice but to transform into Super Saiyan 2 and retaliate. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce third round of combat, the intensity escalating with each passing moment. In mere seconds, countless images of Vegeta and Li Feng flickered in the air as numerous golden streaks collided, generating violent tremors. The ground was easily dented, rocks were hurled, and dust billowed into the atmosphere. Both warriors began to take the battle seriously. Wounds adorned their bodies, and their garments lay tattered. Nevertheless, their fervor burned brightly, their cells rejoicing. The Saiyan trait of becoming stronger in the face of adversity manifested once again, causing their energies to surge ever higher. The sheer force was terrifying. The Kaioshin could only crouch with his head in his hands, shielding himself from the earthquake's disturbances and the aftermath of the onslaught. This battle was truly formidable. Gohan stood in astonishment, rendered speechless by the spectacle. Yet, the corners of both fighters' mouths curled into smiles, exhilarated by the challenge posed by their formidable adversary. This was the essence of the Tyrant King's contest. Chapter 152, Li Feng at full power in mysterious Super Saiyan 3 versus Vegeta in Super Saiyan 3. With a resounding impact, the two exchanged a punch before once again separating. It is truly astonishing that someone has managed to reduce me to this state, Vegeta remarked, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze sharpened. However, this battle ends here. With that declaration, a more formidable aura erupted from him. The flames, already in a state of eruption, appeared to be fueled further, blazing more vigorously. Grr. Vegeta's body began to transform. His previously upright long hair extended outward, reaching down to his thighs. His eyebrows vanished, his cheekbones became prominent, and his muscles swelled slightly. Boom. Amidst the flickering golden light and blue arcs of electricity, Vegeta ascended to Super Saiyan 3. It seemed that the ensuing fight would become increasingly arduous. Li Feng's expression turned grave, and he bellowed in response. Swoosh, 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 Swoosh. The original golden flames ignited spectacularly, soaring towards the heavens. The ground trembled once more. Countless fragments of rock and dust were sent flying, only to be torn asunder by the overwhelming energy. Zzz. Zzz. Blue arcs of electricity reformed, but after the initial explosion, they swiftly coalesced around Li Feng's body, the golden aura tightly enveloping him like a second skin. Li Feng transformed into the enigmatic Super Saiyan 3. Moreover, he directly achieved full power in this form. Well, it appears your mastery over energy is considerably refined. As a top-tier fighter, Vegeta immediately discerned the distinction between Li Feng's Super Saiyan 3 state and his own. It was not merely the elusive white aura, but also the fact that Li Feng's energy did not leak excessively, thus enhancing his energy efficiency. Yet, strength remains paramount. Whoosh. The king of fighters still believed his power could shatter everything, vanishing with a sudden instant transmission. Li Feng felt a jolt of apprehension. He understood that even in his mysterious full-power Super Saiyan 3 form, his combat prowess could not rival Vegeta's ordinary Super Saiyan 3. Nevertheless, he was determined to seize this opportunity to transcend his limits once again. He quickly sensed the impending attack, raising his left arm to block. Bang! The sound echoed like a planetary collision, reverberating through the air as the two clashed. Li Feng felt his left arm go numb in an instant. Vegeta's strength was indeed terrifying. Ta, 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 ta. Vegeta seized this opportunity, recognizing his advantage, and launched a frenzied assault, delivering thousands of punches per second, relentlessly battering Li Feng. Darn it! The disparity in power was glaring. Li Feng gritted his teeth and held on. Vegeta, embodying the persona of Vegeta himself, focused on enhancing his strength, his attacks straightforward yet deceptively potent, posing a significant threat. Distance is essential. Li Feng devised a strategy and executed an advanced instant transmission to vanish. Vegeta also followed with an instant transmission, but upon his arrival, he realized he had lost track of Li Feng's energy and could only materialize near Gohan and the others. What is happening? Was that not an ordinary instant transmission? Vegeta quickly pieced it together, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Li Feng is indeed formidable. However, with this alone, you shall never defeat me. The confident King B, with a smile, declared. According to his calculations, even if the opponent could transform into a Super Saiyan 4, the disparity in their base forms was too vast to alter the current state of affairs. Whoosh. At that moment, a sound of slicing air pierced the atmosphere near Vegeta's ear. Navi. King B swiftly turned and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang. Contrary to expectations, it was Vegeta who was sent flying. What just happened? Vegeta rubbed his sore right cheek, bewildered. Why was it that after he threw a punch backward, he ended up being struck instead? Where was Li Feng? The Supreme Kai watching from below grew increasingly perplexed. It must be Uncle Li Feng's new technique, Gohan speculated, astonished at the multitude of moves his uncle possessed, having merely toyed around with them during their usual playtime. Vegeta surveyed his surroundings, keenly sensing the opponent's energy. Whoosh. Another sound of slicing air resounded. This time, Vegeta refrained from throwing another punch. Instead, he fired an energy blast backward. Bang. As expected, he was struck by his own energy projectile. So that's how it is. This is the spatial gate. Vegeta chuckled, to confuse Vegeta's judgment. Li Feng had first teleported to an uninhabited area to conceal his energy, then, utilizing the spatial manipulation of the hyperbolic time chamber, placed two spatial gates near Vegeta, redirecting his attack back at him. Whoosh. Again, Vegeta would not be fooled this time. It was merely a diversion meant to obfuscate his judgment. The real attack was imminent. Indeed, a spatial gate appeared behind Vegeta, yet Li Feng's figure was still absent, having emerged from above Vegeta instead, aiming to strike him with a double-fisted blow. I see you. King B wore an expression of having unraveled all mysteries, launching an uppercut. However, unexpectedly, as Li Feng's powerful punch descended, two more spatial gates manifested, one at the point of Vegeta's uppercut and another at his abdomen. If he were to land a punch, would he not end up striking himself? Vegeta hesitated for a moment, allowing Li Feng to seize the opportunity and deliver a punch that sent Vegeta crashing to the ground. Boom. The unfortunate earth shattered once more. The principle of illusion and reality. This encapsulates Li Feng's fighting style. Infuriating. Boom. Vegeta soared back into the air, charging directly at Li Feng. I refuse to believe you can withstand all of my assaults. Whoosh. Li Feng deftly vanished again, deploying multiple spatial gates around Vegeta. Trivial tricks. Boom. Vegeta erupted with rage, his terrifying aura surging to the heavens once more. This time, he did not intend to take the initiative. Rather, he planned to strike back. Bang. 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 However, what emerged from the portals was not mere physical attacks, but Li Feng's energy blasts. Numerous spatial gates homed in on Vegeta, unleashing an uncountable barrage of energy projectiles without restraint. Infuriating. Vegeta, left with no choice, could only endure the onslaught. As long as I can locate Li Feng's essence, I can teleport directly to him. However, at this moment, I am hindered by an overwhelming aura. To my astonishment, the Bounty King has actually faltered before Li Feng. Very well, if that is the case, I shall shatter the fabric of space. Vegeta's power surged once more, stronger than any previous display, obliterating both the energy blast and the spatial portal. If you wish to compel me to unleash my full strength, then do not regret it. Here I go. Chapter 153. The ultimate Kamehameha wave at 100-fold. Boom. A golden radiance erupted skyward, unleashing a terrifying energy. The winds howled, and the earth trembled. Ultimately, Vegeta let out a roar reminiscent of an ancient beast awakening, as golden and crimson energies erupted in full force. The overwhelming aura was suffocating. Sizzle. As the smoke dissipated, Vegeta's form re-emerged, transformed dramatically, his upper body cloaked in crimson fur, revealing exaggerated pectorals and abdominal muscles, his physique becoming even more robust and powerful. His golden locks vanished, reverting to wild black hair cascading over his shoulders, his irises turning blue, framed by a red hue, and adorned with patera earrings. Vegeta had ascended to Super Saiyan 4. This was primal energy, pure, unadulterated power, an embodiment of strength beyond that of ordinary gods. This was the essence of Super Saiyan 4. His absolute might warped the space around him, rendering any spatial locks or magical abilities ineffective in his presence. Impossible. This power, the supreme Kai of the universe, sweating profusely, muttered, his legs trembling as if he might kneel. Such overwhelming strength. Li Feng, too, felt a chill of fear. Confronting this force was truly terrifying. Even in the mysterious Super Saiyan 3 state, merely grazing this energy would result in instant annihilation. In that case, I shall reveal my true strength as well. Boom. The golden aura enveloping Li Feng shattered, releasing an even more terrifying power, as golden flames and light burst forth, soaring once again into the sky. Alongside the golden energy, a mysterious white energy erupted, enveloping Li Feng and merging completely. Buzz. A crimson figure emerged, as Li Feng transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Moreover, he was in the full-powered state of the mysterious Super Saiyan 4. He aimed to challenge himself once more, to overcome the strong with the weak, and to transcend his current limits. This Super Saiyan 4 state is rather peculiar. Vegeta raised an eyebrow slightly. Regardless, they are no match for me. Swish. The Bounty King, brimming with confidence, vanished in an instant. Swish. Li Feng, of course, teleported as well. Thud, 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 thud. The battle intensified once again. This time, the conflict was even more horrifying. Each collision sent ripples through the very fabric of space, occasionally tearing open rifts in reality itself. Though on the surface, Li Feng's combat power appeared to lag a staggering 1,000 times behind that of Vegeta. The defining characteristic of his enigmatic Ultra Super Saiyan form lay in its remarkable energy conversion efficiency, allowing him to harness over 90% of his energy. In contrast, Vegeta's Ultra form merely unleashed a wild torrent of primal energy, often failing to utilize even half of its potential. Thus, a balance of power could still be observed between them. Most notably, the endurance of Li Feng's mysterious Ultra form was extraordinarily robust. In a prolonged battle, Vegeta would find himself at a disadvantage. This form was indeed formidable. After a brief exchange, Vegeta quickly recognized the predicament. He resolved to conclude the conflict swiftly. His eyes narrowing with determination, he gathered energy in both hands and unleashed a barrage towards Li Feng. Boom, 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 boom. Here it comes. The classic Prince's tactic. Yet this time, each energy sphere contained a potency that surpassed the strength of Goku's tenfold Kamehameha, even transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Goku and Vegeta together would surely be felled by such an onslaught. However, Li Feng relished the opportunity to absorb the incoming fire. The energy absorption technique activated autonomously. Bang, bang, bang. Golden energy orbs rained down like a Gatling gun, mercilessly releasing their wrath. Meanwhile, Li Feng's body acted as a sponge, voraciously absorbing all the power directed at him. This sensation was perfectly within his capacity, as he continuously grew stronger with each absorption. After over a minute of bombardment, Vegeta paused, gazing into the thick mist raised by the explosive onslaught. He could not ascertain whether he had vanquished Li Feng, as he sensed no trace of his opponent's aura. Yet, as the smoke cleared and the dust settled, Li Feng remained unharmed, hands raised in defense. Well done, Uncle Li Feng. Gohan sincerely applauded him, considering Li Feng, second only to his father, as the one he trusted and admired most. I can no longer comprehend their battle. The Supreme Kai remarked, astounded. How could such a phenomenon occur? What manner of creature are you? Vegeta was equally astonished. Unable to fathom that his energy attacks had proven ineffective, he resolved to employ his ultimate move to determine the victor. An overwhelming desire for victory surged within Vegeta. Huh. Vegeta bellowed, arms wide, and then drawn together at his chest. ZZZ, ZZZ. The blue core vibrated with astonishing energy, while golden energy spheres began to coalesce. Ultimate. He formed a golden energy sphere, reminiscent of the technique Vegeta used to unleash the final flash. On the other side, Feng also began to gather energy. Hands resting at his waist. Kamehameha. Vegeta's technique was not yet finished. He placed his hands back at his waist to continue gathering energy. The original golden energy sphere, now emanating a blue glow, its power doubling yet again. Kamehameha. Meanwhile, Feng concentrated, fashioning a deep blue energy sphere that spun rapidly, compressing relentlessly. Wave. Wave. As their energies reached a critical threshold, both warriors released their attacks in unison. Boom. In the moment of collision between the two waves, the very fabric of space was irrevocably shattered, giving rise to an increasing number of temporal rifts that unleashed cataclysmic power. Drink. To the left. The ultimate Kamehameha wave emitted by Vegeta entwined with a golden spiral wave, both forces converging in a spectacular explosion. To the right, Feng unleashed his 100-fold Kamehameha wave, a cerulean shockwave carrying his enigmatic power, ruthlessly pouring forth with equal ferocity. Bang. Ultimately, the energy of the two forces exceeded the limits of space itself, leading to a catastrophic rupture and a tremendous explosion. Boom. The sky was engulfed in a dazzling blue radiance as unparalleled energy erupted, sweeping across the battleground. Oh no. Meanwhile, Gohan, previously shielded by a protective barrier, transformed into Super Saiyan 3, positioning himself before the Supreme Kai and his fallen father, desperately bracing against the aftermath of the explosion. In the end, Gohan succeeded in withstanding the impact of this astonishing residual force, rising from the ground and surveying his surroundings, only to find that Vegeta had reverted back to the time-traveling forms of Goku and Vegeta, while Feng too returned to his normal state. Chapter 154, Joining the Time Patrol. Ding. Mission accomplished. Defeated Vegeta, Super Saiyan 4. Mission rewards. 1 Dark Dragon Ball, 1 Time Scroll. Do you accept? At that moment, the system notification echoed in Feng's mind. Yes. Feng responded with great difficulty in his thoughts, yet he found himself utterly drained, collapsed upon the ground. Unable to move, forced to await the gradual replenishment of his natural energy. In the climactic Kamehameha confrontation, Feng had indeed employed energy absorption techniques, siphoning off a portion of the energy. However, the majority had still surpassed his physical limits, significantly depleting his own shockwave. Another tie, yet the system still deemed me victorious. Feng chuckled wryly. Logically speaking, Vegeta had indeed conserved some of his strength in the end. However, just as he attempted to gather his energy, his power exceeded the limits of the Patera earrings, resulting in an early disbandment. The fusion setting in Time Patrol follows the Dragon Ball Super earring concept, where the fusion separates after 1 hour. Holding his own against two formidable foes in a force parity was quite an achievement. Once his stamina had sufficiently recovered, he retrieved some Senzu beans and eagerly began to consume them. What a relief. Feeling the resurgence of strength throughout his body, Feng experienced a delightful sensation of rejuvenation. Gohan, is everyone alright? He tossed a bag of Senzu beans to Gohan for distribution among the group. Everyone was alive, merely unconscious. Gohan sighed in relief and began to administer the Senzu beans. We're back to life. The first to express this sentiment was Goku from the main universe, finally rejoining after an extended absence. Ouch, it hurts. Trunks also awakened, sensing a lingering pain in his forehead. What a terrifying opponent. Even Vegeta was nearly unable to contend with him. Vegeta remarked, that transformation is truly extraordinary. It seems I have room for further growth. Time Patrol Goku exclaimed with enthusiasm. Haha, my apologies to everyone in Time Patrol for engaging you in our prolonged battle, Feng said with a smile as he approached. The three individuals were aware that Feng's actions had been intentional, and they reached a harmonious understanding. Speaking of which, what exactly is Tao's role? Why are you so determined to pursue her? The Goku from the main universe inquired with confusion. The Time Patrollers exchanged glances, and then Time Patroller Goku nodded. Having received approval, Trunks spoke up. Tawa has traversed numerous universes, empowering previous villains and nefarious characters, thereby altering the course of history and acquiring both the power of time and the power of magic. Our Time Patrol was convened by the Kaishin of Time to apprehend temporal criminals like Tawa and restore the normal flow of the universe. Initially, upon witnessing Mr. Feng letting Tawa go, we presumed you were her accomplice, hence our actions, Trunks explained with a sheepish smile. In reality, Tawa. Feng elaborated on Tawa's predicament to the trio. Impossible. Is that truly the reason? Trunks exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. This is indeed plausible, but it complicates matters. We cannot allow her to continue interfering, as the power of time is waning, Goku remarked with a furrowed brow. Leave this to me. I bear some responsibility in this matter as well. What do you mean? In your eyes, I too am, strictly speaking, a temporal criminal. For I have traversed several universes. This needs to be reported to the Kaishin of Time. It doesn't comply with regulations. Trunks hesitated. Our objectives align. We aim to eradicate the Demon Realm's Kaishin, thus I can assist you. However, enough, Trunks, Time Patroller Goku interjected, turning to Li Feng. Our Time Patrol welcomes your presence, regardless of your past, as long as the goal is to eliminate the Demon Realm's Kaishin. You are our ally. Moreover, having just fought alongside you, we recognize you as a person of integrity and kindness. Goku extended his right hand. Thank you. Li Feng grasped his hand in agreement. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, but still acknowledged Li Feng. However, I have numerous matters to attend to, so I may not be able to travel to the Time City promptly. No worries. This is for you. Goku produced a scroll and handed it to Li Feng. If you find the time to open this, it will transport you to the Time City, where you can seek the Kaishin of Time. He smiled, and then produced another time scroll. We must take our leave as well. The other me. Strive to become stronger next time. Time Patroller Goku advised the Goku from the main universe. Hee of course. I won't lose next time. The Goku from the main universe chuckled, ruffling his hair. Well then, Li Feng, until we meet again. Whoosh. Goku unfurled the scroll, and a blue portal materialized, through which the 3 Time Patrollers vanished. Incredible. To think there are other versions of us in different universes. If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, Gohan would never have believed it. The legend of the Kaishin of Time is indeed true. The Kaishin seemed to recall something and exclaimed, "What legend?" It is. However, no matter how persistently Li Feng inquired, the King Kai remained resolutely silent. Forget it. Let us depart, Li Feng declared, snapping his fingers, causing everyone present to once again vanish from the realm of spirit and time, returning to the outside world. Damn it. Where has that rascal Majin Buu gone? Another frustrated Vegeta exclaimed, desperately searching for the presence of Majin Buu. Ah, Vegeta. With a sudden collective instant transmission, everyone reappeared. Kakarot, Li Feng, where have you been? What of Majin Buu? Haha, Majin Buu has long been vanquished by Li Feng. We encountered many amusing events thereafter. What? Heh. I don't quite understand that whole time travel business. Perhaps you should elaborate, Li Feng. Goku, displaying self-awareness, acknowledged that while he excelled in battle and dining, he found everything else nearly incomprehensible, a stark contrast to the other time-traveling Goku. In truth, Li Feng succinctly recounted the events that transpired after Goku had lost consciousness. What? Such a thing exists. Another Kakarot and I. What have I missed? Indeed, the battle-obsessed Vegeta lamented his absence from numerous conflicts, filled with regret. Heh. Fear not, Vegeta. You would not stand a chance against your counterpart. He is far superior. Goku teased once more. Silence, Kakarot. You couldn't even surpass your own Super Saiyan 1 form despite transforming into Super Saiyan 3. What right do you have to criticize me? Vegeta retorted, angered. Humph. Shall we test that theory? Bring it on. The 2 spirited warriors were once again ready to clash. Wait, let us postpone that for today. Tomorrow I shall commence rigorous training with you both. Are you eager to engage formidable opponents in the Time Patrol? Absolutely. Of course. The last voice belonged to Gohan, revealing his desire to grow stronger as well. Excellent. Then heed my words. Eat well, rest adequately, and prepare for tomorrow's training. Hooray. Humph. Thank you, Uncle Li Feng. What about us? The King Kai inquired, a bit apprehensively. You are most welcome to join the feast. Thank you, Mr. Li Feng. Chapter 155, The Mysterious State of the Saiyans. The following day, within the training grounds of the realm of spirit and time. Uncle Li Feng, how shall we become stronger? Gohan asked with anticipation. Li Feng had pondered this the previous day. Your current physical strength is insufficient to endure the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Thus, enhancing your foundational combat power is essential. Super Saiyan 4. Both Goku and Vegeta voiced their confusion. It was no surprise they were puzzled, for they had been unconscious during that battle. Only Gohan had witnessed it. This is Super Saiyan 4. HAA. Li Feng bellowed, as his muscles swelled, a terrifying aura beginning to radiate from him. Boom. A crimson figure emerged, exaggerated muscles bulging, primal and untamed power unleashed, reminiscent of an ancient beast breaking free. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The red figure erupted in golden flames, as Li Feng transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Though it was merely the most ordinary Super Saiyan 4, devoid of the enigmatic state, its presence was nonetheless overwhelmingly terrifying, with the transformation multiplier reaching a staggering 20,000 times. What? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment, his entire being trembling. Even the royal bloodline of the Saiyans felt oppressed. Such terrifying power. This is Super Saiyan 4. Goku, equally astounded, found himself on the verge of instinctively transforming into a Super Saiyan for protection. Indeed, such formidable strength. Though Gohan had witnessed the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 before, this was his first encounter with its raw power. It was utterly terrifying, the pressure so intense that he could scarcely breathe. Li Feng endeavored to temper his aura, reducing it to the bare minimum required to maintain the Super Saiyan 4 form. Yet even in this subdued state, he surpassed the ordinary Super Saiyan 3. This transformation necessitates the illumination of the Zephyr light and the presence of a tail, Li Feng elucidated. However, an additional prerequisite is that one's base combat power must exceed 400 billion, equivalent to training 9 times stronger than your current state. This power is ferocious, and initially, it manifests as a mindless, raging gorilla. Only through perfect emotional control can one successfully transform. Thus, at present, you are unable to master such a transformation. Li Feng reverted to his normal state. How infuriating. The disparity is indeed vast. Vegeta sensed the oppressive weight dissipate upon Li Feng's return to his ordinary form. Aside from enhancing your foundational combat power through training, you must also focus on developing your potential. Developing potential? One at a time. Gohan, you shall begin. With that, Li Feng sat cross-legged on the ground. Gohan mimicked Li Feng's posture and sat opposite him, while Goku and Vegeta looked on, puzzled. Having previously received the Elder Kai's potential development training, and after further studying dark magic coupled with an exceptional learning ability, Li Feng had mastered this technique. He placed his hands gently upon Gohan's head, hovering above him, and began to channel his energy. This power served as a guiding force, primarily intended as a key to unlock the doors of Saiyan potential. Li Feng sensed Gohan's immense potential, swirling like a tumultuous ocean, yet the door remained tightly shut, with only a small opening allowing the flow of latent energy. Veins bulged from his forehead as he unleashed his capabilities to widen that door. Buzz. In an instant, the opening expanded slightly, and the stagnant waters began to stir, with latent energy flowing forth in abundance. I feel remarkably clear-headed. Gohan seemed to have an epiphany. Li Feng exhaled deeply. It appears that developing potential is not as daunting as I had imagined. What is it, Gohan? Do you feel anything extraordinary? Goku inquired eagerly. Let me try? Gohan shouted, and in an instant, his energy exploded forth. Swish, 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 swish. A white aura spiraled upwards, and a terrifying presence enveloped the entire area. Is this my energy? Gohan was taken aback, scarcely believing that he had effortlessly surpassed his former Super Saiyan 3 state. Li Feng observed Gohan's combat power at that moment. 225 million, a staggering 500 times his normal state. What? Is it that simple? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing that after merely a short period of unlocking his potential, his combat power had surged so effortlessly. Now, try transforming into a Super Saiyan in this state. Li Feng suggested. I'll give it a shot, Gohan roared once more, his muscles swelling with energy. Whoosh. However, it was not as straightforward as anticipated. Gohan's energy plummeted, reverting him to an ordinary Super Saiyan. Why does Gohan's aura diminish after transforming into a Super Saiyan? Goku queried, puzzled. This is the next phase of your training. To merge this mysterious power with your original Super Saiyan strength, Li Feng elucidated. Is it truly that challenging? Goku scratched his head in bewilderment. Now it's your turn, Goku, Li Feng said as he seated himself once more and cast a spell upon him. Oh, I can feel my strength increasing significantly, Goku exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Ahem, it's my turn now, Vegeta said, his impatience palpable, though he maintained an outward calm. After several minutes, the potential of the three was fully unlocked, revealing that Goku and Vegeta's mysterious power transformations were magnified to 400 times and 300 times their normal states, respectively. Clearly, aside from Li Feng himself, Gohan possessed the most formidable potential. The true essence of the mysterious Super Saiyan emerged when combined with the initial Super Saiyan energy. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A burst of white and golden energy erupted simultaneously from their bodies, merging into a more potent energy sphere. Is this the mysterious Super Saiyan? Indeed, there are two distinct energies, Goku exclaimed in astonishment, realizing they could genuinely fuse the two powers. Precisely. What you must accomplish now is to master the two energies within you, whether merging or separating, as effortlessly as controlling your own ki. Only then can you unleash your utmost power, Li Feng instructed. Subsequently, Goku and Vegeta attempted fusion, yet both efforts were in vain. They either returned to their original Super Saiyan forms or remained in a singular mysterious state. There is only so much I can teach you. The rest will depend on your own dedication, Li Feng acknowledged, feeling his capacity to assist was nearing its limit. Thank you so much, Uncle Li Feng. Gohan bowed deeply in gratitude. Goku and Vegeta also expressed their thanks in their own ways. It's no trouble. I may be away for a while, and you will need to care for Earth and my family and friends. I cannot predict when that terrifying enemy will arrive on Earth, Li Feng cautioned them in advance. Rest assured, Li Feng, we will certainly protect Earth. Goku vowed earnestly. Gohan, take this. If Earth encounters any danger, shatter it, and I will sense it from other universes. Li Feng handed Gohan a device. It was a warning device crafted by Li Feng, utilizing the technology of the time scroll and the time machine, capable of interdimensional notifications. However, its function remained limited to mere notifications without any communication capabilities. In contrast to the two battle-hungry warriors, Goku and Vegeta, Gohan appeared to be the more reliable choice. Chapter 156, Gods and Gods, Universe 2307. Afterward, Li Feng departed from the training chamber and made his way home. Bulma Lazuli. Children, I have returned. Li Feng exclaimed as he entered his villa. Ah, Daddy's back. The adorable Li Yu rushed into her father's embrace like a swift swallow returning to its nest, with others soon following suit. Where did you all go? Lazuli inquired. We battled against Majin Buu. Li Feng recounted the subsequent events in detail. Despite the numerous occurrences, only a single day had actually passed. That's amazing, Daddy. You defeated the villains. Cheered the children. Yes, Daddy, I want to become a Super Saiyan 4 too. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Hee hee, I'm glad to be cherished by my children. As a father, it fills me with pride. All right, children, your father needs some rest. You may go and play now. Li Xing, take good care of your sister. Understood, Mom. Li Xing eagerly led Li Yu off to play. Did you miss me? Li Feng smirked as he saw Bulma shoo away the children, making his way directly to the bathroom. How annoying. Bulma and Lazuli shyly responded. Yet they still adhered to Li Feng's wishes. The ensuing battle among the three was intensely fierce, and it shall not be elaborated upon further, as those who understand, understand. Ultimately, Li Feng emerged victorious. In sage mode, Li Feng began to tally the spoils from recent battles. First, there were the fragments of time and space. By traversing Universe 1807 and defeating Super 17 and Super I Ching Long, he had obtained 2 fragments, bringing the total to 6. With just one more needed to forge the orb of time and space, allowing for permanent traversal to a parallel universe. Additionally, from vanquishing Super I Ching Long and Vegito, he had acquired 2 Dark Dragon Balls, and upon completing the collection, he would be able to venture to the Dragon God realm. The new items at hand were 2 Time Scrolls, obtained as rewards from defeating Vegito and from Time Patrol Goku. These were valuable treasures that could facilitate direct travel to the Time realm. Although Li Feng's current strength theoretically surpassed that of a god of destruction, he was aware, having witnessed the narrative of Dragon Ball heroes, that many individuals far surpassed the gods of destruction. His combat prowess still required enhancement, necessitating confrontations with formidable foes. Following his battle with Vegito, Li Feng's current baseline power was 25 trillion. He had yet to engage a god of destruction, and thus had not attained the transformation into Super Saiyan God, a transformation that was imperative. It seemed to resonate with his innermost desires. As one of the time-space fragments began to shimmer, signifying the emergence of yet another universe to traverse. System, which universe is it this time? Returning to the host. This universe is 2307. It is the parallel timeline of Dragon Ball Super, Gods and Gods. At last, I shall confront Beerus. Li Feng exclaimed with exhilaration. Very well. I am eager to witness the prowess of Beerus. Is it truly as depicted in Dragon Ball Super, with each iteration self-patching? Li Feng was brimming with anticipation. Is it time to traverse to the year 2307? The system prompted, affirmative. In an instant, a cerulean portal to another realm materialized before Li Feng. With his acute perception of spatial dimensions, he discerned that it led to an alternate universe, and without hesitation, he stepped through. The blue gateway vanished the moment he crossed its threshold. In a flash, a dashing figure emerged. Let us see where the narrative stands now. Li Feng realized he was on Earth, sensing familiar auras, and promptly teleported. Whis mused, sensing something peculiar. What is the matter, Whis? Are those individuals performing the ritual for the Super Saiyan God? Is there a concern? Beerus reclined on a beach chair beside the pool, savoring delectable treats. Goku and the others should be fine. I just sensed an extraordinarily potent and mysterious energy nearby. Perhaps it's merely my imagination, Whis remarked. At this moment, Whis and Beerus found themselves at Bulma's residence, having arrived amidst the chaos where Beerus quarreled with the others, leading to Goku's intervention and the subsequent wish to the Dragon Shenron for the method to attain Super Saiyan God status. It seems I have arrived at the perfect moment. The spectacle is about to commence. Li Feng concealed his energy, retreating to an unseen corner to observe the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, the main protagonists, Goku, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, Videl, and Vegeta, formed a circle, clasping hands. A golden light emanated from Videl's abdomen, radiating the essence of a Super Saiyan, which then transferred to Trunks, Goten, Gohan, and Vegeta, causing them to transform into Super Saiyans as well. The energies of the 5 Super Saiyans converged into Goku's being. Whoosh! The 5 erupted in a resplendent golden glow, soaring towards the heavens, painting the sky in hues of gold. Subsequently, the weather turned tumultuous. The previously clear sky rumbled with thunder, hail began to fall, and fierce winds howled amidst torrential rain, all disturbed by this extraordinary energy. Now imbued with the power of the 5, Goku's golden aura shifted to crimson, radiating a brilliant red light. It appears this transformation has been successful? Beerus rose to his feet. Indeed, It seems so, Whis replied. Crack. A sound akin to shattering glass resounded as Goku's crimson flames gradually receded. His appearance underwent a remarkable transformation. His formerly black hair, eyebrows, and eyes transitioned to a deep crimson. His robust physique became leaner, exuding a divine aura imperceptible to ordinary beings. Oh, is this the Super Saiyan God? Li Feng raised an eyebrow. He then activated his battle power scanner to analyze the data of those present. Whis, Beerus, Goku, Vegeta, 8 billion, normal state. Gohan, 2 billion, normal state. Piccolo, 1 billion. Android 18, 800 million. Trunks, 1, 5 billion, normal state. Goten, 100 million, normal state. After a cursory glance, it was evident that battle powers below 100 million were negligible. The protagonists of this universe are 4 years ahead in their timeline. Yet their battle powers have not significantly increased. Gohan is even weaker than his counterpart in my universe. It seems my efforts have borne fruit. At least I can lead everyone to progress together. Li Feng nodded, only to discover that the battle powers of Whis, Beerus, and Goku were not displaying. System. What is happening? Even you cannot detect their current strength? Detection in progress. Ding. Whis, normal state 10, 000 quintillion. Beerus, normal state 5, 000 quadrillion. Goku, Super Saiyan God 100 trillion. Chapter 157, Fierce Battle. Super Saiyan God versus God of Destruction. What? Whis's normal battle power is actually 1 quintillion. Li Feng cursed inwardly, and upon noticing the term normal following his name, it indicated that this was merely the power of that state, regardless of other forms. There remains a considerable gap between him and beings of angelic caliber. On the other hand, Beerus's normal battle power is 5,000 quadrillion, while my own is 25 trillion. The mysterious Super Saiyan 4 limit break is 10,000 quadrillion, or 1 quintillion, barely sufficient to contend with Beerus in his most ordinary state. This is disheartening. I had hoped to dominate Beerus, only to find that I have merely surpassed his dormant state. Truly lamentable, Li Feng thought. Nevertheless, I can surely break through to Super Saiyan God this time. Li Feng continued to encourage himself. Regardless, battling Beerus would undoubtedly yield some gains. For now, he turned his attention to the unfolding clash between Goku and Beerus. The two ascended slowly into the air. Goku accelerated, only for Beerus to effortlessly evade. Goku was astonished by his own newfound speed, which caused him to overshoot and lose his balance, momentarily staggering in the air. Humph. It seems you two can sense this formidable power, Beerus remarked, hands behind his back. Indeed, Lord Beerus, Goku replied with a smile. If I win, will you spare the earth? Of course, Beerus conceded, then became serious. But in this world, there is no being stronger than a god of destruction. Goku charged forward, delivering a punch. Boom. Beerus effortlessly blocked with his right hand, yet the collision generated shockwaves that rippled outward. Thud, 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 thud. Goku unleashed a flurry of punches, emitting the classic Saiyan battle roar, but Beerus easily deflected them with a single hand. Ultimately, Beerus found an opening and struck Goku in the abdomen. Puff. Goku coughed up a mouthful of bitter liquid, his body curling into a shrimp-like shape. At this moment, Goku had yet to fully acclimate to his newfound power, and Beerus was assisting him in that adjustment. Goku wiped the corner of his mouth and immediately flew backward, seeking to create some distance. However, Beerus seized this opportunity and swiftly appeared behind Goku, delivering a powerful punch to his face. Goku's handsome visage was once again struck. Yet amidst the blows, he gradually acclimated to his newfound strength. Whoosh. He continued to soar higher into the sky. Why are they flying so high? Let us join them. Bulma opened a capsule and boarded the jet, beckoning everyone to follow. Except for Piccolo and Vegeta, the others climbed aboard, pursuing the duo to witness the battle. Vegeta, however, remained gazing upwards. Beerus unleashed another punch. Boom. This time, Goku discerned the impending attack and successfully blocked it. Hee. Goku chuckled lightly. It seems you are slowly adapting to your new powers. Now, let me show you this technique. Beerus flashed a toothy grin, gently raised his right hand, and extended a single finger. A torrent of energy surged at his fingertip, coalescing into a colossal golden energy sphere, brimming with the potential to obliterate the earth. Whoosh. Beerus pointed at Goku, and the golden energy sphere shot toward him in an instant. While it appeared to be merely a standard strike, it harbored destructive energy. Goku braced himself with both hands, and, gritting his teeth, he lifted the energy sphere upwards. Boom. As the energy sphere soared into the distance, it erupted with a tremendous explosion, and the terrifying shockwave evaporated vast amounts of seawater, triggering a colossal tsunami. Goku let out another mighty roar, his entire being enveloped in crimson flames, unleashing the full force of the godly aura of Super Saiyan God. He had begun to fully adapt to his power. He charged at Beerus once more, this time engaging in an even fiercer battle. Bang, 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 bang. The intensity of this assault was unmistakable, prompting Beerus, who had been blocking with one hand, to revert to using both. Whoosh. Ultimately, Goku's skill prevailed, landing a punch that grazed Beerus's face. Humph. Beerus touched his cheek, then lunged at Goku with a powerful strike. Hee. Goku anticipated Beerus's attack, deftly sidestepping, and then seized Beerus from behind. Whack. A sudden headbutt crack. A knife hand strike. Avenging the humiliation endured on King Kai's planet. Humph. Beerus retaliated with his tail, sending Goku flying. I didn't expect you to hold a grudge. But things won't be so simple from here on. Whoosh. Beerus vanished in an instant, reappearing right before Goku and launching a counterattack. Bang. 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 Goku remained undaunted, countering with determination, yet he still found himself unable to surpass Beerus, who seized Goku by the head and slammed him downwards. Boom. The ground was once again transformed into a massive crater. Thud. 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 Yet, Beerus, emboldened by his advantage, continued to pummel Goku with relentless strikes. The terrifying sounds of their clash generated energy that caused the earth to buckle once more. With a mighty roar, Goku propelled himself forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent Beerus soaring. The clash of their fists resonated with a terrifying energy, shattering the surrounding rocks and sending dust swirling into the air. What a fearsome battle! Krillin marveled, recognizing that even the residual waves of their confrontation could obliterate an ordinary person instantaneously. As their fight escalated, they ascended higher into the sky, ultimately breaching the atmosphere to avoid devastating the earth. Can you withstand my power? Goku challenged, as Beerus conjured a small, violet sphere of destructive energy, pulsating with annihilation. Kamehameha. Goku retorted, unleashing his own Kamehameha wave. The destructive sphere was swiftly obliterated. How about this? Beerus exclaimed, raising his hands once more to summon a multitude of destruction orbs that filled the sky. With a surge of energy, Goku erupted in a blaze of crimson aura, intensifying his Kamehameha wave. A brilliant azure beam shot forth, annihilating all the destructive spheres in its path. The resulting shockwave from their fist collision reverberated through the cosmic vacuum, shattering distant planets into mere dust. Chapter 158, Goku's Defeat. What is happening up there? The passengers aboard the aircraft sensed an absence of divine presence. Indeed, formidable. Is this the essence of a god's battle? Unlike the others, Li Feng's combat prowess surpassed theirs, though he had yet to achieve Super Saiyan God status. He could still perceive the divine aura. You there? Please reveal yourself, he called out. At that moment, Whis cast a glance in Li Feng's direction and remarked, what? Meanwhile, Piccolo and Vegeta, still on the ground, became utterly captivated by the celestial clash above, oblivious to Li Feng's presence nearby. Resigned to being discovered, Li Feng emerged from the thicket. Who are you? You have a tail. Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment, noticing the Saiyan emblem represented by the tail behind Li Feng. Mr. Whis, I trust you will not interfere in anyone's battle, Li Feng inquired. Of course, angels remain neutral, Whis assured him. Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He was not yet prepared to confront an angel. What? Who are you? What do you mean? Vegeta grew increasingly perplexed by this young man, sensing a hidden yet formidable power emanating from him, distinct from the divine aura of Whis and Beerus. Let us observe for now. I will intervene if necessary. Li Feng smiled. Meanwhile, Whis regarded Li Feng with an expression of curiosity. Outside the atmosphere, Goku and Beerus continued their relentless struggle. You are still too weak, Beerus taunted. Upon concluding his words, Beerus thrust a hand blade into Goku's right abdomen. Cough. Goku felt as though his abdomen had been pierced, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his strength dissipating entirely. The crimson energy that enveloped him ebbed away like a receding tide, and he was abruptly returned to his normal state. With a feeble gasp, his form fell helplessly under the influence of Earth's gravity, plummeting through the atmosphere from an altitude of 10,000 meters, plunging into the depths of the ocean. However, at that moment, the red energy of the Super Saiyan God mended Goku's pierced body, and he once again sensed the astonishing power within him. With a resounding roar, Goku erupted with energy, the fiery aura igniting the seawater around him and instantly vaporizing it, creating a tremendous wave. With a swift motion, he rocketed back into outer space. Once more, his fighting spirit surged, brimming with enthusiasm. Goku resumed his assault, yet the aura of the Super Saiyan God began to wane. Humph, Beerus scoffed, clearly aware that Goku would soon no longer embody the Super Saiyan God, and thus he was not far from defeat. Indeed, Goku's crimson aura eventually faded entirely, transforming into a golden blaze as he reverted to the form of a regular Super Saiyan. Boom. Yet, in a moment of carelessness, Beerus was still struck by one of Goku's attacks. Pooh. Beerus spat out a mouthful of bitter fluid, utterly astonished by this unexpected turn of events. At that moment, although Goku had reverted to the state of a Super Saiyan, his combat prowess remained undiminished, still as formidable as that of the Super Saiyan God. Unwittingly, Goku had completely fused the power of the Super Saiyan God with his own essence. Ha ha ha, how intriguing. Beerus laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Goku joined in the laughter, reveling in the exhilarating battle. With a swift motion, the two engaged in instantaneous movement, reappearing on Earth, where they resumed their wild skirmish. Battling from the skies to the sea, their fears clashed, generating violent tsunamis beneath the waves. Boom. Ultimately, Goku seized an opening, launching Beerus out of the water. Humph. Beerus let out another cold snort, then moved with blinding speed, encircling Goku and multiplying into 12 distinct forms, each radiating golden light. Pew, 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 pew. 12 beams of golden light struck Goku directly, resulting in a colossal explosion. Beerus laughed, believing the battle was concluded, yet Goku broke through the chaos, landing a punch squarely on Beerus's face. Whoosh. The two continued their combat into outer space. If that is the case, let us settle this with one decisive strike. Beerus contemplated, unleashing the unique aura of the God of Destruction. He concentrated his right hand, gathering a terrifying sphere of destructive energy. Goku, recognizing the gravity of the situation, did not dare to underestimate it. He shouted fiercely, unleashing a surge of energy, his golden aura erupting like a volcano. He then placed his hands at his waist, beginning to gather power. Kamehameha. Goku unleashed his ultimate technique, releasing a beam at maximum potency. Boom. The purple energy sphere combined with the blue Kamehameha wave immediately produced a larger golden annihilation orb. The apocalyptic aura it emanated suggested that if it were to strike the Earth, the planet would be reduced to ashes. However, Goku was utterly exhausted, plummeting helplessly from the vastness of outer space. Goku, Kakarot, father, old son, his family and friends below cried out in desperation upon witnessing his powerless descent. Just as in the original story, upon hearing their calls, Goku summoned the last vestiges of his strength to transform into a Super Saiyan, bracing himself against the formidable annihilation orb with both hands. Yeah, Goku roared, his veins bulging, muscles taut, as he exerted every ounce of his power to counter this lethal threat. Boom. Ultimately, Goku succeeded. The golden energy sphere erupted in the sky, sending Goku and the clouds spiraling away, the shockwave reverberating through the air and causing the ground to tremble violently. Yet, Goku too succumbed to fatigue, falling towards the earth below. Damn it! Vegeta exclaimed, swiftly rushing to catch Kakarot as he descended. Ha! It seems that I am the victor after all. Beerus laughed gleefully like a child. As per our agreement, I shall now obliterate the earth. With that, he raised his right hand once more, forming a purple energy sphere. Damn it! The protagonists gritted their teeth, unwilling to accept the destruction of their world, yet felt powerless against Beerus' overwhelming force. Was this truly the end? Krillin, unwilling to concede, closed his eyes. Bastard! Vegeta fumed, supporting Goku, his teeth clenched. If only I were stronger. Gohan lamented his own helplessness. Whoosh! The merciless purple energy sphere hurtled towards the earth. Stop! At that moment, an unfamiliar voice rang out, as a striking figure stood before the God of Destruction. Chapter 159 Feng. Stop! The unknown voice echoed again as a powerful silhouette confronted the energy sphere. With merely a lift of his left hand, he effortlessly blocked the onslaught of the colossal annihilation orb. Boom! In the next instant, the purple energy sphere shattered into fragments. What? The protagonists were astounded, unable to comprehend how such terrifying destructive power could be so easily neutralized by a single hand. Who was this formidable being? Oh, Beerus raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the man before him. Who are you? I am Feng, and I too am a Saiyan. Feng replied with a charming smile. Oh, so you have come to challenge me? Beerus remained with his hands behind his back. No, I am here to defeat you. Just as Feng absorbed the destructive energy sphere, the system issued a mission. Ding. Mission issued. Defeat Beerus. Mission reward. Dark Dragon Ball X1. Time Fragment X1. Ha! Beerus erupted into raucous laughter, as if he had heard the grandest joke. You of all people? Indeed, under the same conditions as before, if I defeat you. You must not take your wrath out on others or destroy the earth. No problem. However, I must assert that there exists no being in this world more formidable than a God of Destruction. Beerus' gaze sharpened, and the fierce aura of the God of Destruction enveloped the arena. I recall that this is how one transforms into a Super Saiyan God, Feng murmured. What? Is it possible that this fellow can actually become a Super Saiyan God? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. Does he not require the energy of 5 individuals? Huh? Feng roared, unleashing a violent aura that surged from within him. With the knowledge of the Saiyan evolutionary path and the extraordinary learning ability of Cell, combined with the absorption of God of Destruction energy, he too had mastered divine power. Buzz. The purple energy of the God of Destruction within him began to transmute into red, melding gradually with his Saiyan essence, and in an instant, a torrent of searing energy erupted forth. What? The previously dismissive Beerus immediately sensed a presence of equal life force. It was evident that the opponent possessed divine energy. Boom. The crimson energy shot skyward, and the aura of divinity re-emerged. Li Feng underwent a transformation. His hair, eyebrows, and pupils all turned red, and his previously robust muscles became leaner, his entire presence growing more restrained. Is this the transformation into a Super Saiyan god? Indeed, it is remarkably different. Li Feng clenched his fist, feeling the magnitude of his newfound strength. The system indicated that his current combat power was 50 trillion. This meant that Li Feng's transformation multiplier was not merely 10,000 times like Goku's, but rather 20,000. The reason for this might be attributed to Li Feng having previously acquired the traits of the Frost Demon race. The stronger the foundation, the greater the divine power one could withstand. This is the transformation into a Super Saiyan god. Goku exclaimed in surprise. I can hardly believe someone has managed to achieve this transformation. Who exactly is he? Why have I never encountered him before? Does it matter? The outcome will remain unchanged, just as before. Although Beerus felt a twinge of surprise, he was aware that Li Feng was still not his match. Let us see then. Huh! Li Feng shouted, transforming into a streak of red lightning as he charged toward Beerus. Boom! Beerus, still maintaining his fade, extended a hand to block. The collision generated ripples in the air. Beerus furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Unlike his earlier battle with Goku, he distinctly felt a slight numbness in his palm. It was clear that the opponent was entirely unfazed by this power, as if he were suppressing a considerable amount of divine energy. Li Feng tested his strength, concluding that he should be capable of holding his own against Beerus, and then began to unleash a flurry of attacks. Bang! 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 Countless shadowy fists rained down upon Beerus. Initially, Beerus' bravado faltered, and he was forced to defend himself clumsily, occasionally taking hits. Damn it! Beerus growled in frustration. Was I merely careless, and this opponent is so ungrateful? Bang! With a powerful strike, he sent Li Feng staggering back, creating distance between them. It seems I have underestimated you. Beerus wiped his mouth, his gaze sharpening. However, after this moment, you would no longer have the opportunity. Whoosh! Beerus vanished in a flash, instantaneously appearing behind Li Feng, intending to strike him down with a hand chop, just as he had done with Goku. Clap! Yet, it seemed as though Li Feng had eyes on the back of his head. He effortlessly caught the hand chop with his right hand. What? Beerus widened his eyes in astonishment, incredulous that his move had been detected. Seizing the moment, Li Feng executed a shoulder throw, sending Beerus crashing in front of him, followed by a ki blast. Boom! Beerus found himself at a disadvantage once more. What? That Li Feng truly managed to suppress Beerus. Piccolo's complexion deepened to a shade of green, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. No, it was merely that he was familiar with Lord Beerus's attacks. He had just observed the battle between Lord Beerus and Mr. Goku. Whis explained, should Lord Beerus become enraged, the situation would undoubtedly change. This is terrifying. Krillin also wiped the sweat from his forehead, astonished that even an ordinary individual could possess such immense strength. That little brat. Beerus cursed under his breath. It seems I must get serious. Whoosh! Beerus charged directly forward, transforming into a bolt of lightning. Boom! The two engaged in another fierce exchange of blows, resulting in even more catastrophic tremors. Tap, 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 tap. Red and purple auras soared to the heavens as the two continued their intense battle. Countless purple and red figures flashed in the air, intertwining as they battled from the sky down to the sea, the resulting vibrations triggering tidal waves. The waters surging and crashing. Their divine auras intensified, and the fight escalated further. Li Feng feigned a weakness, utilizing an advanced form of instant transmission to appear in an unoccupied spot, before swiftly returning. Seizing the moment when Beerus was momentarily stunned, he delivered a kick to his back, propelling Beerus out of the water. Splash! A figure flew out of the water, Beerus awkwardly halting midair. What? The one thrown from the water was actually Lord Beerus. Vegito was utterly shocked, astonished that someone could rival a god of destruction. How infuriating! What is happening? This fellow's attack methods are extraordinary. Beerus immediately sensed the unique difference in Li Feng's instant transmission. In terms of speed, he was genuinely at a disadvantage. Chapter 160. The Power of the God of Destruction. Beerus swiftly took note of the disparity in Li Feng's instant transmission in the realm of speed. He was indeed not a match. Let us see how you handle this. With a sweep of his right hand, Beerus conjured a multitude of purple spheres of destructive energy, each brimming with the essence of annihilation. Whoosh! The energy spheres descended like a meteor shower, raining down mercilessly upon Li Feng. Boom! 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 Li Feng was once again engulfed by a sea of purple radiance. This is bad. That energy is stronger than anything I've encountered before. Li Feng may not withstand it. Goku sensed the intensity of Beerus's destructive balls from below, voicing his concern. However, Li Feng reveled in the soothing embrace of the purple ocean enveloping him. Possessing the ability to absorb energy, capable of harnessing all external forces, coupled with the divine aura of the Super Saiyan God within and the affinity for the energy of destruction acquired during his previous encounter with Broly, Li Feng found himself impervious to Beerus's attacks, which seemed merely an attempt to augment his strength. The gentle breeze dispersed the smoke emanating from the energy. What? Beerus exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Unlike Goku, who bore the brunt of damage, Li Feng's attire remained unscathed, as he nonchalantly folded his arms in a display of bravado. Your aura has actually grown stronger? How is that possible? Beerus, who had witnessed countless phenomena throughout his long life, was taken aback. Are you truly witnessing it now? Li Feng replied with a grin. The energy of destruction is not exclusive to the god of destruction. Anyone with divine energy can wield it. Damn it. Beerus growled in anger. In that case, I shall completely defeat you. With a roar, a purple aura ignited around him as Beerus amplified his energy. This time, he was no longer toying around. He regarded Li Feng as a worthy opponent and commenced the battle in earnest. He launched a punch toward Li Feng's abdomen. Boom. Though Li Feng managed to catch the blow, he immediately felt the staggering difference in power. The impact resonated painfully through his palm. Undeterred, Beerus unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, his fists, legs, and tail moving with blinding speed, creating an impenetrable wall of purple energy that came crashing down like a ceaseless tide. At first, Li Feng could hold his ground, but soon he was forced to defend with both hands, retreating under the onslaught. Boom. Ultimately, Beerus delivered a powerful kick that sent Li Feng flying, and he swiftly pursued him. What an opportunity! As the distance widened, Li Feng instantly activated his instant transmission to escape, but Beerus was right on his heels, his tail striking at Li Feng's back. Sensing the gust of wind approaching, Li Feng swiftly turned and grasped the tail firmly with both hands. Beerus gasped, astonished by Li Feng's quick reflexes. As he attempted to break free, Li Feng's grip was like iron, holding his tail in a vice-like manner. With a triumphant shout, Li Feng unleashed a surge of crimson divine energy, using himself as the pivot to begin spinning Beerus by his tail. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Bound by Li Feng's formidable strength, even Beerus could not escape, being spun around until the scenery blurred, leaving him dizzy. Li Feng whirled Beerus like a fan, accelerating with each revolution, and at the peak of his momentum, he hurled him away. Boom. Beerus was launched like a cannonball, crashing into the sea and sending waves surging high. Without pausing, Li Feng teleported behind Beerus, extending his left hand to swiftly condense a sphere of purple energy. Bang! The terrifying energy erupted upon Beerus, instantly creating a towering column of water in the ocean. Cough, cough, cough. As Beerus soared above the surface of the water, he coughed a few times. What on earth is the source of your god of destruction's power? He exclaimed, genuinely astonished. It was evident that Li Feng was employing techniques exclusive to the god of destruction. Where could he have possibly learned such skills? I possess extraordinary talent. I grasped it instantly. Li Feng replied, not uttering a falsehood. He had indeed mastered the technique in an instant without any guidance. Then you shall perish. Beerus's expression hardened, and a palpable aura of menace enveloped him, directly targeting Li Feng. The residual pressure sent shivers down the spines of those observing. What an overwhelming force. Is this the seriousness of a god of destruction? Krillin gasped, his legs trembling. It dawned on him that Lord Beerus had not been fighting earnestly until now. Goku, too, felt a surge of dread. If Beerus unleashed this power upon him, he would stand no chance. Damn it. Vegeta gritted his teeth, realizing the god of destruction's might was far beyond his expectations. So you finally intend to take this seriously? Otherwise, it would lack excitement, Li Feng smirked. Due to his innate affinity for the energy of the gods of destruction, Beerus's oppressive presence had no effect on him. In fact, each attack slightly bolstered his own strength. Although Li Feng's combat prowess appeared to be significantly inferior to Beerus's, he still maintained an advantage. With a thunderous roar, Beerus unleashed his full destructive energy, sending violet flames soaring into the sky. Suddenly, before Li Feng could react, he was sent hurtling through the air. Bam, 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 bam. Continuing his assault, Beerus unleashed a flurry of strikes, treating Li Feng as if he were a mere punching bag. Li Feng felt as though he were being battered by a multitude of assailants, each blow landing with ferocity, leaving him in agony. Beerus clasped his fists together, delivering a devastating blow that sent Li Feng crashing to the ocean floor. Boom. Another explosive impact erupted in the water, resulting in a towering column of spray. Die. Beerus raised his hands high, swiftly gathering a violet sphere of destruction. Swish, 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 swish. An astonishing aura spiraled around him as the violet energy sphere expanded at an alarming rate, eventually obscuring the entire sky. This assault was unlike any previous attack. Beerus was now employing his full strength, aiming to obliterate Li Feng along with the earth itself. This is terrifying. Piccolo exclaimed in despair as he beheld the colossal sphere of destructive energy. Damn it! Goku gritted his teeth, fully aware that he lacked the strength to counter this attack. This new violet-black destructive sphere was far more potent than any before it. No one could withstand it. Bastard! Vegeta refused to accept defeat. Could they truly not alter the impending doom? Let us strike together. Goku broke free from Vegeta, forcing himself to transform into a Super Saiyan. Goten, Trunks, join us. In the final moments, Goku disregarded everything else, transforming into a Super Saiyan for a desperate last stand, while Gohan, Goten, and Trunks similarly transformed, preparing for one final assault. Bastard! Vegeta could no longer restrain himself, transforming into a Super Saiyan and gathering energy. Kamehameha, 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 Special Beam Cannon, Final Flash, Hellzone Grenade, Ki Blast, Kamehameha. Not only the Saiyans, but also fighters like Piccolo, Tien, and Krillin unleashed their most formidable attacks to counter Beerus's energy sphere. Yet the destructive force cruelly obliterated everything in its path, the black and purple sphere of annihilation relentlessly descending upon the Earth. Was the planet truly destined for destruction? In Chapter 161, Beerus? 2 moves to obliterate. The devastation continued, the ominous sphere of destruction still mercilessly striking the ground. Was Earth truly on the brink of annihilation? Just then, a figure leaped from the ocean. Beerus, you have underestimated me. Li Feng scoffed. What? It's Li Feng. He is unharmed. Krillin exclaimed, though despair bubbled within him once more. But it was futile. The disparity between them was insurmountable. Oh, you're still alive? However, it won't matter soon. This destruction sphere is not easily withstood, Beerus remarked, momentarily surprised before resuming his arrogance. As the annihilation sphere drew nearer, joy surged within Li Feng. His body trembled, not from fear, but from exhilaration, his cells yearning for energy. With this wave of power, his strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. Li Feng roared, once again igniting the blazing aura of a Super Saiyan god. Whoosh! Instead of fleeing, he charged directly toward the sphere of destruction. Had he lost his mind? That was the power of a god of destruction. Goku, who had faced Beerus before, was alarmed. He understood the terror of that power. Ordinary might was no match for it. Only when he transformed into a Super Saiyan and unleashed his full Kamehameha could he shatter it, albeit a smaller version. This colossal energy sphere was beyond his capabilities. Boom. Upon contact with the massive energy orb, Li Feng immediately braced with both hands, feeling the terrifying energy surge violently into his body, forcibly invading him. Even with an innate affinity for destructive energy and his own full-power energy absorption technique, the destructive force would not easily tear apart his body. Nonetheless, the immense energy was still overwhelming, compelling Li Feng to unleash excess power to maintain balance. Kamehameha. Li Feng concentrated energy in his palms, and a brilliant blue beam erupted, creating a powerful shockwave that resisted the relentless assault of the destruction sphere. Quite interesting, but still vastly insufficient. The arrogant Beerus believed this was merely Li Feng's last stand, applying more pressure with his left hand to the sphere and increasing its force. In an instant, the destruction sphere again shattered the light and bore down upon Li Feng, mere meters away. Give me your energy. Li Feng desperately amplified his output, now a ceaseless source of power. Through the clash of Kamehameha waves, he could directly siphon the destructive energy from his opponent. While his own output merely expended energy, he could not contain. Only Weiss below furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Logically, withstanding the power of the god of destruction should be exceedingly strenuous. It would be expected for someone like Goku to quickly exhaust his divine energy. Yet, Li Feng displayed no signs of diminishing divine power. Rather, it appeared to have increased slightly. How could this be? Li Feng incessantly absorbed the energy from the destructive energy balls, forcefully expending it while storing the excess within his body, simultaneously maintaining his Super Saiyan God energy. Unbeknownst to him, he had grown exponentially stronger. With each increasing absorption, his physique became more robust, capable of harboring greater divine energy, and his combat prowess continually ascended. Ultimately, he felt he could fully harness this power. Beerus, it's your turn to be thoroughly beaten. With a fierce roar, Li Feng unleashed the full power of his Super Saiyan God, his crimson aura erupting like a volcanic explosion, expanding in size manifold, exuding an even more formidable presence. He grasped the energy sphere with both hands and exerted pressure. Boom. After a thunderous explosion, the colossal energy sphere transformed into a cascade of starlight. What? This time, it was Beerus who was left dumbfounded, astonished to find his most potent attack utterly shattered by Li Feng. No more games. It's time for me to unleash my full strength. Li Feng took a deep breath and reverted to his base form. He realized he could not yet merge the Super Saiyan God power with the enigmatic Super Saiyan strength. The amplification effects were not apparent. It seemed more effective to employ the original mysterious Super Saiyan transformation. After absorbing that immense wave of energy, Li Feng's base combat power surged to 1 quintillion. Previously, it had been merely 50 trillion. That was an astounding 200-fold increase. What did you say? You weren't using your full strength just now? Beerus exclaimed in shock, quickly succumbing to fury. Watch closely, Beerus. The god of destruction is not the strongest. This is the true power of a Saiyan. With that, Li Feng clenched his fists. His muscles tensed and began to gather energy. Confirming his resolve, he would directly transform into the enigmatic Super Saiyan 4 to instill fear in him. It was high time to teach this arrogant feline a lesson. Thunder rumbled. As Li Feng's roar echoed, dark clouds gathered overhead, flashes of lightning streaked down, seemingly exhilarated by the emergence of such overwhelming power. What? Is this power something a human can attain? Vegeta gasped in disbelief. Stripped of divine energy, Li Feng's presence erupted with terrifying ferocity, causing everyone to feel the dread of his aura. Crack, crack. The fabric of space began to rupture, creating fissures through time and space. The horrific energy swirled, causing the very air to tremble, and the immense power reverberated, transmitting through the seas and the earth, triggering landslides, tsunamis, and earthquakes. The entirety of the earth, and even the solar system, resonated with Li Feng's terrifying essence. With a mighty shout, Li Feng unleashed a golden blaze, his entire being radiating like a golden sun, erupting with searing light and heat, illuminating the sky in its entirety. A dazzling radiance illuminated the scene as a crimson figure materialized before the crowd. Clad in vibrant red fur, his robust chest and sculpted abs were prominently displayed, while disheveled black hair cascaded over his torso. His tail swayed rhythmically behind him, and a confident smile graced his lips, radiating a primal, untamed power. Li Feng had transformed into the enigmatic Super Saiyan 4. What? Is this the transformation of a Super Saiyan? How can it be so formidable? Vegeta exclaimed, his thighs trembling uncontrollably. Even he, possessing the bloodline of royalty, found himself awash with fear before such might. Incredible! Is this the true transformation of a Saiyan? Goku trembled involuntarily, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Li Feng. What? You like this? Beerus, drenched in cold sweat, was taken aback. Li Feng had completely surpassed him, leaving him in a state of astonishment. What an overwhelming power! Who exactly is this Li Feng? The only one remaining composed, Whis, regarded Li Feng with keen interest. This is my Super Saiyan 4. Before he could finish the declaration, Li Feng's fist had already embedded itself into Beerus's abdomen. What? Beerus could not fathom how Li Feng had vanished and struck him, landing a heavy blow. Ugh! He was forced to expel the bitter contents of his stomach. Thud! Then, Li Feng struck him downwards with another powerful punch. Boom! Like a cannonball, he slammed Beerus into the ground, creating a deep crater in the shape of a human. Chapter 162, Defeating Beerus. Winning hearts. Boom! Like a cannonball, he struck Beerus down, forming a deep, human-shaped pit. Ding! Mission accomplished. Defeat Beerus. Mission rewards. 1 Dark Dragon Ball. 1-time fragment. Would you like to claim them? Yes. A smirk spread across Li Feng's face. He had merely held back during those 2 strikes, rendering Beerus unconscious. What? Vegeta gaped in shock, unable to comprehend how Li Feng had acted so swiftly, leaving Beerus incapacitated. Mr. Whis, Beerus has lost. You will honor that agreement. 1 to you? Li Feng inquired as he flew to Whis' side. With a wave of Whis' staff, Beerus's body began to levitate on its own. Indeed, Lord Beerus has been defeated and will not destroy the earth henceforth. However, I cannot guarantee the same for the next time, Whis replied expressionlessly. Here, take this. Li Feng tossed Whis a universal capsule. It contains a plethora of delicacies from Earth, as a token of gratitude for this contest with Beerus. Furthermore, if you visit Earth again, I kindly ask for your assistance in looking after everyone. After all, it would be rather inconsiderate to have inflicted such a beating without making amends, he thought, eager to foster goodwill. Oh, how fascinating. Whis' eyes sparkled with interest. Cough. Cough. It's quite all right. Lord Beerus will understand. With that, Whis tapped his staff, and their bodies began to shimmer with light. Mr. Li Feng, you truly are an intriguing individual. Whoosh. Whis, along with Beerus, transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Phew. Li Feng reverted to his normal state, exhaling a sigh of relief. Lacking complete mastery over the power of Super Saiyan, I find myself in a precarious situation should I engage in combat with an angel. For now, it is prudent to avoid confrontation with them. As for Beerus, it remains uncertain whether he is merely complacent or genuinely weak. Nonetheless, I have emerged victorious in an inexplicable manner. Thank you, Li Feng. Although I am unaware of your origins, the fact that you ultimately saved the Earth has garnered immense gratitude from everyone. Indeed, Mr. Li Feng, your strength is remarkable. We are grateful for your heroic act of saving our planet. Krillin expressed his thanks as well. Others among the main cast also greeted and thanked Li Feng warmly. The atmosphere grew lively as we returned to Bulma's Grand Villa, where we once again held a banquet to welcome Li Feng. With food aplenty, Li Feng was more than happy to engage in a hearty competition with several Saiyans, enjoying the merriment of the occasion. By the way, Li Feng, what is this Super Saiyan 4 you mentioned? I thought the transformation was limited to Super Saiyan 3, Goku inquired, taking a bite of chicken leg. Well, during my travels, I stumbled upon the method to transform into Super Saiyan 4, Li Feng replied, indulging in a skewer of grilled meat. What do you mean? Vegeta asked, grasping a handful of sushi. I hail from another universe, where both Goku and Vegeta can achieve Super Saiyan 4. Nanny, what? Goku and Vegeta were taken aback, utterly astonished. By the way, Li Feng, the universal capsule you just gave Whis, does your universe also have our company? Bulma inquired from behind. Yes, that is indeed the case. Li Feng responded nonchalantly, keeping certain aspects of his universe a secret while sharing tales of his travels, including the mysteries surrounding Super Saiyan 4. What? The Zephyr Ray and the tail are the keys to transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta was astounded, realizing that he possessed both. Indeed, the paths of Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4 are distinct evolutionary routes that can actually be pursued concurrently. However, I suggest you first master the transformation into Super Saiyan God. Goku, how does it feel to transform into Super Saiyan God? Li Feng asked. It feels incredibly powerful, even stronger than when I fused into Vegito, Goku recalled with determination. It seems that Whis and Beerus will return to Earth, likely seeking vengeance against me. Their strength is formidable. You should train with them to fully master the transformation into Super Saiyan God. Just win them over with delectable food, and they will surely agree. Li Feng chuckled. It appears Beerus may have redirected his animosity towards me, inadvertently saving the Earth once again. Here is this device for you, if danger arises. Pressing that button will alert me as well, Li Feng said as he handed Goku his spatial warning device. In Dragon Ball Super, they called upon the Omni King for assistance. This time, I am the one being called upon. Quite amusing, indeed. Oh, this device seems intriguing. May I take a look? Bulma exhibited a keen interest in the advanced technology, eagerly examining Goku's device. With her remarkable intellect, it was likely that she would soon comprehend its principles without risking damage. So, are you planning to visit other universes? She inquired with curiosity. Indeed, I have a home in my own universe as well, Li Feng replied, reflecting on Bulma from his universe, along with Lazuli and the children. A blissful smile adorning his face. I truly envy your wife, Bulma remarked, captivated by Li Feng's handsome demeanor. Ahem, Vegeta interjected at this moment. Li Feng, would you be willing to spar with me tomorrow? I wish to experience the power of Super Saiyan 4 firsthand. Vegeta proposed. Ah, I want to join too, Goku exclaimed, raising his hands now that he had finished eating. No problem, I would be delighted to spar with you both, Li Feng responded. Subsequently, the group rested in one of Bulma's other villas, all eager for the impending battle. Although they were already aware of Li Feng's formidable strength, they still hoped for Goku and Vegeta to deliver outstanding performances. The following day, they gathered at the expansive seaside, with Goku, Vegeta, and Li Feng standing on the island, prepared for combat. Initially, the three engaged in a cautious exchange, but soon Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2, while Goku ascended to Super Saiyan 3 and began to earnestly confront Li Feng, who effortlessly countered all their attacks. It became evident just how terrifying Li Feng's power was, far surpassing that of the god of destruction. Afterward, Goku unleashed his full strength, transforming into Super Saiyan God, and Li Feng, in his most basic Super Saiyan form, managed to hold his ground with ease. The battle was intensely fierce, transitioning from the skies to the sea, causing tremors that resulted in earthquakes and tsunamis, rivaling the previous day's clash with Beerus. Ultimately, it was Goku's stamina that waned first, bringing the battle to a halt. To satisfy everyone, Li Feng transformed once more into Super Saiyan 4, allowing them to confront the true terror of the Primal Saiyan. Chapter 163, A New Transformation, Golden Red Super Saiyan. To satisfy the spectators, Li Feng transformed again into Super Saiyan 4, letting them witness the genuine might of the original Saiyan. After another day, Li Feng departed from Universe 2307 and returned home. Although it had only been a few days since his departure, the recent exhilarating battles had left him mentally fatigued, making the warmth of home an incredibly comforting experience. That evening, Li Feng engaged in a fierce 2-on-1 life-enhancing battle with Bulma and Lazuli. The following week, Li Feng completely relaxed, taking his family on a global tour to experience various landscapes and joys, ensuring his mental state was at its peak. After savoring the joys of family life, Li Feng resumed his training. First, he reviewed all his rewards: 7 time fragments, 3 dark Dragon Balls, and 2 time scrolls. Ding! 7 time fragments detected. Would you like to synthesize the time pearl? Yes. At last, the time fragments he had long collected could finally be synthesized into the time pearl. Ding! The time pearl has been synthesized. Please select the universe to stabilize. The universes traversed are as follows. In the primary universe 1807, where Li Feng resides, the alternate realms include Universe 1207, the domain of the future Trunks, Universe 2007, The Realm of Broly. Universe 1507, where the future Cell absorbs Trunks and Android 18. Universe 2207, the universe of the malevolent evil containment wave. Universe 1807, the universe of the one-star dragon. And Universe 2307, the universe of Dragon Ball Super Gods. The choice is made for Universe 1207. Among these realms, the only ones worthy of selection are the universe of Future Trunks and the universe of Dragon Ball Super. However, the protagonists of the Dragon Ball Super universe possess formidable strength, capable of overcoming powerful adversaries without any assistance. In contrast, the universe where Future Trunks exists may very well evolve into the troubling narrative involving Black Goku and Zamasu, thus necessitating the priority of safeguarding that universe. Ding. Universe 1207 has been stabilized. The temporal rift within this universe has been repaired. The system's voice resonates. The repair of the temporal rift implies that even if others utilize the time rings, they cannot traverse into this universe. Indeed, aside from the host utilizing the time pearl, no one, including the Supreme Kai of Time, can independently access this universe. Splendid. Feng rejoices. With this, Trunks' universe shall no longer encounter Zamasu, ensuring that future Bulma remains unharmed. His emotions are tumultuous. Setting aside other concerns, the priority is to engage in training. This time, he must successfully merge the powers of Super Saiyan God with his original two powers. Determined, he strides into the training chamber. Feng bellows. Transforming directly into Super Saiyan God. Fiery red energy surges forth, the divine aura erupting with intensity. Excellent. Let us attempt the fusion. He clenches his fists, beginning to channel the other two powers within him. Swish. The white, mysterious energy within him and the golden Super Saiyan power instantaneously converge, forming a small golden-white sphere that whirls ceaselessly within him. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Super Saiyan God's power also coalesces into a fiery red sphere, asserting dominance over his body. Feng's aura fluctuates unpredictably, alternating between the crimson essence of Super Saiyan God and the enigmatic Super Saiyan energy, resulting in chaotic turbulence. Could it be that a simultaneous fusion is unfeasible? Then individual attempts must be made. Feng commences the fusion anew. The mysterious Super Saiyan, being a blend of two powers, initially repelled the incoming Super Saiyan God's energy, thus hindering complete fusion. However, perhaps the singular powers of Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God can merge. Buzz. Feng senses the rapid amalgamation of the two energies within him, his cells rejoicing in the emergence of newfound power. Swish, swish, swish. The fiery red and golden flames gradually intertwine, transforming into an orange blaze, while Feng's hair, eyebrows, and pupils also shift to an orange hue. Success. Feng is elated, marveling at how effortlessly this was achieved. Now, the powers of ordinary Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God have fused. Let us name it Ultra Orange. In the first stage of Ultra Orange, Feng's amplification factor matches that of the mysterious Super Saiyan 1, both at 1,000 times. Boom. Feng once again elevated his aura, transforming into the full power of Super Orange at the second stage. Upon examining his amplification, he found it to be 5,000 times, identical to the mysterious Super 2's amplification multiplier. It appeared that the fusion of these two forces resulted in a consistent enhancement level. Subsequently, he conducted experiments with Super 3 and Super 4, as well as boundary breakthroughs, and the results were the same. With a sigh, Feng reverted to his normal state, eager to experiment with the fusion of the mysterious state and Super Saiyan God state. Excitement coursed through him as he endeavored to develop new energy. Boom. Swish, 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 swish. The white mysterious energy intertwined with the crimson energy of the Super Saiyan God. Gazing at his reflection on the smooth surface, he was taken aback. Isn't that peach pink? Feng exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that the color of his aura now resembled that of Black Goku when he transformed into Super Saiyan God. What could this mean? Contemplating deeply, Feng finally arrived at a possible conclusion. After Zamasu took over Goku's body, he secretly developed his potential at the old Kai's place, which explained his incredible strength. This also clarified why Black Goku's normal state was so formidable, allowing him to initially contend with Goku's Super Saiyan form. Regardless, he had mastered this new form. The peach-pink transformation's amplification was akin to the fusion of the other two powers. Excellent. Now I shall test the three powers. Feng declared. Swish. He retracted all his strength and gradually summoned it forth. This time, due to previous experiences of fusion, the three powers were somewhat familiar with each other. Initially, the fusion was slow, yet there was no rejection. Buzz. When the three forces finally merged, an entirely new power erupted, shattering the very heavens and earth. Swish, 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 swish. The golden red aura surged forth, unleashing a terrifying energy. Unlike the ordinary crimson of Super Saiyan God, the colors of the three powers exuded the essence of Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan God, and the mysterious force. Appearing even more formidable and majestic. Let us tentatively name this form Golden Red Super Saiyan. Li Feng assessed his current state. His normal form had quadrupled. The amplification of Golden Red Super Saiyan 1 was a staggering 10,000 times. This meant that the battle power of the high-tier Golden Red 1 reached 40,000 quintillion. If stacked upon the original multiplier, the battle power of the most potent Golden Red Super Saiyan 4 boundary breakthrough would soar to 160,000 quintillion. This surpassed the battle power of the normal state angels. Without hesitation, Li Feng began to validate this power. Indeed, his ultimate state possessed 160,000 quintillion, surpassing Whis. Chapter 164, The Peculiar Old Man? Indeed, Li Feng's peak battle power reached 160,000 quintillion, exceeding Whis' divine strength. ZZZ. However, this power only endured for a fleeting second, as even within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, reinforced spatial integrity gave way to cracks in the fabric of space. Moreover, it was not merely a minor fissure. The entire space trembled precariously, as if on the verge of shattering. Alarmed, Li Feng instinctively diminished his aura, tempering it to the level of Super Saiyan God, Red, thereby stabilizing the realm once more. How terrifying this force is. A lingering dread gripped Li Feng. He knew he must not allow himself to become overly exuberant, for such excitement could easily lead to the obliteration of the very space around him. It was imperative for him to thoroughly familiarize himself with this new transformation. Otherwise, possessing immense power without mastery would be utterly futile. He continued to lower his aura until he reached the familiar state of ordinary Super Saiyan God, Red, achieving stability at last. Yet, around him, the fiery golden red flames erupted with relentless vigor, akin to a volcanic eruption, continuously exuding surging energy. His body resembled a formidable power furnace, ceaselessly burning with terrifying might. It was time to commence his training. Once the energy settled to a manageable level, Li Feng embarked on his cultivation journey. After mastering the dark magic of Majin Buu, he could effortlessly conjure animated puppets for various simulated battles, akin to a certain universe's Super Buu. As he grew accustomed to his newfound prowess, he astonishingly realized that his very essence had undergone a profound transcendence. The physical evolution granted by the Ice Demon Clan's rewards had been elevated once more, this time truly reaching the divine realm. Coupled with the black and white magic, Li Feng's body had nearly attained immortality. Even an angel might struggle to erase his existence. Save for the Omni King, it was indeed a lengthy process. Contemplating this, Li Feng's resolve to grow stronger solidified even further, and he immersed himself in training once again. Meanwhile, in the external world, another event unfolded. In Satan City, at the school where Gohan attended, an elderly man draped in a white cloak stood precariously on the rooftop railing of a teaching building. Look, there is someone up there. How dangerous. Why is he here? Call the police. Other students exclaimed, fearing someone was about to jump. What? Someone's jumping? I'll rush over to help. Upon receiving the news, Videl dashed out of the classroom. What is happening? Gohan followed closely behind. Similar to the original narrative, after the events involving Majin Buu, the two had developed a romantic bond. Having not been influenced by the Jinyu Force during their childhood, that peculiar Saiyan superhero had faded away, leaving them to shine as legitimate champions of justice. Witnesses in Building 3 reported seeing someone on the rooftop, seemingly contemplating a tragic decision. Videl sprinted outside. That's truly perilous. Without hesitation, Gohan followed suit. With a swift motion, they used their flight technique to reach the rooftop. Stay back. The short elderly man shouted in panic upon seeing their approach. Old man, don't be afraid. Let us discuss this down below, all right? It's too dangerous here. Videl reassured him. No one will help me. I might as well perish. The old man shielded his face with his hand and took a step back, edging closer to the rooftop's edge, his body swaying precariously. We will definitely assist you. Whatever troubles you face, we will confront them together, Gohan urged, attempting to persuade him. It's this music box. The old man, upon hearing this, retrieved a delicate music box from his pocket. This music box was left to me by my late wife. Despite my utmost efforts, I have been unable to make it play. I feel utterly useless. Perhaps death would be a release, he lamented, his voice cracking as he wiped away non-existent tears with a trembling hand. How pitiful. The compassionate Bidalai could not help but empathize. As the daughter of Satan, I surely possess a means to assist you. Would you kindly come down? At the mere suggestion of genuine assistance, the old man's tears ceased, replaced by a look of astonished joy. Really? Oh, however, in his excitement, as he stepped forward, he lost his balance and began to fall backward. It was a perilous moment. Gohan sprang into action, leaping forward just in time to catch the old man, landing safely on the ground. Applause erupted around them, a collective sigh of relief filling the air. Now, let me see your music box, Bidalai instructed after dispersing the crowd. This is it, the old man said as he handed the music box to her. Bidalai examined it and attempted to turn the crank, but it remained stubbornly still. Allow me to take a look, Gohan chimed in, intrigued, and began to twist the mechanism as well. Yet, no matter how much effort he exerted, the crank refused to budge. How peculiar. Could there truly exist something in this world that defied his strength? Bidalai observed curiously. Gohan's muscles tensed visibly, his veins bulging. Ordinarily, he could lift mountains, yet this music box remained immovable. With a frustrated exhale, he surrendered his efforts. What's wrong, Gohan? Even you can't move it? Bidalai exclaimed in surprise, for in her eyes, Gohan was akin to a deity. Heh, this music box is rather strange, he replied with an embarrassed smile. If you two cannot manage, then I suppose I must. The old man, despondent, appeared ready to seek out another rooftop. Wait, I believe Uncle Li Feng could certainly help, Gohan suddenly recalled, hoping to enlist assistance. Oh, really? Indeed, Uncle Li Feng is quite strong. Gohan then began to effusively praise and idolize Li Feng, only stopping when Bidalai interjected. Thus, the three set off for Li Feng's residence. To expedite their journey, Gohan lifted the old man by the waist and soared through the air, with Bidalai following closely behind. The sound of their landing echoed as they arrived at Bulma's villa. Haha, Goten, where are you running off to? A voice called out, belonging to Li Xing. Wait, Li Xing, refrained from using the flight technique. It appeared Goten and Li Xing were engaged in a game of hide and seek. Huh, brother? What brings you here? Goten asked curiously upon spotting Gohan. I need to speak with Uncle Li Feng regarding a matter. Ah, hello, Gohan. Hello, Sister Bidalai. Li Xing greeted them politely, then looked quizzically at the elderly man accompanying them. Who is this? Well, here's the situation. Gohan succinctly explained the old man's predicament, hoping for Li Feng's assistance. Father is currently engrossed in his training and cannot be disturbed. I shall inquire with Mother, as she may possess a solution. Very well. Thus, a small group ventured to Bulma's research facility. Chapter 165. Tapio, the monster emerges. Upon arrival, Bulma, clad in a white lab coat and immersed in her high-tech apparatus, greeted Gohan with surprise. Ah, Gohan, what a rare visit. It's about this incident, Aunt Bulma. Gohan succinctly recounted the events. An 8-tone music box that resists even the greatest of force? Allow me to see it. The elderly man presented the music box to Bulma, who scrutinized it from various angles but found no apparent differences. Subsequently, she placed it within a specialized detection device. Beep. After several scans, the results indicated that it was merely an ordinary music box, impervious to any amount of force. How peculiar, Bulma remarked, scratching her head. Is there truly no hope? The elderly man's face fell once more, sorrow evident. Ah, we can summon the dragon. Bulma snapped her fingers. Indeed, the dragon can assist us. Gohan finally grasped the implication. Ah, will we see the dragon again? Goten exclaimed in excitement. Yes, Goten. You and Li Xing should embark on a quest to find the Dragon Balls and see who can retrieve them faster. Yay, Li Xing beamed with joy. Consequently, Bulma distributed the Dragon Radar among the group, instructing them to seek the Dragon Balls. Their Dragon Balls belonged to the original set from Earth, while Li Feng retained his personally created ones. In less than 10 minutes, 7 Dragon Balls were collected. The elderly man, bewildered and astonished, gazed at these seemingly ordinary individuals while secretly harboring amusement within. Come forth, dragon. Grant us our wish, Gohan proclaimed, looking skyward. Buzz. The 7 Dragon Balls shimmered with an orange glow and ascended into the air. Day transformed into night as a magnificent green dragon materialized. State your wishes, the dragon commanded. I wish for your assistance in turning this music box, the elderly man requested, cradling the box in his hands. That is a simple task. Buzz. The dragon's crimson eyes flickered, and a burst of red light erupted. Dingling. The music box began to turn autonomously, emitting a melodious tune. However, a sudden white mist enveloped the area, revealing a mysterious red-haired man playing a musical instrument. At last, my wish has been fulfilled. The elderly man rejoiced exuberantly, then, taking advantage of the distraction, swiftly vanished using magic. Your wishes have been granted. Farewell. Whoosh. The dragon disappeared once more, transforming into 7 stones that scattered in all directions. Who are you? Tapio regarded the group with suspicion. Do you comprehend the folly of your actions? He exclaimed with indignation. How can you say that? Li Xing interjected, eager to defend. It was that uncle who activated the music box, enabling your release. That individual is an evil sorcerer. You know not what troubles you have stirred. Tapio maintained his aloof demeanor, departing alone. What on earth is happening? Gohan pondered, perplexed. Where did that old man go? How did he vanish? I do not know. The crowd was filled with confusion, yet Li Xing swiftly pursued Tapio. How did you follow me? Tapio inquired coldly. You only manifested on Earth because of us. Should you engage in malevolent acts, I shall undoubtedly thwart you, Li Xing declared with righteous fervor. Influenced by his father's teachings from a young age, he possessed a fervent sense of justice, refusing to allow any evildoer to set their sights on Earth. If that is truly your intention, then you might as well kill me, Tapio lamented, his expression one of sorrow. Why? Li Xing asked, perplexed. Because I harbor a monster sealed within me. One that I will inevitably lose control over, unleashing chaos upon the world. We are strong. We can vanquish any monster, Li Xing reassured him. It is futile. Tapio said despondently, taking to the skies. What a peculiar individual, utterly nonsensical, Li Xing remarked, dismissing Tapio and returning home. However, that very night, a colossal creature with only its lower half materialized above the city, roaring fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. Its enormous feet ravaged the ground, creating deep fissures, while its tail obliterated several buildings in a single sweep. Help! There's a monster. Panic ensued, accompanied by the blaring of alarms. Suddenly, what had transpired? Gohan was jolted awake by the ringing of his phone. Gohan, there's a monster in the city. A frantic voice belonging to Videl echoed from the other end. I'm on my way immediately, Gohan exclaimed, hastily donning his attire before soaring into action. In less than a minute, he spotted the creature wreaking havoc from the sky. Huh! Gohan charged forward, unleashing a ki blast. Boom! The energy projectile merely staggered the beast, which continued its rampage unabated. Damn it! Gohan seethed with anger, propelling himself toward the monster to deliver a decisive blow. Yet, just as Gohan's iron fist was about to connect with the beast, it suddenly dissipated into mist, reappearing behind him to deliver a crushing tail strike. Gohan! Videl cried out in concern, rushing toward him. Stay back! Gohan rose, his gaze steely, fists clenched. Huh! An overwhelming surge of energy erupted, heralding the emergence of the Golden Warrior. Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan. In an instant, he teleported behind the creature and delivered a powerful punch. Buzz! The monster once again evaporated into mist, attempting to repeat its earlier tactic. Boom! However, the newly transformed Gohan was not easily caught off guard. He pivoted, blocking with his left hand while unleashing a ki blast with his right. Rat-a-tat-tat. The barrage of golden energy bullets rained down upon the creature. This time, Gohan's strategy proved effective, disrupting the monster's spellcasting. Its legs trembled, and ultimately, its massive form collapsed to the ground. Boom! The creature fell helplessly, eventually dissipating into mist without reappearing. Meanwhile, a melodious flute tune drifted through the air from a distance. What a peculiar occurrence. As Gohan returned to his normal state, he assisted the local inhabitants in restoring order. Meanwhile, atop a towering building, an elderly man gazed upon the ravaged city and laughed maniacally. Ha ha! Yes, yes, just like that. Soon you shall fully manifest. Hildergan. This old man was the very one who had requested Gohan and his companions to open the music box that morning. He had cunningly exploited the hero's kindness to unleash the true monster. How despicable. If this continues, I won't be able to hold on much longer. From a distance, Tapeu set aside the flute he had just played and painfully rubbed his brow. Chapter 166, Hildergan. Tapeu, still at a distance, relinquished the flute and grimaced in agony. Hee. There you are? At that moment, the malevolent sorcerer appeared before Tapeu. What? It's you. Tapeu was taken aback by the sight of the sorcerer, quickly shifting from shock to fury. You are the one who released Hildergan. You have destroyed our world and now seek to wreak havoc upon other planets? In a fit of rage, Tapeu drew his sword, intent on avenging his deceased brother. It is too late. Hildergan will surely annihilate everything. The sorcerer cast a spell and instantly vanished. Suddenly, a beam of light shot toward Tapeu's body, prompting him to instinctively dodge to the right. However, the beam struck his flute instead, causing it to clatter to the ground as the light melted the rope around Tapeu's neck. What? Tapeu was thrown into a panic. Yet the flute landed at the sorcerer's feet. This thing is best destroyed. The sorcerer laughed heartily and crushed the flute into dust. Unlike the original tale, this world bore no Trunks, and Li Xing was not Tapeu's sycophant. Thus Hildergan was resurrected prematurely. A whirlwind erupted, forming a blurred giant shadow. No. Tapeu screamed in agony, clutching his head as if trying to suppress something within. Suddenly, another plume of smoke erupted from Tapeu, breaking free from his constraints and merging with another cloud of mist. Roar! The creature that once possessed only a lower half regained its full form. Hildergan was completely resurrected. Boom! A purple aura surged forth, Hildergan's terrifying presence soaring into the heavens. What? Such overwhelming power. Gohan, who was maintaining order in the city from afar, immediately sensed this ominous energy and rushed towards it, accompanied by Li Xing and Goten. Huff! Hildergan took a deep breath, his form swelling even larger, and unleashed a wave of energy from his mouth, sweeping from left to right. Boom! 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 Under the onslaught of the terrifying energy whirlwind, buildings crumbled. The ground charred black, flames erupted, and debris flew wildly. Gohan transformed once more into a Super Saiyan. He could not allow this monster to wreak further havoc. With a resounding thud, he launched an energy blast to interrupt Hildergan's assault. Roar! Once again, Hildergan was provoked, unleashing a furious roar that expelled all surrounding energy blasts into the ether, only to vanish in a mist. Gohan surveyed his surroundings, meticulously searching for Hildgarn's presence. Suddenly, a formidable aura surged from behind him, and a cloud materialized to reveal Hildgarn's form. With a swift motion, Gohan swung his fist backward, yet struck only a wisp of fog. What? He could hardly believe the opponent had evaded him so swiftly. Whoosh! The sharp sound of slicing air echoed once more, as Hildgarn's long tail struck, sending Gohan hurtling away. Thud! Gohan felt as if a celestial body had collided with him, expelling bitter bile as he crashed to the ground. Boom! A massive crater formed beneath him. Roar! The silent Hildgarn let out a deafening bellow, seemingly proclaiming his own might. Ha ha ha! Behold! This is Hildgarn. Let destruction reign. Unleash your power. The sorcerer laughed maniacally, as if Hildgarn were his most exquisite masterpiece. At that moment, Hildgarn, amidst his roaring, noticed a small insect beneath him emitting a shrill laugh, which he perceived as a challenge to his dignity. With a mighty stomp, he directed his foot toward the sorcerer. What? The sorcerer, reveling in his excitement, suddenly felt a dark shadow looming above, a powerful aura locking him in place, rendering him unable to cast magic to escape. It was then that he realized his folly. No. Stop, Hildgarn. I am your. Yet the desperate sorcerer could not escape the fate of being crushed beneath Hildgarn's foot. Boom. With a resounding crash, the sorcerer was utterly transformed into a pulp. Gohan, who had been sent sprawling by Hildgarn, soared into the air, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts at the colossal figure. The relentless onslaught rained down upon Hildgarn with the rapidity of a Gatling gun, leaving him no opportunity to reform. He cried out in agony. Boom. After a series of devastating strikes, Hildgarn's once dark exterior glowed red from the relentless energy blasts, a gaping wound torn into his back. Hooray! My brother has triumphed. Goten exclaimed joyfully at the sight of Hildgarn's state. No, it's not that simple, Li Xing interjected, inheriting his father's calm demeanor. That creature's aura has not diminished. Rather, it has intensified. He sensed the growing power emanating from Hildgarn, his expression filled with disbelief. Crack! Indeed, the fissures on the creature's back widened, and two translucent wings emerged, fluttering as if shedding a skin. The golden insect emerged from its former black exoskeleton, appearing even more grotesque and malevolent. Boom! A golden aura ascended into the heavens. Hildgarn had evolved into his ultimate form. What? Gohan was utterly astonished, unable to fathom that his adversary had grown even stronger. If Li Feng were present at that moment, he would discern that Hildgarn's battle power had reached an astounding 300 billion. Humph! But I shall not let you escape. Whoosh! In a swift movement, Gohan initiated an assault on Hildgarn. Unlike the original narrative, this battle solely featured Gohan, yet his prowess was more than sufficient, as the inhabitants of this realm surpassed their former selves significantly. Presently, Gohan's base power stood at a staggering 5 billion, and upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, it escalated to an astounding 35 billion, enabling him to dominate the confrontation. However, despite lacking rationality, his opponent was remarkably adept in combat. Each time Gohan's strike was poised to land, Hildgarn would dissipate into mist, only to counterattack from a different location. With each fleeting moment, their forms flickered, their movements accelerating at an alarming rate, the terrifying force of their clash reverberating through the very ground beneath them. The battle intensified. How incredible! Is this truly the extent of human capability? Chi-Chi, the most ordinary of Earthlings present, was awestruck by the ferocity of the fight, astonished that her son Gohan could exhibit such strength. Brother, you're amazing. Defeat the monster. Goten cheered enthusiastically. Gohan. There's a moment of vulnerability when that creature dissipates multiple times, suggested Li Xing, offering a more practical insight. I see it. Gohan responded, equally impressed by Li Xing's keen combat awareness, a testament to being the son of Uncle Li Feng, displaying such astuteness at a young age. Indeed, as Gohan struck once more, Hildgarn transformed into mist again, but Gohan swiftly turned to see Hildgarn briefly materialize just as it was about to dissipate again. This is it. Gohan's expression sharpened, and he unleashed a powerful blast towards that fleeting form. The yellow energy sphere zipped through the air, directly hitting the manifest Hildgarn. With a resounding impact, Hildgarn's corporeal state faltered, momentarily interrupting its mist-like form. Now is my chance. Gohan swiftly closed the distance, unleashing a flurry of punches in a relentless barrage. Countless blows struck Hildgarn with ferocity, causing the beast to expel purple blood, its massive form growing sluggish and cumbersome as it struggled to maintain its misty state. With a decisive strike, Gohan propelled Hildgarn into the air and began to gather energy. Kamehameha. The blue energy sphere in his hands expanded ominously, exuding an aura of dread. Hildgarn, now fully aware of the impending catastrophic assault, attempted to dissipate once more, recognizing that failure to escape would result in its demise. Yet, as it strained to mist, it detected three weaker presences ahead. In an instant, Hildgarn appeared before Li Xing and the others. What? Chi-Chi gasped in shock at the sudden emergence of the terrifying creature, paralyzed by fear. This is bad. Although Goten reacted, he was still a step too late. Bang! At that moment, Li Xing responded with greater decisiveness, launching a ki blast directly at his opponent. Hilder, taken aback by the unexpected might of such a seemingly insignificant ant, was abruptly interrupted, becoming momentarily paralyzed. Whoosh! At that instant, Gohan, having gathered his energy from a distance, instantaneously appeared before Hilder, unleashing a blue shockwave with a sweeping motion of his hands. Boom! The astonishing shockwave ruthlessly pierced through Hilder's body, the terrifying energy tearing the massive yellow insect apart, reducing it to mere fragments. Remarkable! Videl exclaimed in delight upon witnessing Gohan's triumph over the monster, joyfully embracing him. Gohan, feeling the warmth of her embrace, quickly reverted to his youthful innocence, blushing and grinning foolishly. You all are incredibly strong. You defeated Hilder. Tapio marveled. Of course. My father hasn't even made his entrance yet. He is the strongest. Li Xing retorted playfully, reverting to his childlike demeanor. Subsequently, Gohan and his companions took Tapio to find Bulma, requesting her assistance in using the Dragon Balls to restore Earth to its original state. Seeing their determination, Bulma had no choice but to contact Li Feng within. Li Feng, having just completed his training, received Bulma's message about borrowing his Dragon Balls and promptly agreed. Buzz! A portal to the outside world appeared in the hyperbolic time chamber, and Li Feng stepped through with a firm stride. Whoosh! His formidable aura immediately enveloped the surroundings. Li Feng swiftly moderated his energy to a normal level. How terrifying! Although it was merely a fleeting moment, Gohan, the second strongest present, sensed the profound depth of Li Feng's current strength. Had Li Feng intervened moments ago, it was likely that Hilder would have been vanquished in less than 10 seconds. Uncle Li Feng, greetings. Gohan respectfully acknowledged Li Feng, with Goten and Videl joining in the friendly salutation from behind. No need for such formality. It has been a while since we last met. Li Feng quickly returned to his usual demeanor, smiling at everyone. What has transpired? Gohan recounted the details of their recent ordeal to Li Feng. Oh, I see now, Li Feng realized with clarity. No wonder the system remained silent this time. The once formidable Hilder was no match for Gohan now, rendering it hardly a challenge. Yet, Little Xing demonstrated remarkable prowess by identifying Hilder's weakness and ultimately aiding me as well, Gohan praised Li Xing. Oh, it was nothing, Li Xing replied bashfully, scratching his head. In the presence of his powerful father, he yearned for his father's commendation. Well done, my son. As a reward, you shall visit the amusement park this week. Li Feng affectionately ruffled his son's hair, chuckling. Truly, you are my son, displaying such remarkable combat awareness at such a tender age. It seems you will be an exceptional warrior in the future. However, there remain formidable foes ahead. I must ensure my family's safety above all else, Li Feng pondered. Indeed. You summoned me to restore everything with the Dragon Balls, did you not? Yes. Fear not, for the Dragon Balls are here. Li Feng waved his hand, opening his storage space to retrieve his Dragon Balls. He then approached the clearing and summoned the Eternal Dragon. Boom! The sky darkened once more as an enormous dragon, far larger than Namek's dragon, emerged. Even more astonishing was the immense battle power and divine energy radiating from this dragon. State your wishes. The Eternal Dragon spoke. What? This is Uncle Li Feng's dragon. How can it be so powerful? Gohan was astounded. Unlike other dragons, Li Feng's dragon might even surpass his own strength. Indeed, Li Feng had achieved a stable power level of 5 quintillion after rigorous training, and the dragon inherited 1% of Li Feng's power, amounting to an astonishing 500 trillion. Restore Earth to its state before it was destroyed by Herd. This is simple, Creator. The dragon's red eyes flashed as it immediately unleashed its divine power. In an instant, the previously ravaged buildings were restored. Creator, your first wish has been fulfilled. You have 2 wishes remaining. Li Feng turned his gaze towards Tapio, curious about his desires. What is your wish? I wish to return to my own time and space, Tapio said, swallowing hard, equally astonished by the dragon's might. Eternal Dragon. Let Tapio return to his world. Simple. Buzz. The red light faded, and Tapio's figure gradually vanished. Chapter 168. Crossing into the Future. Android 21. The red light dissipated as Tapio's form slowly disappeared. Your wish has been granted. 1 wish remains, the dragon declared. Then, let all battles with power levels exceeding 100 million be forcibly transferred to the hyperbolic time chamber for training, Li Feng stated. Buzz. The dragon's red eyes flashed once more. I have granted all your wishes. Farewell. Whoosh. The dragon transformed back into 7 stones, falling to the ground as the dark sky brightened once again. Impressive, Uncle Li Feng. I never imagined your dragon would be so powerful. Gohan exclaimed. That was merely a precaution. You did well this time, Gohan. Ha. Gohan chuckled shyly. Thank you for your efforts. Let us dine together tonight, Li Feng suggested. Thank you. Uncle Li Feng. Gohan and Goten drooled at the thought. Meanwhile, Bulma was taking care of Bulla. Goku and Vegeta had gone to other planets for secret training, thus missing out on the feast, leaving behind 3 hungry gorillas. Bulma watched the 3 gluttons with wide eyes. The next day, the Dragon Ball saga had drawn to a close, while the Super storyline had yet to commence. Was there anything noteworthy that occurred during this interval? Li Feng lay on the ground, using his hands as a pillow. Buzz. At that moment, Li Feng's time pearl began to glow. What is happening? Is there a situation in the future? He felt a sense of bewilderment. Logically, the future should have been fortified and stabilized by the time-space pearl, and no other events should have transpired. Yet, there was a new indication. Regardless, the future must remain unscathed. Li Feng sent a message to Lazuli and Bulma, informing them of his imminent departure, and then grasped the time-space pearl tightly. The orb emitted a dazzling white light, enveloping Li Feng, and in an instant, he vanished. With a swish, Li Feng found himself in Universe 1207. Earth remains peaceful. Observing the city's revitalization, he felt a wave of satisfaction. It seemed that Trunks' efforts here had not been in vain. First, he sought out Bulma. Li Feng immediately sensed Bulma's presence and teleported to her location. Clang. Bulma was busy repairing a machine. Oh, Li Feng, what brings you here? She wiped the sweat from her brow, her surprise evident upon seeing him. It's been a while, Bulma. I came to see if anything was amiss in the future. By the way, where's Trunks? I'm not sure where he went. He might be on a date, haha. After exchanging pleasantries and reflecting on the past few years, both felt a mixture of nostalgia and emotion. As they planned a brief gathering upon Trunks' return, Bulma resumed her work, prompting Li Feng to search for Trunks. That aura. Li Feng immediately sensed Trunks' energy, but there was also a formidable presence nearby. With a swift motion, he teleported once more. What did you say? Those people are dangerous? A young man clad in a blue jacket with violet hair exclaimed to a woman. The woman was stunning, with tousled chestnut hair cascading over her shoulders, and dressed in a white lab coat that complemented her intellectual beauty, while her voluptuous figure exuded an undeniable allure. Yet another captivating beauty. Yes, young man, but I've left something vital in their possession. Could you assist me? The intelligent beauty spoke softly. Just then, a sudden rush of air echoed. Who goes there? Trunks turned to find his mentor before him. Master, you've come. Trunks exclaimed in delight. Good to see you. Trunks, Li Feng replied with a smile, then raised an eyebrow at the woman before him. Indeed, the alluring figure was Android 21. Although she had not appeared in the original narrative, she was featured in the games. Her body contained cells from Majin Buu, allowing her to transform into him, yet she ultimately succumbed to her malevolent impulses, becoming entirely evil, and was vanquished by the protagonists. Logically, she should have no connection to the future. How did she come to be here? What could her intentions be? That man. Meanwhile, Android 21 was also taken aback upon seeing Li Feng. Her internal scanner detected an extraordinarily potent energy, clearly indicating that this man was immensely powerful. What transpired? Li Feng inquired. The lady mentioned that something crucial fell into the hands of a group of villains, who also possessed the ability to fly and escaped. Hello, I am Li Feng, and beside me is Trunks. We are here to assist you. Could you elaborate on the situation that just transpired? Indeed. 2 menacing figures approached me wielding a device and intimidated me, seizing my crucial documents before fleeing in that direction. Number 21 pointed to a location. Oh, what a coincidence. Upon glancing in the direction indicated by number 21, Li Feng realized it was the spot where Babidi had arrived on Earth in his own world. It seems to be connected to Majin Buu once more. Whether this is fortuitous or ominous remains uncertain. However, with his formidable strength, he felt everything was under his control. No worries, let us investigate further. Li Feng smiled at number 21. Splash. At that moment, number 21 was momentarily taken aback by Li Feng's radiant and charming smile. Snap. Li Feng snapped his fingers, and the 3 of them instantly found themselves in a desolate landscape, with a large spaceship looming ahead. More extraterrestrials? Trunks gritted his teeth. In his experience, any aliens arriving on Earth were typically troublemakers, and since the planet had just begun to regain its vitality, it was imperative to safeguard the hard-won peace. He swiftly approached the ship, ready to interrogate a few individuals. Wow, impressive. Number 21's eyes sparkled with admiration for Li Feng. Her scientific curiosity ignited as she inquired. How did you manage that? You transported us here seamlessly, and I felt the geology. It appears entirely authentic. It's merely a small-scale spatial device. Li Feng revealed the portable device he always carried. This is remarkable. The inventor of this device is truly a genius. As a top-tier scientist, number 21 immediately recognized the brilliance of the invention. Fortunately, what field of research are you engaged in? Li Feng asked curiously. The narrative has shifted. Number 21's identity remains ambiguous for now, but if she could redeem herself, that would be splendid. After all, the physique of the female Majin Buu is indeed remarkable. Thus, the two engaged in light-hearted conversation, with number 21 increasingly captivated by the enigmatic, powerful, and humorous figure before her, sharing more of her own story as they spoke. Chapter 169, Trunks, Dabura. The two continued their easygoing dialogue, with number 21 enchanted by this mysterious and charismatic man. In this world, number 21's background differs from that in the game. She is not Dr. Gero's wife, but an exceptional scientist fervently dedicated to the exploration of various technologies. Upon learning that Dr. Gero had transformed her into an android, she too underwent modifications to attain nearly boundless energy for her relentless pursuit of research and knowledge. However, upon discovering that the androids 17 and 18 in this world were exceedingly malevolent and ruthless, number 21 immediately concealed herself, engaging in solitary invention until recently, when she emerged to find that the evil 17 and 18 had been vanquished. The device she secretly invented is a colossal energy reservoir, equivalent to the energy unleashed by a warrior with a battle power of 10 billion at full capacity. She initially intended to utilize this device to eliminate number 17 and number 18. However, it was snatched away as soon as it was invented. It now appears that it was the minions of Babidi who seized it, presumably to gather formidable energy to resurrect the demon Majin Buu. As for why Majin Buu has emerged a decade or so later than in the original tale, that remains a mystery. In light of this, it seems that number 21 possesses considerable potential as well. Li Feng pondered quietly. Meanwhile, the spaceship was resonating with a cacophony of explosions. Damn it! Where did that little brat come from? Help! It was evident that Babidi's henchmen were effortlessly dispatched by Trunks, like a hot knife through butter. This is intolerable. The resurrection of Majin Buu is at a critical juncture and cannot be disrupted. Babidi commanded, Dabura, take care of him. Yes, my lord. The king of the demon world smirked and stepped out of the room. What? Such overwhelming power. Who on earth are you? Trunks suddenly found himself confronted by a towering figure with pink skin, exuding a terrifying aura. Humph. I am Dabura, a servant of Lord Babidi. Allow me to entertain you. With a grin, Dabura vanished in an instant. Huh. Trunks's pupils constricted as he felt a terrifying impact in his abdomen. Gah! He immediately expelled a mouthful of bitter liquid, only to be hurled out of the spaceship. How can he be so strong? Trunks was astounded, never expecting to encounter an enemy even more formidable than Cell. Li Feng glanced at Dabura's combat power at that moment. 8 billion. Compared to the original story, this Dabura's strength lay between the fully formed Cell and the lightning Cell. As for Trunks, his base level stood at 200 million. After his last training session, Trunks had already reached a base power of 100 million. So, over the years, had his strength only doubled? Li Feng raised an eyebrow. Trunks, have you perhaps grown complacent over the years? Ah, Trunks scratched his head sheepishly. I couldn't help it. After you left, my desire to fight diminished, and I became preoccupied with home construction. I apologize, Master, for disappointing you. Please refrain from intervening in this battle. I will fight earnestly, Trunks declared resolutely. What are you babbling about, little brat? Dabura laughed heartily. Huh. Trunks clenched his fists, beginning to gather energy. Boom. A golden aura erupted skyward, a fierce presence enveloping the surroundings. Swish, swish, swish. Trunks's hair stood on end, transforming to gold, and his piercing green eyes fixated coldly on Dabura. Trunks had transformed into a Super Saiyan. What? Dabura was taken aback, shocked to sense such potent energy emanating from the audacious youth. In a flash, Trunks appeared before Dabura and delivered a powerful punch. Boom. This time, it was Dabura who spat out purple blood, avenging the earlier assault. Then Trunks did not relent, delivering a powerful kick that sent Dabura soaring into the air. Whoosh. Like a cannonball, Dabura hurtled backward, only for Trunks to materialize behind him. Thud, 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 thud. Trunks unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, each blow leaving deep indentations upon Dabura's form. Huh. Ultimately, Trunks brought both fists together and mercilessly slammed Dabura into the ground. Boom. A heavy silhouette crashed down, creating a web-like fracture in the earth and stirring up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, cough. Dabura, utterly defenseless, spat out a few mouthfuls of purple blood. Please spare me. I vow never to wreak havoc on Earth again, he begged, kneeling in desperation, aware that such overwhelming energy could obliterate him. Trunks hesitated for a moment. Cough. However, Dabura smirked slyly and spat toward Trunks' figure in the air. The boy is still too young, too easily caught off guard. Dabura eagerly anticipated the sight of Trunks turned to stone. Although unaware of what was approaching, his body instinctively reacted, narrowly evading the attack. Slap. Dabura's spit struck a withered branch behind Trunks, which gradually transformed into stone. What? Trunks was taken aback, furious at nearly falling for the enemy's trick. Die. This time, Trunks held nothing back, positioning his hands at his waist to gather energy. Came. Ha. The energy coalescing in his hands grew in intensity, emitting brilliant azure light from between his fingers. Wait, I was wrong. Dabura finally felt true panic, realizing he had underestimated his opponent, and the impending attack was far more terrifying, potentially leading to his demise. Wave. Whoosh. The azure energy wave ruthlessly surged toward Dabura. Dabura's energy waned. Unable to defend himself again, he could only wail in despair. Boom. In the end, Dabura was mercilessly obliterated by the Kamehameha wave. What was that? Incredible. Can you perform that technique too? Exclaimed number 21, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she turned to Li Feng. That was the Kamehameha wave, of course. I can do it as well, Li Feng replied, genuinely congratulating Trunks for defeating such a formidable foe. Phew. Trunks wiped the sweat from his brow, still shaken as he said to Li Feng, that was close. I almost turned to stone. Well done, Trunks. Although your progress is not monumental, you have certainly grown stronger. Li Feng encouraged him. However, the battles ahead will be even more arduous for you. Chapter 170, Trunks Super Saiyan 3. But the forthcoming battles will be even more challenging for you. Huh? What do you mean? Trunks asked in confusion. But before he could finish his query, an astonishing energy surged from the spaceship. What? Why is this energy so powerful? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. Ha ha ha. Majin Buu. My Majin Buu. He has finally been resurrected. Barbidi laughed triumphantly, his gaze directed skyward. Suddenly, a purple aura erupted, coalescing in the firmament into a humanoid figure. Gulub. Buu. The formidable Majin Buu re-emerged. Such a monstrous entity. Trunks was drenched in sweat, incredulous that such energy could materialize into a being. This is your adversary, Trunks, Li Feng encouraged from behind, arms crossed. Unleash your full power. You can defeat it. Yes, teacher. Trunks, initially overwhelmed with shock and trepidation, gradually found calm and resolve, inspired by Li Feng's encouragement, which steadied his nerves. Indeed, I have the earth behind me, and teacher Li Feng is watching. I will surely prevail. With a resolute gaze, Trunks opened his eyes, his pupils transforming into a vibrant emerald green. He inhaled deeply once more, his ferocious energy swirling like a tempest, forming a golden vortex. As the golden whirlwind collided with the air, it generated blue arcs of electricity. With a thunderous roar, the golden and blue energies erupted, and Trunks ascended to Super Saiyan 2. A terrifying power surged into the heavens, rivaling that of Majin Buu. At this moment, Majin Buu's battle power stood at 50 billion, while Trunks, in his Super Saiyan 2 form, possessed a power of only 20 billion. Nonetheless, Trunks' momentum gave him the upper hand. Without hesitation, Trunks transformed into a streak of golden lightning, charging directly at Fat Buu. The impact was tremendous. Buu's face contorted like clay under the force, and his body was sent flying backward like a projectile. Boom, boom, boom. The gelatinous figure crashed through several mountain peaks, ultimately embedding itself within the mountainside. Trunks unleashed another surge of energy, rapidly channeling power into his hands, launching golden energy blasts like a Gatling gun towards Fat Buu. Boom, boom, boom. The devastating barrage flattened the terrain, stirring up clouds of dust. Yet, the rule of smoke without injury remained prevalent within the Dragon Ball universe. As the smoke dissipated, a mass of goo writhed before swiftly reverting to Fat Buu's form, showcasing his formidable vitality once more. What? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom that his opponent could regenerate. Buu. Now restored, Fat Buu was enraged. His previously simple demeanor transformed into a menacing visage, his eyes gleaming with malice. Steam erupted from the pores on his arms and head, his energy escalating. I'm furious. Buu charged at Trunks, delivering a crushing blow with a yellow boxing glove to Trunks' face. Thud. Trunks was immediately sent reeling, blood spilling forth as he flew backward. Meanwhile, Fat Buu, growing accustomed to the fight, pursued Trunks with a relentless purple lightning speed. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of Fat Buu's relentless assault echoed through the air, each strike resonating with heart-wrenching intensity. How terrifying. Li Feng, aren't you going to assist him? Number 21 inquired with concern. No, this is his battle. No one else may intervene, Li Feng replied resolutely. Trunks must rely on his own strength to protect the Earth. The Saiyans are indeed a peculiar race, Number 21 mused. She possessed data akin to that of Dr. Gero, except for Li Feng. She had information on all the other main characters. Yet, the body of Majin Buu was truly extraordinary, capable of restoring itself. She was immensely curious about its molecular structure. With her mind immersed in her scientific pursuits, Number 21 resumed her intellectual fervor. I would advise you to abandon this idea, for any fragment of its flesh could manifest as an independent entity. Wouldn't that be even better? Bang! Another devastating blow struck, sending Trunks crashing into the ground, creating a deep pit. Cough, cough. Trunks struggled to lift himself, expelling a few mouthfuls of blood. Damn! How could my opponent be so formidable? He lamented. Yet, Li Feng's prior words echoed in his mind. Indeed, he had grown complacent for far too long. Over the years, his strength had not increased as it had during his training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Now that a powerful adversary had emerged, was he to rely once more on his mentor Li Feng? The memories of years past, lying helpless in a pool of blood, resurfaced with a tidal wave of regret and despair. What if he were to encounter even stronger foes next time? How could he safeguard the world? Deeply frustrated, his nails dug into his palms, drawing blood as he clenched his fists. No, such despair must never occur again. Trunks awakened in fury. Fueled by rage towards his formidable opponent, dissatisfaction with himself, a yearning for power, and hope for peace, he transcended his limits once more. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted again. Golden energy bursting forth like a volcano, searing the air. Trunks underwent a remarkable transformation. His hair lengthened, his cheekbones rose, and his eyebrows vanished. He had finally transformed into a Super Saiyan 3. Rustle, 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 rustle. Thunder rumbled ominously. The fearsome aura pierced the heavens and the sky. Seemingly attuned to the energy drifting above, responded with bolts of lightning. The terrifying golden warrior emerged. ZZZ. Trunks appeared behind Fat Bu with near-instantaneous speed, delivering a powerful elbow strike to its back. Boom. The sheer force caused Fat Bu's body to cave in, sending it flying. Whoosh. As Fat Bu adjusted its position mid-air, preparing to counterattack, Trunks delivered a knee strike, propelling Fat Bu once more. Bang, 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 bang. Under the incredible velocity and strength, Fat Bu found itself defenseless, relying solely on its flexible form to absorb the impact. Bam! Fat Bu was sent flying again. Trunks raised his arms high, gathering his golden energy. Majin. Flash. Light. Whoosh. The robust beam of light mercilessly engulfed the portly Bu. Chapter 171, Mechikabura. Magic. Flash. Whoosh. The formidable light directly consumed the corpulent Bu. Bu. My Bu. Babidi exclaimed in panic. Do not fret, your turn shall come soon. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from behind him. What? Who are you? Babidi gasped in astonishment, realizing someone had appeared behind him. Curse you. He intended to chant a spell to escape, but Feng was quicker, snapping his fingers to immobilize Babidi. His current magical prowess far surpassed that of Babidi's ancient sorcery. I am eager to see how you control Bu. With that, he drew Babidi into his self-created magical realm. Possessing divine strength and formidable combat abilities, Feng completely overpowered Babidi. In an instant, he absorbed a vast wealth of memories regarding various forms of magic, including summoning, control, possession, and hypnosis. Aside from the black and white arts. To put it bluntly, Feng could now be considered a high-level sorcerer. This is tedious. Let us conclude this swiftly. Boom. With a casual wave of his hand, the unfortunate Babidi was reduced to mere fragments. Meanwhile, back in the outside world, Trunks, panting heavily after unleashing his magical flash, found it difficult to maintain his Super Saiyan 3 transformation, drenched in sweat. The original corpulent Bu had been obliterated beyond recognition, leaving only a few quivering pieces of flesh. Damn it. Trunks gritted his teeth, frustrated that even his strongest attack had yielded no effect. Swish. He transformed once more into a Super Saiyan and fired an energy blast to pulverize the remaining meat fragments. Whoosh. However, after eliminating a few pieces, a larger pink fragment swiftly fled. What? Seeing Bu's flesh hurtling toward her, number 21 suddenly felt a pang of fear. No matter how much she adored science and research, the overwhelming power of the foe she had just faced made her tremble uncontrollably. Swish. Just then, a dashing figure positioned himself in front of her and effortlessly blasted the flying flesh apart. Feng. Number 21 gasped in surprise. The remnants of Majin Bu still retained some consciousness, but it would soon dissipate. Feng explained that he had just obtained knowledge of Majin Bu's magic from Babidi and knew how to eradicate its awareness. Buzz. He gently raised his right hand, completely immobilizing the remaining flesh with magic. The pieces of Bu's flesh struggled desperately, but could not escape Feng's grasp. Begone, Majin Bu, Feng shouted, unleashing a beam of light imbued with divine power and magic upon Bu. Boom. With a sense of unwillingness and regret, the vile malice vanished, leaving behind only a small mass of pink flesh quivering in a state of unconsciousness. Well done, Trunks. Feng smiled at Trunks before casting a healing light. Buzz. The white beam enveloped Trunks, instantly mending his wounds. Incredible. Is this the extent of Master Feng's power now? Trunks marveled in awe. To everyone's astonishment, the teacher swiftly dealt with the creature and, in the process, healed himself. You may take the cells of Bu for your research, he suggested. After confirming that Bu's final mass was devoid of consciousness, Feng handed it over to Android 21. Oh, thank you, Feng. I find Bu's gelatinous mass quite fascinating, she remarked, gently touching the quivering mass with intrigue. Deeply moved by Feng's actions, having saved her life and provided her with research material, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Suddenly, an alarm blared through the system. Warning. Unidentified life forms are invading Universe 1207. The repetitive alerts sent a shiver down Feng's spine. It appeared others had arrived. Trunks. Ensure Dr. 21's safety. Dr. 21. Please conduct your research with Bulma, he instructed before vanishing in an instant. Wait, Li Feng. Android 21 wished for a moment longer in his presence, but he had already departed. Dr. 21, my mother and I have long admired you. Please, allow us to properly host you, as Li Feng has suggested. With a swift motion, Li Feng exited Universe 1207, empowered by the time-space pearl, rendering him invulnerable to any defenses. Curiosity piqued, he pondered who could be invading at such a moment. As he approached a time-space rift, a deafening explosion erupted. Humph, traitor, do you think this will save your brother? A domineering voice echoed. How despicable. Mira has already perished at your hands, and my brother's energy across the multiverse dwindles. After we gathered so much energy for you, this is how you repay me? A chilling female voice retorted. Foolish. Another dark energy sphere hurtled towards the woman. She fought valiantly against the assault, yet the malevolent energy seemed relentless, consuming her. Just as despair enveloped her, a striking and powerful figure arrived, delivering a blow that sent the energy sphere flying. The collision with a nearby asteroid resulted in a catastrophic explosion. You are Li Feng, the woman exclaimed, recognizing him with surprise, grateful for his timely arrival before her demise. Is this your champion? Li Feng declared, invigorated by the prospect of facing a worthy adversary. Who are you? Asked an elderly blue-skinned man coldly. Li Feng, you are the one who has consistently thwarted my plans. Upon hearing his name, Mechikabura's expression shifted to realization, quickly followed by fury. I have no interest in your pathetic schemes. All I know is that defeating you will resolve everything, Li Feng retorted, loosening his shoulders. Ha! Mechikabura laughed, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke. The reckless young lad. Even with my diminished strength, I can easily dispatch you, insignificant ant. Tova, you should retreat to a safe place for now. Once I have dealt with him, we shall converse in detail. Li Feng turned to Tova and said, All right, Tova acquiesced. Boom. The two forces began to surge, astonishing energies erupting into the heavens, shattering the surrounding meteors into fragments. Just moments ago, Li Feng had assessed the combat prowess of Mechikabura 1,000 billion. Whether it was due to his status as a clone or his advanced age, his power fell short of the angelic level. Yet, for Li Feng, transformed into his golden red Super Saiyan form, he was an excellent training partner. Chapter 172, Slaying Mechikabura. Ding. Task accepted. Defeat Mechikabura. Elder Clone. Reward. 1 Dark Dragon Ball, 1 Time Scroll. Do you accept? Yes. A new task has arisen, to vanquish Mechikabura. Whether it was due to his clone status or his age, his combat power did not reach the angelic tier. Yet he served as a splendid sparring partner for Li Feng's golden red transformation. Li Feng unleashed his energy, a terrifying aura ascending towards the heavens. Another scion from this inferior race. Mechikabura scoffed. Are your gods truly so formidable? With your lofty airs, do you still resort to bullying the weak? The two exchanged barbs as the battle commenced. Swish, swish. Both sides began to move at high speeds. Boom, boom. Each clash unleashed energy that effortlessly shattered the surrounding temporal turbulence. Remarkable. Tova stood at a distance, raising her wand to conjure a protective shield. Yet the energies from the skirmish threatened to topple her barrier. Thud. Li Feng clasped his fists and struck Mechikabura, sending him crashing onto a meteor, the overwhelming force fracturing it into countless pieces. It seems you, as a god, have been perched atop your pedestal for too long, forgetting how to fight. Li Feng posed arrogantly. Buzz. The aged Mechikabura wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, momentarily stunned, then broke into laughter. Truly, the young are fearless. How many years has it been since I have been invincible? Finally, I can stretch my limbs a bit. Do the current generation not comprehend the terror of the Demon Realm King God? Boom. With that ancient voice came a pitch-black aura, akin to a primordial fiend emerging, exuding an immensely terrifying pressure. Die. Whoosh. Mechikabura's figure abruptly vanished, only to reappear behind Li Feng, delivering a powerful punch. Yet, it seemed as if Li Feng had eyes on the back of his head, countering with an elbow strike. Thud. The energy released a shockwave, rippling outward and shattering the nearby meteors. Why is his strength so feeble? Li Feng found it peculiar. By all logic, he should at least need to transform into Super Saiyan 4 to suppress him, yet astonishingly, he could manage effortlessly in his base form. Boom. He swiftly turned and delivered a kick to the old man's waist, instantly sending the unfortunate Meichi Capra flying. Meichi Capra exclaimed, Young man, you lack martial ethics. Be cautious. Li Feng retorted, I simply enjoy respecting the elderly and cherishing the young, especially when it comes to dealing with old fools. With a cough, Meichi Capra spat blood once more. How infuriating. He laughed darkly. He unleashed a surge of shadowy energy, followed by a formidable wave of deep purple destructive force. Destruction. A sphere of deep purple energy coalesced rapidly and hurtled toward Li Feng. Zzz. Zzz. The destructive energy effortlessly shredded everything in its path, tearing apart various space-time rifts and meteors into mere fragments. Yet, When it approached Li Feng, it was surprisingly tranquil. What? Meichi Capra gasped in horror, realizing his attack had slipped from his control. With a casual gesture, Li Feng extended his hand and easily crushed the sphere. The destructive force dissipated effortlessly. How is this possible? The Demon Realm King was taken aback. The energy he had unleashed was more potent than that of an average destroyer. How could a mere mortal negate it so easily? Is that all? Li Feng scoffed. That merely replenished my own energy. Don't get too complacent. Meichi Capra bellowed once more, as divine power radiated from him again. Whoosh. He gathered energy anew. This time a blend of purple and blue divine aura surged forth, elevating his strength further. Is this the ordinary power of a Kaishin? Like that of the Kaishin from my universe? Such divine might can at best control a common level of Super Saiyan. How could it possibly affect a formidable warrior like Li Feng? Boom. Li Feng purposely allowed Meichi Capra to strike him, but it had no effect whatsoever. Instead, the old man was jolted back by Li Feng's audacity. System, could it be that Meichi Capra is truly this weak? Li Feng pondered in disbelief. Was the opponent really so inept? The old man was merely a frail avatar, most of his divine energy sustaining his true form. How many avatars did he possess? There was no way to ascertain. Would every battle against him offer such rewards? A delightful thought, but it seemed that one could not exploit this situation. How vexing. If that is the case, let us obliterate everything. Meichi Capra, realizing his power was wholly inadequate against Li Feng, succumbed to rage and despair. Boom. In an instant, a surge of black and red energy erupted, harboring the terrifying force to annihilate all. Temporal destruction wave. Swish. The black-red energy sphere rapidly expanded like an inflating balloon, effortlessly annihilating space-time rifts and chaotic temporal currents in its wake. Fortunately, they were battling amidst the space-time rifts of the multiverse. Otherwise, this force, if unleashed in any universe, would likely obliterate entire units of universes. Since that is the case, I shall unleash my true strength. Crack. Boom. With a sound akin to shattering glass, Li Feng's aura erupted, directly tearing apart the fabric of space-time. Rustle. 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 A surge of golden red energy soared into the sky, piercing through the dim, dark whirlwind, completely suppressing the aura of Mechikabura once more. The Kamehameha. Li Feng gathered a cerulean energy sphere with both hands. Wave. Another astonishing explosion of energy erupted, colliding directly with the time destruction bomb. Boom. The two forces clashed, effortlessly tearing apart several nearby planets. Crack. After a brief pause of a second, Li Feng's Kamehameha easily penetrated the time destruction bomb, hurtling directly toward Mechikabura. No. The old man shouted in despair, yet his body was mercilessly engulfed by this potent energy. I will not let you off so easily. In the end, he uttered a fierce declaration, disappearing along with the rift in time and space. Ding. Task completed. Defeat Mechikabura. Elderly clone. Task reward. 1 Dark Dragon Ball, 1-time scroll. Do you accept? Yes. The voice of the system echoed, and Li Feng promptly received his rewards. He had not anticipated that this adversary would be so easily vanquished. It was truly rare, as previous encounters had required several chapters of effort. However, the original body posed a bit of a challenge. Li Feng mused, realizing that this clone was not weak. It was merely the destructive and divine powers that he had suppressed. Chapter 173, The City of Time. Li Feng reflected, recognizing that this clone was indeed formidable. It was just that its destructive and divine powers had been restrained by him. Impressive, exclaimed Tawa in astonishment. She had not expected Li Feng to grow so powerful as to defeat Mechikabura. So, what is the situation on your end? Li Feng inquired of Tawa. Thank you. Tawa sincerely expressed her gratitude to Li Feng. After you released me last time, I lost my dark power and could not return to the demon realm. The energy of that Mechikabura's original form was continually diminishing. New dark power was essential for replenishment. Due to our 2 failures, he decided to eliminate us and absorb our energy for others to utilize. Mira and I managed to escape through the time rift, but Mira sacrificed herself to protect me, leaving me alone. Ultimately, I fled here, and you are aware of the subsequent events. Tawa recounted sadly. And what of Dabura? I cannot sense his aura in the demon realm, so he is likely that is not necessarily the case. His clones still exist across various parallel universes. Li Feng reminded her. Tawa recalled that there was indeed such a possibility. If the original is destroyed, all clones across the universes would vanish. How many clones of Mechikabura are there? I do not know, but he could potentially exist wherever there is dark energy. How does the power of the original compare to that of this clone? I have never encountered the original, but the power of the clone alone is sufficient to annihilate half a universe. The original is far more powerful than the clone. So, does that mean my current strength can barely contend with a clone? It seems I still need to devote myself to rigorous training. Do you have any plans moving forward? I aim to rescue my brother, Tawa declared resolutely. With your current strength, venturing there would be tantamount to courting death. What should I do? Tova's eyes shimmered with tears, evoking sympathy. Let us journey to the city of time together. The inhabitants there are in dire need of our strength. What? Tova exclaimed in shock. Relax. I assure you, any past misdeeds can be atoned for, he reassured her. They are undeniably formidable. I am quite powerful as well. Unless they choose to dismiss our assistance. They cannot refuse us, he continued. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Tova finally conceded. All right, thank you, Li Feng. A radiant smile graced her face, leaving Li Feng momentarily speechless. Very well, let us depart now. It will be my first visit as well. Li Feng produced the time-space scroll, and, with a gentle tug, a portal materialized. Whoosh. The two figures traversed through, and the portal vanished instantaneously. Scanning. Ding. Host has arrived at Universe 001, the realm of time. Indeed. It was a unique tri-realm, designated as 001. Is this the city of time? Truly awe-inspiring. Li Feng mused. The city of time was adorned with towering, futuristic edifices under a cerulean sky, where the ethereal silhouette of a divine dragon loomed, exuding an air of mystery and enchantment. Various spacecraft and flying machines traversed the skies in a harmonious ballet. Beep, beep, beep. Abnormal life forms detected. Intrusion alert. Abnormal life forms detected. Shortly after their arrival, an alarm blared from a nearby robot. What? Someone dares to invade the city of time? How terrifying. Is war upon us again? Help. I am not ready to perish. Their presence had incited a commotion. Oh no. Tova instinctively brandished her wand. Stay calm, Li Feng said, maintaining his composure. Is Mr. Sun Wukong present? Wait. Do you know Master Sun Wukong? A member of the Time Patrol team questioned anxiously. Yes, this scroll was given to me by him. Please hold on, I shall report. The patrol member soared away, leaving behind a colleague who was drenched in cold sweat, for they perceived the two newcomers' energy levels to be astonishingly high, perhaps surpassing even Sun Wukong himself. Suddenly, a figure materialized before them. Li Feng raised an eyebrow, recognizing the individual. With hair cascading down in dark, rebellious strands and a confident smile gracing his lips, he wore a blue outfit topped with orange sleeves, adorned with the insignia of the Time Patrol. Vegeta, the King of Force, has appeared in the City of Time. Oh, such a formidable presence exists? Vegeta raised an eyebrow in astonishment. I am Li Feng. And this is Tova. Li Feng briefly introduced himself. In a certain universe, I battled alongside Sun Wukong and Vegeta of the Time Patrol, who bestowed upon me this scroll, compelling me to assist. I have encountered their fused form, Vegito, but it disbanded in under 10 minutes. How do you maintain this state permanently? Li Feng inquired, astonished. Oh, you have fought against their fused form, Vegito, and it separated in merely 10 minutes? Vegeta replied, intrigued. Vegeta was taken aback. Although he had previously battled against the fused version of himself, he was only marginally stronger, unable to deplete his energy to the point of disintegration after merely 10 minutes. I hail from another universe and stumbled upon the City of Time by mere chance. Vegito recounted the disparities between their universes. The divergence occurred with Majin Buu. In the original narrative, Vegito entered Buu's body, dismantled the protective barrier, and reverted back to Goku and Vegeta. However, in his universe, by a simple twist of fate, he refrained from dismantling the barrier and instead rescued Gohan and others from within Buu. Subsequently, Gohan's Buu reverted to Kid Buu, who Vegito easily eradicated. That Vegito remained in a state of fusion, never to separate again. He later experienced the Saga of Gods, matching Beerus in combat. Eventually, a rift in space-time emerged, attracting Time Patrol Goku and Vegeta, who engaged in battle with the Time Patrol Vegito before agreeing to join the Time Patrol. The Pressure King truly lived up to his title, consistently emerging victorious from numerous arduous battles. Li Feng scanned Vegeto's data. Name, Vegito. Universe, 1607. Battle power, 2000 trillion, normal state. Moreover, he was slightly stronger than the fused Goku and Vegeta of the Time Patrol, likely due to the new fusion possessing its own consciousness and being more attuned to its own strength. They are still on a mission, if you are willing. May we spar? Vegito scratched his nose. He was aware that the other was a guest, yet his desire to fight, ignited by encountering a formidable opponent, compelled him to issue a challenge to Li Feng. Chapter 174, Li Feng vs. Vegito. He understood that the other was a guest. Yet the urge to battle grew stronger upon encountering a powerful foe, and he could not help but speak to Li Feng. I would be delighted to oblige. Li Feng replied with a confident smile. His battle prowess had now surpassed that of an ordinary god of destruction, and facing Vegito would merely be a playful exchange, providing an opportunity to demonstrate his strength to the Time Patrol. Whoosh, whoosh. The two soared to a distant, open expanse. Vegito was engaged in combat with a man. Who was this opponent? The aura was so intense. How striking. Even before the battle commenced, a throng of onlookers began to gather from afar. The gentle breeze stirred up the stones on the ground, and the sound of their descent marked the commencement of the duel. Swish, swish. The two vanished in an instant, clashing fiercely. Boom, 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 boom. Countless Vegeto and Li Feng appeared in the sky, relentlessly exchanging blows. Each impact reverberated with such force it shattered distant mountain peaks. Such immense power. Though an invincible smile lingered on his face, Vegeto felt a quiet trepidation within. Thud. After a series of exchanges, the two stood atop separate mountain peaks. It seems your claim of defeating another version of me was not unfounded, Vegeto acknowledged Li Feng. But I shall only grow stronger. Huh. The Pressure King bellowed. His muscles bulging as a golden aura erupted around him. Vegeto transformed into a Super Saiyan first. Huh. In an instant, he became a bolt of lightning, charging straight at Li Feng. What a welcome development. Li Feng adeptly blocked Vegeto's punch with one hand. Bang. The collision produced an immense surge of energy, reverberating through the air and generating waves of residual power. Such strength. What terrifying might. The onlookers were once again awestruck, and those who stood slightly closer were sent flying. Ah. Duh. 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 It began. Vegeto unleashed the classic Saiyan battle cry. The fiercer the roar, the greater the output. Li Feng remained remarkably composed, aware that although Vegeto's apparent power after transformation far exceeded his own, in reality, their strengths were nearly equal. Li Feng had already anticipated all of Vegeto's attacks. What is happening? The more they fought, the more astonished Vegeto became, noticing that his opponent's movements were exceptionally agile, akin to Beerus, effortlessly neutralizing his offensive maneuvers. Many of Vegeto's strikes missed entirely, as if his strength had nowhere to be unleashed. How dare you underestimate me? A smirk graced Vegeto's lips. If that is the case, then I shall break your finesse with sheer force. Huh. Vegeto swiftly distanced himself, his fists clenched tightly as he began to roar. Zila, Zila. The golden flames that had previously engulfed him began to compress, transforming into a jet-like form under intense combustion, accompanied by arcs of blue lightning. Vegeto underwent a significant transformation. The single tuft of hair that had stood upright now all stood tall, resembling Vegeta's iconic hairstyle, and his muscular density became even more pronounced. Boom. Amidst the arcs of electricity and golden flames, Vegeto ascended to Super Saiyan 2. Whoosh. In his newly attained form, Vegeto teleported behind Li Feng and launched a powerful punch. However, Li Feng had anticipated this scenario, responding with a firm elbow strike in return. Thud. Their clash produced a terrifying fissure once more, but this time, Li Feng felt a slight numbness in his elbow. Very good. Vegeto sensed that Li Feng was struggling to withstand his onslaught, prompting him to unleash an even more frenzied barrage. Thud. 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 His fists and feet flailed wildly, leaving Li Feng in a precarious state. Indeed, he was a formidable king, forcing himself to restrain his own power. With brute force overcoming finesse, as long as the strength is sufficient, it is enough to slay gods. Let me show you a glimpse of my true power. Li Feng's eyes sharpened, a smile creeping across his face. Huh. Li Feng erupted with energy, sending Vegeto flying. To contend with Vegeto in his current state, Li Feng needed only to tap into the most basic form of Super Saiyan. Feeling the yellow Saiyan energy surging within him, Li Feng immediately guided it forth to transform. Boom. A terrifying energy erupted, with golden flames soaring into the sky, the aura sweeping across the battlefield. Another golden warrior had been born. This energy trembled in the air, resonating down to the ground, causing the entire city of time to quake. Huh. Li Feng reduced his energy to around 20 trillion, as he had not transformed into a lower form in quite some time and needed to reacquaint himself. What? Vegeto's eyes widened in astonishment. Being closest to Li Feng, he acutely sensed the terrifying power that had just been unleashed. A force that far surpassed his own Super Saiyan 3. Yet, Li Feng was merely a Super Saiyan 1. How could he possess such strength? Vegeto remarked. I have already reached the pinnacle of arrogance, and yet someone surpasses me in ostentation. Li Feng replied nonchalantly. It's just average, really. This time, it won't be so simple. With that, he vanished in an instant. Vegeto expected Li Feng to teleport behind him, but as he scanned his surroundings, he could not detect Li Feng's presence. Suddenly, a powerful punch struck him in the abdomen, causing him to expel a bitter groan. Thud, 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 thud. Li Feng, seizing the advantage, unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks on Vegeto. The once flamboyant figure of arrogance was now reduced to a pitiful state, battered and bruised. With a final, forceful double-fisted strike, Li Feng sent Vegeto crashing into the ground. Boom. He hit the earth like a cannonball, creating a terrifying shockwave. Damn it. He truly is that strong. Vegeto wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Now taste this. Ultimate. He positioned his hands at his waist, gathering energy. Came. A blue energy sphere began to coalesce. Huh. Li Feng, unfazed, also began to charge his own energy. The two golden figures radiated intense energy. Gong. Two azure energy spheres erupted in dazzling brilliance. Wave. The two beams of cerulean energy collided, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. Crack. Boom. The space was momentarily torn apart, creating a rift in reality. For an instant, the entire city of time was shaken by the overwhelming forces. The cataclysmic explosion, reminiscent of a stellar detonation, persisted for several seconds. As the blinding white light faded, it revealed a solitary figure suspended in the air, emanating a golden aura. Rustle, 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 rustle. Li Feng stood with his arms crossed, his attire unscathed. In stark contrast, Vegito was in a disheveled state, his shirt partially torn, his body marred with wounds, panting heavily. Chapter 175, The Grand Priest. Li Feng remained poised, his clothing intact, while Vegito appeared utterly defeated, his attire in tatters and his body battered, gasping for breath. All right, let us put an end to this. At that moment, a figure intervened. Li Feng looked up to see a charming young girl with pink skin and hair. I am Cronoa, the Supreme Kai of Time. You must be Li Feng. Welcome. She greeted him with a friendly smile. Then, she turned to Vegito and chided. And you? Why is it that whenever a powerful presence arrives, you feel compelled to engage in battle? Look below. Had I not used divine power to intervene, the entire city of time would have been obliterated by your skirmish. Hee, my apologies, Supreme Kai of Time, Vegito replied sheepishly, reverting to his normal state. By the way, is that child with you? Cronoa pointed towards Tawa. Indeed, she hails from the realm of demons, yet her circumstances are steeped in coercion. Li Feng recounted Tawa's ordeal, to which Tawa added her own intricate details. To think such a matter exists. You possess the ability to annihilate the avatar of Mechikabura? Kuranoya was taken aback. Who is that? Vegeta inquired with curiosity. He is none other than the creator of the demon realm, the demon king god. Once the most illustrious sorcerer of the celestial realm, his insatiable desires led him to betray the heavens and forge the demon realm. However, he was later sealed, having lost much of his power in battles against angels. Yet it is said he still lives, and who would have thought he possesses an avatar even now? It is likely that he roams various universes, gathering energy and dark Dragon Balls in preparation for his resurrection. This poses a significant dilemma. Kuranoya furrowed her brow. I must report this to the high priest. Tawa, accompany me. The god of time spoke to Tawa. Aye. Tawa clutched her wand, trembling and hesitant to step forward. It is all right. They shall not harm you, Kuranoya reassured her. I only trust Li Feng, she mustered her courage to say, subsequently hiding behind him. That is acceptable. Li Feng, you should join us as well. Very well. Li Feng felt a surge of excitement, for he would finally meet the high priest, the nearly omnipotent figure from Dragon Ball Super. Apart from Zeno, he wields immense power. Numerous fan works have depicted him as a villain. What is the truth behind it? Whoosh. Kuranoya opened a portal. Ding. A surge of extraordinary energy emerged. Upon detection, the energy coefficient was astounding. To ensure the system's security, it was taken offline. Ding. A surge of extraordinary energy emerged. Upon detection, the energy coefficient was astounding. To ensure the system's security, it was taken offline. Ding. A surge of extraordinary energy emerged. Upon detection, the energy coefficient was astounding. To ensure the system's security, it was taken offline. At that moment, the system abruptly went offline, unresponsive to Li Feng's calls, rendering even the vital combat power detector useless. Regardless, we shall proceed step by step. The trio materialized in a place of sheer enchantment, where the sky above shimmered with stars in a riot of colors. Before them stood a grand edifice, the Palace of Zeno, flanked by two towering figures radiating immense divine power and formidable pressure. Before them was a somewhat shorter individual with pale blue skin, a slicked-back white hairstyle, violet eyes and lips, and a light blue divine halo floating above his head, adorned with a large belt at his waist. A humble and gentle smile graced his face, enveloping those around him in a warm embrace. Li Feng's pupils constricted. He could not be deceived by appearances, for he sensed the high priest's unfathomable and terrifying divine power. Esteemed high priest, I have matters of great importance to report. Kuranoya respectfully knelt on one knee, while Tawa mirrored her trepidation. In contrast, Li Feng was unyielding. No matter who it was, he would not bow. Li Feng, Kuranoya, noticing his impudence, promptly reminded him. Oh, and who might you be? The high priest turned his gaze towards Li Feng, regarding him with keen interest. I am Li Feng, hailing from another universe. Li Feng maintained a steadfast gaze, confidently returning the look. The moment their eyes met, a spark ignited between them. However, it was but a fleeting instant before the high priest averted his gaze. What has transpired this time, Supreme Kai of Time? He inquired, shifting his attention to Kuranoa. She succinctly recounted the recent events. I see. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Li Feng, the high priest expressed with calm gratitude. Not at all. Congratulations, Kuranoa. Your time patrol team has gained another formidable warrior, he remarked to the Supreme Kai of Time. Indeed, Kuranoa replied with respect. Very well, I am now informed. Lord Zeno has his own plans, so there is no need for alarm. Thank you, High Priest. We shall take our leave now, the Supreme Kai of Time responded respectfully, leading the two away from the Zeno's palace. As the three departed, a faint smile graced the High Priest's lips. Li Feng, is it? Another intriguing individual. It seems the winds are stirring lately. Whoosh. The trio returned to the Time City, where a collective sigh of relief was heard. The High Priest's oppressive aura was overwhelming. Even a mere hint of his divine power had left everyone in a state of submission. Honestly, Li Feng, you just terrified me. The High Priest is exceptionally powerful. If you were to offend him, he could likely extinguish you with a mere finger, he lamented. He isn't fond of unnecessary formalities either, Li Feng retorted. In truth, he too felt a wave of relief. Although he lacked a systematic divine power assessment, it was evident that the High Priest's strength far surpassed that of angels, likely by tens of thousands of times. Currently, Li Feng's chances against an angel were uncertain, so he knew he must tread carefully. Li Feng and Taoa, are you willing to join the Time Patrol and combat temporal crimes? The Supreme Kai of Time extended an olive branch to them. I would be delighted, Li Feng replied. Taoa echoed his agreement. Very well then, when Goku and the others return, I will elaborate on your duties. Of course, the rewards for patrol members are quite generous. You can essentially obtain whatever you desire, and those who perform well may even make wishes upon the Dragon Balls, though excessive requests are not permitted. The Supreme Kai of Time thoughtfully introduced the Time City to them. This was Li Feng's first visit to the Time City, and his understanding of this enigmatic realm was still quite limited. The Time Patrol, in essence, functioned like a police force, overseeing the multiverse to combat various temporal criminals or restore the normal flow of time. Taoa had previously disrupted several timelines, necessitating their restoration. Chapter 176. The Mysterious Ultra Instinct Goku vs. Beerus. Just then, Li Feng's space alarm blared loudly. Is this my own universe? Li Feng exclaimed in shock, swiftly tearing open a time-space scroll to pinpoint his universe. Wait for me. Upon seeing Li Feng step into the portal, Taoa clutched her wand tightly and followed suit. Since being rescued by Li Feng, she has regarded him as her pillar of support, developing a sense of reliance upon him. Whoosh. The two of them traversed back to Universe 1807. Could this be Beerus? Li Feng was taken aback, never expecting that the narrative involving gods from his universe would commence. Swish. In an instant, he appeared amongst the main characters. Buzz. Taoa, wielding her wand, also vanished after a flash of magical energy. Oh, is it true that there are no Super Saiyan gods here? In the air, a slender purple cat, arms crossed, scoffed. Then this planet holds no significance. He raised his right hand, swiftly condensing a purple sphere of destructive energy. Just then, a beam of white light erupted from the ground, enveloping the entire scene. Subsequently, everyone present vanished, leaving only Whis, Master Roshi, and a few other Earthlings behind. What just happened? Where did they all go? Krillin inquired. That wave of white light had caused Beerus, Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, Goten, Lazuli, Li Xing, and others to disappear. It must be Li Feng's doing. Let's head to the hyperbolic time chamber. Bulma opened a portal, allowing everyone to enter and observe the ensuing battle. The hyperbolic time chamber had been transformed to resemble the outside world, with an expansive battleground boasting various terrains such as mountains and plains. No longer a mere expanse of white. Oh, this place. Beerus was astonished, having been forcibly relocated. It must be Li Feng's spatial abilities. Splendid. Now I can unleash my full power. Goku produced a Senzu bean and swallowed it whole. Gulp. His energy surged back to its peak. Oh, what does this mean? Were you concealing your strength before? Beerus queried, digging at his ear. Previously, being outside could easily lead to the Earth's destruction if one exerted full power. Here, however, it is a combat space specifically created by Li Feng, allowing us to fight without reservations. Humph, I'll deal with you first, then seek out that Li Feng. Beerus remained dismissive. Goku firmly planted his feet on the ground, fists clenched, and began to gather energy. Veins bulged on his forehead as his muscles tensed. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted, sweeping across the area. He roared, golden energy erupting like a volcano. Zzz. Zzz. The golden flames violently rubbed against the air, generating blue arcs of electricity. Boom. A red tail swayed freely, exuding a primal and wild essence. Goku underwent a remarkable transformation. His upper body was cloaked in red fur, revealing only his formidable abdominal and chest muscles, while his disheveled black hair cascaded over his shoulders, his entire being ablaze with golden flames. Super Saiyan 4. The Goku of the main universe had successfully transformed. But it was not over yet. Gritting his teeth, Goku tightened his fists as the terrifying aura continued to swell. He aimed to perfectly fuse the mysterious power he had previously acquired with the strength of Super Saiyan 4. Goku endeavored to merge the enigmatic white energy with the golden Super Saiyan power. With a resonant hum, indeed, the two forces coalesced once more, giving rise to an even more formidable strength. A flurry of energy erupted, manifesting as the mysterious Super Saiyan 4. Goku had achieved it. At that moment, his power transcended even his former self during the divine era of the original narrative. What? This power? Beerus was taken aback. astonished that the Goku he had just effortlessly vanquished with a mere finger now emanated such a potent aura. Currently, Goku's combat prowess as a mysterious Super Saiyan 4 was an astounding 2,000 trillion. Humph, I shall see just how strong you are. Beerus scoffed, charging at Goku with fierce determination. Huh. Goku, too, unleashed a blaze of golden flames, thrusting forward with a powerful punch. Boom. The cataclysmic collision shattered the mountains below, creating deep craters in the once flat terrain. Such terrifying power. Li Xing, whose combat strength exceeded 100 million, was forcibly transported to the battle space. In that moment, he felt the true essence of a formidable warrior and marveled at it. How dangerous. We must quickly retreat to a safe place. Lazuli cradled her child, urging Gohan and the others to leave first. Thud, 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 thud. Each impact sent tremors through the earth, causing the mountains to lament. The previously solid ground was rent with deep fissures. The Super Saiyan 4 wielded a primal, untamed power, and combined with the mysterious energy, even the god of destruction, Beerus, dared not approach recklessly. Swish, 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 swish. The figures of the two combatants flickered incessantly, red and purple lights intertwining in a chaotic dance. Each clash generating minute rifts in the solid space. This battle was confined to the reinforced arena created by Li Feng and the Shenron. Had it been outside, the very fabric of space would have shattered. Damn it, Beerus is indeed formidable. With each engagement, Goku felt as though his fist struck an invisible wall, reverberating with a dull ache. Even his transformation into mysterious Super Saiyan 4 seemed insufficient to match Beerus's might. Clearly, Li Feng's earlier warnings held truth. Damn it, that guy Beerus is truly that strong. Vegeta, watching from below, was drenched in cold sweat. Initially, he had shared Goku's belief that the transformation into mysterious Super Saiyan 4 would render them fearless against Beerus, but he found himself powerless. Without Li Feng's presence, was he truly incapable of offering any assistance? Was he still so weak? Anger, fear, and unwillingness surged within him, yet he could only spectate as this monumental battle unfolded. His own strength was woefully inadequate. Bang! Ultimately, Goku could no longer withstand the onslaught, succumbing to Beerus's punch and crashing to the ground. Boom! A massive crater formed where he landed. So be it. While his power had increased somewhat, it was still insufficient. Beerus remained unfazed, casually cleaning his ears. Tenfold Kamehameha. Meanwhile, Goku struggled to rise, placing his hands at his waist, gathering a crimson energy sphere. He understood that he must wager everything to have a chance at overcoming this terrifying adversary. Wave. An astonishing red energy wave surged towards Beerus. Chapter 177. Li Feng's Golden Red Super Saiyan. An astonishing crimson shockwave surged toward Beerus. Boom. A terrifying explosion of energy erupted, casting a deep red glow that instantaneously materialized into a mushroom cloud, leaving behind an unfathomable crater that radiated searing energy. Gasping for breath, Goku struggled, for the tenfold Kamehameha was his most formidable strike. Yet, amidst the swirling dust, Beerus's presence was nowhere to be seen. The law of no harm without smoke was in effect. Oh, that last attack was quite impressive, came Beerus's voice as the dust settled. Remarkably, his attire remained unscathed. Dusting himself off, Beerus chuckled. If your attack had been just a tad stronger, it might have wounded me. Alas, you remain unable to escape the fate of destruction. With that, Beerus raised his right hand, and a purple sphere of destructive energy rapidly coalesced, brimming with terrifying power. Panic set in as Goku's pupils dilated. He sensed the overwhelming might contained within. If that sphere were unleashed, he in this realm of spirit and time would surely be obliterated. Struggling to rise, Goku found himself too drained to unleash another burst of energy. Whoosh. Yet, the destructive energy sphere surged forward unabated. It was over. Vegeta despairingly closed his eyes. Li Feng and Lazuli clung tightly to Li Xing, silently praying for a miracle to manifest once more. Dad! At that moment, Li Xing exclaimed in surprise. A resolute figure suddenly appeared before the energy sphere, extending a finger to poke it. Pop! The menacing sphere, once full of dread, was punctured as effortlessly as a balloon, causing no ripple at all. Everyone was left astounded. It seems I arrived just in time. Li Feng surveyed the scene, relieved to see everyone unharmed. However, his expression turned grave. Beerus, this ends here. Who is this audacious brat? Beerus, the god of destruction, looked down upon all, disdainful of anyone who dared to challenge him. Anyone who dares to bully me shall lie down. Li Feng, without further ado, unleashed a thunderous roar, transforming. Boom. A surge of golden red energy erupted, ascending toward the heavens. The sheer power fractured the very fabric of space, generating shards of reality as the ground beneath them crumbled. Engulfed in scorching energy, Li Feng's hair and eyebrows transformed into a brilliant golden red, with a terrifying airflow swirling around him, exuding an astonishing aura. The divine energy, Super Saiyan essence, and mysterious latent power fused perfectly, culminating in the true manifestation of strength. Swish, swish, swish. Li Feng ascended to golden red Super Saiyan. His power amplified a staggering 10,000 times. What was once a formidable strength of 10 quadrillion now surged to an astonishing 10 quintillion. What? Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief. He had initially perceived his opponent as merely a monkey, but now he seemed akin to an ancient beast of legend. Boom. Before Beerus could react, a terrifying crash echoed as Li Feng's fist embedded itself in Beerus's abdomen. A guttural sound erupted as Beerus's insides churned violently, and he spat out a mouthful of bitter liquid. Remember, you must not harm the earth or my friends. With a resounding boom, Li Feng delivered another fearsome kick, sending Beerus flying. Once a figure of superiority, Beerus now resembled a mere wooden post, subjected to Li Feng's unrestrained assault. This was merely Li Feng holding back his own power, choosing not to swiftly bring an end to Beerus. In less than a second, Beerus was struck down again, leaving the ground marred with spiderweb-like cracks. Once more, Beerus was vanquished. Yet, Li Feng's strength had significantly increased since their last encounter. This time, he defeated Beerus using only his mysterious Super Saiyan form. At that moment, Whis, who had been observing the battle, appeared. With a flick of his staff, Beerus was drawn toward him. You must be Li Feng, Whis remarked calmly. Indeed, I am also a time patroller, Li Feng replied. Whis scrutinized Li Feng, seemingly deep in thought. The atmosphere thickened as their energies began to harmonize. My apologies for the inconvenience this time, Whis stated, just as Li Feng anticipated a confrontation. Lord Beerus has been overly arrogant. This serves as an opportunity for him to recognize that there are indeed beings beyond him. However, he cautioned, next time may not be so lenient. That is acceptable, as long as you come to me. But should you resort to treachery against my family and friends, I will not hesitate to retaliate, Li Feng asserted, equally resolute. His powers now surpassed those of an ordinary god of destruction, though this encounter included an element of surprise. He was confident that in a fair fight, he could contend with Beerus at full strength. Take this with you, Li Feng added, offering a delicacy from Earth. After exchanging threats, he recognized the importance of fostering a good relationship with Whis, realizing that a confrontation was not feasible at this moment. Oh, is that so? Are there truly so many delectable treats? Whis's demeanor shifted from cold to excited. Very well, we shall take our leave now. Li Feng, you are quite an intriguing individual. Whis remarked with a knowing smile before waving his staff, causing both to vanish in a flash of light. Exhaling deeply, Li Feng returned to his usual state. After his training, he could shift into any form at will and had gained considerable control over his powers. However, the consumption of energy in his gold-red state was still quite substantial. Dad, Li Xing exclaimed, rushing toward Li Feng. Perceiving him as a great hero who appeared in their most perilous moment, Li Feng, Lazuli also approached, enveloping him in a tight embrace, trembling as she savored his warmth and presence. It's all right now. Everything is fine, Li Feng softly reassured his family. After a brief moment, the others from outside joined them. Bulma rushed to embrace Li Feng tightly, while the main group engaged in enthusiastic discussion. Was that your new form? Incredible, Goku exclaimed, astonished. He struggled to fathom the extent of Li Feng's current strength. Humph. Vegeta was equally proud, yet his ears remained perked up, attentively listening. That is my new transformation, the golden red Super Saiyan. You all shall succeed in transforming as well in the future, Li Feng remarked with a smile. However, having traveled for so long, I find myself quite famished. Let us eat first. Gurgle. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted once more among the group. Following this, a grand feast was held, with several Saiyans devouring the food with fervor. After their appetites were sated, Li Feng recounted his adventures, broadening the horizons of his companions and igniting the warrior's resolve to grow stronger. Chapter 178, Resurrection. The following day, Bulma regarded the weary Tawa, who had slept in the adjacent room, with skepticism. It was evident that her spirit was not at its best, possibly due to the uproar of the previous night. Li Feng, who is this? Oh, that is Tawa, a fellow member of my time patrol team, Li Feng replied calmly. Miss Bulma, Miss Razali, greetings to you both. Tawa greeted, her eyes shadowed with fatigue. Hello, I apologize for any trouble Li Feng may have caused you, Razali said with a smile, though her left hand pinched the soft flesh at Li Feng's waist. Miss Tawa, welcome to our world. He hasn't bullied you, has he? Bulma added, discreetly pinching the other side of Li Feng's soft flesh. Ouch! Li Feng winced at the sudden discomfort. She is indeed my battle companion, with a mission. He managed to extricate himself. Humph. The two ladies huffed indignantly. The four of them fell into silence. Ultimately, Bulma sighed and engaged in conversation with the flustered Tawa, easing the tension. Humph. Yet again, you've gained an advantage, Razali remarked with a mischievous grin as she brushed past Li Feng. Oh my, I truly did not. It is not as you think. Li Feng felt like a mute suffering in silence, unable to voice his grievances. Nevertheless, seeing that the ladies were getting along well reassured him. In truth, Bulma and Razali understood that Tawa had yet to be won over by Li Feng. but seeing her bashful demeanor, reminiscent of their own past, suggested that she was not far from becoming one of their own, prompting them to care for her well. Having grown up in the demon realm, a place where the strong prey upon the weak, Tawa had only known hostility, save for the kindness of her brother, Dabura. Consequently, she donned a mask of coldness, ruthlessness, and allure to survive in such a harsh environment. Eventually, she created the android Mira, yet lacking emotional depth. He was ultimately destroyed by Mechikabura. When Li Feng arrived, he was like a beam of light piercing through the darkness, rescuing her from the mire and, coupled with the nurturing care of Bulma and Razali, she began to experience the warmth of a home. Over the subsequent year, Tawa deepened her bond with Li Feng's family, almost becoming one of them. Along the way, Li Feng and Tawa fulfilled their duties as time patrollers, utilizing time scrolls to rectify historical discrepancies across parallel universes whenever task notifications arose. During this time, Tawa, in her quest to gather magical energy, altered certain histories, thereby empowering former adversaries. Characters such as Raditz, Frieza, and Cell possess greater strength than their original counterparts, rendering the protagonists incapable of overcoming them. However, for Li Feng, rectifying this distorted history proves to be a relatively simple task. He can effortlessly eliminate the antagonists and then bestow a few healing rays upon the protagonists. With his current powers reaching an angelic level and having made significant advancements in spatial mastery, his actions are executed so swiftly that none can perceive them. In an instant, he absorbs the amplified dark energy of the villains, restoring the errant timeline to its rightful path. At that moment, Li Feng's spatial alarm sounded. Is this our universe? He exclaimed in surprise, promptly returning with Tawa to their own realm. Upon their arrival on Earth, they were immediately struck by the overwhelming presence of several formidable auras. Oh ho ho, what a grand spectacle! An ominous laugh echoed from the mouth of a diminutive demon. Within a flying vessel sat a small figure, characterized by blood-red eyes, purple-black lips, and streaks resembling blood tears beneath his eyes. Sharp horns protruded from his head, and his violet shell gleamed, exuding an aura of terror. It was Frieza in his first form. He had somehow been resurrected. You are Frieza? You have returned. Gohan, standing in front, asked in astonishment. Oh ho ho, I am honored that my reputation precedes me, even reaching the ears of those in remote corners of the universe. Frieza replied elegantly. I encountered you in my youth. You were slain by Uncle Li Feng. You should have been banished from Earth upon your revival, Gohan coldly retorted. In my childhood, you were that little Saiyan. Frieza realized, his anger igniting. Where is that bastard Li Feng? I will tear him to shreds. At the mere mention of Li Feng's name, Frieza was consumed by rage. In the depths of hell, he had been seething, constantly envisioning Li Feng as his ultimate rival, and after his minions resurrected him using the Dragon Balls, he secluded himself for 4 months, significantly enhancing his power, now seeking vengeance on Earth. Uncle Li Feng and my father have gone off to train. They are not needed to deal with you. Gohan replied coldly. In this universe, Gohan's strength remained among the top tiers, untouched by the state of transformation. Oh ho ho, Frieza laughed, undeterred by Gohan's disdain. In that case, he raised his right hand and waved it downwards. Kill them. Charge. The minions surged forward like a swarm of locusts towards Gohan. We will assist Gohan in clearing the way, Krillin declared to Tien, Yamcha, and the other Earth warriors. Having witnessed numerous battles, they were acutely aware that their strength paled in comparison to Frieza's minions. However, dealing with the foot soldiers was still within their capabilities. Krillin shouted, unleashing a white aura as he charged towards Frieza's army, sweeping through them with a ki blast. Kick H. Tien echoed, forming his palms into a triangle to unleash his signature attack. Boom. The terrifying energy cannon of a vivid hue obliterated a vast swarm of locusts. The energy sphere, forged by Yamcha, was unleashed as he fervently swung his right hand. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In his wake, all of Frieza's minions fell to the ground. The warriors of Earth displayed remarkable prowess in dealing with these minions, effortlessly mowing them down. However, Frieza remained indifferent to the casualties among his ranks. His sole focus was to achieve his objectives. So confident in his own power. Truly, the Saiyans are an arrogant race. A sinister smile spread across Frieza's face. Zasami, Tagoma, go test his strength. Frieza dispatched 2 of his most capable subordinates. Whoosh, whoosh. A red-skinned figure adorned with horns and a tall, slender purple individual charged towards Gohan. Whoosh. At that moment, a sound of air being sliced open resonated before Gohan, as a figure cloaked in white appeared, arms crossed, a green-skinned warrior declaring, allow me to handle this. Chapter 179, Gohan and Piccolo display their might. After a lengthy absence, Piccolo finally made his entrance. Having undergone over a year of rigorous training, his strength had significantly increased. Another one seeking death. The red-horned warrior exhaled hot air from his nostrils and launched a punch towards Piccolo. Bam! Both warriors collided fists, their bodies trembling slightly. What? Piccolo was taken aback, His opponent's power was on par with his own? Haha. The red-horned warrior grinned widely and unleashed a barrage of ferocious attacks, forcing Piccolo to retreat step by step. Humph. Merely this. The red-horned warrior scoffed, dismissing Piccolo as a trivial adversary, unworthy of Frieza's attention. Finally, he delivered a powerful kick to Piccolo's chest. Bam! Piccolo was sent crashing to the ground like a cannonball. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan shouted anxiously. At that moment, Tagoma obstructed Gohan's path. Your opponent is me. Don't interfere. Boom. Gohan engaged in a fierce battle with Tagoma. Humph. This greenskin warrior is merely a FAAD, utterly weak. The red-horned warrior mocked from midair. Finish him quickly. Whoosh. Tagoma extended his right hand, gathering a red energy sphere that swiftly coalesced. With a swift motion, the searing energy orb hurtled towards Piccolo. Boom. The explosion of the red energy sphere flattened the terrain where Piccolo stood. Buzz. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted from the ground, enveloping Frieza, Gohan, Piccolo, Tagoma, and Sasami, only to vanish in an instant. Whoosh. The 5 figures were teleported directly into the hyperbolic time chamber. The group felt puzzled. But Gohan immediately recalled that this was Li Feng's ability, designed to protect Earth by forcibly transporting all beings with combat power exceeding 1 billion into the battle space of the time chamber, preventing any damage to their planet. Oh, this place is quite suitable, perfect for your grave. Frieza was momentarily taken aback, yet he felt it bore no significance. Boom. Meanwhile, the previously buried Piccolo erupted with fury, unleashing a white shockwave that soared into the heavens, his figure gradually ascending. Snap! Snap! He discarded his flamboyant robe and hat, stretching his limbs with renewed vigor. Splendid. In this environment, he could engage in battle without reservation. Humph. What difference does a change of scenery make? Red Bull Sasami remained unimpressed. This time, it was Piccolo who charged forward with a punch. Bang. Yet this time, it was Red Bull who was sent flying. Piccolo had shed his burdens and was now free to unleash his full potential in the battlefield. His combat prowess naturally surpassed that of Sasami. It was merely his initial carelessness that had led to the current state. Sasami, 10 billion. Piccolo, 12 billion. Red Bull, battered and bruised, struggled to comprehend the situation. Die! Piccolo roared once more, his fists crashing down upon Red Bull, driving him into the ground. Boom. The heavy form created a deep crater upon impact. Die! Demon Light Cannon. This time, Piccolo held nothing back, directing his right hand's 2 fingers to his forehead, gathering a violet aura. Boom. The intertwining spirals of purple and red light unleashed a terrifying energy that pierced through Red Bull. Ultimately, Piccolo relied solely on his strength to vanquish Red Bull. What? That Sesame fellow. Meanwhile, Tagma, engaged in battle with Gohan, was taken aback, astonished that Sasami had been dispatched so swiftly. You are not far behind. At that moment, Gohan's voice resonated from behind him. Impossible. Bang. In response, Gohan delivered a furious kick. Crack. Instantly, the sound of shattered bones echoed from Tagma's back. Followed by a cry of agony. Impossible. After battling alongside Lord Frieza for so long and growing so much stronger, how could I possibly be defeated by you? Tagma was both shocked and enraged. Indeed, as Frieza's sparring partner, Tagma possessed a combat power of 80 billion, comparable to the mysterious Gohan of the original timeline. However, Gohan, having undergone no training, had nonetheless significantly enhanced his strength under Li Feng's guidance, now boasting a base power of 100 billion. Bang, 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 bang. In response, Gohan unleashed a flurry of relentless strikes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After initially familiarizing himself with Tagma's capabilities, Gohan recognized his strength, indeed formidable. A year prior, facing him would not have been an easy feat, however. Gohan's power had surged tremendously, aside from Li Feng. Even Vegeta and Goku could not claim to suppress him in his base form. Bang! Gohan teleported once more, landing before Tagma and delivering a punch that sent him sprawling. I shall not forgive those who threaten the Earth. He understood the gravity of the situation. Without his forebears, only he could safeguard the planet. Whoosh. Gohan concentrated his right hand, rapidly forming a golden energy sphere, which then hurtled towards Tagma. Boom. Poor Tagoma, reduced to mere dust in the air, perished as Frieza clapped his hands in the background. Rather than expressing anger over the demise of his subordinate, he chuckled. Your strength is quite impressive. Beyond my expectations. It seems you will serve as an excellent appetizer before those wretched Saiyans, Li Feng and Sun Wukong, arrive. Frieza's cold laughter echoed ominously. Piccolo wore a grave expression, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Although Frieza had yet to unleash his full power, the energy he emanated was terrifying, akin to facing an ancient beast of destruction. Gohan, too, scrutinized Frieza intently, secretly assessing the disparity in their combat capabilities. Uncle Piccolo, allow me to handle this. Frieza is far stronger than before. Then be cautious. Piccolo nodded, recognizing the vast gap in their strengths. To avoid being a hindrance, he entrusted the battlefield to Gohan. At this moment, Gohan faced off against Frieza. It seems this little Saiyan brat has grown considerably stronger since our last encounter. How about joining my ranks as a captain? I might spare that Saiyan, Sun Wukong, but Feng must perish. Frieza extended an enticing offer to Gohan. Don't harbor such delusions, Frieza. You belong in hell. Gohan retorted fiercely. Very well, then I shall see if your strength matches your bravado. With a thunderous roar, the edges of their garments fluttered without wind, and the ground trembled beneath them as the energy in the air clashed, signaling that battle was imminent. Chapter 180, Son Gohan vs. Frieza. The air crackled with tension as the ground shook, heralding the impending confrontation. With a resounding thud, a floating stone fell to the ground, sounding the battle's trumpet. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, their figures vanished, only to collide moments later. Bang, 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 bang. Each strike unleashed astonishing power, sending ripples of force radiating outward like waves. How terrifying. Is this truly Gohan's strength now? Piccolo, watching from afar, felt cold sweat bead on his forehead, astonished that Gohan had surpassed him by such a margin. Bang. Their fists met again, equally matched, causing both Gohan and Frieza to stagger back a step. Ha ha ha. Impressive, Son Gohan. It appears you indeed possess the strength to challenge me, Frieza remarked with a wicked grin. Frieza, you think you can fight me in this state? You underestimate me greatly, Gohan replied coldly. Yet, inwardly, he was alarmed. Having only just engaged Frieza in his initial form, he realized he was nearly on par with Frieza's base state, despite possessing a Super Saiyan transformation. However, based on his childhood memories, Frieza had at least 4 additional transformations. Just how powerful could he truly be? As a Saiyan, Gohan's long-hidden fighting spirit and determination have been ignited. He does not cower. Instead, he embraces the thrill of battle with fervor. Yet you, without transforming into a Super Saiyan, can indeed contend with me, which is commendable. However, if you remain in your base form, the fight will conclude swiftly. Frieza's laughter echoed, yet his energy continued to escalate. It may be premature to utter such words. Both warriors exchanged fierce declarations, gradually amplifying their auras. With a rustle, white and purple flames ignited, emanating an even more terrifying presence. In his first form, Frieza's combat power has reached an astonishing 100 billion, equivalent to Gohan in his normal state. Yet both combatants were still probing each other, reluctant to reveal their full strength too soon. Zoom, whoosh. Their figures vanished once more, creating an ominous sound of ruptured air. Boom. Frieza launched a powerful punch towards Gohan's chest, which Gohan successfully blocked. In retaliation, Gohan executed a right roundhouse kick aimed at Frieza's waist. Bang. Frieza swiftly parried with his left hand. Whoosh. In an instant, Gohan teleported behind Frieza and drove an elbow into him. Goh. Frieza, caught off guard, felt as though a heavy hammer had struck his back, causing him to spit out blood. Bang. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan swiftly moved again, positioning himself above the recoiling Frieza. With both fists united, he delivered a devastating blow that sent Frieza crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater. With a disdainful grunt, Frieza unleashed a burst of purple energy, a formidable shockwave soaring into the sky. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Frieza extended a finger, rapidly gathering terrifying energy, which he unleashed like a laser towards Gohan. Yet, for Gohan, it posed no threat as he charged forward, racing towards Frieza amidst the purple meteor shower. Whoosh. Gohan again teleported to Frieza's rear, but this time Frieza was prepared. Bang. Frieza thrust an elbow backward, colliding directly with Gohan's abdomen. Goh. Gohan coughed up bile, his body curling in pain. Bang, 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 bang. Now it was Frieza's turn to retaliate, delivering a barrage of strikes at a speed exceeding 1,000 punches per second, leaving Gohan unable to react. Ultimately, Gohan was sent flying by a powerful kick, crashing through several mountain peaks and embedding himself in a massive rock formation. Gohan bellowed, erupting with energy that shattered the boulders around him. With a mighty roar, he surged forward, enveloped in white flames towards Frieza. Yeah, Frieza echoed with fury, his purple aura exploding forth to meet Gohan's advance. The clash of white and purple energies collided, producing a sound akin to a nuclear explosion, as the two figures at the center engaged in a frenzied battle. When did Frieza's power become so terrifying? Piccolo watched in astonishment, realizing the staggering gap that had emerged between himself, Goku, Gohan, and Frieza in just a few short years. Bang, boom. Gohan and Frieza were both sent flying by each other's fists, landing on 2 distant peaks. You are quite strong, but now I shall unleash my true power. Frieza sneered, emanating a terrifying aura. The ground trembled as colossal rocks began to crumble, Frieza's energy swelling ominously. A roar erupted, and in an instant, a purple light exploded forth, revealing a staggering transformation in Frieza. His body, now cloaked in white skin, was adorned with hard purple armor on his head, shoulders, abdomen, knees, and joints. And he had grown taller. Frieza transitioned directly from his diminutive first form to his formidable fourth form. The cosmic tyrant Frieza had returned, embodying his most iconic shape. Crackling arcs of purple energy surrounded him, radiating an astonishing power akin to that of an ancient demon. What? This Frieza has become so powerful. Piccolo's face turned a deeper shade of green, shaken by the sheer force, instinctively trembling in fear from the residual energy. Fear, you foolish mortals. Frieza, now transformed, had completely healed from his previous injuries, his power escalating further. Frieza's combat prowess soared to an astounding 100 trillion. Through relentless training, he had augmented his final form to this extraordinary level. What? Gohan was equally astonished, unable to fathom the extent of Frieza's transformation. This was equivalent to 1,000 times his former first form. In light of this, Gohan realized he must take this battle seriously. His gaze sharpened, and with a mighty roar, he began his own transformation. His muscles bulged, veins protruding as he gathered energy. I shall undergo the mysterious Super Saiyan transformation. Gohan swiftly summoned the enigmatic power within him, merging it with his Super Saiyan strength. After rigorous training, Gohan successfully fused these two forces, attaining the mystical Super Saiyan state that Feng had reached from the outset. The earth quaked beneath the onslaught of his terrifying power, golden and white whirlwinds spiraling upward, forming a colossal vortex that exuded an astonishing aura. Gohan's hair stood upright, turning a brilliant gold, as he radiated golden and white flames. He had successfully transformed into the mystical Super Saiyan. Chapter 181. The Mystical Super Saiyan 2, Gohan vs. Golden Frieza. Gohan had achieved the mystical Super Saiyan form. The golden and white flames blazed fiercely, standing resolutely against Frieza's purple flames. The battle escalated once more. Gohan, in his mystical Super Saiyan form, faced off against Frieza in his fourth form. Oh, this is intriguing, Frieza chuckled, perceiving Gohan as no real threat. This is where your journey ends, Frieza. Gohan shouted in fury, transforming into a bolt of golden lightning as he charged toward Frieza. Boom. He delivered a powerful punch aimed at Frieza, only for the cosmic tyrant to effortlessly catch it with his left hand. Haven't you eaten today? Frieza revealed a sinister smile. What? Gohan expressed his astonishment, unable to believe that his mysterious Super Saiyan transformation was not even a match for Frieza. Frieza swung his right fist, launching a direct blow towards Gohan. Bang! Gohan met the punch with his left hand, only to feel as if he were striking against an invisible wall, his fist throbbing with pain. Ugh. The two began a fierce exchange of blows, testing their strength against each other. Zzz. The energy radiating from their bodies caused the surrounding mountains and stones to tremble, with massive boulders levitating and being torn apart by their terrifying power. Bang. Ultimately, Frieza's strength prevailed, as he charged directly into Gohan with his spherical purple head. Gohan was struck, seeing stars as he instantaneously lost his power. Thud, 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 thud. Seizing this advantageous moment, Frieza unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes, battering Gohan mercilessly in midair. Bang! Frieza grasped Gohan's right leg, spinning rapidly around himself. Whoosh! He twisted faster and faster, before releasing Gohan. Boom! Gohan shot through several mountain peaks like a cannonball, finally embedding himself into a colossal rock formation. Ha! Frieza laughed maniacally. What Super Saiyan? Completely feeble. Gohan's current battle power, as a mysterious Super Saiyan, stood at a mere 800 trillion, still inferior to Frieza. In response to Frieza, Gohan let out a furious roar. Boom! A beam of golden light shot into the sky as Gohan's figure began to ascend slowly. He wiped the corner of his mouth. Frieza? Is your power merely at this level? What? Arrogant brat. Can you not perceive the gulf that lies between us? Frieza's temples bulged, veins protruding. Gohan smirked once more, then clenched his fists, muscles tensing as he gathered energy anew. Boom! A terrifying aura of gold and white surged upward, expanding once again. What? Piccolo below was astonished again, unable to believe that Gohan could grow stronger. Frieza also regarded Gohan with suspicion. Rustle, 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 rustle. In an instant, the aura transitioned from a burning state to an explosive one, forming blue arcs of electricity through the friction with the air. Gohan's hair stood upright, save for a single lock that fell over his brow, as he coldly stared at Frieza. He had transformed into the mysterious Super Saiyan 2. Indeed, through his own efforts, Gohan had managed to merge his mysterious state with the Super Saiyan form, cultivating the mysterious Super Saiyan 2. Whoosh! Gohan swiftly appeared before Frieza. Bang! Before Frieza could react, a powerful punch connected with his abdomen. Frieza's eyes bulged from the impact, his body bending like a bow. Bang! Thud! Gohan showed no mercy, delivering an uppercut to Frieza's chin, then pivoting to kick towards Frieza's shoulder. Whoosh! The wheel of fortune turns, and Frieza plummets to the ground, piercing through a colossal mountain peak, ultimately embedding himself within its depths. Gohan, with his hands resting on his hips, begins to gather a radiant blue energy wave. His aura surges dramatically, and the blue sphere of energy expands, illuminating the entire sky with beams of azure light. The energy orb compresses relentlessly until it can no longer be contained. With a resounding wave, the deep blue shockwave surges forward, colliding with the white figure beneath the mountain. A thunderous explosion erupts, as a terrifying force flattens the mountain and creates a bottomless pit, the residual energy radiating an astonishing aura. Incredible! Gohan has succeeded. Unable to sense Frieza's presence, Piccolo exclaims from below. Gohan gradually descends to the ground, panting heavily. His mysterious Super Saiyan 2 form has become his ultimate weapon. Yet it consumes an overwhelming amount of stamina. He must achieve a swift victory. He retrieves a Senzu bean and consumes it eagerly. A warm, refreshing sensation flows through his body, healing all his wounds and restoring his energy to its peak. Gohan, well done. What has happened to Frieza? Piccolo moves forward but suddenly feels a terrifying aura emanating from the pit, overwhelming him with immense pressure that renders him motionless. How is this possible? Gohan immediately senses the source of this dreadful power. It unmistakably belongs to Frieza. He has survived the full force of Gohan's Kamehameha. A white figure slowly rises from the pit, and Frieza's expression turns increasingly sinister. Well done, monkey. You have successfully angered me. The game ends here. You are the first to witness my latest transformation. Huh. Frieza bellows again, clenching his fists, his muscles bulging as an even more formidable aura erupts from his being. The fiery energy explodes forth, transforming into a golden blaze akin to that of a Super Saiyan. Frieza undergoes a remarkable transformation. His once white skin morphs into a dark golden hue, while the armor atop his head, shoulders, knees, and joints becomes increasingly robust, emanating a dazzling golden glow. Behold, this is me, Golden Frieza. After his transformation, Frieza's previous injuries vanish entirely, and his aura surges to terrifying heights. What? Gohan breaks into a cold sweat, astonished to discover Frieza possesses a new form, one that vastly surpasses his own mysterious Super Saiyan 2. The battle power of Golden Frieza is astronomical, reaching 10 quadrillion. He has ascended to the realm of gods. Meanwhile, Gohan has yet to master the Super Saiyan God state. What to do? Faced with such a tremendous disparity, he would be obliterated in an instant. Gohan, feeling helpless, transforms once more into his mysterious Super Saiyan 2. The golden and white flames surge skyward. Yet beneath Frieza's overwhelming aura, he appears so feeble. Chapter 182, Feng appears. Once again, showboating. Gohan, feeling utterly helpless, transformed once more into the enigmatic Super Saiyan 2, with golden and white auras soaring into the heavens. Yet, beneath the overwhelming might of Frieza, he appeared lamentably feeble. Humph. Frieza scoffed disdainfully before vanishing in an instant to stand directly before Gohan. What? Uft. Before Gohan could react, Frieza's fist struck his abdomen, sending waves of turmoil through his insides and sapping all his strength, forcing him to clutch his belly and collapse to the ground. Oh dear, my apologies. I hadn't anticipated such overwhelming power. Frieza chuckled lightly, placing his foot on Gohan's back. Gohan. Meanwhile, Piccolo, witnessing Gohan's defeat at Frieza's hand, was consumed by urgency. Ignoring the vast discrepancy in their strengths, he charged forward in a fit of rage. Frieza, taken aback by this audacious interruption, casually unleashed a small energy wave. Boom. The seemingly weak energy blast was, in fact, terrifyingly potent, striking Piccolo with explosive force. Ah! Piccolo cried out in agony, his green form collapsing helplessly to the ground. Teetering on the brink of death. Uncle Piccolo. Ah! Seeing Piccolo assaulted ignited a fierce wrath within Gohan, and his golden and white aura erupted anew, sending Frieza flying. I will never forgive you. Enraged, Gohan's power surged once more as he gathered a brilliant blue energy wave, determined to unleash the full might of the Kamehameha to vanquish Frieza. How foolish, Saiyan. Did you truly believe that this technique would be effective? Frieza laughed mockingly, lifting a single finger. In an instant, a horrific purple energy sphere, resembling a swelling balloon, began to expand ominously. Kamehameha. Supernova. The clash of the blue Kamehameha wave and the purple supernova lasted less than a second before Gohan's attack was swiftly overwhelmed, offering no resistance whatsoever. This is bad. Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing the stark disparity in power against Golden Frieza. Ah! Gohan roared in frustration, his aura surging yet again, but even so, facing the cataclysmic energy felt utterly futile. As the supernova drew ever closer, the ground beneath him began to cave in, the destructive energy intensifying. Gritting his teeth, Gohan refused to accept such a grim fate. If I survive this, I will train harder than ever. He regretted not joining Goku and Vegeta at Whis' training. Just as Gohan felt he could no longer withstand the pressure, A small white energy sphere appeared behind him and shot toward the approaching destruction. He assumed that such a feeble attack would be instantly obliterated upon contact with the supernova. However, in a surprising twist, this tiny energy sphere detonated the supernova. Boom. The sky erupted with purple light and terrifying energy, shaking the very fabric of space, causing it to cry out in anguish and opening multiple rifts. Gohan, well done. At that moment, a striking figure stood protectively in front of Gohan, accompanied by a captivating woman wielding a magic wand. Uncle Li Feng, Gohan exclaimed in surprise. Yet after the initial thrill, he felt utterly drained, the enigmatic Super Saiyan state dissipating. The long-absent protagonist had finally returned. You have truly attained the mysterious Super Saiyan form. It brings me great joy, Li Feng praised. However, Uncle Li Feng, I still feel woefully weak, Gohan confessed, overwhelmed by his own insignificance. Fear not. Simply train diligently with your father, and you shall grow stronger, Li Feng reassured him. At that moment, as the billowing smoke from the explosion began to clear, Frieza's menacing figure emerged, fixating a fierce gaze upon Li Feng. Thanks to you, I have undergone spiritual training in hell, and after 4 months of resurrection, I have perfected this form solely for the purpose of seeking vengeance against you, Frieza proclaimed, erupting with a golden aura, his presence imposing. Oh, a change in appearance? You do seem rather formidable. Perhaps you will withstand some punishment, Li Feng yawned nonchalantly. Suddenly, the system notification chimed. Quest issued. Defeat Frieza, golden form. Reward, one-time fragment. Will you accept? The quest arrived belatedly. Yes, Li Feng responded internally, unfazed. His current strength rendered trivial foes uninteresting. He had observed Frieza's battle power through the combat gauge, and it was hardly impressive. Even in his normal state, he could easily overpower Frieza. Humph, such arrogance. I shall see just how much stronger you have become, Frieza scoffed, his golden skin radiating an exceptionally brilliant glow. Indeed, that skin is rather appealing. It should be quite resilient, Li Feng continued to jest. From a distance, Tawa overheard, chuckling uncontrollably. Curse you, perish. Frieza, enraged, launched a powerful punch toward Li Feng. Bang! Li Feng met the blow with a punch of his own, unleashing an explosion of energy that reverberated through the air, creating ripples of force that tore through the fabric of space. Oh, Frieza, have you forgotten to eat? Li Feng taunted. His base power had reached an astonishing level of 20 trillion, and through diligent training, he could effortlessly suppress his energy, even without transforming. He could unleash energy far beyond his normal capabilities. What? An expression of disbelief crossed Frieza's face. He could hardly fathom that Li Feng could contend with his golden state without even activating the Super Saiyan transformation. Damn it. Frieza, unable to tolerate Li Feng's insolence, roared and launched another ferocious assault. Bang, 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 bang. Yet Li Feng faced it all with ease. To him, this was a splendid opportunity to practice his ultra instinct, relying on his body's instincts to counter, though most situations required astute anticipation and agile evasion. Frieza, now seething with fury, had intended to pummel the insufferable Li Feng into a pulp, yet he found himself unable to land a single blow. All of his attacks missed their mark. Remarkable. Gohan, having consumed another Senzu bean, watched the battle in awe, compelled to admire Li Feng's might. He has grown even stronger. Tawa, observing Li Feng's prowess, instantly sensed the shift in power. I am Tawa, his companion. Gohan is indeed aware of Li Feng's charm with women, and he promptly extends his greetings. Tawa finds nothing amiss in this. Whoosh. Finally, Frieza ceased his assault, panting heavily. Meanwhile, Li Feng stood calmly with his arms crossed, exuding an air of tranquility. Chapter 183, Gratitude for Frieza's Grand Gift. Li Feng remained composed, arms folded. No, it is impossible. I have achieved the most perfect state. There cannot be anyone stronger than me in this world. Frieza roared. Die, wild monkey. With that, Frieza extended his finger, gathering an astonishing amount of energy from between his fingertips. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A barrage of purple lasers rained down like a meteor shower, targeting Li Feng. Humph. Li Feng scoffed, but managed to evade Frieza's beams with minimal movement, leaving deep footprints in the ground where he had traversed. Boom, boom, boom. The beams that Li Feng dodged relentlessly collided with the distant mountain, instantly shattering the rock and sending plumes of dust into the air. What terrifying power! Piccolo was astounded by Frieza's relentless bombardment. Such fearsome energy could incinerate him even with his regenerative abilities if he were struck by a stray shot. Huffing and puffing. After a minute of frantic shooting, Frieza lowered his arms, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Humph, arrogant fool. What now? When Frieza caught sight of that striking figure amidst the mist once more, he was shocked again. How could anyone survive such an onslaught? Is it amusing? Before he could finish his thought, Frieza felt a sudden darkness before him, as a fist the size of a cauldron slammed into his face. Bang! Frieza's golden form was sent hurtling backward. Now it was Li Feng's turn to retaliate. Bang, 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 bang. An uncountable number of punches rained upon Frieza as Li Feng vanished from sight, moving with such speed that Frieza appeared to bounce off invisible walls like a volleyball, ricocheting from various directions. Swish. In the end, Li Feng stood with arms crossed, facing away from Frieza, as the initial onslaught from Li Feng finally reached him. His speed was astonishing. So swift that Piccolo could not even catch a glimpse of the afterimages, while only Gohan could barely discern Li Feng's movements. Yet he was even more astonished. Is combat truly capable of reaching such velocities? Bang. Ultimately, it was a combined punch from Li Feng that sent Frieza crashing to the ground. With a tremendous thud, Frieza was hammered into the earth, creating a massive indentation, with spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. One must admit, Frieza's golden skin is indeed quite resilient. Li Feng rubbed his fist from the earlier attack and remarked, "No wonder in the original series, Golden Frieza could endure Broly's strikes for an hour. The king is truly a durable punching bag. How infuriating." Frieza struggled to rise from the pit, his once flawless golden form marred by blood drawn effortlessly by Li Feng, his body smeared with grime and mud. A sight of utter disarray. "In that case, you shall perish along with this planet." Frieza roared, channeling his fury into the skies. With a swift motion, he elevated his hands, gathering a swirling orb of black and red energy. Zap! Zap! The core of the energy sphere, a vortex of dark crimson power, exuded an aura of annihilation. What? This energy is tenfold stronger than my previous annihilation blast. Gohan gasped, realizing that if struck by Frieza's devastating attack, he would be reduced to ashes, and the entirety of the spirit-time world would vanish alongside him. As Frieza's aura surged, so too did the size of the energy sphere, ultimately engulfing the heavens. Die? Frieza pressed down with both hands, the energy sphere descending like a harbinger of doom. It appears this is the end. A smirk crept across Li Feng's face as he unleashed his own energy towards the cataclysmic sphere. Danger! Piccolo exclaimed, alarmed. It was evident that Li Feng's aura paled in comparison to Frieza's. Uncle Li Feng will surely prevail. Gohan, though anxious, retained his faith in Li Feng. Tawa was astonished by Frieza's newfound strength in this universe, but was even more awed by Li Feng's prowess at that moment. To be so formidable without transforming into a Super Saiyan? Perhaps her previous choices had indeed been correct. It had been long since she absorbed new energy. She wondered what splendid gift Frieza would bestow upon her this time. Li Feng remained remarkably composed, facing the terrifying sphere of annihilation as if it were merely an enormous roast, saliva pooling in his mouth. With a clap, he pressed his hands against the energy sphere, his cells within him awakening with fervor, voraciously consuming the energy like a whale engulfing its prey. To the onlookers, the once terrifying sphere now appeared benign, willingly converting into gentle energy that flowed into Li Feng, enhancing his physical strength. 1 million, 2 million. Unbeknownst to him, Frieza's energy sphere seemed to diminish in size, while Li Feng maintained the fa of straining against it, veins bulging on his forehead, muscles rippling as though he were expending every ounce of strength to withstand Frieza's might. Is that all you've got? Regret not transforming into a Super Saiyan? Embrace your demise. Frieza laughed heartily, increasing his pressure on the energy sphere. In that moment, Li Feng seized the opportunity, continuing to absorb the energy, his body growing ever more resilient. As he absorbed fully, his cells began to divide anew, yielding greater vitality. Swish, swish, swish. The more he absorbed, the faster he drew in energy, until finally, his body resembled a black hole, an insatiable force that reduced Frieza's energy sphere to a mere speck before it vanished entirely. Save for Tawa and Li Feng himself, the other three spectators gaped in disbelief at this formidable figure. Who on earth are you? They gasped, utterly astonished. Frieza trembled uncontrollably. While it could be considered normal for his atmospheric blast to be nullified, the fact that his energy projectile was absorbed was beyond comprehension. Li Feng let out a satisfying belch. One must admit, Frieza had once again provided an unexpected boon. Li Feng's baseline power now reached an astonishing 25 trillion. Very well, Frieza, I appreciate your gift. To express my gratitude, I shall spare you further torment. With a hum, Li Feng extended his right hand, slowly coalescing a diminutive energy sphere. With a swift motion, he hurled it towards Frieza. Without hesitation, Frieza darted away, realizing the gravity of his predicament. Having his own ultimate technique consumed was no laughing matter, and survival took precedence. Perish! Li Feng shouted as the white energy sphere shot forth like a meteor towards Frieza. No! As the energy sphere drew ever closer, Frieza sensed the looming specter of death. Yet, no matter how he tried to flee or retaliate, his efforts proved futile. Ultimately, the tiny energy sphere struck him. Boom! In the distance, a tremendous explosion echoed, giving rise to a mushroom cloud. Chapter 184, Demigra. Boom! Once again, a deafening roar resonated, accompanied by the ascent of a mushroom cloud. Poor Frieza, having attained his golden form, not only suffered a thorough beating, but also unwittingly presented Li Feng with a grand gift. Ding. Task completed. Defeat Frieza, golden form. Task reward, 1-time fragment. Do you accept? Yes. Another time fragment was now in hand. The number of such fragments throughout the universe remained an enigma. Uncle Li Feng, has Frieza truly perished? Gohan inquired. Indeed, he has been dispatched to the underworld. Let us return to Earth. With a sweeping gesture, Li Feng conjured a portal leading to the outside world. However, at that moment, an unusual sound emanated from the portal. Zzz. What is happening? Li Feng, well versed in spatial abilities, immediately discerned that someone was attempting to invade through the portal. Buzz. The once white portal fractured, transforming into a red vortex, from which a figure emerged. Clad in divine attire, with azure skin and an extravagant mane of crimson hair, the individual possessed eerie red pupils, from which 2 crimson streaks trailed down his face. Exuding an unsettling aura, adorned with a golden headpiece and wearing patera earrings, he wielded a wand that radiated immense magical energy. Oh, such formidable power exists in this world. The mysterious sorcerer chuckled ominously. You are Demigra. What brings you here? Tower exclaimed, her countenance paling at the sight of the enigmatic figure. Demigra? Li Feng raised an eyebrow. Demigra, a character from Dragon Ball Heroes, was a demon sealed away by the Supreme Kai of time 75 million years ago. However, due to Tawa and her companions frequently altering the timelines, the seal had weakened, allowing him to escape, though he was ultimately resealed by the main protagonists. The plot, as it stood, was somewhat convoluted, especially now that Mira had perished, Tawa accompanied him, and the doppelganger Mechikabura had also met his demise, resulting in the premature unsealing of the time lock. You must be Tawa, am I correct? Submit the powers you've gathered from the demon realm, for soon I shall unify the true demon realm. Demigula chuckled. Not a chance. You think you can unify the demon realm? How is it that Mechikabura has not dealt with you? Li Feng retorted. Humph, that old fool is half dead, seemingly weakened due to the demise of one of his avatars. I pursued that power and chanced upon you all. It appears that the inhabitants of your universe are quite formidable, capable of vanquishing Mechikabura, Demigula observed, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. It seems that Universe 1207 remains secure. Li Feng sensed no anomalies from the time-space pearl. That old wretch Mechikabura has already met his end at my hands. Would you care to taste the same fate? He said coldly. Upon Demigula's entrance, Li Feng had already assessed his combat prowess. Demigula's power level registered at 100 trillion. A mere 100 trillion? Hardly a threat, he sneered. Haha, I merely came to extend my greetings, and besides, this is but a fragment of my true self. Demigula smirked wickedly. Ding. A mission was issued. Defeat Demigula. Avatar. Mission reward. 1 Dark Dragon Ball, 1-time scroll. Will you accept? At that moment, the system's notification chimed in again. Another Dark Dragon Ball and time scroll. Splendid rewards, Li Feng thought. Yes. Without hesitation, he accepted the challenge, eager to gauge Demigula's true abilities. That lad over there? You are the aberrant one. Demigula caught sight of Li Feng. What aberrant? Li Feng inquired. The one who should not exist within this universe. Demigula's eyes gleamed with understanding. So, you are the cause of the anomalies in this universe. And so what? Though the demon god Demigula may possess formidable powers, I fear nothing. Strength alone is sufficient to obliterate all, Li Feng declared defiantly. Humph. Demigula scoffed, raising his staff. Buzz. The staff emitted a crimson glow, and in an instant, a spell struck Li Feng. Smack. Li Feng felt his energy flow significantly hindered. This is rather intriguing. I have yet to experience this form, he mused. Wait, I can still move? Demigula was taken aback. Typically, the target of his freezing spell would be immobilized. Engaging in magic, are we? Quite amusing. Smack. Li Feng snapped his fingers, and instantly the sensation of paralysis dissipated, his energy flow returning to normal. This was his method of learning magic. Whenever he was subjected to an opponent's spell, his extraordinary learning ability, coupled with the black and white magic he had learned from Majin Buu, allowed him to replicate it successfully. And what of this? Demigula, unfazed, unleashed more spells. Trouble. That is divine power, dark power, light power. Li Feng is in danger. At that moment, another skilled sorcerer, Tawa, gasped upon witnessing Demigula's spellcasting. What is that? Gohan and Piccolo, lacking knowledge of magic, inquired. That is magic meant for the divine. Mere mortals stand little chance against it, Tawa explained, preparing to rush forward to aid Li Feng. There's no need to approach. The level of magic you possess is insufficient. From a distance, the reassuring voice of Li Feng resonated. Waves of blue, black, and white energy struck Li Feng, momentarily halting him. However, his body was already infused with divine essence, rendering the divine magic merely a source of nourishment that amplified his divine prowess. Furthermore, he had previously encountered the dark power during his confrontation with Micacapula, absorbing a portion of its energy, thus rendering it ineffective against him. The only force he had yet to experience was the light power, which, instead of incinerating him as it would a mortal, flowed over him like a gentle embrace from a mother, healing him and bestowing an indescribable comfort. What? Demigula's eyes widened in disbelief, as if the situation had exceeded his expectations. How dare he be so audacious? Prepare to perish. Demigula raised his wand, conjuring a destructive energy sphere. A colossal orb of red and purple erupted with a terrifying force. Whoosh. This time, it was a ball of destructive energy infused with the power of the god of destruction. Oh, a familiar tactic. Li Feng casually cleared his ears, unfazed by the menacing energy sphere. Boom. Ultimately, the blank energy orb exploded, engulfing Li Feng. Humph, so naive, Demigula scoffed. He had thought Li Feng formidable, but it was merely luck that had released him from a few spells. Now he was still utterly defenseless. This is where it ends. Your repertoire of magic consists of only these few tricks. Amidst the smoke, a chilling voice emerged. What? Chapter 185, Demigula's second form? Instant kill. This is where it ends. Your magic is limited to these few types. The fog cleared, and Demigula was astonished. How could that man still be alive? As the smoke dissipated, the handsome figure of Li Feng reappeared, his attire unscathed. Swish. Before Demigula could react, Li Feng vanished, materializing behind him, with a gentle kick to his back. The impact resonated like a stellar collision, producing a thunderous sound. Ah! Demigula spat blood, several bones in his back fracturing as he was propelled forward at incredible speed. Let us see how you fare against this. Li Feng blinked above Demigula, his right hand channeling a magical beam. Ah! A bolt of purple lightning struck Demigula with ferocity, rendering him paralyzed, frothing at the mouth and convulsing. Demigula gasped. Young man, you dare to bully a 75-million-year-old elder? You lack martial virtue, tread carefully. Li Feng retorted. Pa? A magician? Is this all you've got? Let's try something else. He raised an eyebrow. His encounters with wizards were few, and he was eager to showcase his own magic and hone his skills. ZZZZ. 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 He continued to unleash various elemental magics. Howling winds, torrential rains, blinding lightning, searing flames, icy hail, light, darkness, and more, all concentrated upon Demigula, whose anguished cries echoed through the air. How terrifying! Gohan swallowed hard from a distance, astonished by the potency of Li Feng's magic. He had not anticipated that, in addition to his formidable physical prowess, Li Feng was adept in diverse magical arts akin to Bu. How could Li Feng's magic be so powerful? As a sorcerer, Taoa was acutely aware of Li Feng's profound mastery of magic. Ordinary spells would scarcely affect Demigula, yet here he was, thoroughly tormenting him, a testament to Li Feng's might. Demigula, bombarded by an array of spells, was no longer the poised and elegant figure he once was. He now bore the marks of battle, his magical robe reduced to tatters, his visage a picture of disarray. Infuriated, Demigula seethed with rage, for he was a god of magic. To be humiliated by a mere mortal was an affront that shattered his dignity and left his pride in tatters. Vegeta remarked, "You have finally come to understand my feelings. I had no intention of resorting to this, but you have truly provoked me beyond measure. I shall make you wish for death." With a thunderous roar, Demigula erupted in a blaze of crimson energy, his battle power surging dramatically. Yet, at that moment, Demigula's physique underwent a startling transformation. His previously slender form bulged with muscle. His face became grotesquely swollen. His pupils glowed a fiery red. His ears sharpened, revealing menacing fangs, and he towered to a height of 5 meters, with sharp black spikes erupting from his shoulders, rendering him a horrifying monstrosity. The second form of Demigula was truly a repulsive and malevolent creature. Yet his aura was overwhelmingly powerful and terrifying, instilling fear in all who beheld him. How frightening! Is this Demigula? Taoa trembled under the immense pressure of the god's power. Infuriating. This monster can still grow stronger. Piccolo's complexion deepened to an even more vivid shade of green. With a cataclysmic roar, the transformed Demigula's black-red aura surged into the heavens, radiating a terrifying presence that heralded the emergence of an unparalleled beast. The overwhelming divine power and energy effortlessly tore the fabric of space, creating rifts in reality itself. His battle power had soared to an astounding 400 trillion. Enough. It is time to conclude this. After testing his magic, Li Feng found himself disinterested in Demigula's current state. It was simply too repulsive to endure any longer. With a determined shout, he clenched his fists. Boom. Another surge of golden energy erupted as Li Feng transformed into a quintessential Super Saiyan. An even greater strength surged forth, shattering the godly power and pressure that had previously weighed upon them, allowing the onlookers to breathe a sigh of relief. Gazing upon the golden warrior, the three spectators felt reassured. Demigula, filled with rage and humiliation, unleashed a colossal fist, crackling with red lightning. Humph. Li Feng scoffed, unafraid, and met the attack head-on. Boom. The astonishing force instantaneously warped space once more, creating rifts in time and reality. In less than a second, Demigula's massive fist crumpled under the force, his colossal form hurtling backward like a cannonball. Swiftly, Li Feng, a man of few words, declared his intent to conclude the battle without delay. In an instant, he teleported behind Demigra, raising his right hand. A golden energy sphere rapidly coalesced, and with a gentle flick, it struck Demigra. Boom. A mushroom cloud ascended as the seemingly small energy sphere unleashed a terrifying power, causing the very fabric of space to tremble and tear, creating fissures that resonated with chaotic temporal currents. The earth below quaked under the weight of this formidable force, splitting into cracks. Ding. Mission accomplished. Defeat Demigra. Clone. Mission rewards. 1 Dark Dragon Ball, 1 Time Scroll. Do you accept? Yes. This was the current Li Feng, having effortlessly vanquished Demigra's clone using merely the most ordinary Super Saiyan form and a minor energy wave. However, this was merely a manifestation of the demon. The true entity, when combined with full power, would undoubtedly be formidable. Yet, what did it matter? The only concern was his own ascent and strength. Impressive, Gohan exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment at Li Feng's effortless annihilation of Demigra, the ancient demon god. Tawa, aware of Demigra's fearsome reputation, was equally astonished by Li Feng's prowess. Contemplating his strength and recalling how he had previously saved her, her heart began to succumb to an overwhelming desire to remain by his side. All right, let us head out, Li Feng said, waving his hand to restore the ravaged terrain to its original state. He then opened a spatial portal once more, though this time, no invaders threatened the universe. Whoosh. The 4 returned to the outside world. By the way, where have Goku and Vegeta gone? They didn't join the battle against Frieza when he came to Earth? Gohan responded, Dad and Vegeta went to train with Whis. They mentioned achieving a new form. Oh, I see. Well then, I shall go and observe as well, Li Feng said, excitement coursing through him at the prospect of a challenge against Whis. Chapter 186, Tao's Home. Oh, I see. Well then, I shall go and observe as well, Li Feng reiterated, his enthusiasm palpable as he anticipated a contest with Whis. Tawa, where are you headed now? She murmured to Li Feng. I'm going to Whis of this universe. May I accompany you? Tao's face flushed with crimson. Witnessing this, the seasoned Li Feng could not miss Tao's affections. Of course. However, at that moment, Li Feng's stomach grumbled. Perhaps I shall postpone my visit to Whis. I am a bit hungry. The group fell silent, but after enduring numerous battles, they felt quite fatigued and decided to return home. Thoughts of Bulma and Lazuli filled his mind, and he missed them dearly, along with their 2 adorable children. Tap, 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 tap. The group arrived in West City. Oh, it's Dada's energy. Li Xing keenly sensed the presence of Li Feng and joyfully rushed out. Li Feng, has this scoundrel finally returned? Bulma, cradling Li Yu, complained. Though happiness and longing radiated from her expression, Lazuli emerged with a bright smile. Hee, did you miss me? Li Feng dashed forward, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair, finally allowing the tension of constant battles to dissolve. Since traversing to the future universe, he had not returned home. How comforting it felt to be back. Tawa gazed at the Li family with an envious expression. Who is this? The observant Bulma quickly spotted Tawa, standing beside Li Feng. I am Tawa, a friend of Li Feng, she replied, her voice growing softer, her cheeks flushed. Upon witnessing this, Bulma could hardly fathom the situation, but she had long since ceased to care, and together with Lazuli, welcomed her warmly, assuring her to feel at ease. Meanwhile, the robot began to serve dish after dish of delectable food, transforming Li Feng, Li Xing, and Gohan into voracious eaters, devouring the feast with fervor. Subsequently, Gohan and Piccolo took their leave, while Tawa stayed next door, waiting for the children to fall asleep before Li Feng's late-night meeting commenced. All right, let us discuss the circumstances. Lazuli and Bulma inquired, arms crossed. Actually, Li Feng recounted his adventures in detail, beginning with his journey to the future universe, where he confronted the Demon Realm King, Mechikabura, followed by his experiences in the City of Time, narrating the tale as if sharing a captivating story. Lazuli and Bulma listened in astonishment. Their previous discontent over Li Feng's flirtatious nature dissipated, replaced by concern and compassion. They engaged in a deeper exchange with Li Feng about life. The next day, Li Feng awoke feeling refreshed and greeted Tawa, who appeared equally weary and blushed as she returned his greeting. Bulma and Lazuli were still recovering from their exhaustion from the previous day's events. Tawa, did you rest well last night? Li Feng inquired casually. Very well, it's quite comfortable here. Thank you, Tawa responded, refraining from mentioning what she had overheard the previous night. Just the fact that the Li family had taken her and filled her with gratitude. That's good. Consider this place your home from now on. All right. Tao's cheeks flushed. Perhaps misinterpreting something. Let me show you around this world. I reckon you haven't truly explored the Dragon Ball universe before, Li Feng suggested. Sure. At that moment, Tawa resembled the young Lazuli of yesteryears, being led by Li Feng. Noticing Li Feng and Tawa departing, Lazuli and Bulma finally awakened inside the house. Oh dear. Yet another young girl has been ensnared, Bulma chuckled helplessly. Indeed, I was once like that, lazily mused, stroking her golden locks. However, Tao's situation is even more tragic than mine. Her brother's fate is unknown, pursued by formidable enemies, wandering through various universes. The heartache and suffering she endures are beyond our comprehension. Lazili felt a profound sympathy for Tao. Indeed, it was thanks to Li Feng that we were rescued. Otherwise, I might have lived in solitude for decades, much like my future self, Bulma reflected. Li Feng replied, no, I merely seized Vegeta's scene. Vegeta? On another front, Li Feng and Tao were on a date. Tao was astonished to discover the myriad delights of the human world, exquisite garments, delectable cuisine, towering edifices, and much more, all of which she had never encountered in the demon realm. Having grown up in the demon realm, where her brother Dabura's influence instilled either fear or ulterior motives in others, she was constantly on edge, compelled to don a mask to disguise her true self, transforming into a figure of allure, terror, and avarice. Now, however, she could remove her mask and embrace her authentic identity as a demon realm princess, revealing a radiant smile. Li Feng, too, was struck by Tao's true nature, so innocent and kind, confirming that he had indeed made the right choice. System, is wooing a girl spoken of in such grand terms? Li Feng, it is not I who am pursuing her, rather, she is pursuing me. System, I have never encountered such audacity. Li Feng, and now you have. In the days that followed, Tao gradually integrated into Li Feng's large family, especially since she was a sorceress who often accompanied Li Xing and Li Yu in play. Witnessing the children's innocence and excitement, Tao felt for the first time that her magic was genuinely useful. Li Feng and his wife felt immense joy. One day, while on a date, Tao mustered the courage to pose a question. Why do you and Lazuli and Bulma engage in such activities at night? Tao's voice trailed off faintly. Oh, that is because I am helping them enhance their energy, he explained. How do you enhance it? Tao inquired, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. Well, you shall find out tonight. That evening, Tao officially became part of Li Feng's circle. In the deep of night, Tao emitted sounds of happiness as their lives transcended once more. It must be said that Tao's physique was indeed remarkable, causing Li Feng's evening lessons to extend considerably before he finally succumbed to slumber. The next day, upon seeing Tao limping back home, Bulma and Lazuli exchanged knowing smiles, promptly pinching Li Feng's soft flesh. Li Feng cried out for mercy, as joyous laughter filled the house. In the days that ensued, Li Feng lived quite freely, alternating mornings spent with Tao, Bulma, and Lazuli on dates, returning home in the afternoons to be with the children, and dedicating his evenings to training before seeking further interactions with various ladies, leading a life that was wonderfully fulfilling. Chapter 187, The Destruction of the God Realm. A rematch with Goku and Vegeta. Well, it is time to pay a visit to the God Realm. After 2 months, once Tao had settled, Li Feng resolved to once again enhance his combat prowess, and engaging with the angels presented the perfect opportunity. With a smooth journey ahead, he bid farewell to his family and immediately sought the location of the God Realm, teleporting there in an instant. Whoosh! Li Feng's silhouette emerged in the realm of destruction, where the surroundings were remarkably enchanting. A few purple divine trees emanated a mystical energy. The lake's surface was clear and tranquil, while the horizon was painted with resplendent hues of twilight. Suddenly, Weiss sensed an approaching presence and swiftly reacted. Long time no see, Weiss. Li Feng greeted him amicably. Oh, it is Mr. Li Feng. However, this is the realm of the god of destruction, and entrance is generally forbidden for ordinary individuals. I have brought some delightful treats. Li Feng replied. Are Goku and the others training? Upon hearing about the delectable food, Weiss's expression brightened instantly. The last time Li Feng had provided him with a universal capsule filled with a variety of delicacies, he and Beerus had soon devoured it all. A few months prior, Goku and Vegeta had also brought a few snacks, but they were far from sufficient, and Weiss found himself yearning for more. Ahem, Mr. Li Feng, you are quite generous. Weiss cleared his throat. Very well, I shall summon Lord Beerus to partake as well. With a tap of Weiss's staff, a burst of white light illuminated the space. What is it? Beerus's impatient voice echoed. Lord Beerus, Mr. Li Feng has brought some culinary delights and invites you to join him. What? Li Feng? That scoundrel. Wait, did you say food? Despite his dissatisfaction with Li Feng, the mention of food was enough to pique Beerus's interest. In a flash, a purple figure appeared beside Li Feng. Hey, Lord Beerus, where did you suddenly vanish to? Shortly thereafter, Goku and Vegeta also arrived. Li Feng. Beerus glared at him with disdain. Well, I brought some delicacies, but if someone refuses to eat, then that is their loss, Li Feng teased, enticing Beerus. Then by all means, bring out your food. And I shall overlook the previous incident, Beerus replied, his sole focus on the prospect of indulging in the treats. With a flourish, Li Feng opened the universal capsule, and a magnificent array of food was presented before them. Goku, Vegeta, Mr. Weiss, you must be famished. Let us all partake. Wow, Li Feng truly is impressive, Goku exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. I appreciate your effort this time, Vegeta remarked, seemingly softened by the situation. Thus, the group joyfully relished the feast. Once they transformed into their mighty forms, they devoured the food with astonishing speed. By the way, Li Feng, what brings you here? Has something occurred on Earth? Goku asked, surprisingly astute. Indeed, while you were training, Frieza was resurrected, Li Feng disclosed, omitting the details of his travels to other universes. Nanny, I missed such an opportunity. Vegeta exclaimed, distressed at having lost the chance for a confrontation. What a pity, Goku echoed, equally disappointed at missing the chance to battle Frieza. However, Gohan has grown significantly stronger. Perhaps next time we can bring him here to train together. What do you think, Mr. Weiss? Hey, what do you think this realm of destruction is? Beerus interjected with dissatisfaction. It is indeed a pity that the culinary delights of Earth cannot be brought along. However, hold on, if there are delicacies, it may not be impossible. Huh, two gluttons think they can challenge me? Li Feng had a firm grip on Beerus and Whis. Li Feng, it has been a while since we last sparred. I have grown considerably stronger lately. Let's engage in battle. Upon seeing Li Feng, Goku felt a familiar surge of fighting spirit rekindle. Wait, Kakarot, it's my turn this time, Vegeta declared, equally inflated with confidence. No worries, as per our usual custom. You both can come at me together, Li Feng replied with unwavering confidence. Damn it, you look down on us again, Vegeta grumbled. This time, I will flatten you. Goku laughed in response. Swish, swish, swish. With three piercing sounds, the trio swiftly soared to three distant peaks, confronting one another. Come on, let us see how well you've trained, Li Feng taunted. Goku erupted with energy, a white streak racing towards Li Feng, while Vegeta also began to move at high speed, closing in on him. Boom. Goku delivered a punch, which Li Feng effortlessly blocked, followed by Vegeta's fearsome strike aimed at Li Feng's forehead. Thud. Yet Li Feng remained remarkably composed in facing the onslaught. Both Goku and Vegeta unleashed the classic Saiyan battle cries, their punches and kicks raining down in a relentless barrage upon Li Feng. To Li Feng, the attacks from the two adversaries were utterly transparent. It was as if he were witnessing them in slow motion, allowing him to effortlessly counter each blow. After catching Goku's fist, he sidestepped Vegeta's roundhouse kick, then retaliated with a punch to Goku's chest, swiftly turning to deliver a kick that sent Vegeta flying. Boom, boom. An orange and black figure was sent hurtling away. This was merely the initial counterattack from Li Feng, yet it already sent both opponents reeling. TSK. That kid Li Feng has indeed grown stronger. From a distance, the god of destruction, Beerus, observed Li Feng's movements with keen clarity. Recognizing that even in his normal state, Li Feng was significantly stronger than he had been during their previous encounter. Although Beerus had not exerted his full power back then and had been caught off guard, it nonetheless reflected the fact that Li Feng's strength had surpassed that of the god of destruction. You have undoubtedly improved since our last encounter. Yet it is still insufficient to contend with me. Li Feng praised their rapid advancement. At this moment, their battle powers were as follows: Son Goku, 100 billion, normal state. Vegeta, 80 billion, normal state. Their current battle powers had surpassed their strengths from the 2307 Super Universe period, likely reaching the intensity of the Tournament of Power in Dragon Ball Super, comparable to that of the Time Patrol, who were a decade older than the fighters from Dragon Ball Super. Moreover, the storyline had yet to reach the Zamasu arc. Indeed, under the influence of Li Feng's extraordinary capabilities, everyone's strength had risen correspondingly. Let us see the fruits of your training, he teased. Do not be too surprised shortly. With a chuckle, Goku's expression suddenly turned serious as he let out a fierce shout. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta recognized that it was not the time to hide his strength and roared in response. The battle escalated. Chapter 188. The Super Blue Transformation of Son Goku and Vegeta. The battle intensified. The ground trembled, and a terrifying aura erupted from the two who had transformed. Goku's muscles tensed, veins bulging on his arms, radiating an astonishing energy. Buzz. As the energy surged to a peak, a divine aura was suddenly released from Goku's body, enveloping him in a divine energy cloak that soon shattered. Crack. The blue exterior shed away, revealing a significant transformation in Goku's appearance. His hair stood upright, turning blue, as did his eyebrows and eyes, and his entire being erupted with a sacred blue flame. This was the Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, also known as Super Blue from Dragon Ball Super. On the other side, Vegeta similarly let out a roar, unleashing a divine aura as his blue energy cloak fell away, resulting in an identical transformation. For the first time, Son Goku and Vegeta had achieved Super Blue. My form is an advanced transformation beyond Super Saiyan God, and I shall call it Super Blue, Goku declared with a grin. Meanwhile, Li Feng utilized his scouter to assess the two warriors' power levels. Son Goku, 2,000 trillion, Super Blue. Vegeta, 1,600 trillion, Super Blue. Their Super Blue transformations were 20,000 times their regular state. matching the magnitude of the original Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Fortunately, they did not encounter Frieza this time, otherwise, they would have been unable to prevail. Li Feng chuckled to himself. Perhaps it was due to the influence of his universe's Frieza that the Golden Frieza's combat power surpassed both of theirs. It seems that facing formidable foes is indeed the catalyst for strength. A new transformation, how splendid. I shall take this seriously. Huh, Li Feng bellowed, instantly unleashing an even more formidable aura that soared into the heavens, releasing a portion of his normal energy. Boom. An astonishing energy quickly filled his entire being, erupting with terrifying intensity. Rustle, 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 rustle. The white flames blazed fiercely as Li Feng elevated his energy to the level of 1 quintillion. After battling with Demigra's avatar, his normal combat power had reached 50 quintillion. This was merely 1/50th of his potential strength. Yet, this overwhelming energy instantly suppressed the divine aura of both warriors. What? Vegeta was astounded by Li Feng's power. Unable to believe that Li Feng didn't even need to transform into a Super Saiyan to surpass his Super Blue. Truly formidable. Goku also broke into a cold sweat, realizing that this would likely be a challenging battle. Vegeta, taking the initiative, knew that they were at a disadvantage. If he did not strike first, it could spell disaster. Whoosh. Like a bolt of blue lightning, Vegeta appeared before Li Feng in an instant, launching a heavy punch aimed at his forehead. Bang. Regrettably, Li Feng effortlessly deflected the transformed attacks. Suddenly, a sound of air being torn apart echoed behind him. With a swift instant transmission, Wukong materialized at Li Feng's back, delivering a powerful punch. Yet, it seemed as though Li Feng possessed eyes at the back of his head, as he elbowed backwards without turning. Bang! The space reverberated once more as Li Feng completely nullified both assaults. Vegeta and Wukong unleashed their Saiyan roars, fervently assaulting Li Feng. In the air, a yellow and 2 blue figures intertwined continuously, producing an array of explosive collisions. Li Feng remained remarkably composed, absorbing the strikes without retaliating. But his defense was impenetrable. Their attacks failed to inflict any harm upon him. Damn it! Is the disparity in strength truly this vast? Vegeta ground his teeth, having believed that with his newfound transformation, he could at least compel Li Feng to exert his full strength, yet the gap had only widened. Ultimately, after Li Feng caught Vegeta's kick and Wukong's punch from the side, he chuckled. Is it my turn now? With a swift turn, he lashed a kick at Vegeta's waist, followed by a punch to Wukong's abdomen. Crack! Boom! The two impacts resonated almost simultaneously, and Wukong and Vegeta, caught off guard, were instantly sent flying. Whoosh! Whoosh! Thus commenced Li Feng's counterattack. He executed 2 instant transmissions, first appearing above the airborne Vegeta, delivering a punch that sent him crashing toward the ground, then instantaneously reappearing beside Wukong, kicking him toward the mountain. Bang! Thud! One figure crashed to the ground, while the other was embedded within a massive rock, creating spiderweb-like fissures across both the earth and the mountainside. What is happening? I haven't even exerted any force, and you fall? With a tremendous roar, Vegeta soared from the ground, arms outstretched, gathering golden energy. Very well, the long-absent prince's battle technique has arrived. An energy sphere imbued with divine essence surged menacingly toward Li Feng. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Li Feng, however, elegantly evaded Vegeta's energy assaults with minimal movement, leaving only footprints on the ground from his high-speed mobility. On the other side, Wukong also erupted with fury, sending boulders flying as he hurled energy blasts at Li Feng from another direction. Boom, 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 boom. Once again, a golden barrage erupted with fervent flames, a relentless storm of energy orbs ravaging both Li Feng and the ground beneath him. As the bombardment intensified, Li Feng could not evade entirely, resorting to deflecting or countering some of the projectiles. The onslaught raged for over a minute, dust and debris swirling, until Wukong and Vegeta finally ceased their assault. Is it still the same old routine? No hint of innovation? Amidst the thick smoke, the striking figure of Li Feng emerged unscathed, still standing resolutely. However, before Li Feng could finish his words, 2 formidable auras erupted simultaneously from 2 distinct directions. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, 2 blue figures vanished and reappeared right before Li Feng. Kamehameha. Final flash. 1 blue and 1 yellow wave of energy surged toward Li Feng with tremendous force. The instant transmission Kamehameha and the instant transmission final flash. Humph. With a cold snort from Li Feng, he was mercilessly engulfed by the 2 shock waves. Boom. In that moment, the energy shock produced a deafening explosion, and the ground, which had just settled, once again cried out in anguish. The terrifying energy created a massive crater, still emanating a shocking residual force. Hey, you guys, ease up a bit. My god of destruction realm is on the verge of devastation because of you, exclaimed Beerus, witnessing the once fertile land reduced to mud. Roar. It's all right, Lord Beerus. I will assist you in restoring it later. However, have you noticed? Li Feng is truly remarkable. Chapter 189. The distinct transformations of the Saiyans. However, have you noticed? Li Feng is truly remarkable. Although Beerus was reluctant to admit it, Li Feng had indeed surpassed his expectations. Huff, ha, huff, ha. Goku and Vegeta landed, panting heavily. The recent combination of their prince's fighting style along with instant transmission had drained them of an immense amount of energy. Their previous powerful moves had indeed been well coordinated. Yet, from within the deep pit, a smug voice echoed. A dashing figure slowly rose, arms crossed. He had not utilized energy absorption, but had rather endured the blows with sheer physicality. It must be noted that the recent full-force attacks from the two had merely slightly torn his clothing and left a bit of dust upon him. Well, at most. It's just a trivial matter. This monster. Vegeta lay helplessly, gasping for breath. Smack. Goku too sat down helplessly, fatigue etched across his face. Actually, you both performed admirably. This transformation is quite formidable, Li Feng said, sensing the dejection of the two and feeling a bit embarrassed to continue his display of superiority. However, if the previous Super Saiyan transformations could be combined, it would yield even greater power. Indeed, in the universe where Li Feng resided, both Goku and Vegeta had received the potential enhancement from Li Feng and were aware of the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Prior to this, they had solely been training in the Super Saiyan God transformation. Huff. Goku exhaled deeply, gradually rising to his feet. The battle is not over, he declared resolutely, locking eyes with Li Feng. Oh, Li Feng raised an eyebrow. Could it be that Goku had mastered a new transformation? He was somewhat eager to witness the growth of the main characters. Indeed, this is not my full power. Vegeta also stood, preparing to confront him once more. To express my gratitude for the energy enhancement you bestowed upon me, I have resolved to defeat you with my utmost strength. Ha, ha. Goku and Vegeta roared once more. Boom, boom. The azure aura of divinity erupted once more, radiating an astonishing and sacred essence. Goku's muscles tensed anew, veins bulging as he endeavored to transform into a new form. He had already mastered the super blue energy, and now he sought to amalgamate it with the enigmatic power within him. Ha! Goku roared again, attempting to harness the white energy coursing through him. Yet both forces vied for dominance, causing his aura to flicker erratically. Merge with me. Unable to contain himself any longer, Goku fused the super blue power with the mysterious energy. Boom. In an instant, the two forces completely merged, unleashing a more terrifying force. Like a mighty dragon emerging into the world, a tremendous aura instantly painted the sky a brilliant blue. Goku's appearance also transformed. The previously super blue energy now harbored a layer of white mysterious essence, exhibiting a dual-layered flame, blue at its core and white on the outside, burning ominously. Vegeta, equally unwilling to be overshadowed, also combined his powers, opting for the super blue energy alongside the might of a Super Saiyan. The fusion of blue and golden Super Saiyan forces erupted with astonishing might, a cerulean brilliance soaring skyward. Vegeta's form underwent a significant change as well, upon merging his strength. His aura turned green, his hair, eyebrows, and pupils all transforming to a vivid green, muscles bulging. This is me, Vegeta in Super Green. He proudly gestured with a thumbs up. Uffed. Li Feng nearly spat out his drink. This scene felt oddly familiar, and Super Green? Well, it certainly suited him. Swirl, 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 swirl. The auras of the two warriors formed a cyclone of blue and green, continuously spiraling around them, reminiscent of two colossal beasts howling in fury. Both had simultaneously fused their internal powers, transforming into new states. Naturally, Li Feng utilized his combat device to assess their current battle powers. Son Goku, 16,000 trillion, mysterious super blue. Vegeta, 12,800 trillion, super green. Their fusion transformations were 8-fold the power of super blue, while his initial fusion should yield a 10-fold increase in a singular state. What? These two rascals have secretly become so powerful. Yet the most astonishing reaction came from Beerus, who widened his eyes and swallowed hard. Clearly, their battle powers had barely grazed the realm of the gods of destruction. Ha, 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 how amusing. Whis chuckled gracefully. Hey Whis, I want to train too. I absolutely refuse to allow anyone to surpass the gods of destruction. Indeed, Lord Beerus. Oh, have you both mastered the fusion of your powers? Li Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. Then I shall transform as well. Ha, with another roar, Li Feng erupted in golden flames. Since Goku and Vegeta had chosen different fusions, he decided upon the final option, the merging of mysterious power with the transformation of an ordinary Super Saiyan. This marks the initial fusion of two formidable forces initiated by Li Feng. With a resonant hum, the golden and white energies effortlessly merged, unleashing a cataclysmic might. An explosive golden-white aura surged skyward, eclipsing the energies of Goku and Vegeta in an instant. The inner flame burned in gold, while the outer flame blazed in white. their fusion igniting with astonishing power, as if threatening to carve a black hole into the very fabric of the heavens. Li Feng's mysterious transformation amplified his capabilities 1,000-fold. The combined energies surged to 10 times that of their original state. At this moment, Li Feng's combat prowess reached an astonishing 50,000. What? Vegeta gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom the sheer strength of Li Feng's transformation. Such terrifying power. Goku felt a quiet dread as well, though he too wielded dual forces. The degree of Li Feng's fusion was evidently superior, enhancing his transformation to a greater extent. Oh, the Saiyans indeed possess a rich variety of transformation colors, Whis remarked wryly. Beads of sweat trickled down Beerus's brow. Had he merely taken a brief nap? When had such formidable beings emerged in this universe? Though he now surpassed both Goku and Vegeta, he was still powerless against Li Feng, whose strength undeniably eclipsed that of a god of destruction. Despite appearing as an ordinary Super Saiyan, Li Feng possessed transformations beyond reckoning. It was imperative that he returned and intensified his training. Beerus resolved silently. Chapter 190. The show must go on. 3 powerful auras erupted into the sky, releasing potent energy that clashed in midair, generating intense sparks as the ground trembled. Fissures spreading across its surface. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of air being sliced apart echoed as Goku and Vegeta launched their assault. Green and blue flames manifested before Li Feng, their fists imbued with destructive energy aimed directly at his abdomen and chest. With a disdainful snort, Li Feng raised his hands to deflect the fierce onslaught. The collision caused a slight tremor in the surrounding space, waves of excess energy radiating outward. Thud, 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 thud. Before the first strike had even settled, Goku and Vegeta commenced a relentless barrage, their hands and legs transforming into a flurry of fists, raining down upon Li Feng like a hailstorm. Bang, 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 bang. Li Feng met their assault with calm determination. Though his power exceeded theirs, he welcomed the opportunity to refine his skills through this spar. Goku and Vegeta's offensive was extraordinarily fierce, quickly gaining the upper hand. Whoosh. This time, it was Goku who instantaneously appeared behind Li Feng, delivering a swift kick aimed at his back. Preoccupied with fending off Vegeta, Li Feng sensed a gust of wind behind him and, with no time to defend, braced himself to endure the blow. Bang! Li Feng staggered forward, and in that fleeting moment, Vegeta seized the opportunity, delivering a punch to Li Feng's abdomen. What? Vegeta was taken aback, having anticipated that his strike would render Li Feng motionless, yet he was astonished to find his fist reverberating with a tingling numbness. Meanwhile, Li Feng remained unfazed and capitalized on the moment, grasping Vegeta's shoulders with both hands and launching a headbutt. Bang! The sound of the impact was heart-wrenching. As if Vegeta's head had collided with a star, he was immediately dazed, seeing stars. Li Feng then delivered a kick to Vegeta's side, sending him hurtling away, before swiftly pivoting to elbow Goku. Boom! Thud! 2 more resounding impacts echoed as the 2 figures were sent reeling backward. Whoosh! Li Feng, seizing the advantage, instantly teleported to Vegeta's position, his fists coming down upon him with force. Bang! Vegeta, engulfed in a green aura, transformed once more into a tragic figure, mercilessly slammed into the ground. Li Feng then reappeared behind Goku, intent on delivering a kick to send him flying. Whoosh! However, Goku had reacted immediately during Li Feng's pursuit of Vegeta, denying him the chance, and vanished with a teleportation of his own, reappearing behind Li Feng and launching a punch. Sensing the air being displaced behind him, Li Feng scoffed and teleported once again to Goku's rear. Whoosh! 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 Goku too detected Li Feng's energy, teleporting once more. The 2 figures rapidly retreated in a blur. Whoosh! But during their final teleportation, Li Feng materialized in an unoccupied space. As Goku instinctively prepared to move, he discovered Li Feng had seemingly vanished. Right here, Li Feng aimed to catch Goku off guard, reappearing directly in front of him and delivering a punch to his abdomen. Cough! The terrifying force compelled Goku to expel a mouthful of bitterness, bending him over. Thud! 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 Li Feng would not squander this splendid opportunity. Employing the same technique Goku had used against him, he unleashed a flurry of punches, hundreds in a second, leaving multiple imprints on Goku's body before sending him flying once again. Goku, hurtling backward like a cannonball, smashed through several divine trees before finally embedding himself into a colossal mountainside. There was no denying it. Even when Li Feng suppressed his energy to match theirs, he could effortlessly triumph over them. His body, now infused with multiple powers, had grown exponentially stronger. In other words, attacks from opponents of equal rank could scarcely breach Li Feng's defenses. Broly, what are you saying? Li Feng, this is the treatment of a powerhouse. Boom. In the distance, a green aura erupted as Vegeta, disheveled, rose from the beam, wiping the corner of his mouth. Damn it, that guy Li Feng has become so much stronger. Unwilling to relent, he unleashed an even more formidable energy. Huh! Vegeta roared, his veins bulging, as two golden spheres of energy coalesced from his hands. Unlike the previous instance, these orbs not only grew larger, but also exuded a hint of destructive energy. Boom. Meanwhile, Goku emerged from the wall, striking a pose and beginning to gather his energy. Kamehameha. This time, unlike before, it was not instantaneous, and thus the energy he was cultivating felt exceptionally potent. Ultimate. On the other side, Vegeta concentrated, enlarging the energy spheres in his hands. Kamehameha. From Goku's fingertips, a brilliant blue light radiated, illuminating half the sky in an instant. Flash. Vegeta, too, drew the two energy spheres closer together, emanating a golden aura. Wave. Huh. Ultimately, the Azure Kamehameha and the golden ultimate flash shot towards Feng from opposing directions. It is well known that Saiyans experience a tremendous increase in battle power during beam clashes, and in that moment, the attacks from both would pose a significant threat to Feng. However, Feng remained unfazed, opting not to counter with ordinary energy beams, but instead to withstand the assault with his own body, foregoing any energy absorption techniques. He had not encountered a battle that excited him in ages, and he needed to feel the thrill of being on the brink of defeat to rekindle his old sensations. In other words, he was reveling in the challenge. System, you are indeed asking for a beating. Boom. The two beams arrived almost simultaneously, and Feng caught them barehanded. Zing. The searing energy made contact with his palm, generating an immense amount of heat. Sensing that their ultimate moves were being resisted, Goku and Vegeta shouted in unison, intensifying their output. Instantly, the Kamehameha and the ultimate flash thickened significantly, their power amplified. Feng felt his palms sizzling, as if they were melting, yet he shouted defiantly, reinforcing his defenses and continuing to endure. This was the feeling. Feng finally sensed the threat inherent in combat. He raised his energy once more, ultimately crushing the two beams. Boom, boom. With two resounding explosions, the Kamehameha and the ultimate flash detonated, leaving Goku and Vegeta exhausted and collapsed. Chapter 191, Battle with Whis. Boom. After the two thunderous blasts, the Kamehameha and the ultimate flash erupted, leaving Goku and Vegeta spent. Phew. Feng exhaled deeply, rubbing his hands that had endured the blast, and promptly consumed several senzu beans to restore his stamina. Phew. Phew. Goku and Vegeta had already returned to their normal states, gasping for air. It was inevitable. That had been their most powerful attack. Yet it had still failed to defeat Feng. Hee, your final strike was quite impressive. Feng tossed them a pouch of senzu beans. Chomp, chomp. After a hasty consumption, their injuries vanished, and their energy returned to normal. Oh dear, Feng, you truly are formidable. Goku lay sprawled on the ground, unable to contain his admiration. Just how have you trained? Vegeta could not help but concede. Indeed, your approach to transformation is commendable. It involves the fusion of various energies within, achieving a greater amplification of power. However, my baseline combat strength surpasses yours, Feng reassured. In truth, the combined combat prowess of the two had already reached levels comparable to that of the finals during the Tournament of Power in the original Dragon Ball Super, rendering them quite formidable. Yet, in comparison to Feng, they still fell slightly short. Now, let us proceed. Feng directed his gaze towards Beerus and Whis. Beerus, upon noticing, was taken aback, pondering, is this rascal truly contemplating a battle with me? Although he did manage to ambush and defeat me last time, he is indeed stronger than I am. What if I end up receiving a thrashing? Cough, cough, Mr. Whis, might I request a sparring session with you? Feng boldly issued a challenge to Whis. What, you wish to fight Whis? Beerus was momentarily stunned, as if he had heard something utterly preposterous. Mr. Whis, I have an abundance of exquisite cuisine at home. Feng shamelessly tempted. Cough, cough, I would be delighted, Whis replied, clearing his throat. Feng, you foolish individual. Whis is my mentor. Prepare to be thoroughly defeated. Beerus displayed a smug expression of triumph. Then let us move to a more suitable location. Feng disregarded Beerus, recognizing that the current version of the God of Destruction was outmatched, rendering a victory meaningless. Whoosh. Tap. Tap. The two ascended to an open area, readying themselves for battle. The remaining three, eager not to miss this extraordinary confrontation, also took flight to spectate. Ding. Task issued. Battle Whis. Normal state. Task reward. Ultra Instinct. Beginner. Do you accept? At that moment, the system's voice echoed. What? Feng was taken aback. What was this normal state of Whis? Furthermore, this reward was indeed valuable. The Ultra Instinct he had long desired, the final power on the path of Saiyan evolution. Yes, yet, he could not afford to be distracted. The battle with the angel remained paramount. He first assessed Whis' combat strength. Whis, normal state 10,000 quintillion. Similar to the God and God Universe 2307. Whis' combat power stood at 1 quintillion. However, Whis revealed not a hint of divine energy, appearing outwardly as an ordinary person. Given that Li Feng's combat prowess had once exceeded that of the angelic level, possessing a divine aura, he perceived far more than Goku and the others could. In confronting Whis, he felt no trace of the other's presence, as if there were no one there at all. Yet, he sensed an overwhelming pressure. A high-level suppression of divine power by angelic might. Cold sweat broke out on Li Feng's forehead, and the more he sensed, the more alarmed he became. Ultimately, he took a deep breath, calming his mind. Oh, Whis was clearly aware of Li Feng's current state and was secretly astonished. It was indeed rare for someone to withstand the power of an angel, even if inadvertently exuding a hint of it. After all, it is merely an angel. I shall become the strongest person in the future. There is no room for retreat. Li Feng contemplated, his gaze sharpening as he initiated the attack. With a single, forceful punch, he struck towards Whis, infused with astonishing might. Crack! Yet, Whis merely extended his left hand, effortlessly neutralizing Li Feng's assault. Li Feng felt as if his attack had vanished into an abyss, akin to striking a cushion. Tap, 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 tap. Undeterred, he unleashed the classic Saiyan barrage, executing a flurry of punches. To his astonishment, Whis remained remarkably composed, parrying each strike with his left hand, while his right hand elegantly held his staff. The more Li Feng struck, the more he sensed something amiss. Why were his attacks so easily thwarted? Although he had not transformed, his strength was formidable. Surely, even against Beerus, his opponent would not so effortlessly dismiss his blows. Even more perplexing was the fact that he could not sense Whis' energy. It was as if the being did not exist at all, with awareness only surfacing when his attacks made contact with Whis' palm. Oh, is Li Feng truly no match for Whis? Goku was taken aback, having believed that Li Feng could hold his own against Whis. Yet it was evident that Whis was at ease. That Li Feng. I concede he possesses strength surpassing that of a god of destruction. But to contend with an angelic-level opponent, he is still woefully inadequate, Beerus scoffed. Oh, does that mean Li Feng has surpassed Lord Beerus? Goku asked innocently. Beerus fumed with embarrassment. Let us focus on their battle, Vegeta interjected, seeking to diffuse the tension. After a moment of combat, Li Feng paused, creating distance. The prowess of an angel is indeed formidable. It appears I must exert a fraction of my power, he thought, his eyes narrowing as he began to gather energy. He stomped fiercely on the ground, leaving deep impressions, his hands clenched tightly, muscles bulging, as an extraordinary aura began to erupt. Boom! A golden aura burst forth, marking the most basic Super Saiyan form. Whoosh! Immediately, Li Feng summoned a mysterious power, a second stream of white energy spiraling upwards, merging into a golden-white blaze. He transformed into a mysterious Super Saiyan state. Still not enough. He called upon the divine Saiyan power within him once more. Buzz! The three energies within him had long been tamed by Li Feng, able to merge or separate at the mere thought of his will. Boom! The golden, white, and red auras erupted simultaneously, generating an incredibly intense cyclone that soared into the sky, illuminating the entire expanse. Whirl, 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 whirl. The golden red energy erupted, engulfing the arena like an ancient beast reborn, unleashing an overwhelming presence and terrifying energy. This is my golden red Super Saiyan state, Li Feng proclaimed, a smile gracing his lips. What? The terrifying aura caused the space to tremble, the earth quaking beneath them, as Vegeta stood astonished. Was this the true power of merging three energies? It was simply overwhelming. Chapter 192. Golden Red Super Saiyan 2 Angelic Level Ultra Instinct. What? The air was thick with an ominous energy that reverberated through the space, the earth trembling beneath it. Vegeta was taken aback, pondering whether this was indeed the true potency of the convergence of three formidable forces. It was overwhelmingly powerful. Li Feng transformed into the Golden Red Super Saiyan form. This scoundrel. Beerus was equally astounded, noting that in this state, Li Feng surpassed his previous strength in their last encounter. Oh, is this the fusion transformation of the Saiyans? Quite intriguing indeed. Whis, after a moment of astonishment, regained his composure. Li Feng bellowed, instantly becoming a streak of golden red lightning as he charged towards Whis. The air throbbed with an immense aura. Boom! Li Feng unleashed a punch aimed at Whis. Snap! Yet, Whis effortlessly caught it with his left hand, though this time, the effort was noticeably more taxing. And he furrowed his brow. Tap, 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 tap. Sensing the enduring defense of his opponent, Li Feng's gaze sharpened, prompting him to launch another fierce assault. This time, Whis did not rely solely on one hand for defense, for Li Feng's speed and strength were evidently overwhelming. Thus, he had no choice but to block with both hands, countering with his staff. Swish, swish, swish. Li Feng's form was a blur, moving like a specter as he sought the opportune moment and angle to strike. However, Whis seemed to remain elusive and unfathomable. Just then, Li Feng detected a slight opening, sensing Whis' aura at a particular moment, and he swiftly struck. Whoosh. Unlike before, Whis did not block this time, but instead evaded Li Feng's attack. Li Feng felt perplexed. That last strike was something no ordinary individual could react to, unless he resumed his fierce onslaught, with fists and legs dancing in the air, weaving a tightly knit web of attacks. Yet, Whis remained utterly composed, evading every strike as if he could foresee Li Feng's every move. Li Feng distanced himself, fixating on Whis, his heart pounding with dread. Indeed, Whis had just employed the Ultra Instinct technique. This technique allows the body to react instinctively, executing attacks or evasions as if by reflex. It is a divine art. In the original Dragon Ball Super, Goku mastered this technique through sheer force, triumphing over Jiren and surpassing multiple levels of combat prowess. Whis' mastery of Ultra Instinct was even more profound. Had Li Feng not transformed into the Golden Red Super Saiyan, he would not have sensed the slightest trace of divine energy emanating from Whis. Whis had already transformed the state of battle into a natural condition, enabling him to evade attacks effortlessly without conscious thought. The sole means to break this impasse was to unleash a greater power to shatter it. Just as Jiren could contend with Goku's Ultra Instinct at full power. Oh, what's the matter, Mr. Li Feng? Whis, noticing Li Feng's cessation of attacks, presumed he had surrendered. In that case, I shall elevate my combat power once more. Li Feng let out another powerful roar, and the golden red flames erupted once more. Boom. In the expanse of heaven and earth, it seemed as though only this searing flame was ablaze, piercing through the horizon. Ziz. Ziz. The astonishing aura erupted outward like a volcano, generating blue arcs of electricity amidst the fierce friction in the air. The flames, which had previously been in a burning state, transformed into a state of eruption. Li Feng, with his hair previously standing on end, now sported only a single lock of bangs. Golden Red Super Saiyan 2. At present, Li Feng's combat power had reached an astounding 250 quintillion. Rustle, 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 rustle. The golden red flames blazed fiercely, seemingly unleashing boundless fury. Such terrifying power. Wukong was taken aback, astonished that Li Feng could be so formidable. Damn. Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration, his body trembling. What? Is this the level that a human can attain? Beerus was equally shocked. In this state, even his full power would be no match for Li Feng. This aura? Whis furrowed his brow, equally taken aback. It was evident that he recognized Li Feng's combat power had far surpassed that of a god of destruction. Once more, before the words had fully escaped his lips, Li Feng's figure vanished again, delivering a punch aimed at Whis' abdomen. Whoosh. Whis deftly sidestepped using Ultra Instinct. The transformation into Golden Red Super Saiyan 2 had significantly enhanced Li Feng's consciousness and reaction speed, allowing him to adapt swiftly, changing his punch into an elbow strike aimed at Whis. Boom. This time, Whis was caught off guard and was sent flying. What? The most astonished of all was Beerus. It was known that no one had ever been able to send an angel flying. Cough. Whis coughed, yet remained unscathed. Indeed, Ultra Instinct is not invincible. Li Feng regained his confidence. As long as his movements surpassed his opponent's reaction speed, he could successfully land an attack. Mr. Li Feng, you are indeed formidable, but now I shall be serious. Whis' gaze sharpened, and the previously erratic aura stabilized, radiating a dazzling silver light. In an instant, an astonishing divine power erupted. Whis fully entered the high-level Ultra Instinct state. This was identical to Goku's transformation into Ultra Instinct in Dragon Ball Super. Whoosh. Without further ado, Whis' figure vanished in an instant, reappearing before Li Feng, extending his staff like a phantom. The sudden attack completely locked onto Li Feng, forcing him to block with both hands. Bang. However, Whis' assault was exceptionally fierce. The pain and numbness radiated through his body, sending him flying. Whoosh. A silver flash darted by, and Whis' figure reappeared before Li Feng, launching a barrage of punches and strikes with his staff. Bang, 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 bang. It was now Whis who took the initiative, the silver aura exploding forth, and a myriad of punches crashed down upon Li Feng, producing terrifying sounds of impact. Damn it. Li Feng found himself unable to teleport away, entirely ensnared by the terrifying aura emanating from his opponent. He raised his arms to shield his face, bracing himself against the incoming assault. However, Whis' relentless strikes crashed upon him like unyielding waves, each blow imbued with formidable strength and velocity, leaving his arms bruised and his entire body battered beyond recognition. With a mighty roar, Li Feng unleashed his fury, sending Whis sprawling backward. Gasping for breath, he rubbed his sore arms. This was the essence of angelic-level mastery, remarkable not only in defense but equally fierce in offense, a state of perfection. It was time to transform further. With a steely gaze, Li Feng prepared for the next level of his metamorphosis. Chapter 193, The Terrifying Golden Red Super Saiyan 4. With renewed determination, he shouted and stomped his feet onto the ground, causing the earth to cave in and dust to billow. as an astonishing aura erupted once more. The golden red flames surged forth, and Li Feng underwent a remarkable transformation. His golden red hair cascaded down to his thighs, his brows vanished, and his cheekbones jutted sharply. Yet, the spectacle was not over. The volcanic eruption of golden red energy did not continue to explode outward, but instead converged inward, ultimately enveloping Li Feng in a golden red exterior. This was Li Feng's full power in the golden red Super Saiyan form, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. With a flash, he appeared before Weiss and unleashed a powerful punch. The astonishing energy contained within his fist caused the very fabric of space to fracture with a terrifying aura that completely locked onto Weiss, rendering him unable to evade with his own mastery. However, Weiss's angelic combat prowess was formidable in its own right, and he retaliated with a punch of his own. The two fists collided, creating a cataclysmic shockwave that rippled outward, effortlessly shattering trees and boulders alike, the overwhelming force resonating from the sky to the ground, inducing a dreadful tremor. Time seemed to freeze for the two combatants. The incredible power instigated a rupture in the fabric of time and space, and both warriors were instantly drawn into the chaos. Not enough. Li Feng's fighting spirit surged, and he charged at Weiss once more, his blood boiling with fervor. An unending supply of energy fueling him, growing stronger with every exchange. Meanwhile, Weiss furrowed his brow, elevating his own aura, realizing he could no longer fully evade with his mastery, as the force of their clashes intensified with each encounter. With a swift motion of his right hand, Li Feng conjured a multitude of portals beside himself and Weiss. Without hesitation, he concentrated his energy and unleashed an overwhelming barrage of energy blasts through the portals. To confront an angelic-level foe, he knew he must exhaust every resource. Yet, Weiss waved his staff, shattering the portals in an instant. Though a portion of the energy blasts still found their mark, the sounds of the blasts echoed violently against Weiss, but within a heartbeat. A green protective barrier materialized around him, absorbing Li Feng's onslaught entirely. The two emerged from the inner realm with a resounding crash. At that moment, the energy waves unleashed within the space erupted fully, instantly clearing the surroundings. "My god of destruction's realm," Beerus cried out, clutching his ears in anguish. "Damn it, so close." Li Feng gritted his teeth. Such a level of assault was still insufficient to breach Weiss's defenses. "Mr. Li Feng, you are indeed formidable. But that may be the extent of your prowess," Weiss's voice echoed eerily from behind. A sudden wave of dread washed over Li Feng, accompanied by a palpable threat of death. With a swift motion, Weiss struck Li Feng with his staff. Although it appeared effortless, the pressure bearing down on Li Feng was overwhelming, locking him in place and rendering him unable to teleport away. In a moment of urgency, he had no choice but to elevate his energy, bolstering his defenses. The impact of Weiss's merciless attack sent Li Feng crashing to the ground like a cannonball, producing a thunderous sound. Instantly, a massive crater formed in the earth, clouds of dust swirling into the air. What? How could he be defeated in a single strike? Vegeta exclaimed, astonished. Everyone knew the immense power Li Feng displayed upon transforming, his aura terrifyingly potent, yet he fell so swiftly? This brat has finally met his match. Huh. He knows nothing of the heights of heaven or depths of earth. Weiss is an angel. Beerus laughed heartily, though his inner turmoil was evident. Had that attack landed on him, he would likely have been the one collapsed on the ground. Li Feng was not so easily vanquished. Goku, too, was taken aback. Yet he retained unwavering faith in Li Feng's abilities. Having known him for so long, he had never witnessed Li Feng suffer defeat. No matter how formidable the adversary, he always transcended them. This instilled in him a resolute belief that Saiyans possessed no limits, capable of overcoming gods and angels alike through sheer strength. Ahem, my apologies. Lord Beerus, I shall restore the planet immediately. Weiss smiled sheepishly, believing the battle had reached its conclusion, and began to tidy up the aftermath. At that moment, Li Feng's aura had significantly diminished. Indeed, Weiss's previous attack, a manifestation of advanced Ultra Instinct, had effortlessly dismantled Li Feng's defenses with a single strike, deeply impacting his body and rendering his consciousness briefly unconscious. If this continued, he would surely face defeat. No one shall force me to concede. Li Feng's eyes flew open as he struggled to rise. He had initially intended to conserve his strength, but that now seemed overly naive. A roar erupted from within the crater. The earth trembled violently, and Li Feng's aura surged forth from the depths like an ancient beast. What is happening? Beerus gasped in disbelief, astonished that Li Feng had not been defeated. A brilliant beam of golden red light shot skyward in response. It radiated intense energy, an overwhelming presence. In an instant, the heavens and the earth were enveloped by this vibrant hue. As the radiance faded, a figure shimmering with golden red light ascended into the heavens. A robust and imposing physique, adorned with scarlet fur covering the upper body, revealed powerful pectoral and abdominal muscles, emanating an aura of terror. Golden red hair, tousled and wild, cascaded over the chest and back, accentuating a primal and untamed strength, while a long crimson tail swayed rhythmically, reverberating through the air. This was my golden red Super Saiyan 4. The confident words spilled from Li Feng's lips. At last, Li Feng had transformed back into the golden red Super Saiyan 4. How is this even possible? Beerus exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. He struggled to fathom that someone could possess both the essence of a deity and that of a mortal, with power reaching angelic levels. Is this the true transformation of a Saiyan? Vegeta gasped, astonished. His own Super Saiyan transformation seemed laughable in comparison. While he had reveled in his achievement, Li Feng had created an insurmountable gap between them. I will grow stronger too. Goku's eyes sparkled with determination, his resolve to become more powerful intensifying. Chapter 194, The Ultimate Duel with an Angel. This is my golden red Super Saiyan 4. Li Feng flashed a confident smile. The scarlet tail swayed rhythmically, exuding an aura potent enough to cause ripples in the fabric of space. Undoubtedly, Li Feng's power had ascended to angelic levels. Mr. Li Feng, you have truly exceeded my expectations, Whis remarked in admiration. Would you be interested in becoming a candidate for an angel? To Li Feng's surprise, Whis extended an olive branch. Not interested, Li Feng firmly declined. What audacity! Beerus overheard from a distance, incredulous. Who could possibly reject the honor of becoming an angel? It was a supreme accolade, offering immunity even if the Omni King decreed the annihilation of the universe. Angels would still endure. Such a pity, Whis chuckled. My goal is to defeat everyone. Huh. Before the last syllable faded, Li Feng's figure suddenly vanished, leaving only an afterimage behind, while his true self had already materialized behind Whis. The golden red Super Saiyan 4, with combat power reaching angelic levels, locked onto Whis with a formidable aura and energy, rendering evasion nearly impossible. Without hesitation, Li Feng unleashed a punch toward Whis' back. It was as though Whis possessed eyes at the back of his head, as he effortlessly intercepted the strike with his hand. Boom. The collision created a silent shockwave that rippled outward in expanding circles. Crack. The space around them shattered once more as the two entered the tumult of time and space. Their combined strength shattered the very fabric of reality. Humph. Since we are in the chaos of time and space, we needn't worry about causing destruction to our surroundings. Li Feng scoffed, delivering a knee strike aimed at Whis' back. Thud. The bone-crushing sound echoed, and despite the protective barrier of the angel, the overwhelming force shattered all defenses, striking Whis with tremendous impact and sending him flying. This was indeed Li Feng's first true blow against an angel. However, Whis reacted swiftly. Though he collided with the temporal meteor like a cannonball, he halted instantly and conjured a protective shield with his staff. Yet it was not over. Li Feng's figure re-emerged above Whis, his fists clenched, delivering a devastating blow that sent Whis plummeting downward. Crack, crack. In the chaotic currents of time and space, there was no ground or sky, only a murky environment filled with countless meteors. Whis was struck and hurtled downward, shattering the temporal fragments and meteors in his path. Zing. Nevertheless, Li Feng's relentless assault continued, a torrent of rapid-fire strikes hitting Whis as he soared backwards, the sound of thunder resonating in the air. Each time a silvery glow emanated from Whis, Li Feng intensified his strikes, landing critical hits with each blow. What of the angelic level of the free-flowing ultimate technique? Under the overwhelming power, everything would be torn asunder. Crash. Whis, in his frustration, unleashed the free-flowing ultimate technique. However, having faltered initially, he found himself completely suppressed by Li Feng. Under the weight of his terrifying strength, he was left with no means to retaliate, forced to evade only a fraction of the onslaught, while the remainder struck home. Ultimately, Li Feng shattered the protective shield with a single punch, his ferocious fist embedding itself into Whis' abdomen. Cough. Whis expelled a spurt of blue blood, his body bending like a bow. Bang. A series of strikes culminated in Li Feng delivering a kick that sent Whis crashing into a massive boulder. Buzz. Yet, in the next moment, Whis' entire being erupted with dazzling silver light. Rustle. 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 Whis was infuriated, his advanced free-flowing ultimate technique manifesting. The terrifying divine power surged forth, asserting its dominance, effortlessly shattering nearby stones. He finally unleashed his true strength. Whoosh. With a flourish of his staff, numerous energy waves, each powerful enough to rival the destruction god's orbs, filled the sky. Go. The energy spheres that had previously hovered in the air now soared towards Li Feng. Was this the strategy of the Prince of Angels? Then let the clash commence. This time, Li Feng adopted a different approach. He formed golden energy orbs with both hands, hurtling them towards his opponent at breakneck speed. In an instant, golden and silver orbs danced through the air, a beautiful meteor shower of two contrasting colors colliding, as if a genuine cosmic collision were unfolding, unleashing terrifying energy and deafening roars. Each impact resembled the violent clash of two planets, sending shockwaves through the fabric of space. Li Feng, drawing upon his Saiyan heritage, grew stronger in the face of adversity. The energy within him surged forth like an inexhaustible power source, radiating outward without fatigue or fear. Coupled with his energy absorption technique, his reserve seemed nearly limitless. In contrast, Weiss, having been out of practice for too long and finding the free-flowing ultimate technique ineffective against Li Feng, gradually felt his stamina waning, his divine aura diminishing. A prime opportunity. Li Feng seized the moment, amplifying his assault, and in an instant, the golden meteor shower intensified, completely engulfing Weiss's silver energy orbs. Boom, 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 boom. The energy of the two combatants rapidly dwindled, ultimately resulting in the complete nullification of the silver energy sphere. The excess golden energy orb, however, relentlessly consumed Weiss. After approximately a minute of relentless assault, Li Feng finally ceased his attack. Yet, he was acutely aware that Weiss would not be easily vanquished. This was merely a conventional suppression. Thus, he began to gather his strength for a decisive strike. As the smoke dissipated, Weiss's figure emerged, no longer adorned with the previous grace and composure, but rather covered in soot, his attire tattered, presenting a disheveled visage with blood at the corner of his mouth, a pitiful sight indeed. However, Li Feng's assault did not wane. He seized the moment when Weiss gasped for breath and delivered a powerful punch. That was enough. Weiss, now incensed, instantaneously unleashed his full divine power. An astonishing surge of angelic energy erupted, completely immobilizing Li Feng in an instant. This must end here. Weiss aimed his staff at Li Feng once more, gathering a terrifying aura. Undoubtedly, should Li Feng be struck by this attack, he would surely lose consciousness, rendering him incapable of defeating Weiss. No, the Saiyan knows no limits. He shall not be defeated by an angel. He must summon every ounce of strength to shatter this confinement. As the silver energy drew ever closer, his heart raced with increasing intensity. Break free. Annihilation Fist. At last, Li Feng unleashed his long-prepared ultimate move. This technique, once utilized long ago, had been deemed too fearsome to employ against formidable foes prior to this moment. Yet now he had no choice but to execute it. Instantly, a black fist imprint surged forth, obliterating everything in its path, fracturing the very fabric of space. What? Weiss's pupils constricted. The terrifying black fist, imbued with world-ending power, instantaneously dispersed the oppressive force he had exerted. Li Feng's golden-red Super Saiyan form's Annihilation Fist reached its zenith. In that fleeting moment, his power surpassed that of the angels. Boom. The Annihilation Fist ruthlessly struck Weiss, producing a thunderous sound. Crack, crack. The space itself shattered, and the temporal gateway re-emerged, returning both to the realm of reality. Yet, Weiss remained constrained by that dreadful black fist, unable to withstand even with his angelic might. This was ultimate power. This was terrifying might. Bang! Weiss was slammed into the ground, creating a deep crater. Instantly, the peak crumbled, and rocks shattered. Everywhere the fist's wind passed, black burn marks and fragments of space manifested. Ding! Task completed. Battle against Weiss. Normal state. Task reward. The art of ultimate freedom. Beginner. Do you accept? At that moment, the system chimed melodiously. He had truly defeated the angel Weiss. Yes, Li Feng immediately accepted the reward. And the method of cultivating the art of ultimate freedom appeared in his mind. So that is how it works. He would refine it in due time. He exhaled deeply, reverting to his normal state. What? You have indeed defeated Weiss. Upon witnessing Weiss embedded in the ground, Beerus's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Let us consider it a draw, Li Feng replied, albeit reluctantly. Crack. From the depths of the crater, Weiss's form gradually ascended. No, Mr. Li Feng. I have thoroughly lost this time, Weiss stated, maintaining his composure despite the disheveled appearance. In the final attack of the Annihilation Fist, he sensed before him a man embodying unparalleled will and formidable authority, a presence unmatched by any deity. This man possesses the potential to disrupt the existing hierarchy of divine power. Yet, Weiss, as an angel, is tasked with safeguarding this universe. How the Grand Minister and Zeno choose to handle matters is beyond his purview. Li Feng, too, understood that although he appeared victorious over Weiss, it was largely due to Weiss's restraint, who had merely utilized the Ultra Instinct technique without resorting to other formidable attacks. Revealing angelic-level power might alert the Grand Minister or Zeno. However, at this juncture, he had no choice but to confront the situation head-on. If it came to opposing them, he would fight to the bitter end. First, he would relocate Earth to Universe 1207 for the safety of his family, and then he would bide his time. Li Feng was confident that mastering Ultra Instinct would elevate his strength further, making him unyielding even against the Grand Minister. This time, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Weiss, Li Feng remarked, retrieving a universal capsule. I hope to spar with you again in the future. Inside are delicacies, a token of appreciation for our battle. Oh ho ho, Mr. Li Feng, you are exceedingly gracious, Weiss exclaimed, beaming at the mention of food. Hey, wait a moment. What about me? Beerus interjected, stepping forward. I only battled Weiss this time, hence my offering. If you wish, you could challenge me as well, Li Feng replied with a grin. Ahem, Whis. You cannot possibly consume all of that, Beerus said, sweating profusely. If even Whis could not best Li Feng, then surely he would be inviting his own misery. Only a fool would engage. Well, I shall take my leave. Li Feng bid farewell to everyone. Whoosh. He vanished in an instant. Li Feng is truly formidable, Goku remarked. Awestruck. Humph. One day, I shall surpass him. Vegeta retorted, still unwilling to concede. Ho ho, Mr. Goku, Mr. Vegeta, your training is yet unfinished, is it not? Now it is my turn to challenge you, Whis smiled. Wait, I think I'll pass. Haha, so will I. It was clear to everyone that Whis had just lost. Outwardly unfazed, he was secretly seeking an outlet for his frustration. Lord Beerus, where are you off to now? Asked the bewildered cat, preparing to flee. Wait. I suddenly feel unwell, he stammered, concocting a feeble excuse to evade combat. Ho ho ho, how amusing. Allow me the audacity to engage all of you. Whoosh. Whis ultimately decided to unleash his wrath upon them. Ah, no. Wait. Don't come over here. Let me finish my meal first. A cheerful voice resonated from the divine realm. Whoosh. Li Feng returned to Earth. In reality, only a few hours had passed, yet the battles he endured felt interminable, particularly the climactic confrontation, which had been a near brush with death. After such a strenuous ordeal, one craved the warmth of home. Lazili, Bulma, Tawa, I am back. Li Feng shouted towards the three ladies inside the house. Li Feng, my dear, you have returned. The three ethereal women emerged from within, welcoming their beloved. I'm so exhausted, but it has been fulfilling. While Bulma prepared a feast, Li Feng recounted the events of his recent battles to everyone. What? You actually fought against an angel? That is incredibly dangerous. Tawa, who had previously been in the demon realm, understood the significance of angels more than the others. They were the most formidable beings in the known universe. Did this imply that Li Feng was now among the strongest in existence? Yet, upon hearing that he had nearly been bested, a pang of concern stirred within her. Haha, you truly are remarkable. Thus, the night unfolded sweetly, albeit with a unique quality. Having gone through so much, Tawa had also integrated into Li Feng's family, proving her worth. The next day, Li Feng awoke and bestowed gentle morning kisses upon the slumbering figures beside him. Indeed, this was his home, a sanctuary that no one could tarnish. And he vowed to protect it at all costs. After the fierce battles, the relaxation he experienced the previous night, both mentally and physically, had granted him a profound sense of liberation. He resolved to commence his training in the Ultra Instinct technique. However, according to the knowledge in his mind, mastering this technique was no simple feat. It demanded a tranquil state of mind, allowing everything to meld into one's being, surrendering to the body's instincts, thereby enabling the execution of Ultra Instinct. Thus, he refrained from immediately entering the hyperbolic time chamber for solitary, arduous training. Instead, he chose to enjoy time with his family, playing with the children, reveling in joy and happiness, and dispelling the remnants of anger within him. This, too, was a facet of training. Sometimes, an overly tense spirit is counterproductive, just as too much relaxation is detrimental. A balanced adjustment was necessary to restore oneself to an optimal state. After several days, Li Feng felt he had sufficiently recalibrated his condition and once again entered the hyperbolic time chamber to train. Chapter 196, Training in Ultra Instinct. After a few days, Li Feng believed his state was adequately adjusted and re-entered the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Although he had previously triumphed over Whis, it had been a hard-fought victory. It was apparent that Whis had held back considerably. Otherwise, the battle would have been concluded from the outset. Angels, unlike Saiyans, could enhance their combat prowess without transformation. The most formidable challenge remained mastering Ultra Instinct. During his confrontation with Whis, many of his attacks had been evaded, and he had ultimately relied on the brute strength of Super Saiyan 4 to prevail. Now he set his sights on fully mastering Ultra Instinct. According to the knowledge he had acquired, the application of Ultra Instinct requires complete control over one's body, necessitating an exceptionally serene mindset and the mobilization of vast reserves of energy within. Li Feng closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surroundings. In this space, he stood alone. Yet the environment brimmed with life. Grasshoppers leaping across the verdant meadow, cicadas resting upon the sturdy trunks of ancient trees, fish swimming gracefully in the crystalline river, and eagles soaring majestically in the sky. Every living creature exuded energy, surviving by instinct, and now he sought to merge harmoniously with this environment. The Saiyans, a warrior race, often found their spirits agitated and tumultuous after prolonged battles, and such negative states hindered the release of the tranquil ultimate state of mind. He breathed gently, allowing himself to blend into the surroundings, completely relaxing his body. Guided by thoughts in his mind and his extensive combat experience, Li Feng entered a unique state, enigmatic and profound, where it felt as though every cell in his body could be perfectly controlled. A distant breeze caressed him, causing his body hair to instinctively bristle. This sensation was precisely the state required for battle. Buzz. At that moment, A silver-blue aura enveloped Li Feng, ethereal and surreal. As a powerful energy burst forth, with a snap of his eyes, he unleashed his aura, transforming dramatically. His entire being radiated a blue-silver glow. His hair remained black, but his pupils had turned silver. Oh, have I transitioned into the ultimate state of tranquility? He mused, gazing at his reflection in the water in astonishment. Let me test this state. He casually pointed to a stone, invoking dark magic. Swish. Instantly, the stone morphed into a figure resembling Beerus. Though devoid of consciousness, it possessed the instinct to battle. This was his creation, a combat puppet. Whoosh. As the stone Beerus landed, it created a deep crater in the ground and charged at Li Feng with incredible speed. Whoosh. Just as the stone Beerus swung its fist towards his face, Li Feng felt his reflexes sharpen tremendously. He instinctively sidestepped, barely needing to think to evade the attack. In other words, it was as if his body had entered a semi-automated state, allowing him to dodge without conscious thought. Swish, 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 swish. The stone Beerus, driven solely by combat instinct, continued its relentless assault on Li Feng. Yet he reveled in his ultimate state, evading every strike with ease. Previously, having watched Dragon Ball Super, he assumed this state rendered one expressionless. However, this was far from the truth. His mind was free to feel any emotion, while his body became more agile and his thoughts clearer. This was the cultivation of the mind. Once the condition was fulfilled, he could enter the ultimate state of tranquility at will. Boom. Having adapted sufficiently, Li Feng delivered a powerful punch, shattering the stone Beerus into fragments. Achoo. Meanwhile, the god of destruction, Beerus, sneezed. Oh, Lord Beerus has caught a cold? Whis exclaimed in surprise. Surely some rascal is speaking ill of me behind my back, Beerus grumbled, rubbing his nose before resuming his slumber. Li Feng continued to familiarize himself with this newfound form. According to his calculations, the ordinary state of Ultra Instinct's evasion and speed was akin to his transformation into Super Saiyan 4, Golden Red. However, the offensive capabilities were slightly diminished. In terms of overall strength, it was approximately equivalent to 80% of his full power in the Golden Red Super Saiyan 4 form. Yet the energy expenditure was entirely different. Transforming into Golden Red Super Saiyan 4 consumed physical stamina and energy, while the Ultra Instinct state drained mental fortitude and energy. In other words, given the same energy expenditure, the outcome depended on whether one had sufficient physical stamina or mental clarity. It was evident that if either was lacking, one would completely revert from the corresponding state. With this realization, his next objective was to enhance both his mental and energy limits. Thus, he continued his training. Boom. Before long, he comprehended the secrets of perfected Ultra Instinct, his hair standing upright, transforming entirely into a silver hue. His aura intensified, exuding an even more formidable and fierce presence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He summoned his puppets for combat once more, and it was evident that this time, not only was his evasion improved, but his attacks had also become significantly stronger, his power comparable to that of his full Golden Red Super Saiyan 4 form, yet with noticeably reduced energy consumption. Excellent. He resolved to maintain this progress. Li Feng persevered in his training, striving to integrate this state into his daily routine. According to the evolutionary path of the Saiyans, he had now fulfilled all necessary conditions: the Ultra Instinct state, mysterious potential, divine aura, and Saiyan energy. He yearned to merge all these energies into one. Filled with excitement and anticipation, Li Feng pondered what would transpire from merging the Golden Red Super Saiyan with Ultra Instinct. Would he potentially surpass even the angels? Buzz. He began to channel his energy. Within him resided Golden Super Saiyan energy, White Mysterious energy, Red Super Saiyan divine energy, and now, Silver energy. This new Silver energy represented mental energy. He commenced the fusion. However, the newly introduced Silver energy faced rejection from the three existing energies. And the more intense the fusion became, the greater the expenditure of energy and mental fortitude. Li Feng found himself resorting to the use of senzu beans to recover his stamina, only to continue his attempts. This endeavor was incredibly taxing in terms of time and energy, yet if he achieved perfect fusion, his power would undoubtedly soar. A day passed without success, and Li Feng had exhausted his energy and stamina to such an extent that the senzu beans could not fully replenish him. The melding of mental and physical energies remained a formidable challenge. Reluctantly, he decided to take a break and resume the following day. The day's progress consisted of mastering Ultra Instinct. He would familiarize himself with it before proceeding further. On the second day, Li Feng continued to employ Ultra Instinct, but this time he refrained from merging other energies. Patience was essential. He aimed to thoroughly understand the new energy before attempting to integrate it. After a week of dedicated practice, Li Feng had completely mastered Ultra Instinct, able to activate it almost instantaneously, akin to transforming into Super Saiyan 1. And the consumption of mental energy and stamina had significantly diminished, greatly enhancing his combat prowess in a normal state.